Ding. Successfully checked in at the United Center. Acquired the legendary mid-range shooting talent of Jordan. Successfully checked in at the KeyArena. Acquired the tenacious defensive talent of Payton. Successfully checked in at the Amway Center. Acquired the dominating strength talent of Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe, I would rather take 30 shots and miss them all than. Wait, is Sue E on the court? In that case, all is well. LeBron, bro. Sue E is like my own brother. You know, with Sue E on my team, I could win 10 championships in a row. Curry, the greatest honor of my life is having been a teammate of Sue E. In his presence, for some reason, I feel like a schoolboy. Chapter 1. Davidson College. Come on, lads, move faster. Faster. Physical training is the foundation of all basketball tactics. Coach McKillop's whistle grew increasingly rapid. The thin sunlight filtered through the windows, and the early spring in North Carolina still bore a chill and dampness. The basketball players at Davidson College were making their final preparations for March Madness. Shouts, sweat, cheers. The essence of youth filled every inch of air in Belk Arena. Sue Yi's shirt was drenched in sweat, and amidst the team of both black and white players, he always lagged behind with the heaviest steps. His chest heaved violently, and he could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Ever since his arrival in this world, his physical condition had remained poor, a fact that Sue E could never comprehend. Was this a punishment for his past lives' girlfriend? Although he had turned down the advances of the alluring campus beauty countless times, could that truly classify him as a scoundrel? After all, his girlfriend also boasted a 30-60 figure. Beep. Coach McKillop's whistle finally pierced through his thoughts. Sue Yi's reverie was abruptly interrupted, causing him to rush out of the court, colliding headlong with a cheerleader. As he attempted to get up, he found his hand brushing against something soft and round. Looking up, a fair-skinned, blonde cheerleader with rosy cheeks gazed back at him. Before the towering 2.03-meter Sue E, this leggy beauty appeared diminutive, wearing a sweet, demure smile. Sorry. Sue E awkwardly waved his hand. In his haste, he had inadvertently touched her smooth thigh, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The other cheerleaders quickly gathered around to check on Sue E. Lying on the ground, all he could see were a multitude of slender legs. Water. I need water. Overwhelmed by thirst, Sue E could hardly pay attention to them, releasing the cry of desperation from deep within. In no time, 2 large bottles of blue energy drink were handed to him, and he gulped them down in one go. Though merely a substitute on the team, far removed from the Captain Stephen Curry status, players like him, blessed with good looks, remained the focus of attention among the ladies. After quenching his thirst, Sue E politely pushed the cheerleaders away. After all, becoming overly familiar with the cheerleaders could lead to unnecessary complications. If he ever succumbed to the temptation of a Brazilian model, he could end up embroiled in scandal, something he wished to avoid. He just wanted to enjoy playing basketball without any distractions. Sue E fell into deep thought. 3 years ago, he had traversed into the body of a 3-star high school basketball player and was admitted to Davidson College. He was hailed as a rising star by Coach McKillop, who personally selected him for the varsity team. However, ever since then, his body had remained weak, and his skills seemed to have hit a wall. No matter how hard he practiced, he could not improve. Now, 2 years into college, he was merely the 6th man on the team, nowhere near the starting lineup. He had begun to question whether he was a genuine traveler. 3 years. A full 3 years. His skills had not improved in the slightest. Do you know how I have endured these past 3 years? Just as he sank into reflection, a mechanical voice echoed in Sue Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the sign-in system. Would the host like to sign in at Belk Arena? Sue E felt a sudden buzz in his head, leaving him disoriented in the whirlwind of the court. A system? A sign-in system? Though the benefits of being a traveler may be delayed, they will never be absent. Sign in. Sign in now. The fatigue that had weighed him down vanished in an instant. Ding. Sign-in task completed. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. 1 portable space. 3 nutritional solutions. 1 Tracy McGrady Moment Experience card. 1 random talent replication card common. A pair of Reebok Answer 13 sneakers. The neutral voice of the system finally concluded, leaving Sue E stunned in place, his mouth agape in astonishment. Moments later, he noticed a shimmering space materializing before him. The boundary of the space was a translucent blue, with 2 cards neatly arranged on the shelves of this ethereal realm. Beneath the shelves sat a sandalwood shoe cabinet, showcasing a brand new pair of Reebok Answer 13 sneakers in one compartment. The year 2009 marked Allen Iverson's final season in the NBA, And it was also the last generation of AI sneakers released by Reebok. The shoes featured a stylish slatted design, boasting an exceptionally cool appearance. Returning to the locker room, Sue retrieved the sneakers from the virtual spaces drawer. The shoes fit perfectly on his feet, as if custom-made for him. Clearly, the system had tailored the size according to his foot shape. This meant that the rewards obtained from the system were exclusively his customized sneakers. Wearing Iverson's shoes felt light and breathable. If two words were to encapsulate the sensation, they would be silky smooth. Due to the differing foot shapes between Asians and Westerners, Sue often struggled to find perfectly fitting basketball shoes, typically opting for a size larger. He dared to bet that he had never worn such fitting basketball shoes before. The host has equipped the Purple Gear Reebok Answer 13 sneakers. Equipment Attribute Enhancement. Speed 5, Ball Control 3, Breakthrough Ability 5. Passive Skill Answer. Enhances finishing ability. Gains teammates' trust in critical moments, significantly boosting team morale. Host Attribute Detection in Progress. Name. Sue E. Nationality. China. Age. 19. Height. 203 centimeters. Weight. 99.5 kilograms. Current status of the host. Kidney deficiency. Energy consumption increased by 90 can be restored through training. Current ability values NCAA level. Shooting. 58. Passing. 59. Jumping. 43. Strength. 58. Speed. 62. Expand to view details. Wait, are you serious? What is this kidney deficiency nonsense? No wonder my energy depletes so quickly. It turns out I have been neglecting my health. It seems that my past lives' emotional debts have finally caught up with me. Now, what I must do is to steer clear of distractions, focusing solely on training to restore my physical prowess. However, avoiding temptations is easier said than done. This fresh and handsome appearance is my greatest stumbling block on the road to training. Sue pursed his lips and smiled slightly. Women will only hinder my shooting speed. In this lifetime, I will encounter only the finest beauties. Even if I were to leap into the abyss, it would be impossible. Creak. The door to the locker room swung open, interrupting Sue's thoughts. A stout young man stepped through the door. Stephen Curry? Hey, Captain Stephen. Sue quickly rose to his feet, standing before Curry, who was half a head shorter than him. Curry assessed his Asian teammate's attire. With striking features, he donned a rather ordinary tank top, unremarkable athletic shorts, and a pair of undeniably flashy, attention-grabbing new sneakers. Wow, Sue, your kicks are absolutely amazing. If I'm not mistaken, those should be the pre-release edition. How did you manage to get them? Curry exclaimed, his admiration reminiscent of a schoolboy's awe. Sue shrugged, subtly signaling to Curry that he preferred to maintain a low profile. However, he soon noticed a yellow exclamation mark appearing above Curry's head. First-time check-in reward for KeyArena. Receive a random talent duplication card. Would you like to use it immediately? Chapter 2. Intra-team training match. Sue was momentarily taken aback. Good gracious. The talents of Curry were predominantly of an extraordinary caliber, beyond his renowned shooting prowess. His speed and ball-handling skills were also of the highest echelon. It is noteworthy that even his core strength was formidable. Though Curry appeared slight, he could bench press 185 pounds for 10 repetitions, indicating that this future all-star possessed virtually no weaknesses on the court. Gazing at the endearingly bewildered Curry, Sue couldn't help but smile charmingly, as if Curry's face bore the inscription of experience baby. Filled with anticipation, Sue retrieved the random talent card and clicked to activate it. Suddenly, a colossal, ethereal wheel materialized in his line of sight. The wheel was divided into various segments of yellow and green, each inscribed with Curry's attributes. 1. Curry's shooting accuracy skill set, version 2. Curry's ball handling skill set, version 3. Curry's passing skill set, version 4. Curry's shooting release speed skill set, version 8. Golden State Levine's ferocious dunking skill set, version. Wait a moment, it seems something peculiar has slipped in. A sense of foreboding washed over Sue. Could this system have covertly appropriated a core technology from another company? There was no time for further contemplation as the wheel's pointer whirled rapidly. Stop! Sue's heart raced, and he held his breath. The pointer slowed increasingly, and a dazzling light flashed, momentarily obscuring his vision. When he opened his eyes again, the pointer had come to a standstill. Holy moly! Sue rubbed his eyes, anxious that the pointer might move again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained Curry's mid-range shooting accuracy skill set, version. Mid-range shooting, 5593 level, shooting 5885 level, the system's neutral voice concluded. In truth, Curry's shooting attributes could reach a level of 99. However, due to Su Yi's insufficient release speed, his capability was slightly diminished. The surreal wheel vanished, and a torrent of complex information surged into his mind. Su Yi felt a transformation within his physical state, accompanied by visions of unprecedented basketball knowledge. Step-back three-pointer, stop-and-pop jumper, open three-pointer, and three-point shot off a screen. These insights coalesced in his mind, swiftly solidifying into firm memories. Previously, Su Yi had been merely a backup forward proficient in positioning and defense, devoid of shooting skills. Now, within this brief span, he had evolved into a seasoned expert in mid to long-range shooting. "Hey, Su, I actually came to say it's time for team training," Curry said, noticing Su Yi's peculiar gaze directed at him, which prompted an awkward smile as he scratched his head. Re-entering the court, other players had also begun their warm-up routines, some stretching while others practiced dribbling on the sidelines. Su Yi's attention was immediately drawn to a shooting machine stationed at the right side of the 45-degree three-point line, containing 5 basketballs. With a single hand, he effortlessly retrieved a basketball from the machine. His hands were large, measuring a full 24 centimeters, allowing him to grasp 2 large bottles of water simultaneously. The basketball felt as light as a volleyball in his grasp. After executing a crossover step, Su Yi flicked his fingers from beyond the three-point line and launched a jump shot. The basketball took flight, spinning gracefully through the air, tracing a soft arc swish. The ball harmoniously met the net, producing a pleasing sound. With the three-point line shortened by 2 steps, this open shot posed no challenge for Su Yi. The young man displayed commendable shooting touch today, observed Mike Killip, seated at the sidelines, who had been closely monitoring Su Yi's performance. Without a moment's pause, Su Yi continued retrieving basketballs from the machine to shoot again. Step-back three-pointer, stop-and-pop jumper from the corner, turnaround jumper from the free-throw line. Swish, 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 swish. 7 shots, 7 hits. The trajectory of the basketball in mid-air was perpetually smooth, and each release came with an instinctive sense of impending success. Mike Killip silently watched Su Yi's shooting, maintaining an outward calm while internally bursting with joy. It was unimaginable how Su Yi had improved. His shooting touch was nothing short of perfection. Most importantly, his shooting form was impeccably precise, hardly resembling that of a mere backup student player. He bore the semblance of a professional athlete. Killip was a coach who believed in his players. He recognized Su Yi's latent talents, his fervor and dedication to basketball, reminiscent of his early faith in Curry. When Curry graduated high school, his physical attributes were unremarkable, leading prestigious basketball programs like North Carolina and Duke to reject him. It was Killip who extended an olive branch, drawn to confident young talents. In Su Yi, Killip saw a reflection of the once young Curry, a feeling that was familiar yet indescribable. He was convinced that this young man was destined for greatness. Thus, he ardently recommended Su Yi to the first team, eager to provide him with every possible opportunity for development. Unfortunately, nearly 2 years had elapsed, and Su Yi had often faltered on the court, facing criticism for his rebounding struggles as a forward. The pressure on Killip was immense. Swish, swish, swish. Su Yi continued practicing diligently, unwavering in his commitment. Mid-range floaters, free-throw line jumpers, cornerbank shots. His shooting touch was scorching, exhibiting a 360-degree proficiency. "Today's shooting feels great, buddy. Let us have a shootout." Curry teased Su Yi with a playful grimace. "Stefan, you might not have it in the bag today," Su Yi replied with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. The two gathered basketballs beyond the three-point line and took turns shooting. With no defenders in sight, the basketballs cleanly swished through the net, reminiscent of the delightful sound of splashes. Each basket echoed like the most melodious symphony to Killip's ears, as he realized that the young man he had invested so much hope in was finally beginning to blossom. The final piece of the puzzle, this year. It was essential for the whole nation to remember this small college in North Carolina, home to merely 700 inhabitants. Killip pursed his lips, realizing it was time to devise a new strategy. The whistle blew. Curry and Su Yi ceased their shooting competition. Curry had scored 25 out of 23, while Su Yi had made 21 out of 19. As players on the court and sidelines gathered in response to Killip's call, they formed 2 straight lines. Killip, A serious coach commanded respect, and everyone was keenly aware of the gravity of the moment. Today, our training agenda comprises a full-court 5-on-5 session, with the goal of minimizing turnovers. Gentlemen, I expect to witness simple and effective offense, a defense as solid as concrete, rather than errors. Now, I will assign you to teams. Caleb produced his tactical notebook, preparing to divide the players into 2 squads. Chapter 3. Curry's team versus Su Yi's team. Young men, hurry and change into your uniforms. As per tradition, let us divide into teams. Move quickly, Coach Caleb urged, blowing his whistle to expedite the process. Curry tilted his head and flashed a mischievous grin at Su Yi, who stood there, stunned, with a dark expression. The so-called old rule of grouping indicated that Curry would lead the 4 main players of the Wildcats, while Su Yi, as the 6th man, was to guide 4 substitutes against Curry's starting lineup. Coach McKillop arranged this to enhance the synergy between the main roster and Curry. In previous games of the Davidson Wildcats, it could be said that the outcome often hinged on Curry alone. The other players on the court were primarily tasked with defense, securing rebounds, and serving as facilitators for Curry, relying on his prowess to secure victories without hindrance. For instance, in last year's match against the Gonzaga Bulldogs, the Wildcats scored a total of 40 points in the second half, with Curry contributing a staggering 30 points, leading the team to a remarkable comeback. Thus, the condition for victory was singular. Curry must unleash his fury. Su Yi, in this context, was the quintessential role player, effectively serving as Curry's practice partner. Coach McKillop consistently assigned Su Yi to lead the substitutes against Curry's starters, pushing Su Yi to the brink of mental explosion. He recalled the previous game where his substitute team had suffered a crushing defeat by 58 points to the starters. After all, his team comprised mostly freshmen and sophomores, novices in the game, while Curry's starters were seasoned veterans, possessing formidable skills. The disparity in experience and technique was glaringly apparent. For example, the player Su Yi was about to face, Andrew Lefferdale, was a 4th-year power forward for Nigeria, recognized as the team's second-in-command and dubbed the king of the board at Davidson. His role was to defend, secure rebounds, and pass the ball to Curry. Despite standing at only 6 feet 8 inches, 203 centimeters, his keen sense for rebounding and aggressive playing style allowed him to average 8 rebounds per game. Ding! The system's voice echoed. Achievement task triggered. Crush them. Defeat Curry. Achievement reward. Enhanced training efficiency at the Belk Arena. Random rewards dropped. With this, Su Yi instantly felt invigorated. He was determined to battle Curry fiercely. The experience from this achievement was beyond mere exhilaration. He was resolute in his pursuit. Soon, both teams had donned their uniforms and entered the court. Blue team, Curry, Goslin, Akambo, Andrew Lefferdale, Ben Allison. Red team, Alan Bond, Ball Bryant, Nelms, Su Yi, Frank. The players from both sides began converging at the center line. Blue team's center, Ben Allison, won the jump ball, directing the basketball straight into Curry's hands. Curry advanced with the ball. Su Yi tightly marked his counterpart, Lefferdale, knowing that Lefferdale was poised to secure rebounds or set screens for Curry. Curry was a formidable shooter. Once a screen was set, he could release a shot in a mere 0 for seconds, effortlessly sinking the ball into the basket. With no 3-second defensive rule in play, the paint was crowded, and every inch of advantageous position was contested through sheer physicality. Curry dribbled stylishly beyond the 3-point line, scanning for opportunities. Rookie, put some effort in. I want to sweat today. The usual easy victories have grown tedious. Lefferdale mocked, visibly annoyed by Su Yi's presence. You'll get your wish, and there's no need for self-introduction. Su Yi replied, his focus unwavering on the court. Suddenly, Curry took a shot from 3 steps beyond the arc. The attempt to find his rhythm failed to land, the ball bouncing twice on the rim before soaring into the air. Lefferdale, with his experience in predicting rebounds, leaped into position. However, just as he grasped the ball, Su Yi surged in, leaping as well, swatting the ball away. The basketball landed perfectly at the feet of Su Yi's point guard, Alan Bond. Curry aggressively pressed forward, nearly forcing a turnover from the slender Bond, who managed to navigate the ball past half-court. Su Yi positioned himself in the paint, but Lefferdale, a defensive stalwart for the Wildcats, firmly held his ground, preventing Su Yi from receiving the ball. Su Yi faked a move, suddenly sprinting to the 3-point line to receive the pass. Lefferdale followed closely, staunchly defending Su Yi's path. Freshman, why not take me on one-on-one? Lefferdale challenged, clapping his hands provocatively. Rookie, try not to call for help. Sui retorted with a smirk. The congested paint cleared as both sides recognized the impending duel. Sui effortlessly executed a series of crossovers, shifting Lefferdale's center of gravity. With Lefferdale ready to intercept, Sui abruptly launched himself to the left. Just as Lefferdale was about to make contact, Sui executed a swift, wide pullback, changing direction to the right. Ouch! Lefferdale was caught completely off guard, tumbling to the ground as Sui, now unguarded, took a steady jump shot. Swish! The basketball cleanly found its mark. Observing Lefferdale sprawled on the floor, Sui shrugged, leaving Lefferdale bewildered. How did this happen? In his memory, Sui had never displayed such ball-handling skills. His drives were rarely a threat. So Lefferdale had not prepared for this. After all, Sui was now equipped with Allen Iverson sneakers, significantly enhancing his speed and ball control. However, before the red team could celebrate, blue team center Ben Allison had retrieved the basketball from the baseline and hurled it forward with great force. Before the blue team could even begin their defensive set, Curry had already zipped to the front court like a small motorcycle. Bryant, closest to Curry, was unable to keep pace. Curry found himself wide open and chose not to drive, but rather dribbled to the right side at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, launching a shot without hesitation. He then turned and retreated on defense, the ball swishing cleanly through the net. The score stood at 3-2 in favor of Curry's team. Kari playfully gestured to Sui, feigning innocence. You caught me off guard, not playing fair. Sui expressed his frustration at how easily Curry had sunk a three-pointer. That's called strategy, Curry winked. Sui's weakness lay in his quickly depleting stamina, while Curry's seemed boundless, allowing him to move and shoot freely throughout the game. Thus, defending against Curry posed a significant challenge. Red team point guard Allen Bond brought the ball across half court, passing it to center Frank. Frank attempted to power through Ben Allison, but found little advantage, passing the ball to Sui, who stood at the left side beyond the three-point line. Lefferdale, now more alert, adjusted his defense. Chapter 4, A Battle of Points. Sui, holding the ball with both hands, surveyed Lefferdale's defensive movements from beyond the three-point line. Having learned from the previous encounter, Lefferdale maintained a cautious distance, continuously adjusting his defensive stance. With the defense currently vacant, Sui suddenly leapt for a jump shot from just beyond the arc. The basketball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. Sui had also delivered a blow to Curry. The score stood at Sui's team 53, Curry's team. After the shot, Sui gestured to his teammates to tighten their defense. The blue team wasted no time, immediately passing the ball to Curry. He swiftly initiated his advance, quickly pushing into the front court. The Wildcats' core players maintained a rapid pace. Sui barely managed to position himself. Observing an opportunity, Curry deftly flicked the ball to the left corner three-point shooter, Gosselin. Sui clung tightly to Lefferdale, preventing him from easily claiming a favorable position. The basketball was frantically exchanged between the blue team's interior and perimeter. Curry incessantly darted around the court without the ball. Soon, he effortlessly found an opening. Evading his defender, Allen Bond, Curry maneuvered through the narrow space between his small forward, Akambo, and center, Ben Allison. The coordination among the starters was remarkably refined. Just as Curry reached the three-point line at the front, the ball arrived in advance from Gosselin. Curry found himself unguarded at the three-point line, a perilous sign. Sui dashed forward, intent on covering Curry, but Akambo and Ben Allison tightly clustered together, blocking Sui's path to assist. Sui collided with the two, effectively stymied. Curry took a clean shot and sunk the three-pointer. The Wildcats executed their signature elevator door play, a deceptively simple yet effective strategy. The score now reads Sui's team 56, Curry's team. That was merely a warm-up. I'll let you have two, but now I will defend seriously. After regaining the lead, Lefferdale became increasingly enthusiastic. Sui was left speechless. This game was evidently a scoring duel between himself and Curry, yet Lefferdale, an inconsequential bystander, sought attention. The red team advanced the basketball to the front court, and Sui ran from the baseline to receive the ball at the free throw line. In rhythm, he executed a mid-range jump shot, while Lefferdale leapt to block. With a wingspan of 17 meters, Sui easily secured the high ground. Lefferdale's attempt to block did not disrupt Sui's shooting space whatsoever. The ball swished through the net. Your defense resembles a wide-open highway in the morning. Sue thought, feeling a tinge of boredom. The blue team continued their offensive. The red team's guards, Alan Bond and Barbara Bryant, double-teamed Curry. Faced with their intense pressure, Curry effortlessly spun away and glided past their defense. Levdale established position, seizing an opportunity to confront Sue directly in the paint. The Nigerian power forward was impatient. Having been bested in previous exchanges, he was eager to reclaim his pride through sheer strength. Levdale forcefully pounded the ball and charged at Sue. Although Sue primarily played small forward and lacked the advantage of strength, he steadied himself against Levdale, though still found himself retreating a step. Levdale seized the moment to thrust again, yet Sue stood firm, mustering all his strength to withstand the impact. Though he staggered back a step, he retained his critical defensive position. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed throughout the arena. Despite the pain from the collision and the disadvantage in strength, Sue ignited with fierce determination. He understood that a fundamental duty of an interior player was to prevent their counterpart from easily entering the paint. Rookie, you ought to be in the library. Basketball is not suited for you. Levdale had not forgotten a taunt. His strategy relied on overpowering opponents, and his impatience only intensified as he realized he couldn't even dominate a small forward in the post. In a final surge, he gripped the basketball fiercely, muscles bulging, and charged at Sue like a beast. The visible force rushed towards Sue. Just as the basketball touched the ground and Levdale gathered all his strength for the clash, Sue unexpectedly executed a swift sidestep. Ouch! Levdale, committing all his momentum to Sue, lost his balance and crashed heavily to the floor. Sue seized the opportunity to snatch the basketball and hurled it to his point guard, Alan Bond, who remained in the front court. After receiving Sue's pass, Alan executed a graceful layup, scoring 2 points. The score read Sue's team 76, Curry's team. Following this, he nonchalantly stepped over Levdale's sprawled form, offering a courteous smile. The reason I don't go to the library is that I can teach you right here on the basketball court. What is wrong with you, buddy? Your performance is utterly off today. The blue team's center, Ben Allison, shook his head in disbelief at Levdale's conduct on the court. Levdale's display on both offense and defense today was nothing short of a crime. Guys, stay sharp. Try not to make mistakes. Once we reach 21 points, you can take a break. Coach McKillop, observing the tense standoff, shouted from the sidelines. Levdale had completely lost his momentum. The game pressed on. Curry, holding the ball, executed a graceful move to evade the defense of shooting guard Barbara Bryant, then launched a soft floater that found its mark. Sue received the basketball at mid-range and executed a smooth turnaround jump shot, taking the lead once again. Curry, standing just outside the three-point line, found his shooting opportunity and sunk another three-pointer. The current score was Sue's team 9, Curry's team 11. Curry reclaimed the lead, clenching his fist and raising his left arm as if to signal Sue's teammates that defeating the starting squad would not be an easy feat. The starting team suddenly awakened, regaining their focus. Due to Levdale's earlier dismal performance, the blue team unanimously decided to have small forward Nelms match up against Sue. Little did they know that Sue effortlessly sidestepped Nelms. Sue directly faced the towering 208-centimeter center, Ben Allison, beneath the basket. At that moment, his teammate, Alan Bond, darted to the free throw line, finding a wide-open spot. Sue grasped the basketball with his right hand and, with a swift move, launched it towards Alan Bond. Ben Allison hurriedly shifted positions to provide cover. Yet, just as the basketball was about to be released, Sue's large hands reclaimed it. A masterful fake. The advantage of his size was evident. Facing an unguarded basket, Sue leaped, clutching the ball with both hands. Boom! His hands met the rim in a splendid dunk. The score was now tied at Sue's team 11, Curry's team 11. Sue pounded his chest twice, letting out a thunderous roar. The resolute and icy determination in his eyes invigorated the bench players, as this was their first real opportunity to compete closely with the starters. The energy on the court surged to its peak. McKillop, a highly experienced coach, could discern the players' focus merely from their expressions. In this charged atmosphere, he nodded with a smile before returning to his usual seriousness. The game was beginning to take on an exhilarating quality. Chapter 5. The decisive battle commences. The game continued. and every inch of air in the gym was thick with tension. Curry held the ball beyond the three-point line as Sue advanced to defend. Curry executed a series of feints that posed a significant threat, as he could break through to the basket or take a three-point shot at any moment. Sue, having exerted himself in the previous offensive and defensive plays, was already fatigued, and his defensive steps noticeably slowed. He exerted all his strength to closely follow Curry's footsteps, anticipating his next move. At that moment, center Ben Allison had positioned himself perfectly in the paint, and Curry deftly flicked the ball to him. Utilizing his height and weight advantage, Allison forcefully backed down Frank, making a smooth hook shot. The main team began to showcase their full prowess. The red team initiated the play, and Curry led his teammates forward like a pack of wolves, applying relentless pressure across the court. Point guard Allen Bond, under Curry's intense defense, was left contorted and had no choice but to pass the ball to Bryant on the other side. However, the seasoned main team anticipated the passing lane. Gosselin intercepted the ball, converting it into a quick 2 points. The score stood at Sue Yee's team 11, Curry's team 15. After the main team established their momentum, they continued to apply pressure. Allen Bond and Bryant were tightly guarded by Curry and Gosselin. Fortunately, Sue managed to sprint back to receive the ball, averting the embarrassment of being unable to pass. Blue team's small forward Akambo closely shadowed Sue. As Sue braced against him, he dashed forward, gaining control of the ball in the front court while seeking an opportunity to organize a play. However, Sue discovered that after crossing half court, none of his four teammates displayed any desire to attack against the fierce defense of the opponents. The basketball seemed like a hot potato, with none of his teammates willing to touch it. Sue became the sole offensive core of the team. Yet the main team had already begun to double-team him, making it increasingly difficult to even receive the ball. When the ball finally made its way back to him, Sue, standing at the three-point line, forced a jump shot that ricocheted off the rim. The blue team firmly controlled the rebound. Curry retrieved the rebound, then accelerated, exploiting his speed to effortlessly drive the ball to the basket. The score became Sue Yee's team 11, Curry's team 17. The tense atmosphere finally dissipated. The main team players were nearly celebrating their victory, while Sue Yee's four teammates had lost all hope of winning, having endured this losing streak for over a year. Under the relentless double-teaming, Sue had nearly exhausted half of his stamina. This relentless entanglement was quite vexing, making it exceedingly difficult to even receive a pass, let alone mount an offense. However, the pressing issue was that the main players, brimming with energy akin to a horde of monkeys, continued their frequent entanglements. Having just completed an intense training session without adequate rest, coupled with his own physical shortcomings, Sue was astonished at how quickly his stamina had plummeted. Who would have thought that someone as enduring as him would face such a fleeting moment of weakness? Sue panted heavily, shaking his head repeatedly. Is this what one might call a debt of passion? It seems I should refrain from courting women and focus more on training and nutrition. Nutrition? Wait, nutrition? He recalled that he had some nutritional supplements in his backpack. The virtual space reappeared. Sue selected a bag of nutritional liquid and clicked to use it. Ding. The host has consumed the nutritional liquid. Host stamina restored by 30. Remaining nutritional liquid count 2. In an instant, he felt a refreshing coolness from within, alleviating much of his earlier fatigue. His sore muscles regained their strength. Sue felt revitalized, observing his teammates still devoid of confidence and desire to win. He sprinted to the baseline to receive the pass. Bro, it's almost over. I think you can relax a bit now, remarked blue team small forward Cambo, who had recognized Sue Yee's fatigue. Sue dribbled past half court, directing his teammates into position before passing the ball to point guard Allen Bond. After a few exchanges among his teammates, they still couldn't find any opportunity. Everyone lacked rhythm and hesitated to shoot from outside, while the paint was packed with main team players, making it impossible to penetrate. Give me the ball. With renewed energy, Sue dashed from the baseline to the right corner of the three-point line. Allen Bond passed the basketball to him. Without hesitation, Sue took a decisive jump shot from beyond the arc, with Akambo leaping to block. The basketball soared over Akambo's fingertips. Swish! A three-pointer. 14-17. Sue clapped his hands vigorously, exclaiming, "It's not over yet. If you want to win, follow my lead and take them down. If you wish to remain mere practice partners for life, step aside." His shout was deafening and powerful. Ding! The passive skill answer of the battle shoes has been triggered. In a crucial moment, He gained the trust of his teammates, significantly boosting the team's morale. At that moment, his teammates noticed the cold, resolute glint in Su Yi's eyes, emanating an intimidating aura. The previously dim gazes of his teammates transformed into unwavering determination. Who want to be a lifetime practice partner? Is it better to be a coward for eternity or a hero, even if just for a few seconds? Su Yi awakened their dormant desire to win. Curry, orchestrating the play, felt the pressure as Bryant surged forward aggressively. While they couldn't intercept Curry's dribble, they made him feel the resistance. Small forward Akambo cut inside for a layup, yet Red Team's point guard Alan Bond bravely blocked Akambo's path. Akambo collided with Alan Bond head-on. Since Alan Bond had established his position beforehand, the ball was awarded to the Red Team. For the sake of victory, Alan Bond absorbed that impact. Su Yi noticed the glimmer of determination in his teammates' eyes. Each one longed for victory. They were eager to take down the long-dominant main players. When the ball reached the front court, Lovedale and Akambo double-teamed Su Yi. At that moment, Su Yi caught a glimpse of Bryant breaking free from the baseline. Bryant had created an open shot at the right 45-degree three-point line, and Su Yi passed the ball decisively. This time, he didn't hesitate at all and took the shot. The three-pointer swished through the net once again, tying the score. Bryant, filled with confidence, rushed over to celebrate with a high five with Su Yi. Chapter 6, the final moment, the score reached 17-17. Both teams were now only 2 points away from victory. The 10 players on the court concentrated their attention to the utmost. The main players certainly did not wish to be defeated by a mere bench lineup, while the substitutes, under Su Yi's leadership, had their spirits soaring. Curry composed, held the ball, and signaled his teammates to spread out, intending to finish the game in his own style. Su Yi indicated to Alan Bond that he would take on Curry himself, while the other teammates completely cleared the area. Curry organized the play beyond the three-point line, with Su Yi defending him. The decisive moment had arrived, becoming a battle between the two teams' cores. Bring on Curry. Su Yi clapped his hands, also rallying himself. Not daring to leave Curry's side, even for a moment, he knew that any slight space would grant Curry the opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. However, Curry's dribbling and speed were top-notch, necessitating constant vigilance over his next move. Curry was proving to be quite a troublesome opponent. It was nearly impossible to discern whether he was going to fake a drive or genuinely shoot a three-pointer. Thus, anticipation became paramount. Having trained with Curry for over a year, Su Yi meticulously recalled Curry's habits. Just as Su Yi was deep in thought, Curry suddenly lowered his center of gravity, executing a triple threat fake as he charged toward the paint. It was a simple yet seamless feint, perfectly executed. The effects of the nutrient solution had reached their peak, and as Su Yi engaged in the game, his defensive footwork had become rather disordered. At that moment, Su Yi noticed Curry's left foot nudging to the right. A premonition surged within him. This was the precursor to Curry's step-back three-pointer. Su Yi swiftly propelled himself, pouring every ounce of his strength into a desperate lunge forward. He understood profoundly that to thwart Curry, he had merely zero. For seconds after Curry released the ball, the critical zero, for seconds of life and death. Indeed, it was a step back. His prediction had proven accurate. To contend with such a rapid shooting speed, he had to match it with unparalleled speed to limit Curry. Curry forcefully pushed off the ground with his left foot, stepping back beyond the three-point line with his right. Su Yi leaned forward, taking a significant step to position himself just ahead of Curry. Curry leaped high, the basketball swiftly arcing from his grasp, prepared for a shot. In a sudden move, Su Yi took a step, leaped, and extended his right arm. Instinctively, Curry attempted to shoot directly, but he was taken aback by Su Yi's swiftness. A pair of large hands loomed over him, causing Curry to instinctively evade. Su Yi felt the tips of his fingers graze the basketball. To a certain extent, he had indeed restricted Curry's shot. This meant that Su Yi had triumphed in the critical zero, for seconds against the undeniable leader of Curry's team. However, Su Yi's primary concern remained the trajectory of the basketball. Both he and Curry watched as the ball soared. The players in the paint were entangled like a meat grinder. The basketball took an odd, erratic path towards the hoop, striking the front of the rim and bouncing down. Su Yi's small forward, Nelms, seized the rebound and passed the ball into Su Yi's hands. Regaining control of the ball, Su Yi caught his breath momentarily. The starters positioned themselves in the paint, but the exertion was evident. Su Yi was drenched in sweat. He had reached his physical limits. and these final 2 points seemed more arduous than scaling a mountain. Faced with a double team, Sue missed the opportunity to shoot and passed the ball to small forward Nelms. Hesitating at the three-point line, Nelms, aware of his lack of long-range shooting ability, noticed the absence of defenders and decided to take a shot. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim. Just as blue team's center, Ben Allison, was about to retrieve the ball from the floor, a flash of yellow zipped past him. Sui, defying goal odds, surged in to snatch the basketball. The two burly defenders from the blue team immediately closed off his shooting space. Yet, Sui did not retreat. He hurled himself and the ball toward the basket, crashing to the ground. Coach McKillop and players for both teams rushed to assess Sui's condition, relieved to find he had not sustained serious injury, as Allison helped him up. After confirming Sui was all right, McKillop exhaled a sigh of relief. This was why the coach held Sui in high regard. He often prioritized victory above all else, particularly in dire situations, willing to expend everything he had. The blue team committed a shooting foul, and Sui stepped up for free throws. In an effort to enhance his teammates' free throw skills and adapt to the game, they implemented an 11 free throw rule. Only if the first shot was successful could the second be attempted. A miss on the first resulted in the forfeiture of his second chance. Sui steadied his breath, executed a couple of practice bounces, and the basketball, wobbling, found its way into the hoop. The score stood at 17-18 in favor of Curry's team. For the second attempt, Sui adjusted and shot again. But under the immense strain of fatigue, his shooting form faltered and the ball rimmed out. Before Sui could prepare to retreat on defense, Ben Allison grabbed the rebound and executed a long pass. Curry dashed down the court, effortlessly converting a fast break into 2 points. The score shifted to 19-18 in favor of Curry's team. "I will guard Sui." With only one possession remaining, Curry signaled for his teammates to clear the area. Although Curry played as a point guard, Sui's upper body strength offered little advantage, compounded by his exhaustion, as Curry tightly marked him, preventing him from receiving the inbound pass. The substitutes, lacking experience, struggled with the universally challenging task of inbounding the ball. Under pressure from the starting players, the other four teammates were unable to retrieve the basketball. At that moment, Sui noticed a prompt indicating that the nutrient solution was ready. He promptly clicked to use a bottle of it. Ding! The host has consumed the nutrient solution. Host stamina restored by 30. Nutrient solution quantity, 1. Remaining nutrient solution quantity, 1. Finally, he regained some strength. Just as the inbound time was dwindling, the basketball was passed to Sui. However, Curry lunged forward, intercepting the ball with a swift steal. As a player averaging 2.5 steals per game, Curry effortlessly deciphered the obvious passing route. Now, with the blue team on offense, they had reached the game point. Whether Curry scored 2 or 3 points, the match would conclude. The current score was 19-18 in favor of Curry's team. Sui concentrated all his attention. Yet at that moment, Curry suddenly flicked his wrist, delivering a no-look pass. Center Allison was mismatched in the paint. Defending him was Sui's small forward, Nelms. All eyes shifted to the paint. Nelms stood his ground against Allison's lower body. This had to end. Facing the shorter and lighter Nelms, Allison powerfully backed him down. Ultimately, the physical disparity allowed him to push into the paint with 2 swift moves, executing a powerful spin past Nelms. With an open basket before him, Allison lofted a gentle layup. Wham! A pair of large hands emerged, blocking the shot. Sui descended like a celestial warrior, denying Allison with a resounding rejection. Initially, everyone believed Sui had exhausted all his energy, yet after consuming the nutrient solution, he suddenly regained vigor. With renewed stamina, Sui sprinted towards the front court following the block, as Nelms quickly passed the basketball out. Chapter 7. Reward Collection. Sui's sole focus was on the opposing hoop as he sprinted forward at an unprecedented speed. Curry was also charging towards him. To defeat Curry, this was the perfect opportunity. Should he aim for a 3-pointer or a 2-pointer? Sui hesitated. A 2-pointer felt like the safer option, but even if he made it, he would still have to defend for another possession. Bringing the ball across half court, Curry advanced to apply pressure. Sui used his arm to fend off Curry, maintaining control of the basketball. All teammates had settled into their positions. Akambo and Curry formed a double team against Sui. The elementary school kid was serious now, and Sui faced a daunting challenge, ultimately passing the ball to his teammate. Watch the 3-point line. Watch the 3. Curry incessantly directed his teammates. At such a critical moment, there was no chance of allowing Su Yi's team a three-point opportunity. Su Yi grappled fiercely with Curry, akin to a piece of chewing gum. In that instant, he caught a glimpse of his team's center, Frank, circling around. Utilizing this opportunity to shake off Curry, Su Yi maneuvered around Frank, running towards the right side at a 45-degree angle from the three-point line. Curry was momentarily slowed by Frank's imposing figure. That half-step was all it took. For a shooter, it was completely sufficient. The pass from small guard ball Bryant carried anticipation, arriving precisely as intended. The ball landed comfortably in Su Yi's chest, offering an unprecedented sense of ease as he received it. Su Yi caught the ball, lifted it, and shot in one fluid motion. Curry leaped to contest the shot, but it was too late to interfere. His fingers brushed against the rough surface of the basketball, gently propelling it forward. It was a sensation unlike any other. Su Yi was filled with confidence regarding this shot. He had an instinct, a shooter's intuition that this ball was destined to go in. The basketball soared through the air with a slight rotation, and everyone in the arena held their breath. Curry and Su Yi have both landed, their gazes fixed upon the hoop. Coach McKillop, with an expressionless demeanor, scrutinizes the trajectory of the basketball. Yet his left fist is clenched tightly. Should the ball find its mark, it would signify a miraculous performance for Su Yi. The players in the paint are entwined, and the basketball draws nearer and nearer to the hoop, the expressions of Su Yi's teammates transforming into hopeful anticipation. Conversely, the faces of Curry's teammates begin to stiffen. Curry closes his eyes momentarily, and then the sound resonates, splash. The basketball slices through the air with surgical precision, producing a delightful friction with the net. The sound of it swishing through the net is, for any basketball aficionado, the most enchanting sound in the world. A buzzer beater. Su Yi has triumphed over Curry's team. The game concludes with a score frozen at 21-19 in favor of Su Yi's team. He raises his arms in jubilation, sprinting joyfully like a child. The bench players rush towards him, and the team embraces in celebration of this magnificent victory. Against the odds, Su Yi's perseverance has led them to triumph, igniting the spirit of his teammates, a victory truly belonging to the team. Curry stands with his hands on his hips, shaking his head, yet he internally congratulates Su Yi. Despite his own regrets, Su Yi's performance was nearly flawless. "Well played, Su," remarks Ben Allison, the starting center, as he approaches Su Yi. Su Yi smiles and shakes his hand firmly. "You played far better than I did. My performance was dreadful." Andrew Lufferdale also approaches, shaking his head repeatedly, fully acknowledging his defeat in the recent match. "Next time, we'll face off again." Su Yi's lips curl into a grin as they share a fist bump and laugh heartily. Coach McKillop encourages the team to be more assertive during practice games, even refraining from intervening during player disputes, believing that such experiences can yield beneficial outcomes. Thus, Lufferdale and Su Yi were relentless during the match. Yet the camaraderie within the team remained strong. With only a handful of capable players on the Wildcats, the cutthroat competition for playing time seen in elite schools is absent. The starters and substitutes continue to rave about Su Yi's astonishing performance. Coach McKillop approaches, commending Su Yi for his outstanding game. The gym is filled with laughter and cheers, yet Su Yi yearns for one thing: to lie down. At this moment, he finds a mere thought of playing unbearable. He collapses onto the gym floor, sprawled out. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Defeated Curry, earned 2,000 skill points. The Belk Arena mission has been completed. Training efficiency within the Belk Arena is enhanced, and random rewards may be dropped. Host Attribute Assessment in progress. 1310 100 Host Attribute Assessment complete. Name: Su Yi. Nationality: China. Age: 19. Height: 203 centimeters. Weight: 99. 5 kilogram. Current host status: kidney deficiency. Stamina consumption increased by 85, recoverable through training. Host equipment: Iverson 13 sneakers. Current attribute values: level shooting, 90, passing, 49, jumping, 43, strength, 58, speed, 62. Su Yi noticed two things. His kidney deficiency had decreased from 90 to 85. The moment of the formidable man is returning. At this juncture, he noticed the description of the nutritional solution placed on the shelf in the virtual space. Indeed, while using the nutritional solution, he felt as if his kidneys were becoming more robust. Su Yi clicked on the last bottle of nutritional solution and used it immediately. Kidney deficiency level: 85. 83. Su-yi observed the changes in his attributes, his heart racing, hands trembling. This sensation was utterly delightful, a cause for celebration to share with the world. With diligent training, he could transform into a formidable man. Furthermore, he noticed that a small plus sign had appeared next to his data. A subtitle appeared before Su-yi, explaining the significance of these plus signs. After reading carefully, he quickly understood the meaning of his attributes and these plus signs. The skill points he earned could be used to purchase these attributes. The cost of different attributes varied. For instance, to enhance his three-point shooting attribute by one level would require over 1,700 points, while increasing his jumping attribute by one level only cost 200 points. Strength 400 points, and speed 600 points. Thus, as his attributes rose, the points required for enhancement increased, making breakthroughs increasingly challenging. Exhausted, Su-yi contemplated where to allocate his current points when he suddenly noticed a detail. The system would settle on June 25, 2009, the day of the draft, automatically converting attributes into levels. Additionally, the higher the attribute, the lesser the loss upon conversion. This principle was evident. Attributes like Shaquille O'Neal's strength, Allen Iverson's speed, and Curry's shooting would remain above 90 after the conversion. However, his own shooting at 90 would diminish to 85, and talents around 85 would drop to approximately 70. Those below 60 would be utterly dismal, obliterated in an instant. With this realization, he abruptly sat up. It was clear that training could not cease. Chapter 8. Let me go, I want to train. Su-yi allocated 5 talent points to strength. The thought of training yielding kidney recovery, no, rather, the acquisition of nutritional solutions, brought a mischievous smile to his face. Let me go, I want to train. Su-yi suddenly sprang up, seizing a basketball and heading to the court for practice. Impressive, his teammates exclaimed in admiration. Even the elementary schooler Curry cast him an admiring glance. Swish, swish, ding, dong. He could distinctly feel the improvement in his training efficiency as he engaged in shooting and dribbling drills. A palpable sense of relaxation enveloped him once he stepped onto the court. His focus sharpened to an unprecedented degree. All of his energy was devoted to basketball, with hardly a stray thought in his mind. Indeed, his training efficiency had markedly improved. He gained Nutritional Solution X1, Ball Control Skill X1, Passing Ability X2. The training experience was overwhelmingly fulfilling. Su-yi's attributes steadily increased. Soon, he acquired 3 more bottles of Nutritional Solution, alongside slight boosts in various attributes. Ball Control Skill X3, Passing Ability X4, Jumping X1, Strength X2. Glancing at the calendar, Su-yi noted the date, February 12, 2009. With just over 4 months remaining, his time was limited, especially considering the extensive hours needed to elevate his attributes from the 80s to the 90s. Keep pushing. Su-yi drank a nutritional solution to replenish his stamina and continued practicing. These rewards were random. He was eager to discover what else could be yielded through relentless training. Today, he felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. If he continued at this pace and received a few more bottles of nutritional solution, he might permanently bid farewell to kidney deficiency and transform into the formidable man he once was in his past life. Su-yi was lost in delightful memories. In a bygone era, on a moonless night, at a home inn, he recalled the scene with a girl. Wait, I'm digressing. He abruptly halted his thoughts. The pressing priority was to seize every moment for training. He then commenced his shuttle run training. Those who have trained shuttle runs on the basketball court know it to be the most grueling exercise, intensely taxing one's stamina. The standard 17 shuttle run training, often dubbed the deathly 17 shuttles, is a form of punishment for those lacking in physical fitness. Su-yi, determined to earn more rewards, consumed all of today's nutritional supplements and resolutely persevered through the ordeal. He was eager to discover what rewards he might randomly obtain under such intensity. He received Premium Welfare Disc 1 and Sensational Comic 1. Were these? They sound rather peculiar. Upon closer inspection, Su-yi found that the rewards consisted of a comic book and a disc. The comic featured alluring characters clad in revealing bikinis, igniting a rush of excitement. As for the disc, well, let us leave that aside. Su-yi, with a furrowed brow, felt that the system was attempting to tempt him. Was he the type of person to succumb to such distractions? He considered himself a serious host, though the integrity of the system was questionable. This was far too risky. The system's method of testing an earnest host was utterly inappropriate. Shaking his head in indignation, he strongly condemned the system's actions and stored the rewards in his virtual cabinet. What a day filled with surprises. My heavens, you've trained for a full 6 hours. Coach McKillop beckoned Sue E. 6 hours? Sue E. was bewildered, as he distinctly remembered only completing a few sets of training. Upon glancing outside the Belk gym, he noted that dusk had fallen over Davidson Town, and his teammates had long since departed. Realizing the truth, Sue E. understood that his intense focus during training had caused him to lose track of time. Coupled with his habit of replenishing his energy with nutritional drinks, his endurance had significantly improved. Once he comprehended the situation, he hurried over to Coach McKillop, who was waiting for him. In the serene evening ambience of Davidson Town, the moonlight cast a glow upon the two figures within the gym, making it feel particularly expansive. Sue, I've decided to promote you to the starting position, Coach McKillop declared. Really? Sue E.'s heart raced with excitement. He had long awaited this moment, fully confident in his ability to fulfill the role. Yet, upon hearing the news, his arms trembled with anticipation. You will play as the starting small forward. Do you understand the significance of this position? Coach McKillop's voice was calm, yet resonated with authority. I understand. I will do everything I must. Sue E. clenched his fists, striving to contain his exhilaration, almost shouting his affirmation. No, you do not understand. Today, Coach McKillop's demeanor was unusually serious, his face illuminated by the moonlight, appearing quite stern. Sue E., perplexed but resolute, gazed intently at Coach McKillop, awaiting his elaboration. He believed he would fulfill all responsibilities of the starting small forward. The primary duty of a small forward is to score by putting the basketball through the opposing hoop. After a moment of contemplation, Coach McKillop continued, he may grab rebounds, but it is not essential. He may excel in passing, yet it is not necessary. He may possess great agility, but still, it is not required. He may be an exceptional defender, but that too is not crucial. To score by any means necessary? Sue E. pondered, grasping the essence of the small forward's responsibilities. So, do you now comprehend the weight of the small forward position? Coach McKillop's gaze was as firm as iron, his expression icy. However, Sue E.'s initial reaction to such trust was one of overwhelming excitement, though confusion lingered. With Curry as a proficient scorer on the Davidson Wildcats, why was there a need for another scoring small forward? As twilight deepened, the verdant campus grew quiet, and Coach McKillop explained his reasoning. He believed that a college coach's role in nurturing players was far more significant than merely achieving victories. He felt that with Curry's physical prowess, it was becoming increasingly challenging for him to dominate as before, thus necessitating the development of his skills as a point guard. In fact, this season, Curry's role had shifted more towards facilitating rather than scoring. Furthermore, another factor was that last year's core point guard, Jason Richards, an undrafted player who briefly played for the Heat, had graduated. If Curry did not take on the ball-handling responsibilities, the Wildcats could struggle to advance past half-court against formidable defenses. Therefore, seeing Sue Ye's growth brought great joy to Coach McKillop. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at Sue E., who had resolved to fulfill his responsibilities with utmost diligence. Chapter 9. The Terrifying Guard. After a day filled with scrimmages and training, Sue E. felt utterly exhausted. Yet, a sense of comfort enveloped him, for he was grateful for Coach McKillop's trust. Davidson College was an institution steeped in a culture of mutual trust. This was primarily due to the honor code, which students commit to upon enrollment, pledging to adhere to principles of honesty. No cheating, no stealing, no lying. In turn, professors extend their trust to students. At Davidson College, students are permitted to take their exams anywhere, whether in dorms or hallways, because professors firmly believe their students would never cheat. During the recent game, Coach McKillop had recognized Sue Ye's insatiable hunger for victory, thus placing unwavering faith in his potential. After bidding farewell to Coach McKillop, Sue E. glanced at his Nokia 97. It was already 8:30 p.m. The campus lay shrouded in night, enveloped in tranquility. As he made his way back to the dormitory, the campus was adorned with flourishing greenery and trees whose names eluded him, while sculptures of various shapes lined the paths, exuding an artistic essence. He relished the experience of strolling at night, a rare opportunity to unwind amidst the monotony of daily training and classes. The journey from the gym to the dormitory took approximately 15 minutes, during which Sue often indulged in music to alleviate the day's stresses. Smooth jazz or gentle melodies were his preferred choices. Plugging his headphones, he allowed the uplifting music to wash over him, the invigorating tunes banishing worries and hastening time. Soon enough, he arrived back at Duke Apartments. The apartment featured a well-equipped kitchen, a dining area, and a cozy living room complete with a fireplace. Sue, an adept cook, quickly prepared a sumptuous meal of grilled salmon, transforming whole grain bread into a Turkish sandwich, accompanied by a fresh fruit salad for a belated dinner. After satisfying his hunger, Sue returned to his single dormitory, room 404. The decor was tasteful, with a plush red carpet underfoot and a bookshelf adorned with essential texts related to his major, alongside several issues of Sports Illustrated. Even amidst a busy schedule, he ensured his living space remained tidy. As a law student excelling in his basketball team, Sue was far from engaging in trivial debates about the shape of the earth. He had even won first place in a debate contest organized by a club, allowing him to adeptly respond to any trash talk from opponents on the court. After a brief study session, Sue retired for the night, concluding a fulfilling day. The dawn awakens the morning, and the earth is reborn in splendor. At 9:30 this morning, a routine meeting of the basketball team is scheduled. Sue revitalized, jumps out of bed and begins his morning routine. A day brimming with passion is about to commence. The atmosphere at Davidson College is infused with youthful exuberance. The ballet club members, adorned in white tights, prepare to rehearse by the lake, while devout gentlemen have arrived at Davidson Chapel for prayer. And some underclassmen busily post flyers for March Madness. Sue strides through the crowd and arrives at the meeting room in Belk Gymnasium, where Coach McKillop has been waiting. Soon, the other team members trickle in. Good morning, Sue. Good morning, Stephen. The charming young star Curry takes a seat beside Sue, playfully tilting his head, nearly melting Sue's composure. Once everyone is present, Coach McKillop begins to count heads and discusses the strategy for the upcoming game. In our next match, we will face Arizona State University at our home court, and our primary focus must be to contain their number 13 player. Assistant coach Charlie distributes the tactical manuals to each player as McKillop continues his explanation. The 13 player was once part of the All-American high school roster and is a top prospect for this year's draft, possessing formidable scoring prowess. The key to winning this game lies in limiting his performance. Defense, defense, defense. The player primarily scores through ball screens, one-on-one plays, and fast breaks, with other methods being virtually negligible. Therefore, you must restrict his individual plays. Both his drives and shots are his forte. He possesses immense explosiveness. So stay vigilant while defending him. Most importantly, he has a profound understanding of the game's rules. Do not grant him opportunities to draw fouls. He averages nearly 8 trips to the free throw line each game this season. Coach McKillop passionately elaborates, trusting his players to perform at their established levels during the game, yet meticulously outlining every detail in the preparation phase. For him, no detail is too insignificant to overlook. He even considers how players should wear their socks and tie their shoelaces, as he wishes to prevent any blisters during the match. Unlike the coaching staff, who are constrained by uniform arrangements, McKillop holds a prestigious position within the team, ensuring his directives are followed without question. The coach's instructions are meticulously documented in the tactical manual. Although Sue fears no opponent, he diligently reviews the details outlined by the coach, embodying the principle of underestimating the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. Davidson College competes in the Southern Conference, while Arizona State University belongs to the Pacific 10 Conference, making this a non-conference matchup, one that has never occurred before. Sue remains unaware of the opponent's situation, despite Davidson's impressive record of 18 wins and 2 losses. Those victories came against relatively weaker teams within their conference. To earn an invitation from the committee, they must prove themselves in this non-conference game. The algorithm for determining invitations for March Madness is highly intricate, laced with subjectivity akin to a hidden scoring mechanism in a game. Until the final moment, no one can predict whether Davidson will receive an invitation or be seeded. Have you heard of this player? Curry scratches the back of his head, looking curiously at Sue. You mean number 13? By his number, he probably isn't a Christian, but no one wins on our home court. Indeed, at Belk Arena, not even Jesus could secure a victory. Sue responds nonchalantly. In reality, he is a devout Christian. Curry hesitates before adding, I mean, when he is not at the nightclub. McKillop writes the player's name on the whiteboard. Chapter 10. The veteran, Coach James Harden. Sui gazes at the large letters inscribed by McKillop on the board. At this time, the bearded player has yet to grow his iconic beard, but his offensive skills remain razor-sharp, averaging 26 points per game. Based on Sui's memories from his previous life, Harden is indeed a formidable adversary. Harden possesses exceptional ball control, making his one-on-one abilities unparalleled in the league, whether driving to the basket or executing step-back threes with remarkable efficiency. Moreover, Harden demonstrates an impressive adaptability to different systems, thriving in Oklahoma City with mid-range shots and then excelling in Houston's three-point heavy offense. Additionally, his extraordinary ability to draw fouls, averaging 76 trips to the free throw line, renders his offensive game nearly flawless. Defensively, however, Harden is often hampered by his slow lateral movement, leading to many passive defensive plays against perimeter attacks. Yet, his post defense is among the league's elite. How many shooting guards can hold their ground against a formidable player like Kawhi Leonard? This illustrates Harden's terrifying core strength. Therefore, the notion of Harden being a poor defender is relative. For an ordinary player like Sui, seeking to exploit a weakness in Harden's defense is akin to chasing a mirage. Nevertheless, Sui is undaunted, for he and Curry, the dynamic Splash Brothers, are not to be underestimated. However, to secure a win, someone must step up and firmly restrict Harden's offensive capabilities. Victory begins with defensive practice. They cannot allow Harden to smoothly execute his game on their home turf. With approximately a week until their encounter with Harden, there is ample time for preparation. After Coach McKillop dismisses the meeting, Sui heads to the court for individual practice. This time, he resolves to allocate all his skill points to defense, aiming to be the one who effectively neutralizes Harden during the match. Following several days of intensive training and rewards from attendance, Sui's performance metrics have seen notable enhancement. A translucent interface materializes before him. Name: Sui. Nationality: China. Age: 19. Height: 203 centimeters. Weight: 99. 5 kilograms. Current status: fatigue, 70. Increase in stamina consumption, recoverable through training, equipment. Allen Iverson. 13. Sneakers. Current skill levels: shooting: 91, passing: 55, jumping: 51, strength: 62, speed: 65, defense: 70. Hey Sui, the club is hosting a cake race, and it's going to be a blast. The winner gets a giant bucket of popcorn. Would you like to join? Curry enthusiastically invites Sui. In truth, it was a thoroughly tedious match, merely because Curry's favorite snack was popcorn, which Sui did not enjoy, leading him to politely decline Curry's offer. The adorable child could only shrug in resignation and walk away. The other players, without any training session scheduled for the day, also returned to rest. The gymnasium was left with Sui as its sole occupant. Ding! Successful check-in at Belk Gymnasium. This tranquil environment was ideal for training, and the moment Sui stepped onto the basketball court, he felt his efficiency soar. He approached the equipment nearby to commence his regimen. Bench presses, squats, abdominal curls, planks, and sidearm supports. He persistently engaged in his training. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received nutritional liquid X1, comic book X1, and 20 skill points. Training core strength was immensely taxing. Soon, Sui had exhausted the nutritional liquid and was utterly fatigued. Ultimately, he reaped a reward of 400 skill points, all allocated to his defense. Congratulations, host. Your attributes have improved. Defense, 70-72. A modest enhancement, indeed. According to the current system standards, Harden's offensive capability hovered around 97 to 98. Sui sighed softly. The current increase merely afforded him a different method of being outmaneuvered by Harden. It bore little practical significance. Moreover, time was scarce, and the cost of skill points escalated exponentially with each incremental increase. After all, Belk Gymnasium was merely a facility of certain caliber, which inherently limited the improvements it could offer Sui. A sudden qualitative transformation within a short span was simply unattainable. Sui grasped a blue sports drink bottle, gasping for breath as he indulged in it. 2 pairs of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the gym. The first to enter was the Wildcats head coach, followed by a middle-aged man dressed in a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of authority. When Sui discerned the man's features, he was nearly taken aback. The gentleman was none other than Mike Krzyzewski, the head coach of Duke University. Renowned for leading the USA men's basketball team to Olympic gold and regarded as one of the greatest active coaches in the sport. His stature in the basketball realm was so exalted that even the CR de la CR of players like Kobe, LeBron, and Duncan would defer to him with utmost respect, leaving Sue Agape. The venerable coach entered with a beaming countenance. He was, in fact, a remarkably affable individual, smiling and nodding at Sue upon noticing him. "You must be Sue? Mike McKillop speaks highly of you." The coach maintained his smile. "Hello, coach. It's an honor. Coach McKillop often mentions you." Sue exchanged pleasantries with the esteemed coach, although he had never heard McKillop mention any acquaintance with him. One could not help but admire the social prowess of the Easterners. Despite their initial meeting, Sue left a favorable impression on the seasoned coach. Observing Sue Yee's towering height of 203 centimeters, a wingspan of 217 centimeters, and a hand length of 24 centimeters, coupled with his well-proportioned physique, he was evidently endowed with remarkable static talent. McKillop encouraged Sue to showcase his skills in front of the coach. Eager to display his abilities, Sue continued his training with the basketball in hand, executing smooth maneuvers and exhibiting a delightful touch, eliciting continuous nods of approval from the elder. After exchanging compliments, the two coaches reminisced, their conversation gravitating towards Curry. It was mentioned that Curry had once attended a training camp at Duke University, where the head coach responsible for selections was none other than Coach K. Regrettably, due to Curry's frail physique at the time, Coach K did not extend an invitation to him, a decision he later lamented, as he had overlooked Curry's tenacity and resolve. To bolster his physical strength, Curry meticulously regulated his diet, often forcing himself to consume 4 boxes of meals in one sitting. However, as a reward for his efforts, he granted himself a reprieve with popcorn, for he had an insatiable fondness for that delectable treat. After an exhaustive training session, Sue felt fatigued and noticed the two coaches engrossed in their animated discussion, showing no signs of concluding their dialogue. He politely excused himself. As night fell, Sue dined, freshened up, and retired early. At 1:30, he had long succumbed to slumber when an insistent ringtone jolted him awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he saw that the caller was McKillop. What on earth? Is Davidson College not in chaos yet? Sue thought, slightly vexed. Why could such training arrangements not wait until morning? Nevertheless, he courteously answered the call. Before Sue could utter a word, McKillop spoke decisively. "Sue, buy a ticket to Los Angeles. Immediately. Right now." The coach's voice was firm. "What?" Sue was momentarily perplexed by McKillop's directive. "I've used my connections to enroll you in Kobe Bryant's private training camp, which commences the day after tomorrow. Book your ticket now and depart for Los Angeles tomorrow." McKillop clarified. It dawned upon Sue why McKillop had been so effusive in his praise before the elder. It was to foster a positive impression that would facilitate an introduction to Kobe. However, he was taken aback by McKillop's unexpected arrangement. "Why not Stephen Curry?" Sue inquired, puzzled, as such a valuable opportunity seemed more befitting for Curry, given his extensive experience and contributions to the team. "He'll be in Phoenix, attending Steve Nash's private training camp," McKillop continued. "Hurry and get ready. Remember, Kobe values his time and dislikes procrastinators. Seize this opportunity. Understand the difficulty of securing a spot in Kobe's camp." "I will, Coach," Sue affirmed. On the other end, McKillop continued, "Do your best, young man. If you wish to enter the realm of professional basketball, much of the journey lies ahead for you to traverse independently. Remember these 3 phrases. They will serve you well. Talent is a gift from God. Maintain humility. Reputation is bestowed by others. Cultivate gratitude. Arrogance is self-generated. Exercise caution." With that, McKillop succinctly concluded the conversation and hung up. Seated on his dormitory bed, Sue hurried to his desk, noting down McKillop's words with a pen. He firmly committed the coach's 3 phrases to memory. From that night onward, those words became his guiding principles. Throughout his lengthy and illustrious career, those phrases would inspire, motivate, and awaken him time and again. Leaning back in his gaming chair, he pondered thoughtfully. Professional basketball? The term evoked a sense of unease in Sue. More often than not, it represented a beautiful yet elusive dream. Even today, the gap between his abilities and being chosen remained significant. He simply adored basketball, relishing the faint scent of leather that enveloped him as he cradled the ball while sleeping. For the vast majority of players, upon graduation, they will embark on their own career paths, perhaps becoming engineers, doctors, or teachers. Basketball merely serves as a beautiful intersection in their lives. Only a select few, endowed with extraordinary talent, will be chosen to become stars adored by millions. Each individual's understanding of basketball varies. Some are drawn to the sport due to the allure of the crowd and the dazzling skills reminiscent of a seasoned player like Rose. Others play because their height and wingspan allow them to earn money, while the rigors of training become a significant burden. Yet, there are those who pursue basketball purely out of profound love for the game. Sue belongs to this latter category. Despite being a tenacious individual, the thought of training alongside Kobe induces a certain apprehension. He has heard numerous stories about Kobe, particularly those concerning his demanding nature towards teammates, his expectations bordering on the cruel. Even too much for professional players to endure. Sue is uncertain if he can meet these standards, as the physical disparity between professional and student athletes is considerable. Given Kobe's character, he will not lower his expectations to accommodate collegiate players, adhering instead to the same rigorous standards he applies to professionals. In his eyes, there exists only a distinction between those who love basketball and those who do not. Mayo also requested private training from Kobe, who eventually consented, scheduling the session for 3 o'clock the following day. However, when Sue arrived at the gym at 3 in the afternoon, he found no sign of Kobe, as the 3 o'clock Kobe referred to was, in fact, 3 in the morning. The stories of Kobe's early morning training sessions in Los Angeles have circulated in countless versions, and Sue is unsure which are true and which are mere fabrications. Nonetheless, he is aware that Kobe's private training camp will undoubtedly be a grueling ordeal, and he must mentally prepare himself for the inevitable hardships if he wishes to improve. At that moment, Sue's Nokia phone vibrated with a new message from McKillop, from Kobe Bryant, Staples Center, for 30. In English, this denotes the morning. The new participant was introduced by an old coach, and Kobe has somewhat extended a courtesy. Learning from Mayo's experience last year, Kobe reiterated the time 3 times. Furthermore, for Kobe, 4:30 a.m. represents the greatest concession he can make. After reading the message, Sue marked it as read and began booking his flight, packing his belongings. Just then, a neutral voice from the system chimed in, announcing, "Ding, the check-in location has been refreshed. New check-in location, Staples Center, Los Angeles." Note, the current check-in location is of a higher level than the host level, granting additional rewards. If Sue had any lingering nerves, they were completely replaced by exhilaration upon seeing the system's notification. This revelation clarified why his progress at Davidson College's Belk Gym had been so sluggish. As his skills improved, his personal average rating had begun to surpass the rudimentary level of the Belk Gym, necessitating check-ins at higher-tier facilities for faster advancement. The Staples Center precisely, Ishal Premier Venue. As long as he can check in there, regardless of how much he learns from Kobe, competing at such a level would be akin to a child's play. Ding! A new system task has been released. Kobe's acknowledgement. Gain mentor Kobe's recognition through diligent training. Each completed stage unlocks phase rewards. Completed. 0. Relationship with Kobe. Unknown. Sue now felt no fear regarding training alongside Kobe. Instead, he brimmed with anticipation. Basketball training has never been a joyous endeavor. Regardless of Kobe's perception of him, this journey to Los Angeles is about him recognizing his own worth. As the moonlight shone brightly outside, a slight smile graced Sue's lips. He tore off the page he had just written on and placed it at the bottom of his suitcase, adding a few articles of clothing before tidying up and stepping outside. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what Los Angeles was like at 4 in the morning. Chapter 12. Hello. Los Angeles. The flight from Charlotte to Los Angeles takes just over 2 hours, allowing Sue to disembark by 5 in the morning. However, as soon as he stepped off the plane, he was greeted by a wave of warmth. Observing the street, he noted the young women clad in tank tops and shorts, with palm trees and beaches visible across the road. Sue couldn't help but acknowledge the reality. His long-sleeve sweatshirt was entirely unnecessary. He yearned to hasten his pace back to the hotel. After settling in, he collapsed into bed. Yet, as night fell, Sue was revitalized. Curse this biological clock. The mere thought of imminent training filled him with excitement. This was a premier gym. Practicing there would undoubtedly see his experience soar. Moreover, the prospect of earning additional rewards was enticing. With such thoughts, even the prospect of Kobe's stringent expectations seemed trivial. He simply had to engage with him. To borrow a popular phrase from a decade hence, just do it. Let us go. With these thoughts racing through his mind, sleep eluded him. Finally, at 3 in the morning, unable to rest any longer, he decided to head to the training session. After a quick wash, he made his way to the Staples Center. The gym had already registered his personal information, allowing him unobstructed access to the court. Upon seeing the vast expanse of the empty arena before him, Sue-yi felt elated. Ding! You have arrived at Staples Center. Would you like to check in? The system inquired as expected. Immediately check in. Sue-yi responded eagerly, filled with anticipation for the rewards to come. First-time court entry reward, 20,000 skill points. 1 pair of Kobe sneakers. 1 pair of Kobe sneakers. 3 Vitality Awakening Potions. 1 Epic Skill Package. Sue-yi's mouth fell agape. The rewards were extraordinary, leaving him unsure of which to examine first. 2 pairs of sneakers and an Epic Skill Package. This was remarkable. The skill package appeared as a purple fortune bag, resting on a virtual shelf. Sue-yi could hardly contain his excitement as he clicked to open it. The fortune bag floated in midair, beginning to sway as the nylon string untied itself. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light flashed. When he opened his eyes, the bag had vanished, replaced by a card. Sue-yi began to read the card's description line by line. Permanent Injury Exemption Card. Epic Level Card enhances bone and tendon resilience, significantly reduces the host's injury probability. Sue-yi activated the card. Suddenly, he felt his muscles tighten, followed by an electric-like pain, and then everything came to a standstill. A translucent screen appeared before him, displaying the changes to his attributes. Injury Resistance Level, 45100. Maximum Value Achieved. Permanent Injury Exemption. The term permanent injury exemption here signifies that under the intensity of regular basketball confrontations, injuries are unlikely to occur. Previously, collisions that could jeopardize one's career now merely require a few days of recuperation due to enhanced physical resilience. However, it is essential to note that this exemption applies specifically to typical basketball confrontations, not to any situation. For instance, attempting to leverage this attribute to single-handedly defend against a truck speeding at 160 miles per hour on the highway would likely result in being carried away by the authorities. When a Swona plays and the white cloth is draped, the entire village awaits the feast. Furthermore, while injuries may be exempted, the sensation of pain remains. Thus, if one were to receive a blow from a fierce elbow, although it may not lead to immediate retirement, the lingering discomfort would certainly be felt. Therefore, one must still embody humility in demeanor while exhibiting ambition in action, rather than provoking unnecessary conflict due to this attribute. Nevertheless, this characteristic is more than sufficient for Sue-yi, as he need not worry about the toll of intense training and physical play on his body throughout his career. This is a dream come true for many basketball players. Numerous gifted athletes, despite their explosive physical capabilities, have suffered significant wear and tear due to their aggressive playing styles. Often unnoticed in their youth, once injuries arise, they are frequently severe, turning innate talent into mere regret. After utilizing the permanent injury exemption card, Sue-yi began to contemplate the allocation of his 20,000 skill points. This initial reward of 20,000 points is merely the starting bonus for signing in at the Staples Center, comparable to the attributes acquired after months of signing in at Davidson College's Belk Arena. Thus, it is evident that the experience points offered by the two venues differ substantially. Consequently, this has resulted in a significant enhancement of all Sue-yi's attributes. It is certain that his current capabilities far exceed those of the past. In order to compete in professional leagues, he must address the numerous shortcomings in his attributes. Ultimately, he decided to invest additional points into strength. Strength, 111, speed, 111, defense, 111 ding. Host attributes updated. Name, Sue-yi. Nationality, China. Age, 19 years. Height, 203 centimeters. Weight, 99. 5 kilogram. Current host condition, kidney deficiency. Stamina consumption increased by 65, recoverable through training. Current attribute values, level shooting, 92. Passing, 71, jumping, 60, strength, 75, speed, 72, defense, 77. Overall evaluation, Level 72, Level 50. After exchanging all points, Su-yi experienced subtle transformations within his body, feeling a marked increase in flexibility and strength. Simultaneously, a torrent of basketball knowledge flooded his mind, including techniques for screen defense, triple threat moves, and ball handling skills akin to Sam Gold. Within a brief period, all this information was downloaded into Su-yi's consciousness. Indeed, the prestige of this level of sports venue is evidently different from previous experiences. Su even examined the attributes of 2 pairs of shoes. Purple equipment, battle boots. Equipment attribute bonus, mid-range shooting ability 5, defensive ability 5. Active skill lone hero, at a critical moment. The wearer can gaze intently at teammates, instilling fear and compelling them to pass the ball, thus entering lone hero mode. Lone hero mode ignores external factors affecting mindset, increasing feel by 10. Purple equipment, battle boots. Equipment attribute bonus, mid-range shooting ability 5, defensive ability 5. Active skill, Black Mamba Arena. In the face of provocation or one-on-one challenges, the wearer can choose to ignore or accept. Upon acceptance, Arena mode activates. The wearer instantly enters peak competitive state and recovers 5 stamina. Triggering this grants 5 passing ability. Goodness, truly impressive, Kobe. Su-yi meticulously read through the skill descriptions of the equipment, realizing that these 2 pairs were quite suitable for him as a primary star in a single-core team. If his inherent abilities were lacking, wearing them might inadvertently hinder his teammates. After some contemplation, Su-yi decided to place these 2 pairs of shoes on the virtual space shelf and continued wearing the previously acquired 13 battle boots. Having organized all his equipment, Su-yi glanced at the clock, noting that it was just past 3:15 a.m., with over an hour remaining until his appointment with Kobe. He picked up a basketball to warm up, quietly awaiting the arrival of the legendary player. Chapter 13, Bryant, I challenge you to a duel. Su-yi began training with the basketball, seizing the momentum. The gym was eerily quiet at this early hour, the sound of the bouncing ball echoing prominently. His mind, still processing the influx of basketball knowledge, felt slightly overwhelmed. Shooting, dribbling, layups, he practiced repeatedly, quickly adapting to the newly acquired dribbling techniques and shooting habits. Although he felt exhilarated during the day, fatigue crept in at this hour. Noticing the Vitality Awakening potion on the virtual shelf, he carefully read the description, discovering its ability to alleviate fatigue and muscle soreness. After consuming the potion, Su-yi felt a refreshing wave wash over him, erasing all traces of drowsiness and restoring his focus to its peak state. He pressed on with his practice, impervious to the external environment. Suddenly, the gym doors creaked open, footsteps interrupting Su-yi's rhythm. The court's clock above indicated it was merely 3:30 a.m. Peering towards the entrance, he was astonished to see that man. At this early hour, Kobe Bryant had arrived at the gym. Su-yi hadn't anticipated Kobe would be there so early. Kobe, accustomed to being the first to enter the training facility, was somewhat surprised to find Su-yi already engaged in shooting practice. An awkward silence ensued. Good morning, Bryant. I am Su-yi from Charlotte, he greeted warmly. Su, you must understand that everyone's time is precious. While you're a friend of the old coach, I prefer to train with those who are passionate about basketball. If you cannot demonstrate your enthusiasm and potential in a short time, we need not waste each other's time. I hope you understand my point, Kobe replied, disregarding Su-yi's greeting. At that moment, Su-yi noticed a golden exclamation mark appear above Kobe's head. Ding! New quest released, Kobe's acknowledgement. Complete a one-on-one match with Kobe and earn his recognition of your abilities. A one-on-one duel with Kobe, just based on his own skills? However, the thought of the enticing rewards of the Staples Center made Su-yi suddenly feel invigorated. After all, without this recognition, he could not proceed to unlock future tasks. What awaited him next was a grueling regimen of devilish training, distinctly different from the playful games enjoyed by university students. Are you prepared? Kobe offered Su-yi one last opportunity to withdraw. Su-yi nodded, hesitating to speak. Excellent. Kobe sensed that the situation was becoming intriguing. I hope you can embody my spirit, which I refer to as the Mamba mentality. If you aspire to be a great professional player, you must compel yourself to maintain peak physical condition at all times. While others indulge in elaborate training routines, I persistently hone the fundamentals, ensuring my legs and lungs remain in optimal shape. Kobe continued explaining to Su-yi. Bryant, whose insatiable curiosity and thirst for improvement garnered admiration from many, often spoke at length about his Mamba mentality. "Bryant, I want to challenge you to a one-on-one," Sue managed to articulate after swallowing hard. "What?" Bryant abruptly ceased his teaching, his gaze piercing like a serpent poised to strike. "Bryant, I wish to challenge you to a one-on-one." Sue summoned his courage to repeat his request. "I have stated that if you wish to be a great professional player, you must compel yourself to maintain your best condition, and your current state is inadequate." Kobe's resolute gaze bore into Sue, hoping he would grasp the gravity of his words. "Bring it on, Bryant. Today, I shall defeat you." The clever Sue finally comprehended Kobe's message, his passion ignited, as he shouted his innermost thoughts at Kobe. "Excellent. That's the spirit. However, you are not my equal." Kobe regarded the young man before him as an intriguing individual. A smile briefly gracing his lips, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity. Each day, whether in formal competitions or ordinary training, Kobe challenged players and coaches alike to deliver their utmost, matching his mental fortitude and aspirations. This time, however, it was the young man before him who had issued a challenge, which Kobe found particularly engaging. "Allow me a moment to change my shoes, Bryant." Sue rushed back to the locker room to don his special one-on-one footwear. Following his earlier warm-up, Sue felt a significant enhancement in his skills. And with these shoes, his attributes would improve further. Although the gap between him and Kobe remained substantial, he was certainly stronger than before. Holding the ball on the perimeter, Sue showcased a few dribbling moves beneath his legs. "Forget those flashy tricks," Kobe shouted at Sue. Unperturbed, Sue felt no fear of any opponent. Even if a deity stood before him, he would dare to perform, especially since his ball handling skills had improved significantly. Kobe's defensive stance remained unyielding despite Sue's feints. Seizing an opportunity, Sue faked a prayer gesture, swiftly changing direction. Just as he was about to shift his weight, Kobe Bryant lunged forward like a striking serpent, intercepting the ball with a swift motion. "I told you to forget those foolish tricks. Your offense is riddled with flaws," Kobe exclaimed. "Impossible." Sue was momentarily flustered. Kobe's speed and his acute judgment of intent were unlike anything he had ever encountered. This interception shattered his previous understanding, as his experiences and training had led him to believe that his ball handling was flawless. Was this the chasm between amateur and professional? Kobe began to control the ball. "Your intentions are painfully obvious. Allow me to demonstrate what a clean and decisive offense looks like." Kobe's expression turned icy as he commenced his dribbling. Sue, aware of the Mamba's remarkable speed, relaxed his defense slightly. Kobe lowered his center of gravity, his gaze coldly fixed on Sue as he began to dribble, alternating between his legs. Although it appeared slow, his body and the ball moved as one, leaving Sue unable to predict his next move. The Mamba's lateral movements intensified, growing more pronounced. The moment before he surged forward was akin to the calm before storm. In an instant, the Mamba accelerated, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. Before Sue could react, Kobe seamlessly retrieved the ball. With a jump, a crunch of his core, an explosive leg drive, and a fadeaway jump shot, the sequence flowed effortlessly. Sue fell for the fake on the first step. By the time he attempted to recover, it was too late, and he could only watch as the basketball swished through the net, resorting to a futile display of defense with his eyes. "Relax, young man. Don't injure yourself. My fadeaway jumper is unparalleled in the league," Kobe said with a smirk. "As expected of you, old Kobe." Even after scoring, he never missed an opportunity for banter, reminiscent of the great Larry Bird. Sue was preparing to establish a solid defensive position when his attention was suddenly drawn to his task. Confronting the Mamba had been completed. Ding! Skill points, 3. This meant that as long as he continued to challenge the Mamba, he would soon accomplish the staple center task. Moreover, during this time, he could continually enhance his attributes. This was a high-level task, and the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. However, the only concern now was whether the Mamba would find him unworthy of competition and decide to forego the one-on-one. He glanced at Kobe, observing the expression on his face and noting that Bryant was also appraising him. In fact, Kobe was just as perplexed. His recent breathtaking fadeaway jumper, while perhaps not a masterpiece, was certainly of artistic caliber. An average person witnessing it would undoubtedly erupt in cheers, or at the very least, shake their heads in disbelief at their own limitations. Yet, Sue-yi displayed no signs of shock or fear. Rather, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. What was this? Could it be that this young man harbored some form of Stockholm Syndrome? In the empty arena, at 3 in the morning, this moment was likely the most awkward stare-down in the world. The silence was palpable. The two quickly averted their gazes, and the atmosphere regained its proper tone. Before Kobe could fully process the moment, Sue-yi boldly pressed against him, urging, "Please continue. I do not believe you can defeat me." Sue-yi's mind was solely focused on completing the task. He was determined to seize every moment with Kobe in their one-on-one. If Kobe chose not to continue, all the experience from this task would be lost. To maximize the rewards of this endeavor, not a single drop could be squandered. "Very well, I shall crush you," the Mamba replied, shaking his head, intent on shattering Sue-yi's confidence. "Except for God, no one can bring me down," Sue-yi scoffed, unperturbed. "I'm God," Kobe chuckled. Sue-yi assumed a defensive stance, prepared to contend with Kobe's assault. Swish, swish, boom. Kobe, after all, is a scoring king of the highest caliber, showcasing his signature pull-up jump shots and ferocious dunks that leave spectators in awe. That moment was truly brutal. Kobe, with a hint of arrogance, looked at Sue-yi. After sinking 3 consecutive baskets, Sue-yi's expression remained unchanged as he quietly returned to his defensive position, not uttering a single word. Is this guy a robot? Does he possess even less emotion than I do? Kobe felt a bit perplexed. After all, the task final showdown with the Mamba had reached level 5. What more could Sue-yi say? Clearly, he was just eager to accumulate experience points. Kobe pressed on with his offense, and Sue-yi rose to the challenge. He exerted all his strength to firmly contest Kobe's waist, pivoting and leaning back. Bang! The basketball was mercilessly rejected by the rim. Before he could celebrate, as soon as he dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line, he found Kobe had already entangled him, effectively sealing off his path to the basket. Sue-yi had learned the hard way about Kobe's ability to swoop in for the steal, leaving him feeling a bit apprehensive. As he began to dribble, Kobe suddenly shoved Sue-yi aside, nearly snatching the ball away. Sue-yi's offensive maneuvers before the Mamba seemed rather lackluster. Seeing Kobe closing in, Sue-yi reluctantly leaned back and released a shot from beyond the arc, tossing the basketball haphazardly. Bang! Another miss. The two shared a mutual sigh of disappointment. Ding! Skill points. 2. Skill points. 3. Swish. Swish. Bang! The two continued their relentless training at the Staples Center, the echo of swishing nets reverberating through the gym. Accompanied by the sounds of missed shots, Kobe was clearly the superior player, quickly establishing a lead of 30-9. Sue-yi's 9 points were all garnered from rebounds after Kobe's misses, showcasing that while he was losing, he was also gaining experience at a rapid pace. The task final showdown with the Mamba had reached level 59. Despite being drenched in sweat, the thought of having unlocked more than half of the task invigorated him. Kobe, too, was rare to encounter someone so unwavering in their challenge. He relished one-on-one matchups, yet his teammates often shied away from confronting him. Consequently, whenever he mentioned a one-on-one, the other Lakers would scatter like they were evading an insurance salesman. Yet here stood this young challenger, displaying a defensive tenacity that even rivaled that of professional players, earning Kobe's respect. However, this also ignited Kobe's competitive spirit. Continuing his offensive onslaught, Sue-yi allocated all his skill points to defense in an attempt to contain Kobe. Yet, Mamba's stamina far exceeded his own, and Sue-yi soon found himself outmatched, with his final defensive efforts resembling a sieve. The duel persisted, and the task final showdown with the Mamba was now at level 96. Noticing Sue-yi's fatigue, Kobe felt a sense of respect for the young man's perseverance that evening. "Let's call a night, kid. You're running out of steam. Are you withdrawing to concede defeat?" With just a little more effort, he could complete the task, and Sue-yi intentionally provoked Kobe's ire. "All right, interesting child. Let us see if I can truly break your spirit," Kobe chuckled as he picked up the basketball once more. Ding! Active skill Black Mamba Arena has been activated, fully enhancing the host's competitive state. Sue-yi felt his adrenaline surging as he gathered all his strength. In a flash, Mamba charged. Sue-yi lunged forward to block, standing firmly in Kobe's path. To his surprise, Kobe did not sidestep the impending collision. Instead, he barreled straight into Sue-yi, sending him flying 2 meters away. No untrained college player could withstand such force. Kobe suddenly paused, a wave of concern washing over him as he realized the potential consequences of that impact. He genuinely worried for the young man, as basketball was merely a hobby for him, and injuries were not something he deserved. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Soo-yi, who had just fallen, sprang back up like an unleashed beast, snatching the basketball from Kobe's grasp. Retreating beyond the three-point line, he faced an open hoop, instinctively poised to shoot. Kobe would be back on defense in half a second. There was no time to ponder. Soo-yi lifted the ball for the shot. The gentle art felt so familiar. The basketball swished through the net. He had done it. He had stolen the ball from Kobe and scored right in front of him. Soo-yi's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. Kobe remained silent. They exchanged a wordless glance. Why must it be this way? Kobe sighed softly. I'm sorry, Bryant. I love basketball. It is my faith, Soo-yi replied calmly. Kobe was momentarily taken aback, gazing into the eyes of this young man, filled with fervor. Perhaps he truly did have a deep love for the game. Kobe, who had foregone college to pursue his dreams right after high school, had always aimed to achieve something extraordinary, namely, to surpass Jordan. Now, before him stood Soo-yi, reminiscent of his younger self. Ding! The task final showdown with the Mamba has been completed. Reward: training at the Staples Center with Kobe, training efficiency 300. Chapter 15, learning defense from the Mamba. Alright, I admit I was a bit careless earlier. That was merely an appetizer, and keeping up with Mamba-esque training rhythm is no easy feat. Kobe maintained his aloof demeanor. For someone as stubborn as him to acknowledge a lapse in judgment was a significant concession. Soo-yi nodded, conveying an understanding expression. What would you like to learn? The Mamba is all-encompassing. Kobe offered Soo-yi a choice. Can you teach me your defense? Soo-yi eagerly requested, having been thoroughly thwarted by Kobe's defense. As a shooter, mastering defense would be advantageous, especially for a three-point player. Unfortunately, he felt he was lacking in that regard. Moreover, he was fond of a particular song titled A Kind of Love is Defense. If memory serves, the lyrics convey the essence of protecting what you love, ensuring it doesn't slip away. Kobe, fully comprehending, nodded and said mysteriously, Today, I shall teach you how to defend against screens. This technique is something I rarely share. It was taught to me by Gary Payton. Payton and Kobe, both renowned for their defensive prowess. What a legacy of knowledge. Suis instantly alert. Realizing the importance of this lesson, I refer to this defensive footwork as the puppy steps. You must glide or shuffle like a little dog, never taking big strides. Swift. You must be swift. Imagine you're a sheet of paper slipping through a door. Kobe gazed meaningfully at Soo-yi, displaying a radiant smile. Puppy steps. Like a little dog? Why does such an impressive skill have such a juvenile name? It lacks any sense of grandeur. Even Wolf Cub steps would sound better. Soo-yi stood there, bewildered, questioning whether Mamba was teasing him. Kobe commenced his demonstration, the sound of his footfalls resonating softly against the floor. Though his steps were modest, the rapid little shuffles created a friction that seemed almost magical. He stood tall, his posture somewhat amusing, as he glided across the polished surface. Soo-yi's eyes widened in awe, captivated by the details of Kobe's movements. Come on, let us do it together, Kobe urged, noticing Soo-yi was stationary. In unison, they began to glide across the smooth floor, the surface emitting a satisfying sound as they performed an impromptu duet, their movements synchronized. Kobe kept a watchful eye on Soo-yi, who mirrored his actions, both engaged in an earnest exchange of glances as they practiced. The scene was nothing short of enchanting. Faster, accelerate. Compress your body. Kobe continuously corrected Soo-yi's posture. The principles of Kobe's slow-motion technique seemed to replay in Soo-yi's mind like a film reel. Could this be the secret to enhancing training efficiency by 500%? Soo-yi found himself involuntarily shuffling alongside Kobe on the slick floor. The sensation was indeed remarkably smooth, and he could distinctly feel an improvement in his lateral movement speed. It appeared that he had truly become quicker. Soo-yi was now adept at swiftly adjusting his steps, mastering the art of rapid lateral shifts. Satisfied with Soo-yi's progress, Kobe nodded approvingly, indicating that it was time to advance to the next phase of training. Ding! Dog step technique mastered. Soo-yi realized he had acquired a seemingly impressive technique, yet he pondered its true essence. The practical application would require further exploration in real-game scenarios. Nevertheless, An additional weapon in his arsenal could undoubtedly prove beneficial. Now, could you teach me how to intercept, or rather, how to steal the ball? Su E, fueled by a training bonus of 300, was eager to absorb as many skills as possible, intending to digest and comprehend them in due course. The mamba is a swift striking serpent, adept at discerning the weaknesses of its prey. You must envision your opponent as your quarry, tuning into their essence, Kobe instructed, observing Su Yi's comprehension wane. Although Su Yi possessed enhanced learning efficiency, the philosophical nature of Kobe's words left him somewhat perplexed. But how does one perceive the essence of their prey? Su Yi respectfully inquired. In observing an opponent's offensive habits, you must seek their vulnerabilities. An exceptional defender discerns the next move of their adversary through minute details. Much like a hunting mamba, you must engage your intellect. Kobe's expression grew increasingly enigmatic. It became apparent that Kobe's ability to intercept Su Yi's ball earlier was due to the clarity of his own offensive intentions. Kobe then began to teach Su Yi defensive maneuvers. Position your left hand here. Yes, just like that. Remain vigilant of his movements, and you may attempt to seize his basketball. As Kobe demonstrated with the ball, he deliberately revealed a few openings. With bated breath, Su Yi observed the rhythm of the ball against the ground and the nuances of Kobe's physique. Kobe feigned a weakness, and Su Yi lunged to steal the ball. Clang! He was thwarted by Kobe. Again, Kobe presented an opening, and Su Yi charged forward. Snap! Kobe looked at Su Yi with feigned reproach. My bad. Su Yi fervently apologized, noting the redness on Kobe's right hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! Snap! Kobe rubbed his injured hand, casting a quizzical glance at Su Yi. Swoosh! 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 Snap! Kobe was exasperated. Are you deliberately seeking revenge on me? Su Yi chuckled awkwardly. Each time he made contact with Kobe's hand, he offered fervent apologies. Kobe felt disheartened, wondering if he had inadvertently taught Su Yi the art of precision striking. Following Kobe's guidance, Su Yi practiced diligently, envisioning Kobe as prey, concealing his intentions until the opportune moment. With the assistance of the training efficiency bonus, Su Yi began to feel a rhythm. He masked his desire to strike. And, at the instant Kobe shifted his weight, he emulated the Mamba's swift attack. Swoosh! He successfully intercepted Kobe's ball, feeling a marked enhancement in his stealing ability. Kobe exhaled in relief, thinking, if this kid doesn't learn, my hands will be bruised. Su Yi checked his attributes. Goodness, my defensive value has reached 85/90. To achieve a defensive value of 85, an impressive level, was no small feat, considering that defensive skills require core strength and speed. Even with extraordinary techniques, an ordinary person would struggle against a powerhouse like Shaquille O'Neal. Yet, an 85 rating was indicative of elite defensive prowess. Su Yi's stealing ability had even soared to 90. Chapter 16, I am the God of Defense. This unexpected surge caught Su Yi off guard. Before long, the Los Angeles sky began to brighten. Today's training was quite fruitful. Let us head for some therapy, Kobe suggested, entering the therapy room. Su Yi fällt. To receive such praise from Kobe was nearly the highest accolade. After tidying up, he followed Kobe into the therapy room adjacent to the gym. Inside, Su Yi discovered 2 ice baths for foot soaking. Kobe was already seated in one, simultaneously soaking his feet and reading a book. ISNT therapy, just foot soaking? Why not call foot therapy? Su Yi pondered, bimusit. Relaxation of the ankles is as crucial as training. It helps prevent injuries. Stiff ankles can lead to complications in the knees, hips, back, and beyond, Kobe elucidated. This is my self-invented method of alternating hot and cold therapy. 3 minutes in cold water, followed by 4 minutes in hot water, and repeat. Suddenly enlightened, Su Yi understood why Kobe could play through minor injuries. His recovery techniques were remarkably professional. He dipped his feet into the ice bath. The immediate chill coursed through him, and he felt as if his nerves had gone numb. Surprisingly, it was quite pleasant, and his fatigue dissipated almost entirely. Soon, the therapist switched them to warm baths, and Su Yi felt his calf muscles relax blissfully. This sensation is indeed delightful, Kobe remarked. What do you think? Is this not the ice and fire duality? Su Yi suggested. Kobe found the title slightly off-putting, casting a peculiar glance at Su Yi before continuing. I prefer to call it a song of ice and fire. Kobe resumed perusing his magazine, while He closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Kobe cherished this time for reading during his daily training routine. After spending an hour in the therapy room, breakfast time arrived, and the two made their way to the dining hall. He was exceedingly hungry, so he took some vegetable salad, whole grain toast, chicken breast, and orange juice, and began to eat. Outside, a cacophony ensued, filled with the sounds of engines and footsteps as the Los Angeles Lakers players gradually arrived at the Staples Center. Last night had been particularly distressing. She had rendered him utterly disinterested, akin to a lifeless fish. "My apologies, brother. Forgive me for my inability to empathize." Vujasic and Shannon Brown entered, laughing and chatting. The gentle giant Pau Gasol noticed He and smiled, nodding in his direction. He felt a sense of astonishment at seeing these players up close. They appeared quite ordinary on television, and he even thought that his sister-in-law was a bit soft. However, facing them in person, he realized that their musculature far surpassed that of collegiate players. Gradually, all the Lakers players trickled into the cafeteria for breakfast. Visiting the seaside necessitates sampling fresh delicacies. A tall African-American man sat next to He and handed him a butterfly shrimp. Turning his head, He recognized Lamar Odom. Being a social butterfly, He soon became acquainted with nearly half the Lakers team. Odom regaled He with tales of how alluring the Kardashians were. He, with a knowing look, cautioned Odom, "Be careful, my friend. I worry you may be drained dry in the future." After finishing his meal, He bid farewell to Kobe, as he needed to return to Davidson College for team practice ahead of an upcoming game. His meeting with Kobe was scheduled for the following Monday at dawn. The next morning at KeyArena, He arose early to practice at his school's basketball gym, eager to internalize the skills he had acquired at the Staples Center. However, he had yet to apply these techniques in a real game and was uncertain of their effectiveness. After practicing alone for a while, he began to feel somewhat bored, as there was no one to train with, and Curry was likely just returning from Phoenix. Just as he was feeling glum, a figure appeared in the gym, none other than Andrew Laffordale, the Davidson player who had been thoroughly outplayed by E in their last scrimmage. "Hey, playing alone is dull. Let us have a one-on-one," Laffordale invited. After being bested by E previously, Laffordale felt a strong desire to prove himself. E readily agreed, eager to test his defensive prowess honed at Staples. "Let you take 3 shots first," E suggested. Laffordale dribbled twice, then backed in to overpower E. Yet E felt remarkably unyielding this time. He even sensed that Laffordale wasn't exerting much effort. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Laffordale resorted to a turnaround jumper. To his astonishment, his shot was swatted away as if it were volleyball. Just as he was questioning his existence, E passed the ball back to him. "Keep going. You've never been rejected like this before," he encouraged, thrilled by the unexpected improvement in his defensive skills. Laffordale, regaining his composure, initiated another play, performing 2 crossover steps in preparation for a drive. Having practiced with Kobe, he had become adept at spotting weaknesses, as Kobe would intentionally leave openings for him to exploit. However, now back at KeyArena, facing Laffordale, who was not particularly skilled at ball handling, it felt as though every movement was an opening. Laffordale, oblivious to his vulnerabilities, barreled toward the hoop, but as he exerted force, E seized the moment. With a simple yet swift maneuver, he stripped the ball away from Laffordale. Laffordale stood dumbfounded, questioning his reality. Could it be true? Had he misjudged E.'s abilities? Surely, he couldn't have been this formidable all along. Yet, when he glanced at E, he found him wearing a composed expression, as if such blocks and steals were merely routine for him. Laffordale attempted a final shot, with E constantly adjusting his positioning, his right hand firmly keeping Laffordale at bay, creating an unmistakable sense of defensive pressure. Dribbling the ball became a misstep. As Laffordale made his move, Ye's massive hand shot out, nearly dislodging the ball. Struggling to maintain control, Laffordale noticed that E had completely shut down his path. Faced with this predicament, he was left with no choice but to take a contested shot, his expression visibly awkward. E chuckled, "Now it's my turn to attack. My performance is quite poor today. Let us play another time," Laffordale replied, shaking his head in resignation as he departed. "Indeed, I am destined for greatness," E mused, feeling a surge of joy as he noticed a stocky figure with a shoulder bag standing by the entrance, grinning at him. Curry was back. Chapter 17. System exchange. It turned out that the entire scene of their one-on-one had been witnessed by the elementary school students. Steven, what did Nash teach you in Phoenix? He was somewhat surprised to see Curry. I want to tell you, Sue. You'll find out during the game, Curry replied with a charming smile. Fine, Curry. I don't want to know, He responded. Curry's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. He had thought He would press for more information, which was quite bothersome. And you, Sue, what did you learn in Los Angeles? Curry countered. Kobe taught me some defensive techniques, He replied candidly. That must be really cool, Curry remarked, his eyes filled with envy. Indeed, it is. My defense is now at an elite level. Would you like to experience it? He, still riding the momentum from his performance against Lauderdale, was eager to see how his defense fared against Curry. All right, Sue, let me feel your defense, Curry conceded, picking up the basketball and preparing to attack. As before, he began with a familiar move, but he suddenly surged forward, executing a precise prediction that snatched the ball away from Curry. For a moment, Curry was taken aback. After all, his dribbling was renowned. He hadn't anticipated Sue's sudden speed and intensity in defense, as he had grown accustomed to breezing past Sue as if traversing a wide-open road. However, Curry quickly recovered, scratching his head and saying, I just got off the plane. My rhythm is a bit off. After stealing the ball from Curry, Sue felt both surprised and elated, as he had rarely seen anyone manage to intercept Curry, signifying that his defensive skills had indeed reached a commendable level. After tossing the ball back to Curry, it was evident that he had adjusted his demeanor. This time, Curry was genuinely prepared to engage seriously. Dribbling the ball, he moved his body, while Sue closely guarded him, ensuring he had no opportunity to shoot, constantly monitoring his own lateral movements. Curry discovered that Sue's defense was indeed quite formidable, even more so than the main defenders he faced during matches. Confronted with Sue's earnest defense, Curry exerted all his skills as a guard, employing various feints and changes in rhythm. Sue, in turn, noticed that Curry's dribbling rhythm and speed were significantly superior to those of Luvelt he had encountered earlier. He had to push himself to the limit to barely keep pace with Curry. In this encounter, neither player held back, exchanging blows in a competitive manner. However, it is important to note that even though Curry was still an emerging talent at this stage, he had not yet developed the extensive arsenal of skills that he would later possess. Under Sue's meticulous defense, Curry's shooting percentage hovered around 30%. Although Sue successfully thwarted most of Curry's attempts, the young prodigy still managed to sink some remarkable shots, leaving Sue somewhat helpless. Overall, to restrict Curry to such a degree speaks volumes about Sue's defensive capabilities. Your progress is commendable, Sue. Curry sincerely acknowledged Sue's impressive defense. Well played, Curry. Sue expressed his satisfaction with his own defensive performance. The two exchanged a joyful high five, signaling mutual respect. I need to head back to the dorm to organize my things, Sue. It has been such a joy playing with you. Curry, having just arrived from a flight and engaged in an intense battle with Sue, felt fatigued. Sue raised an eyebrow at Curry. Let's continue this next time. Curry departed with a backpack slung over his shoulder, reminiscent of schoolboy. At that moment, a phantom panel appeared before Sue's eyes. Detected that host attributes have met the minimum requirements for the 3-player template. System upgrade in progress. 1530100. System upgrade complete. It is recommended to allocate points according to the 3-player skill tree. Would you like to immediately check the host attributes? System detection in progress. Host current ability values. Level shooting. 92, passing. 71, jumping. 64, strength. 85, speed. 72, defense. 85, 90, expand for details. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 76, level 57. Why is it only 57? Sue felt a wave of disappointment. Logically, his evaluation should be in the 70s or 80s for a player at the 3-player level. After all, a player with a comprehensive evaluation of 57 would be akin to a mere water cooler filler in a competitive environment. Soon, Sue discovered that the upgraded system allowed him to view the profiles and ratings of players in this season. To his astonishment, aside from Stephen Curry's impressive score of 96, Andrew Luvelt's rating of 71, the rest of his teammates languished below 70, most hovering around the 60 mark. In contrast, the powerhouse schools, such as North Carolina, boasted players like Tyler Hansbrough, Ty Lawson, and Danny Green, all scoring above 85. Clearly, Sue's rating of 76 was far from exceptional. he realized that the system's predictions differed significantly from the ratings in the game he had previously played. In the lower left corner of the system screen, he noticed a section labeled Attribute Exchange Ratio Explanation. Upon opening it, he quickly grasped its meaning. An attribute score of 100 could be exchanged at an equal rate for 100, while a score of 90 could only be exchanged for 81, a score of 80 for 64, and a score of 70 for 49. The numbers dwindled even further for lower scores. It was clear that the disparity in skill levels among student players was vast, with only a select few able to excel. If one were to enter with a score in the 60s or 70s, it would be almost akin to a gift. Players of the caliber of Duncan, Iverson, and O'Neal could seamlessly integrate into higher-level play. Many versatile players, upon arriving, often found their skills diminished, a phenomenon related to attribute exchange. For instance, the once dominant Jimmer Fredette had set numerous records during his time, but struggled to adapt once he arrived. Furthermore, Suyi's current strengths in three-point shooting, strength, and defense would only yield marginal improvements in attributes, while his stamina, vertical leap, and slow movement speed were essentially negligible. It was evident that Suyi's opponents in the same league were generally weaker, allowing Curry to carry Davidson College to victory in the Southern Conference. However, matching up against a powerhouse like North Carolina with an entire roster scoring in the 80s would prove to be a daunting challenge. The system provided a notification, 118 days remaining until system exchange. Please expedite training to develop the template. This was merely the timeline for the final draft. The highly anticipated March Madness would arrive even sooner. The most pressing issue was that Suyi noted that advancing attributes from 85 and above typically required substantial skill points. Currently, the KeyArena was a low-level setting for him, making it nearly impossible to gain sufficient skill points through training in a short period. Another notification appeared on the system screen, detailing the benefits available at various courts. 1. KeyArena shooting training grants a 30 experience bonus, providing nutritional supplements and comic books. 2. Staples Center offers 500 defensive training focus. Other courts are locked and can be unlocked through random events and court tasks. This meant that Suyi could currently only train shooting and defense, while defense training at Staples was also limited by strength caps. Moreover, he had already claimed initial rewards from both venues, necessitating the unlocking of additional courts. With no time to spare, Suyi focused on the immediate challenge, tomorrow's match against Arizona State University. He immersed himself in training. Chapter 18, against Arizona State University Match Day. The venue for today's game was the KeyArena at Davidson College, where the atmosphere during home games was nothing short of electrifying. During the final training session yesterday, Coach McKillop had distributed tactical manuals and appropriately arranged strategies for everyone. The Wildcats had returned to the final stage after a 50-year hiatus, ultimately reaching the top 8. However, with the graduation of key players like Thomas Sanders and Jason Richards, the team's strength had diminished, making today's game crucial for their chances of entering the coveted March Madness. Wearing a baseball cap and headphones, Suyi walked towards the gym, exuding an air of nonchalance amidst the tense atmosphere. He was greeted by countless notes and shout-outs from enthusiastic fans, with 2 particularly striking girls inviting him to dinner after the game. Suyi hummed a tune as he navigated through the crowd, entirely unfazed by the attention, having grown accustomed to such scenes. After all, he was a man focused on playing the game. Distractions could lead one astray. The players from Arizona State University were already warming up in the arena. In addition to the well-known star James Harden, their inside player Jeff Isles was also a formidable weapon. The power forward boasts a remarkably robust physique, adept not only at firmly securing rebounds, but also possessing a commendable mid-range shooting ability. However, his limitation lies in his relatively short wingspan, which imposes certain constraints on his defensive capabilities. As for their center, Eric Boateng, an Englishman of African descent, he transitioned from Duke University to Arizona State University 2 years ago. Although his scoring repertoire is rather limited, he has seamlessly integrated into the Phoenix Devils system, frequently setting screens for Harden and creating space for him. Both players serve as invaluable allies to Harden, which is a crucial factor in the Phoenix Devils' ability to triumph over their hometown rivals, the University of Arizona, this year. After a brief respite, the Wildcats emerge from the player tunnel, igniting the arena into a fervor of applause, akin to a tidal wave of cheers. The anticipation for the Wildcats' pivotal match against Arizona State University had been building for 2 weeks, making it a highly awaited event. Posters plastered everywhere and flyers distributed widely. The Wildcats players are revered as heroes throughout the school, with everyone hoping for victory on their home court and a return to the finals. As the players entered the arena, the cheers intensified. A sharp whistle pierced through the clamor of the venue. Davidson College Wildcats, Stephen Curry, Gosselin, Sue E., Andrew Loughdale, Ben Allison. Arizona State University Phoenix Devils, Jamal McMillan, James Harden, Clayton Woods, Jeff Ailes, Eric Boateng. Ben Allison secured the first jump ball for the Wildcats, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The strategy for the Phoenix Devils today is for point guard Jamal McMillan to limit Curry, while the others maintain a solid zone defense in the paint. According to Sue Yee's system prompt, Arizona State's interior player Jeff Ailes boasts an impressive rating of 86, while Eric Boateng has a respectable 71. Both in height and skill, they possess a significant advantage over Davidson College's interior players. Curry initiated the offense with the ball, and immediately McMillan applied pressure. Confronted by a defender shorter than himself, Curry confidently rose to shoot over the defense, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Andrew Loughdale attempted to establish position against the opposing power forward, Jeff Ailes, but ultimately fell short. The towering Ailes seized the rebound. Despite the lively atmosphere in the arena, Sue felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the intensity of this match diverged significantly from his previous games within his own division. The opposing interior players exhibited formidable rebounding prowess, and if he could not quickly improve his shooting accuracy, securing offensive rebounds could prove challenging following missed shots. The Phoenix Devils commenced their offensive strategy. Wildcats shooting guard Gosselin found himself in a one-on-one against Harden. With the ball, Harden performed a couple of fakes before the Devils center. Eric Boateng set a screen for him, effectively opening space. Harden capitalized on the screen and launched a shot from beyond the arc. The inexperienced Gosselin, noticing Harden was left open, leapt to intervene. However, Harden feigned, waiting for Gosselin to leap before he took a shot. Gosselin fouled Harden in midair, yet the ball still swished through the net. The three-pointer counted, along with a free throw. The initial setback slightly dulled the roar of the Belk Arena. Harden calmly converted the free throw, bringing the score to 4-0. The tension for the Phoenix Devils dissipated, as they realized they had identified the key to stifling the Wildcats, applying relentless pressure on Curry. Should the ball be passed into the paint, they felt confident in their defensive capabilities. As Curry received the ball, he indeed faced a double team. Sue maintained his position in the paint, while small forward Clayton Woods approached. Suddenly, Sue made a sharp cut in the opposite direction, and at the moment he created space, Curry delivered a precise pass through the narrow gap. It was an exceptionally accurate and swift pass, arriving almost concurrently with Sue Yee's movement. Clayton Woods, raising his hands in an attempt to impede Sue Yee's drive, was met with an unexpected jump shot from the free throw line. Swish! The ball effortlessly found its mark. Curry flashed a charming smile at Sue E, as if to say, "This is what I learned in Phoenix." With aspirations of transitioning to a point guard role, Curry knew he needed to refine his court vision and facilitate scoring opportunities for his teammates. Sue E and Curry exchanged high fives in celebration, reviving the lively atmosphere in the Belk Arena. The Phoenix Devils orchestrated their offense, continuously seeking opportunities to set screens for James Harden. Yet, Sue E noticed that the 3-inch shorter Clayton Woods was blocking his position. "Watch how I dominate you today, you yellow-skinned monkey," Woods snickered, still irked after Sue E had easily scored over him moments earlier. "Who spoke? It's too dark in front of me. I can't see," Sue E retorted, his confidence bolstered by the system's indication of Woods' low rating of 62 and his observation that the defender posed little threat. "Discrimination. This is racial prejudice. I'm going to obliterate you." Woods seemed on the verge of tears, his insecurities apparent. Sue E merely shook his head with a cold smile. Woods insisted on positioning himself to take on Sue E. Chapter 19. Teach him a lesson. Woods established his position, and Sue E engaged with him. Observing two players grappling without the ball, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The Belk Arena erupted with deafening cheers and whistles, as this was the spectacle the crowd adored. Harden had originally found a chance to attack himself, but in such an electrifying atmosphere, denying Woods the opportunity would diminish their momentum. Thus, he passed the ball to Woods. Receiving the ball, Woods attempted to back Sue E down, smirking, "Little monkey, today you'll witness real competition." However, He soon realized that Su Yi's seemingly unassuming physique belied an impressive stability. Woods backed down twice, only to feel as though he had collided with a brick wall. Is that all you've got? Su Yi held his ground firmly, possessing a strength rating of 85. He struggled to comprehend why Woods insisted on challenging him. As Woods pondered his life choices, he exerted all his force to back Su Yi down, yet Su Yi remained immovable. Woods's expression became comically absurd, prompting uproarious laughter from the crowd, who viewed him as a jester. The arena filled with boos, as Woods's earlier bravado had deflated under the pressure. Observing that his teammates were also marked, he had no choice but to attempt a forced turnaround jump shot. As he spun to shoot, Su Yi sprang into action, his body bending like a bow. Smack! A powerful volleyball-style block ensued. Then, a terrifying roar erupted, akin to a wrathful deity. Clayton Woods could not bear to meet Su Yi's gaze, wishing desperately to vanish into the earth. The spectacle had indeed come to life. The audience's whistles and cheers reverberated, disrupting the rhythm of the Arizona State Sun Devils. As the Wildcats initiated their offense, Curry orchestrated the play. Predictably, two defenders converged on Curry, convinced that even if others were left unmarked, allowing Curry to have space was far too perilous. Now, it was just Clayton Woods left to single-handedly guard Su Yi. Despite having already lost the psychological battle, this insecure individual still braced himself against Su Yi, attempting to reclaim some dignity. Now it's my turn, mate. Your time is up. Su Yi's gaze was as cold as ice. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the gentle and affable nature of traditional Easterners. Provoking him would spark a fury that he would repay manifold. You were merely fortunate, yellow-skinned monkey. Clayton Woods felt a pang of anxiety, but resolutely maintained his defense, determined to thwart Su Yi and redeem himself. Su Yi merely smiled and shook his head, believing that not everyone warranted a verbal response. For those beneath him, it sufficed to demonstrate his superiority through sheer skill. Even a single word would diminish his worth. The audience had already sensed the tension between the two, with cheers reaching a crescendo as everyone anticipated the spectacle of Su Yi toying with this pitiable jester. Curry cast a knowing glance at Su Yi, then deftly delivered the ball into his hands. Su Yi signaled for everyone to clear out, intent on teaching this arrogant and rude fellow a lesson. Ben Allison and Lou Verdell of the Wildcats exchanged knowing smiles and stepped aside, fully aware that this audacious contender sought to challenge Su Yi one-on-one, a path leading to his own downfall. The overwhelming energy of the crowd bolstered the Wildcats' morale. The Sun Devils, wary of Stephen Curry's prowess, had no one available to assist Clayton Woods in his defense. Isolated and unsupported, Clayton Woods found himself face to face with Su Yi. Upon receiving the ball, Su Yi executed a swift feint, causing Clayton Woods' defensive stance to falter, nearly sending him sprawling. Laughter and whistles mingled in the air. Many believed Clayton Woods would be better suited as a comedian. Frustrated and embarrassed, Clayton Woods resolved to reclaim his honor. Yet to Su Yi, his defense was nothing short of comical. Before Clayton Woods could steady himself, Su Yi chuckled derisively and beckoned him over with a confident gesture, clearly a taunt. Su Yi, intentionally placing the ball in front of him, as if inviting Clayton Woods to seize it, showcased his superiority. An outsider might enjoy the spectacle, but those in the know understood Clayton Woods' true skill level. He was no longer intimidated. Clayton Woods glared with bloodshot eyes, fury rising as he attempted to mock Su Yi, but before he could deliver his insult, his temper was on the verge of exploding. He lunged for the basketball, swinging his arm to knock it away, but Su Yi effortlessly shifted his weight and glided past the cumbersome defender, scoring with ease. Clayton Woods, both furious and embarrassed, could only scratch his head, awaiting the chorus of boos from the crowd. This moment not only humiliated him, but left the entire team's coach feeling equally mortified. To find themselves in such a passive atmosphere on foreign ground was a significant blow to the entire team. Fortunately, when it was the Sun Devils' turn to attack, Harden faced off against shooting guard Gutherland and, after a rapid change of pace, forcefully drove against center Ben Allison to score, barely stabilizing the situation. As the Wildcats took possession again, Su Yi, having initially aimed to win the game, had lost interest in Clayton Woods, only to find him still pestering him, even attempting some petty tricks to gain an advantage. If you desire battle, then battle you shall have. Su Yi swiftly positioned himself against Clayton Woods, applying relentless pressure. In the face of such overwhelming force, Clayton Wood's futile antics paled in comparison. He felt the immense impact as Sue struck him twice, leaving him reeling. Just as he prepared to push back with all his might, Sue executed a graceful spin, performing a stunning Asian dance move that left Clayton Woods off balance. Faced with an open layup, Clayton Woods could only resort to tugging at Sue's jersey. It was a futile effort, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Sue emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. He then clenched his fist, glaring at Clayton Woods with the ferocity of a battle-hardened steed, instilling fear in all. Clayton Woods had stretched Sue's jersey long, and the entire arena witnessed it clearly. The referee decisively pointed to the free throw line, confirming the basket and awarding an additional free throw. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause for Sue, while boos rained down upon Clayton Woods. Everyone was eager to see what this jester would attempt next. Clayton Woods, intimidated by the beastly presence of Sue, expected ridicule, but was met only with a cold smile as Sue remarked, "If you admire my jersey, you can purchase one at Davidson College after the game, rather than hastily trying to tear it off now." Sue dismissed him entirely, considering him inconsequential, and proceeded calmly to the free throw line. As Sue approached the line, the arena fell silent. He confidently sank the free throw, a testament to his shooting prowess. When it was the Sun Devils' turn to control the ball, the din of the crowd resumed. One could not deny the fervor of the fans at the Burke Arena. The players on the court were akin to campus heroes, their gigantic posters held aloft. The surging energy proved burdensome for the Sun Devils. Each time Clayton Woods possessed the ball, jeers and whistles echoed throughout the venue. Under the relentless pressure of Sue's long reach, Clayton Woods found himself unable to move, his clumsy dribbling leaving him vulnerable to a steal at any moment. Having endured 2 humiliating encounters, he no longer felt invincible. Spotting the power forward Jeff Ailes in position, he attempted to pass the ball. Before Ailes could react, Curry swooped in from behind, intercepting the ball midair. Known as the team's Steel King, Curry had long since deciphered their intentions. As soon as Curry made contact with the ball, Sue sprinted towards the front court. Clayton Woods, begrudgingly aware of his blunder, retreated to defend against Sue. Curry executed a long pass that soared to the front court. Sue caught the basketball with ease, once again facing off against Clayton Woods, instantly feeling a surge of confidence. As Sue once again found himself with the opportunity to face off against Clayton Woods, the spectators in the arena were filled with excitement. However, in the thunderous atmosphere of Belk Arena, Clayton Woods seemed to have lost his momentum, feeling somewhat intimidated by Sue. He stationed himself beneath the basket, focusing intently, waiting for Sue to make his move for a layup so he could attempt a block. Observing Woods' flustered yet feigned composure, Sue chuckled and shook his head before accelerating towards the paint. Woods, eyes wide with concentration, was unsure whether Sue would go left, right, or opt for a shot. Just as Woods closed in, Sue deftly delivered the ball with his left hand to Woods' chest. For a brief moment, Woods was taken aback, extending his large hand to swat the ball away. However, Sue swiftly retrieved the ball, effortlessly executing a reverse layup. It was almost a mockery of a professional to an amateur, eliciting a burst of laughter akin to the sound of a barbell crashing in the arena. Sue immediately retreated nonchalantly to the event. The strategic focus of the Sun Devils prior to the game revolved entirely around Curry. But the unexpected emergence of Sue had completely disrupted their rhythm. They had scarcely paid attention to Sue's capabilities in previous matches. After a flurry of chaotic plays, they were left with no choice but to call a timeout amidst a roaring crowd. With 5 minutes remaining in the first half, the score stood at 21-11, of which 9 points were solely attributed to Harden's individual prowess. Upon returning to the court, the Sun Devils reorganized their strategy, placing significant emphasis on Sue, while Clayton Woods was substituted off the court. The current lineup was as follows: Wildcats, Stephen Curry, Alan Bond, Sue, Andrew Loughdale. Ben Allison, Sun Devils, Jamal McMillan, James Harden, Tyler Rhodes, Jeff Ayers, Eric Boateng. With a sharp whistle, the game resumed. The newly substituted small forward, Tyler Rhodes, had no scoring duties but was tasked with relentlessly shadowing Sue on defense. As Sue attempted to assert his offensive prowess against Rhodes, he soon found that the power forward, Jeff Ayers, had also come to assist, making it impossible for him to execute his usual plays with ease. After all, the Sun Devils head coach, Herberson Dyke, had devised a strategy to stifle Sue E., believing that this was the only way to quell the fervor of KeyArena. Casting a sidelong glance, Sue E. noticed Curry stationed beyond the three-point line and swiftly passed him the ball. Curry, in perfect rhythm, received the ball just a step away from the arc and launched a shot that swished effortlessly through the net. The elementary school students in attendance cheered as he finally found space for a comfortable three-pointer, his first of the game. Curry and Sue E. collided in midair, celebrating their success. Upon returning to defense, Harden took possession and faced off against the Wildcats' shooting guard, Alan Bond, on the perimeter. Harden executed a flurry of crossovers, compelling Bond to concede a step to prevent a drive. Before Bond could prepare his defense, Harden decisively stepped back for a three-pointer, which sailed through the hoop without a defender in sight. As the leader of the Sun Devils, Harden rallied his teammates with a powerful clap, revitalizing their spirits. Sue E. began to sense a decline in his stamina. As Curry initiated an offensive play, Jamal McMillan, the Sun Devils' point guard, aggressively closed in. Their strategy was straightforward: allow the drive but contest the shot, knowing their interior had a height advantage for rebounds and defensive support. However, allowing Curry an open shot was tantamount to gifting points. After a change of direction, Curry utilized his speed to outmaneuver McMillan, launching a difficult floater just before the help defense arrived. The ball wobbled but found its way through the net. It was pure individual talent that enabled Curry to score that basket. At this moment, Sue E. acutely felt his energy waning, making it increasingly challenging to contend with the newly substituted Rhodes, who was tenaciously guarding him. Harden, meanwhile, faced the Wildcats' two shooting guards with a mix of drives, shots, and drawing fouls. He had yet to miss a shot, going 4 for 4, his rhythm peaking. On the Wildcats' side, Curry and Sue E. began to establish a collaborative synergy. The cheers in KeyArena reached a crescendo as the score oscillated, both teams regaining their touch and rhythm. With just 2 minutes left in the first half, the Wildcats led the Sun Devils by 9 points, 38-29. Coach McKillop opted to substitute Sue E. for a brief respite before the second half. As play resumed, Curry initiated another offensive play. However, the moment he received the ball, Harden and Bond aggressively pressured him. Unable to find a shot opportunity, Curry passed to Andrew Loughdale in the post. Back-to-the-basket plays were not Loughdale's forte. He struggled against airs, resulting in a forced, off-balance shot that clanged off the rim. After securing the rebound, Harden dribbled up the court, directing his teammates to assume their positions. Ayers moved up to set a screen, and Harden seized the moment, effortlessly bypassing Bond. As Loughdale stepped in to help, Harden muscled through Loughdale for an easy layup. Harden's robust physique proved formidable even against the Wildcats' front line. Faced with the scorching hot Harden, the Wildcats were rendered helpless, prompting Curry to request a switch to guard Harden himself. Though Curry's primary role was offensive, the struggles of the other two-point guards against Harden compelled him to take on the defensive challenge. Curry closely shadowed Harden, both players exhibiting formidable tenacity. Suddenly, Harden drove into the lane, with Curry determinately following suit. The Sun Devils' power forward, Ayers, circled around, obstructing Curry's path. Finding space, Harden executed a mid-range jumper that found its mark. As Curry took possession, the Sun Devils mounted pressure from the backcourt to sap his energy. Upon reaching the frontcourt, he faced a double team. Curry orchestrated the positioning of his teammates as the ball was rapidly passed among them, but they could only maneuver around the perimeter, unable to penetrate the interior. The Sun Devils' front line boasted a height advantage over the Wildcats. Additionally, Loughdale and Allison were primarily blue-collar players lacking in post-up capabilities. In a critical moment, after a series of ineffective passes, they struggled to find a good shot, nearly committing several turnovers. Ultimately, it relied on Curry's tenacious shooting or drives to generate scoring opportunities. During this stretch, every basket Curry made was a testament to his individual skill. As the score continued to rise, meanwhile, for the Sun Devils, Harden and Ayers executed a seamless inside-out game, their pick-and-roll synergy as cohesive as glue. Jeff Ayles is a spatially adept interior player with remarkable mid-range shooting precision. His performance this year has been commendable, and he is projected to be selected in the middle of the first round to the early second round of the draft. Every time Curry attempts to defend, he finds himself obstructed by this formidable power forward. Once Curry manages to keep pace with Harden, the latter swiftly returns the ball to Jeff Ayles. The Wildcats' Lovedale find himself unable to defend, making Ailes' mid-range shot a challenging point to counter. The Suns Devils are gradually discovering their rhythm. After Su's exit, the Wildcats relied on Curry's individual prowess to maintain an 8-point lead. However, during the next offensive play, Curry, faced with Ailes' defense, forced a 3-point shot from beyond the arc, which missed. It was then the Suns Devils' turn to attack. Harden suddenly surged, driving through and drawing a foul from Curry, with the basketball tumbling fortuitously into the net. 2 points validated, plus an additional free throw. Harden stepped up to the free throw line once more. Unexpectedly, the usually on-fire Harden missed his free throw. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. The Suns Devils power forward, Jeff Ailes, seized the opportunity, overpowering Ben Allison and executing a powerful dunk. This sudden turn of events silenced the Belk Arena. The Suns Devils scored 4 points from that offensive play. As halftime approached, the Wildcats still held a lead, but the margin had dwindled to just 4 points. A more pressing concern was the inability to contain Harden's shooting touch. His synergy with Jeff Ailes appeared flawless. During the halftime break, student fans began to express their apprehensions. None dared to contemplate the consequences of a defeat in this match that would render their chances of advancing to March Madness merely theoretical. Time was running short for the Wildcats. The second half commenced. The players re-entered the court, and the arena erupted with enthusiastic cheers. The current lineup was as follows: Wildcats, Stephen Curry, Gosselin, Nelms, Andrew Lovedale, Ben Allison. Suns Devils, Jamal McMillan, James Harden, Clay Dunwoody. Jeff Ailes, Eric Boateng. The audience felt a tinge of disappointment at Su's absence from the court. He had been in excellent form during the first half, only to be substituted. Now, Curry found himself heavily targeted, facing double teams even while crossing half-court. The fans believed Su was a robust player capable of enduring the full 20 minutes, leaving them puzzled as to why McKillop did not utilize him. A sparse chorus of doubts arose in the stands. However, soon everyone quieted down to watch the game, for this team had earned their trust countless times. In critical moments, the players always found a way. Davidson College's Wildcats were a miraculous team, having staged numerous comebacks. This minor turbulence at home was hardly significant. Curry, Su.E. Lovedale. Fans waved oversized posters of the players. In the photos, Su.E. stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of dominance, his expression akin to someone owed $200. The poster of Curry depicted him hunched between Andrew Lovedale and Ben Allison, his 1.9-meter stature somehow evoking a 1.6-meter impression, yet looking all the more endearing. Amidst the roaring cheers of the fans, the Wildcats initiated their offense. Curry kicked off the second half by powering through Harden for a 2-point score, easing the tension among the fans with a 6-point lead. Curry's jump shot found its mark, and Harden responded with a 3-pointer. Both teams exchanged relentless blows. In the first half, Curry and Harden had conserved their energy, but now was the moment to unveil their full potential. The two stars unleashed their prowess, showcasing every trick in their arsenal. The score fluctuated rhythmically. The spectators anxiously wondered why the exceptionally performing Su.E. remained on the bench. Su prepared to enter, warming up. Noticing the dwindling time, McKillop felt it was the right moment and nudged Su.E. However, just as the score maintained a 6-point gap, Curry attempted a contested 3-pointer that missed. Harden capitalized on the screen set by Jeff Ailes, effortlessly sinking a 3-pointer. The timeout whistle blew. Su.E. had completed his warm-up, and McKillop gathered the team for a brief tactical discussion. Due to the short timeout, they stood, and the game resumed swiftly. Su, contain number 13, and be ready on defense. Do you have confidence? McKillop's gaze was earnest. Su.E. firmly nodded. He had not idled during his time on the bench, meticulously observing the Suns Devils' offensive patterns and strategies. McKillop, as head coach, understood how challenging it was to limit Harden's current form. Yet after seeing Su.E.'s resolute expression, he chose to trust him. He refrained from elaborating excessively on tactics, recognizing that some situations required players to adapt based on their understanding. The sharp whistle pierced the air as both teams returned to the court. With 5:47 remaining, the score stood at Wildcats 58, Suns Devils 55. Su.E. fixed his gaze on Harden. Confident as ever, Harden demanded the ball, feeling invincible in this moment. The two engaged in a fierce contest. The climactic battle was about to unfold. Chapter 22. The moment of reckoning. Harden, having scored repeatedly today, was now in a fervent state. At this critical juncture, the Suns Devils relied solely on him, making him difficult to restrain. With only a 3-point margin, if he scored, the Wildcats' advantage and momentum would evaporate. Harden positioned himself against Sue, demanding the ball, dismissing any opponent in his path, for he had yet to encounter anyone capable of containing him. Yet Sue, like an eel, clung to Harden, his long arms preventing the basketball from being passed. Harden, undeterred, attempted his customary lateral movements to receive the ball and score with his signature style. However, Sue remained steadfast, not conceding an inch. It was unfathomable. His defensive footwork was precise, quick, and intricate, entwining around Harden, obstructing any pass. A friction arose between them. In front of the smooth-skinned Harden, who was not yet the bearded figure he would later become, but a youthful, charismatic player, the friction persisted. Harden scrutinized Sue, noting his unwavering gaze and confidence in his defense. Moreover, Sue's footwork possessed an unusual quality that was hard to articulate. It appeared peculiar, yet effective, successfully thwarting Harden's attempts to receive the ball. Where had he learned such secretive techniques? Consistently, the Suns Devils power forward, Jeff Ayles, executed their customary pick and roll. Ayles positioned himself firmly before Sue, and Harden swiftly maneuvered around him, delivering a well-timed pass. Everything unfolded as planned. Then, smack, in the blink of an eye, a yellow shadow flashed by as Sue unexpectedly made a defensive move, intercepting the basketball. Before Harden and Jeff Ayres could grasp the unfolding situation, Sue had already delivered a long pass, allowing Curry to effortlessly score 2 points on a fast break. Harden and Jeff Ayres stood in bewilderment, astonished at how this young lad had slipped past the imposing figure of Jeff Ayres like a slippery eel. In such a narrow space, his maneuver was indeed seamless. Sue, observing their astonished expressions, offered a calm smile, thinking to himself, the legendary puppy stride, merely a standard operation, with the score difference reduced to 5 points. The dynamics shifted considerably. It was a far cry from a 3-point lead, as the Suns Devils could no longer hope to equalize within a single possession. The tension in the Belk Arena eased slightly, and the crowd erupted in a wave of cheers. Amidst the invigorating chants, Curry initiated the offense. The players of the Suns Devils adhered to their coach's strategy, guarding the perimeter like wooden posts. Sue received the ball from Curry beyond the 3-point line, with Lovedale stepping out to set a screen. As Jeff Ayres attempted to close in on Sue, he was momentarily obstructed by Lovedale. With space opening up, Sue grinned knowingly and took a shot from beyond the arc. Harden rushed to provide support, but it was too late. He could only gesture futilely as he watched the ball soar. After tracing a beautiful arc, the basketball swished through the net, increasing the lead to 8 points with only 4.5 minutes remaining. The arena resonated with sounds of premature celebration, as the melody of anticipation filled the air. As long as they could endure these final 4.5 minutes, they would be one step closer to the finals this year. The Suns Devils continued their offensive, but Curry and the rejuvenated Sue pressed forward relentlessly. Aware of the dwindling time, Harden engaged Curry directly, both players competing fiercely. These two lottery draft favorites dashed across the court like miniature motorcycles. Despite the intense physicality, Harden chose not to pass, instead driving the ball forward with determination. At this juncture, Jeff Ayres had positioned himself at the baseline, attempting to receive the ball with outstretched arms. Thud, thud, thud. Although Jeff Ayres was a robust interior player, Lovedale proved to be equally formidable, his shorter stature compensated by an unwavering base. Their muscles collided fiercely in a clash of strength. Yet Jeff Ayres summoned all his might to advance. Lovedale absorbed the frontal assault, while Jeff Ayres skillfully executed a footwork shift, slipping past the baseline. Lovedale was momentarily deceived by the pivot. Perhaps this exemplified the balance of strength and finesse. Spotting the open hoop, Jeff Ayres lifted the ball for a mid-range shot. Just as he prepared to celebrate his successful maneuver past Lovedale, a pair of long arms swooped in. Wham! The timely Sue delivered a resounding block. Clean and decisive, even before the ball had fully left Jeff Ayres' hands. His extraordinary lateral agility, keen defensive instincts, and unparalleled coverage had surpassed Jeff Ayres' understanding as a student-athlete. Stunned, Jeff Ayres found himself at a loss. This player was truly omnipresent. The impressive block shattered the Suns Devils' final momentum. The Belk Arena erupted with the excited screams of adoring fans, oblivious to the feelings of their boyfriends beside them. Yet, Sue wore an expression of indifference. Accustomed to such fervor, his demeanor unchanged. Just women. The Wildcats thrived on fast breaks, and as they approached the front court, a few straightforward plays ensued. Sue's peripheral vision caught Curry breaking free beyond the arc. A swift pass found Curry, who executed a seamless shot. Before Harden could react, the ball was already on its way. The three-pointer swished through the net. Sue beamed at Curry with a paternal smile, while Curry playfully winked back. However, the arena was suddenly filled with the gasps and cheers of infatuated fans. They were merely acknowledging each other's prowess. Sue sensed an oddly peculiar enthusiasm from the women in attendance, as if they were about to lift the roof off the arena. In truth, it was a result of their prolonged training, which had sparked undeniable chemistry. Sue consistently observed Curry's movements, delivering the ball at precisely the right moment. As time ticked away, it was the Suns' Devils' turn to attack. Sue intensely guarded Harden, resembling a catfish devoid of aspirations. The Suns' Devils' interior players advanced to set screens. Yet Sue effortlessly countered their strategies. After all, the Suns' Devils had never encountered such a tenacious off-ball defender as an amateur collegiate team. Their attempts to devise countermeasures were rather lackluster. Harden, brimming with energy, aimed to isolate Sue, but he found it impossible to receive the ball in an advantageous position. As time dwindled, Harden received the ball and bravely attempted a contested shot over Sue, only to be met with a resounding clang. The rim had chosen to deny him. Chapter 23, March Madness, here we come. With Harden's three-point attempt clanging off the rim, Lovedale secured the defensive rebound against Jeff Ayers. The roar of the Belk Arena resembled a tidal wave, heralding a premature celebration of victory. With 3 minutes and 37 seconds left in the game, the current score stood at 77-67. Given the 35-second shot clock, a 10-point deficit was daunting to overcome. Curry began to control the tempo, with Harden pressing him. After several passes, Sue received the ball at the high post, firmly holding on to it as he began to manage the clock. As the cheers intensified, Sue's grip on the ball relaxed, completely at ease. Sue even showcased his dribbling skills, executing behind-the-back moves beyond the three-point line. As Jeff Ayers stepped up to defend him, with the shot clock dwindling, Sue performed a series of flashy feints, culminating in a clean behind-the-back pull-up, launching a shot from beyond the arc. As the ball left his hands, Sue felt an all-too-familiar premonition. He did not even glance back, but instead retreated to defend. The basketball, true to his instincts, swished through the net. The Suns' Devils, already dispirited, found their desire for victory waning upon witnessing Sue's confident celestial shot. With 3:07 remaining in the second half, the score read 80-67. The exhilarating jazz ensemble began to play, enveloping the arena as the crowd awaited the final whistle. The cheerleaders performed vibrant dance routines on the sidelines, capturing more attention than the players of the Suns' Devils. Harden quickly organized the offense, unwilling to accept a substantial defeat on enemy territory. A resounding loss in his marquee matchup against Curry would undoubtedly elevate Stephen Curry's draft stock while diminishing his own. However, the sound of plastic cheering sticks being crushed underfoot reverberated throughout the arena. A cacophony of peculiar noises amalgamated, significantly disrupting Harden's rhythm. Just as he was about to attempt a step-back three-pointer, Sue surged forward unexpectedly, blocking Harden's passing lane. This sudden interference was a rarity for Harden, who often executed his moves unimpeded. As a result, Sue darted in like a shadowy figure, causing Harden to hesitate amidst the strange atmosphere. And his shot clanked off the rim yet again. This was Davidson College's Wildcats' final regular season battle, a moment of anticipated victory enveloped in a symphony of cheers. Amidst the almost feverish ambience, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline sat calmly in the front row, diligently documenting the unfolding events. Stephen Curry, exceptional shooting, ball control, and solid technique, proficient in off-ball movement, a dual-threat guard with high basketball IQ. Weaknesses include limited finishing ability at the rim and average athleticism. He aligns well with my team's fast-paced style. Overall, he presents a promising option as a backup guard, potentially even a candidate for succession. James Harden, remarkable physical attributes and strength, with notable penetration ability. However, He is prone to turnovers and lacks proficiency in mid-range shooting. His prototype resembles the crafty Manu Ginobili. Sue E., the number 15 player for Davidson's Wildcats, a small forward or power forward. He boasts excellent shooting skills and exudes confidence, particularly in clutch moments. His passionate playstyle earns him the title of Court Eagle. However, his offensive choices can be questionable at times, and due to limited playing time, his athletic potential remains underexposed. Overall, he should be a solid choice, at least as a second-round pick. Following this, the middle-aged man closed his laptop, organized his documents, and departed from KeyArena. In the final 30 seconds of the game, with the scores standing at 87-69, Sue E. maintained control of the ball, effortlessly dribbling near midcourt as the players from the Sun Devils no longer pressed him. The entire audience at KeyArena rose to their feet, awaiting the conclusion of the match amidst joyous cheers. In the last 10 seconds, Sue E. placed the ball on the floor, marking the end of the final home game of the year at KeyArena. With the upcoming matches set to take place in Indiana for March Madness, Jeff Ayers approached Sue E. for a handshake, and Curry exchanged embraces with him. Sharing a few cordial words, Sue E. smiled graciously, waving to the enthusiastic fans present. The adoring crowd erupted in cheers reminiscent of the arrival of spring. Curry, embodying the glee of a child, showcased a beaming smile that revealed all 8 of his teeth. Sue E. scratched his head, amused by Curry's innocent exuberance. Subsequently, the players of the Sun Devils exited the arena in succession through the fan tunnel. The scoreboard displayed the players' statistics. Stephen Curry, 25 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals. Sue E., 21 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks, 4 steals. James Harden, 19 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists. The fans remained, their whistles and cheers echoing, for they had long awaited this pivotal clash. This was the Wildcats' final significant matchup of the season, and the atmosphere had been charged with tension throughout. Finally, the moment of triumph had arrived. The arena transformed into a jubilant celebration, with the band and cheerleaders taking to the court to perform high-energy routines. 2 students donned in yellow helmets rode onto the court on bicycles, unfurling a massive banner that read, "Indiana, here we come." Sue E. was taken aback, unaware that such festivities awaited him prior to the game. Every spectator knew these celebratory events would follow a victory, except for the players on the floor. Reflecting on the fans' expectations, Sue E. was surprised by their fervor. Turning around, he noticed the audience had donned red Wildcats jerseys, creating a wave of crimson throughout the arena. March Madness was indeed a spectacle of madness. The sheer allure of basketball was palpable as a sea of red surged in jubilant unison, the vibrant atmosphere threatening to engulf the entire venue. The floor seemed to tremble beneath their feet, the resounding cheers igniting an infectious energy. Just as Sue E. was about to relish this vibrant spectacle, confetti burst forth, and champagne flowed freely. Strangers and acquaintances alike embraced in joyous camaraderie. If time could stand still, everyone would relish this euphoric moment. Last year's March Madness in Detroit marked the inception of dreams. Curry led the unheralded Wildcats, a team devoid of star power aside from him, as the 10th seed in the Midwest region, achieving remarkable upsets. They triumphed over the 7th-seeded Gonzaga University and went on to defeat the 2nd-seeded Georgetown University and the 3rd-ranked University of Wisconsin. Regardless of the opponent's might or the deficit faced, the Wildcat supporters unwaveringly backed their team. Alas, the fairy tale concluded in the Elite Eight as Curry's last-second three-pointer narrowly missed, resulting in a heartbreaking 57-59 loss to the seasoned Kansas Jayhawks. Everyone believed that this year's Wildcats could journey further. Following this victory, the Wildcats would head to Indiana in mid-March to continue their quest. Sue Ye's stellar performance had provided the final piece to the puzzle, ensuring that this year's narrative would be continued. This marked the last home game for the Wildcats this season, as well as Curry's final appearance at KeyArena. The veteran captain had spent 3 years with the Wildcats, and his impending departure for the draft was a widely acknowledged fact. Everyone understood that Curry's journey aimed for the stars, yet the championship trophy remained a cherished dream nestled deep within him, a testament to the trust Davidson College had bestowed upon him. Sue E and Curry embraced tightly, a moment long awaited by all. Excited fans surged onto the court, surrounding the players. This was no ordinary game. It felt akin to the finals of March Madness. Sue E, Curry, and the players celebrated together with the fans. Everyone present brimmed with joy, and whether it was a younger student or a fan seeking autographs, Sue graciously obliged, signing one after another. Chapter 24, My Attributes Need Improvement. After experiencing a splendid afternoon, Sue returned to his dormitory. Following such an exhilarating game and celebration, he felt a rush of excitement. However, as the fervor subsided, exhaustion washed over him, and he lay on his bed completely drained of energy. Moreover, my hand is almost sore from signing just now. After dinner, all I need to do is rest well. Once lying in bed, Sue turned on the television. He usually pays attention to sports channels, and as soon as he switched it on, the All-Star Weekend was being broadcast. He had nearly forgotten about it, as he had been preoccupied with preparations for March Madness, neglecting even the previews of such exciting events. Aside from Kobe, there was also the familiar face for Chinese basketball fans, Yao Ming. The All-Star game is inherently exhibitionist, lacking serious defense, so there wasn't much technique to learn. Sue watched casually for entertainment. However, the highlights of the game were quite amusing. Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal were reunited on the same team, the Western All-Stars rekindling their old synergy. Before this, Kobe and Shaquille had been estranged for many years, their disputes culminating in Shaquille's departure from the team. Shaquille had publicly criticized Kobe multiple times in television interviews. Yet today, it was evident that their relationship had thawed, reminiscent of the early 2000s Lakers. At this point, Shaquille was nearing the end of his career, and Kobe had matured. After years of brotherhood, there was little left to contest. Following the game, Kobe and Shaquille jointly lifted the All-Star trophy, eliciting cheers from the audience. However, one must say, Kobe is indeed a maniac. Having just participated in the All-Star game in Phoenix, he was determined to return and train in the early hours. Sue found it quite amusing, though exhaustion began to creep in during the award ceremony, making it hard for him to keep his eyes open. Just as he was about to drift off, a pale blue screen flickered into view. System diagnostics in progress. Current ability values: level shooting, 92, passing, 71, jumping, 64, strength, 85, speed, 72, defense, 85, 90. Expand for details, overall evaluation, level 76, level 57. The upgraded system provided Sue with specific alerts. Attributes such as jumping, passing, and speed were marked in red. Alert: low-rated attributes detected. These may affect the host's draft prospects. Upon seeing this alert, Sue felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, erasing any trace of relaxation. According to the system's explanations, each unlocked arena enhances different abilities. For instance, training at the Staples Center primarily bolsters defense, while the Belk Arena focuses on shooting. When it comes to speed and passing, training at the Staples Center only yields a 5 to 10 efficiency boost. With only a month left until March Madness commences, a multitude of scouts would soon be observing him. It is well known that drafts favor the most promising players, not necessarily the best. Attributes like speed and jumping were evidently weaknesses for him. Without timely improvement to meet the minimum standards, he would likely go unnoticed by teams. As a small forward, these were crucial elements. If random tasks from the system did not present themselves, the best course of action was to seize every moment to hone his skills to perfection. As the saying goes, success is in human hands, while fate lies in the heavens. Ultimately, he could only strive to achieve the best possible outcome without leaving any regrets. Therefore, he resolved to do what he could, and at that moment, the best course of action was to sleep. He had to train with Kobe in the early morning. If he didn't rest a bit, was he planning to become immortal? After a brief nap, Sue boarded a flight to Los Angeles once more. At 3:30 in the morning, Los Angeles lay in quiet solitude. Surprisingly, he had felt a hint of drowsiness. But the moment he stepped onto the court at the Staples Center, fatigue vanished instantly. Sue couldn't help but marvel. Was this the power of the system? It heightened his focus while alleviating his weariness. Did this mean that in the unlocked basketball arenas, all physical limitations could be negated? He quickly set aside such audacious thoughts. With little time left before March Madness and the draft, it was imperative to focus on training and enhancing his attributes. He kept in mind the attributes that had been marked in red: stamina, speed, jumping, and passing. Kobe Bryant was still en route back by plane, leaving Sue to practice alone on the court. The experience from the last game served as a valuable lesson. His stamina was a pressing issue. Given the limited rotation of the Wildcats, any deficiency in his physical condition would be glaringly exposed during the grueling schedule of March Madness. This year, the Wildcats were likely to enter March Madness with a lower seeding, and the opponents faced in the Sweet 16 would not be weak. The intensity and pressure of the games would far surpass those of the regular season. The format of March Madness is ruthlessly unforgiving, with each round being single elimination, win or go home. Hence, every year, numerous upsets occur, and even strong teams can falter unexpectedly. The unpredictability is part of the allure of March Madness. Furthermore, the schedule is tightly packed. Without excellent stamina and mindset, elimination could happen at any moment, and no one knows which game might be their last. He then began his stamina-enhancing training: bench presses, frog jumps, squats, and step-ups. Sue tirelessly seized every moment to complete set after set of exercises. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fatigue Recovery Potion. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Training Focus Potion. Periodically, the system would drop small items to assist Sue in recovering his stamina, significantly enhancing his training efficiency. These seemingly routine exercises not only restored his stamina, but also engaged the lower body muscle groups. In truth, the effects of each exercise are never isolated. For instance, when discussing vertical jump height, people often think of basketball or volleyball players. However, the highest average vertical jump is actually attributed to weightlifters in the middle weight category. In non-professional groups, basketball players tend to have higher running jumps, while volleyball players generally achieve the highest heights with a step jump. Take Sean Harmon from the U.S. weightlifting team, who stands at 175 centimeters and weighs a substantial 160 kilograms. Consider that Shaquille O'Neal weighed 147 kilograms at his peak. Yet, this stout individual can achieve a vertical leap of 90 centimeters. This underscores the significance of core strength. The essence of training for jumping or speed ultimately lies in developing the explosive power of the lower body muscle groups. Thus, prior to Kobe's arrival, Sue employed the most fundamental methods: squats, frog jumps, and shuttle runs, to train, enhancing both his endurance and the strength of his upper and lower limbs. Ding! Speed 1. Bounce 1. Despite the absence of a professional physical trainer, with the aid of the system rewards and his own exemption from injuries, Sue need not worry about overtraining. Moreover, he enjoys a significant additional training boost. Sweat gradually soaked through his shirt, and finally feeling the need for a respite, Sue sat down at the sidelines to hydrate. Creak! The gym door swung open, and a figure entered. He had arrived, carrying a basketball with him. Chapter 25. Physical Recovery Training Bryant. Sue sat up upon seeing Kobe walk in. Kobe, noticing the young man had not arrived late, flashed a sly smile and tossed the basketball towards him. The ball spiraled rapidly through the air. Swish! Sue caught it single-handedly with his right hand. Both were fatigued from a long day and exchanged a glance, the weariness evident in their expressions. Yet, neither dared to suggest a break. After all, they were both aspiring to transcend in their craft at 4 in the morning. Rest? Not a chance. Kobe, what shall we train today? Sue weeded. Kobe glanced at Sue's drenched shirt and retorted, "What have you been practicing?" Sue pointed out all the areas he had trained, stating, this, that, and the other. Initially skeptical, Kobe strolled around and soon discovered evidence of Sue's rigorous training at nearly every piece of equipment. Astonishment washed over him. Was this young prodigy a paragon of endurance, rising in the dead of night to engage in such high-intensity exercises without fatigue? Yet being Kobe, a man well-versed in grand spectacles, he quickly regained his composure. "So, you are undertaking physical recovery training?" "Indeed, Bryant. I have been pondering ways to restore my physical stamina." Kobe paused before continuing. "Your training intensity is impressive, but lacks scientific methodology. I have a superior method for enhancing endurance." With that, he turned and exited. What peculiar training regimen was he about to unveil? From the puppy steps to the duality of fire and ice, even the training methods of a kingly player possessed a certain flair. While one might deem Kobe's approaches eccentric, they were undeniably effective. Having witnessed this firsthand, Sue could only express his anticipation. Time passed as he awaited Kobe's return, and even the flowers seemed to wilt in the interim. Where could he have wandered off to? Surely he hadn't forgotten about me. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Kobe reappeared. A confident nod greeted Sue. who was taken aback by Kobe's unusual attire. Kobe donned sunglasses, a jumpsuit, arm sleeves, leg bindings, and a magic headpiece. He scrutinized Kobe's new ensemble. It looked fantastic, utterly cool, and beyond comparison. However, such attire seemed wildly out of place on a basketball court. He had never seen anyone dressed like this while playing. Was this some sort of epic skin Kobe had purchased, imbued with additional attributes? Kobe, noticing Sue's bewilderment, flashed a mischievous grin and asserted, "Follow me." Trusting Kobe implicitly, Sue accompanied him outside the gym. Before them stood two bicycles. "Are we going to?" Sue pondered, beginning to grasp Kobe's intentions. "Indeed, I have rented two bicycles. Cycling is an excellent method for enhancing stamina." With that, he equipped their bicycles with headlights, mounted one, and began to accelerate. Sue followed suit, riding for the first time, weaving through the night of Los Angeles behind Kobe. Thus commenced their exhilarating cycling adventure. From his expression, it was clear Kobe relished this form of exercise. He once cycled through the desert at midnight, covering a staggering 40 miles. This method not only strengthened leg muscles, but also enhanced lung capacity, greatly benefiting stamina recovery. Kobe had plotted their cycling route, leading them through the city to the coastal highway. The air was crisp in Los Angeles around 4 in the morning. Initially, Sue found cycling effortless, listening to music through his earbuds while soaking in the seaside scenery, feeling as if he were on a leisurely vacation. However, as Kobe increased his pace, Sue began to feel the strain in his legs. After all, Kobe was a seasoned cyclist, battling against the sea breeze. Sue sensed that he was reaching his limits. The wheels felt like they were spinning into a whirlwind. As fatigue set in, he resorted to breathing through his mouth, keeping close to Kobe. Suddenly, Kobe turned his head, flashing Sue a peculiar smile before swiftly turning back. Was he mocking him? Sue, initially intent on enduring until they returned to the Staples Center for a well-deserved rest, having already engaged in substantial exercise, was spurred by Kobe's enigmatic smile to change his resolve. Taking a deep breath, Sue pedaled furiously. Whoosh! Kobe felt a gust of wind as Sue surged past. This was intolerable. Whoosh! Sue felt another rush of wind beside him, catching another glimpse of that strange smile. "I'm in this to win," Sue said, gathering his final reserves of strength. The dawn began to break over Los Angeles, illuminating the two as they raced against each other in the fading darkness. Training alongside Kobe infused Sue with a certain intensity, allowing him to momentarily forget his fatigue. He could hardly recall how he managed to cycle back to the Staples Center, but he was certain that by the time he arrived, he felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. Even now, standing on solid ground, he felt as if he were still riding a whirlwind. With a bit more training, he might just transform into a deity. System detection in progress. Ding. Host attributes have been enhanced. Bounce, 6465. Speed, 7274. Current status, energy depletion, 58, can be restored through training. Upon seeing the system's notification of attribute enhancements, Sue felt a surge of emotion. After a night of hard work, acquiring such experience was no small feat. The frenzy typically begins in mid-March and lasts until mid-April. As of now, it is February 18th, leaving over 20 days for effective training. Elevating all skills to around 80 would equate to a level of 64, necessitating continued rigorous training. At the very least, to qualify as a competent rotation player, one must achieve passing marks in all attributes post-transition, right? Though training at the Staples Center offers diminished bonuses for non-defensive skills, one must make the most of what they have. Incremental improvements, even if just by a fraction, are far superior to stagnation. The legendary random tasks are certainly not so easily triggered. After all, as a player, I have always been a perennial underdog in games of chance. Luck has never favored me. Thus, I have never believed in randomness, and have instead chosen to grind tirelessly, gradually enhancing my attributes. Chapter 26, 666, After ample training. I followed Kobe to the therapy room for a song of ice and fire recovery therapy. Kobe picked up his magazine and meticulously read it line by line, not uttering a word to me, completely immersed in his own world. Observing him, I noted his intense focus. If I were to describe his demeanor in 4 words, it would be utterly engrossed. Truly, I admire you, old Kobe. Not only are you dedicated to training, but you are also a connoisseur of wellness. Subsequently, I prepared myself a cup of goji berry tea and began to meditate. Kobe noticed me sipping my tea peacefully and was taken aback. This fellow has quite the array of supplies, living even more luxuriously than I do. A truly great player must prioritize wellness, especially since I aspire to play until retirement. Essentials for home wellness, like thermos bottles and goji berries, are indispensable. While the game is a fierce battleground, one must also maintain balance off the court. I fully understand this principle. The skilled physiotherapist, Baron Betos, approached and prepared hot water for both of us, gently massaging our shoulders in turn. The Lakers were soon to travel to Houston for an away game, and today, I will be devising your training regimen. Nina smiled at me and handed over a form. The 666 training method? What a professional designation. It sounds grand and surely far more scientific than my haphazard attempts. I scrutinized the training program tailored for me by Baron Betos, noting that each exercise's duration was precisely timed to the second. With everything laid out, there was no need for further contemplation. I could simply follow the training plan. I resumed my meditation while Kobe closed his eyes to reflect. Time passed serenely. Soon, it was breakfast time, and we made our way to the dining hall. Kobe's breakfast was separate, adhering to a primal diet, which I found unpalatable, so I opted for something else. After selecting milk, whole grain bread, chicken breast, a chocolate cake, and some fruit salad, I found a spot to sit down. The sounds of engines and lively chatter filled the air as the Lakers players arrived for their shifts. Feeling rather fatigued today, I paid little attention to the details outside, content to enjoy my breakfast. "Hey, try this," a boisterous voice called out. Looking up, I was greeted by a familiar smiling face, none other than Lamar Odom. Odom is an affable and straightforward person, easily approachable. I had thoroughly enjoyed our previous conversations. He regaled me with fascinating tales of Los Angeles, speaking candidly and without reservation. Unsurprisingly, our most frequent topic was women. I informed him that fans in China hold him in high regard and affectionately refer to him as Llama. Odom nodded, clearly pleased with this moniker. He then mimicked a true llama, closing his eyes and pretending to meditate, murmuring as if reciting scriptures. Truly, he is the life of the team. His antics elicited hearty laughter from me and my fellow Lakers teammates, filling the dining hall with a joyous atmosphere. In truth, I wish to inquire about other matters. For Odom was selected fourth overall by Elgin Baylor, making him a seasoned predecessor in the sport. I was eager to hear about his basketball experiences. "Llama, have you ever witnessed Los Angeles at 4 in the morning?" I asked earnestly, hoping to glean unique insights from different individuals. "Absolutely," Odom replied, his gaze resolute, without a hint of hesitation. In that moment, I realized the disparity between professional and amateur athletes. It is well known that Odom's training regimen is not particularly strenuous. However, his high draft position is undoubtedly a testament to his dedication of rising at 4 in the morning to train. If someone as gifted as Odom can exert such effort, what excuse do I have not to strive harder? My perception of Odom transformed into deep respect. "What was it like when you emerged from a nightclub?" Odom inquired, puzzled. "Oh, nothing, my friend, just exercising some restraint. I worry about being drained," I replied, almost regretting my words. Just then, a sudden commotion nearly caused me to lose my balance. Indeed, as long as one possesses talent, one can often do as they please. Odom's innate ability allows him to bypass strenuous efforts. If I wish to compete, I must not slacken my efforts. I steadied myself, forcing down a metaphorical dose of bitter wisdom. Breakfast concluded amidst laughter and merriment. With the day of the big game drawing ever closer, I knew I needed to intensify my training. According to Baron Betos' directives, I was scheduled to attend the Staples Center this afternoon for the 666 training program. At that moment, the Lakers players boarded the team bus, leaving me alone in the gym to commence my planned training. Upon pushing open the door, I was met by a white gentleman with an aura reminiscent of an esteemed, traditional healer, standing at the entrance with a penetrating gaze. According to the training plan, this individual was my personal trainer for the day, Gary Vitti. "Hello, Mr. Vitti." I greeted him with a smile. I had heard that this gentleman had been with the Lakers for over 20 years, making him an exceptionally experienced trainer and part-time team physician. "Follow me." Vitti wasted no time on pleasantries and gestured toward a small room nearby. Inside, a large white nylon curtain resembled a player's locker room, secured with 2 clips that concealed the interior from view. Following Vitti's instructions, I lifted the nylon curtain and stepped inside. The room was dark and spacious, allowing me to stretch my arms fully. However, due to the lack of light, I could not even see my own hands. Then came the hum of machinery, akin to that of a standard office photocopier. This is the most advanced 3-laser full-body scanning device. It will help us assess your physical condition. There will be just a moment of discomfort, VD informed me. The lasers swiftly swept across my body, with 4 beams positioned at the corners of the room, gradually converging into a single line that illuminated me. Once the beams vanished, I exited the room. Click, click, click. The images successfully formed on the table outside. VD examined the report results. He adjusted his glasses, repeatedly confirming that the machine was functioning properly, before casting a glance at Sue-E, expressing incredulity at the test results. Chapter 27. The Devil's Training Regimen. Gary VD had consistently utilized this advanced 3-laser scanning device to assess players' health levels, indicating bodily inflammation and other adverse signs. The resulting images typically displayed 3 zones: green for health, yellow for caution, and red for alarming conditions. However, Sue-Yi's scan emerged resembling a verdant meadow, entirely green, devoid of any yellow. This left Gary VD astounded. After numerous examinations, he found no errors. In over 20 years of his medical career, he had never encountered a player in such a condition. Having reviewed Sue-Yi's previous training regimen, which was undoubtedly intense, he marveled at how effortlessly Sue-Yi's body adapted. Gazing at Sue-Yi with respect, he expressed his astonishment. It appears that individuals from your country not only excel in table tennis and martial arts, but also possess a fundamental understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. How else could one endure such rigorous training without incurring any joint or muscle injuries? After all, Sue-Yi was a man granted an exemption from permanent injuries, and his physical toll during exercise had been minimized to the utmost. This test result indicated that Gary VD could safely increase Sue-Yi's training intensity without risking injury. Consequently, he revised Sue-Yi's training plan. It is truly unimaginable. I initially assumed you were merely a student athlete. Thus, I tailored the 666 training program to suit you. Now, it seems completely unnecessary. Please proceed as you wish. Sue-Yi conveyed that as long as he could improve during this period, he was ready for the challenge. Subsequently, Gary VD provided him with an alternative 666 training regimen, identical to the one employed by Kobe Bryant, known as the Devil's 666. If one could endure it, their physical capabilities would experience substantial enhancement. Of course, should Sue-Yi feel that the regimen exceeded his physical limits, he could request adjustments at any time. Handing over the freshly printed training plan, Gary VD expressed his support. There is no need for that, Mr. VD. Let us adhere to Kobe's standards. Sue-Yi remarked casually, barely glancing at the list. Given the time constraints, he believed that as long as he could improve, the intensity of the training was irrelevant. Gary VD nodded with a smile, gazing at Sue-Yi with admiration. Sue-Yi found himself perplexed by the sudden shift in Gary VD's demeanor. He then took a look at the training list handed to him, which included 1. Shooting mid-range and 3-point shots 2. Box jumps 3. 100-meter sprints 4. Weightlifting 5. Squats 6. Push-ups. Each of these activities would be conducted under Gary VD's supervision and guidance, with no respite in training. As Sue-Yi reviewed the list, his earlier smile gradually faded. As an athlete, he was acutely aware of the intensity of this training plan. At this moment, a sufficiently aware individual would find it impossible to smile. For his current physical condition, accomplishing such tasks felt nearly insurmountable. The training regimen outlined was considerably more monotonous compared to previous activities. For an average person, even sustaining 6 hours of repetitive tasks would be an impressive feat now. Sue-Yi realized he had spoken too soon. Even among professional athletes, few could withstand such a nearly brutal training regimen. However, having committed to Gary VD, he saw no reason to retract his agreement. Sue-Yi found himself once again engulfed in turmoil. Ding! A new task has been issued. Complete the 666 training program. Note: during training, items such as stamina recovery potions and mental focus potions will randomly drop. Training efficiency increased by 50. Indeed, this was a system tailored for formidable individuals. Arriving just in time, upon seeing the 3,000 skill points, Sue-Yi's eyes sparkled. With so many attributes in the red, this task was the final straw for enhancement. Thus, he joyfully followed Gary VD into training. Trainer Gary Vitti first produced an extraordinarily large basketball, approximately 4 times the size of standard one, resembling a pumpkin. Soo-yi grasped the oversized basketball with one hand several times as instructed. This exercise was designed to help him find his shooting rhythm before commencing. Subsequently, the formal 666 training began. Shooting practice was relatively effortless for Soo-yi, as he was a proficient shooter. His gentle touch elicited nods of approval from Gary Vitti. The ball machine dispensed shots at a consistent speed, and Gary Vitti instructed Soo-yi to catch and shoot. The physical exertion gradually increased, and Soo-yi's arms began to ache. His shooting form started to falter. The sound of clanging pots and pans resonated throughout the gymnasium. Adjust your breathing and pay attention to your shooting form, Gary Vitti reminded Soo-yi. The primary issue at this juncture was not accuracy, but rather stamina. It wasn't that he wished to abandon standard form. His arms were nearing their breaking point. Stay strong, young man. We are not yet halfway through. You need to recalibrate your rhythm. Gary Vitti continuously shouted encouragement. Soo-yi concentrated all his energy on training, lacking the time to respond to his trainer's remarks. Silently adjusting as best he could. Do you know why Kobe rarely misses during games? It's because he endures this training regularly. Gary Vitti continued to motivate Soo-yi. However, upon hearing this encouragement, Soo-yi felt even more fatigued. Ding! Acquired small stamina recovery potion X1. Would you like to use it immediately? This was indeed a welcome reprieve. Although the recovery was modest, it was better than nothing. Soo-yi rallied himself and resumed shooting. The sound of basketballs swishing through the net and the clang of missed shots echoed in succession. Relying on his muscle memory, he ran and shot, sustained by the intermittent system replenishments. Gradually, he found his rhythm, his touch warming up, and he became increasingly immersed in the court, slowly forgetting his fatigue. After a relentless barrage of shots, a sharp whistle pierced the air. This was the sound of the final buzzer. Soo-yi pressed the basketball to the ground and collapsed, resting. After a brief respite, Gary Vitti approached, gesturing to his watch, signaling that it was time for the next training session. The training schedule was meticulously tailored to Soo-yi's stamina, proving to be quite reasonable. At this moment, Soo-yi had recovered a fair amount of energy, yet his muscles remained tense. Rising abruptly from the floor, he prepared for the next challenges: box jumps, shuttle runs, and weightlifting. With the conclusion of the final activity, Soo-yi found himself utterly exhausted. Without the assistance of the stamina recovery potions, it was unfathomable how he would have endured this afternoon. The grueling day finally came to an end. Gary Vitti is indeed more relentless than Kobe, pushing himself to the limit, confident in his ability to train without injury. With a vertical leap of 2, speed of 2, shooting under pressure at 1, and ball handling skills at 3, Soo-yi couldn't help but think of the skill points he could accumulate through such rigorous training. How enticing it was. Chapter 28. Soo-yi's plan after an intense training session. Soo-yi returned to the hotel to rest. After washing up, he casually turned on the television, where the sports channel was broadcasting previews of upcoming matches. The regular season was already more than halfway through. Tomorrow's game between the Lakers and the Rockets was a much-anticipated clash. Under the leadership of Kobe and Gasol, the Lakers had already established a commanding lead over the second place in the Western Conference by 55 wins. Kobe's goal this year was undoubtedly to chase the championship. The significance of this matchup stemmed from the fact that the Rockets' performance would influence the playoff seeding in the West. At present, the teams ranked 2nd to 5th in the West were the Denver Nuggets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Portland Trail Blazers, and the Houston Rockets. Although the Rockets currently stood at 5th place, they were merely one win behind the Nuggets, led by the impressive Guagua. Despite their star player, Tracy McGrady, having been sidelined after just 35 games this season, the Rockets' gameplay had matured significantly following the addition of Ron Artest. Luis Scola had also been performing remarkably well, leading to a commendable record thus far. Under Yao Ming's guidance, the team was united in their resolve, and there was a genuine hope of overcoming the first-round playoff curse this year. In contrast to the Eastern Conference, where only 5 teams boasted a winning percentage above 50. The top 5 in the West maintained a considerably high winning rate, generally around 65. Currently, every 5 wins in the West held immense significance, and the competition could only be described as ferocious. Thus, the upcoming game against the Lakers was crucial. At that moment, the television shifted to showcase the Eastern Conference standings. The situation in the East was much clearer. Each team seemed to experience relatively less pressure. The Cavaliers, led by the young King LeBron James, held the top spot with an impressive 85 winning rate, making them the favorites for the championship this year. The Celtics trailed the Cavaliers by 3 wins, while the Magic were behind by 5. The following teams in the East posed little threat, creating an atmosphere of harmony. As the host began to analyze the preview for tomorrow's game, Sue turned off the television, feeling that predicting outcomes was futile in the unpredictable nature of basketball. His training session with the coach was scheduled for 7:30 the next morning, marking the commencement of another day of rigorous training. With the Lakers players still absent, Sue trained alone under Gary Vidi's guidance, engaging in shooting, box jumps, and weightlifting. Due to the intensity of the training, Sue found himself struggling, but he noted a pattern. Every time he approached his physical limit or found it challenging to concentrate fully on the court, the system would grant him a small stamina recovery potion or a focus potion. Although the system provided assistance, he was awakening the full potential of his body. Gary Vidi continuously encouraged him from the sidelines, meticulously recording the changes in Sue Yi's physical condition. Having laid a foundation with yesterday's training, Sue had slightly adapted to the intensity of this devilish regimen, and today's performance was significantly better than the previous day. After what felt like an eternity of intense effort, today's training concluded on a surprisingly positive note, surpassing expectations. Gary Vidi clapped his hands, and Sue glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed time to wrap up. Having completed 2 grueling training sessions, he felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of finishing 4 more to complete his task. Upon returning to the hotel, Sue lay on the bed and gazed into the mirror. After 2 days of training, he could distinctly see his six-pack abs becoming more defined, and his arm muscles were more pronounced than before. With his already striking looks, he felt even more handsome. However, he was curious about how his actual attributes had improved. System check. Current ability values. Shooting, 92. Passing, 71. Jumping, 66. 2. Strength, 86. Speed, 72. 1. Defense, 85. Max 90. Overall evaluation, level 77. Level 59. The differences from what he had imagined were not too significant. All attributes were steadily increasing, particularly the attributes marked in red by the system. Though the enhancements were modest, with a few more days of training, he could achieve satisfactory levels. After dinner and a wash, Sue turned on the television. To his surprise, the hotel's exceptional set-top box had managed to tune into the Wagwa Sports channel, just in time for sports news. In the recently concluded highlight match, the Houston Rockets triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 102-94. Yao Ming was in stellar form, scoring 29 points on 12 of 14 shooting, while Kobe Bryant's 35 points were not enough to save the Lakers, ending their 8-game winning streak. The Denver Nuggets fell to the Cleveland Cavaliers at home, with LeBron James scoring a game-high 39 points. Additionally, there were several upsets in this round. The San Antonio Spurs fell unexpectedly to the Charlotte Bobcats, with Coach Popovich lamenting that the team failed to establish the desired rhythm. Roy's crucial 3-point attempt missed, leading the Portland Trail Blazers to a heartbreaking loss against the New Jersey Nets, who were ranked 3rd from the bottom in the East. In this game, Jillian came off the bench to score 8 points and grab 3 rebounds. Following this round, the Lakers continued to lead the Western Conference standings, while the Rockets surged to 2nd place, keeping the race for playoff spots in the West intensely competitive. Next, a series of brief news segments followed. Sue meticulously searched through his memories, noting that the game outcomes did not fully align with his recollections from his past life, as everything was now unpredictable due to the butterfly effect. Sue paid close attention to sports news daily. If he truly aspired to become a professional player, he needed to start considering the direction of his efforts. After the All-Star break, teams would begin organizing tryouts, and he must focus his energy on finding teams that suited him best within a limited time frame. News was the optimal way to understand each team's playing style, configurations, and tactics. On one hand, it would help him discern the types of rookies each team preferred, allowing him to showcase his best self when given the opportunity to try out. On the other hand, it would provide insights into compatibility with their playing style, expected playing time, opportunities within the team, and whether the team culture suited him. These considerations were of utmost importance. Sue vividly recalled Jillian's regrettable situation with the Bucks 2 years prior. The introverted, he had hoped to play in cities like Los Angeles or San Francisco, which had larger Chinese communities, but was unexpectedly drafted by the Milwaukee Bucks on the day of the draft, shocking many Chinese basketball fans. After a year of adjustment, he ultimately struggled to adapt to the Buck style of play, hitting the rookie wall. In those years, the player who astonishingly dunked over the Silverhorn King, scoring an impressive 29 points in a single game, was eagerly anticipated to shine in the realm of basketball. However, this year, he has become the subject of media mockery, referred to as the Emperor E, which has further eroded aliens' confidence. This illustrates the crucial importance of a rookie finding a team that suits them. Su-E diligently recorded the information he had gathered, as he needed to understand the playing styles of various teams thoroughly. For him, the most pressing concern was to join a team that could offer ample playing time and opportunities to develop his skills. While lost in thought, his Nokia 97 vibrated, signaling a mass text from Mike Killip. An emergency team meeting was called to announce important matters, scheduled for the following afternoon. Su-E surmised that it might pertain to the hectic March Madness schedule, bid farewell to Kobe, and hurriedly packed his belongings. Upon returning to Davidson College, it was afternoon. The prodigious Stephen Curry had just returned from Phoenix to the Belk Arena and was fervently training on the court. Upon seeing Su-E, Curry greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Curry." Su-E politely acknowledged the young prodigy. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Curry asked with an air of mystery. After a moment's contemplation, Su-E realized that Curry was likely privy to some insider information and was eager to learn about the March Madness arrangements. "Let us hear the good news first." At that moment, Su-E felt a surge of excitement, as March Madness held significant implications for both him and Curry. "We have received an invitation from the committee. We can book our tickets to Indiana." Curry appeared visibly exhilarated. "That's fantastic, Curry." It felt like a weight had been lifted, and Su-E and Curry embraced tightly. They had performed admirably during the regular season, and securing tickets for March Madness was the best reward for their hard work. However, there was a piece of bad news. They might be the lowest seed. Curry shrugged. "Are you certain about the reliability of this information?" Su-E paused before asking. After all, according to the tournament structure, the matchups would only be finalized at the last moment, and no one could predict who their next opponent would be. Currently, all information was based on hearsay, which could have been mere speculation. Su-E held a skeptical attitude, believing that his team should at least rank around the 13th or 14th seed, making the prospect of being a 16th seed quite disappointing. Mike Killip consulted with officials, who indicated that the competition for this year's slots was fierce, and merely qualifying for Indiana was already a significant achievement. Seeing the sincerity in Curry's eyes, Su-E accepted this fact, knowing that Mike Killip's information was generally reliable. Although the single elimination format of the tournament carried considerable unpredictability, historically, a 16th seed had never upset a top seed, not even once. The so-called Sweet 16 was indeed sweet for the strong teams, as they typically advanced without pressure. Nonetheless, this outcome was anything but sweet for Su-E and the Wildcats, for if they were to be eliminated in the first round, it would mean returning to Davidson College without garnering any attention from scouts, leaving no prospects for future opportunities. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Coach Mike Killip summoned everyone to the meeting room. It became evident that Curry's previous statements were not mere jest. Killip reiterated the same points. "What do you think?" Curry tilted his head and asked Su-E. "History is crafted by individuals." Su-E resolved firmly, understanding that if the outcome could not be altered, they must push forward with determination. After all, Davidson College had created numerous miracles in the past, and there was nothing to fear. Coach Killip began writing on the whiteboard with meticulous precision. Finally, he paused, and Su-E and Curry discerned the words written on the board: Kansas University Jayhawks. The players began to murmur amongst themselves. This was the team that had eliminated the Wildcats last year. Curry had regrettably missed a crucial three-pointer, and if they faced the Jayhawks again in the first round, he dreamt of redemption. However, the Jayhawks excelled at utilizing their size, possessing absolute dominance in the paint, adept at screens and defense, making their style a direct counter to the Wildcats. Last year's Wildcats had given their all against the Jayhawks, even before their rim protector and ball handler graduated. Moreover, the Jayhawks were predicted to be the #1 seed in the Midwest this year, indicating an enhanced strength compared to the previous year, making a victory quite challenging. Coach Killip continued to emphasize the core strategies necessary to combat the Jayhawks, focusing on breaking their zone defense, employing frontside defense, and preventing their big men from receiving the ball. These strategies had already been discussed last year, and Killip offered no new insights this time. Having experienced the Jayhawks' meticulous defense, Curry knew that without hitting some miraculous shots last year, they could have lost by an even greater margin. I have a range of scrimmage with the Oklahoma University roster team. We need to work on our synergy and seize every opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, we must play better than last year, Coach Killip declared. The Oklahoma University basketball team was forecasted to be the second seed in this year's Southern region, with North Carolina as the first seed. Their star player was none other than the top prospect of the year, Blake Griffin, who possessed the power of a center and the agility of a guard, having virtually no flaws aside from his wingspan. Additionally, the starting power forward, Taylor Griffin, was Blake's brother and a formidable second center. Together, they formed an invincible frontcourt for Oklahoma University, dominating the boards and averaging 20 rebounds per game, akin to a force of nature in the paint. In a preseason match, the Wildcats had already faced the roster team, where Blake Griffin had astonishingly grabbed 21 rebounds and scored 25 points. However, Curry had also caused considerable trouble for the roster team with his relentless drives and shots, with the game being decided in the final moments. Therefore, after Coach Killip's negotiations, both teams agreed to hold a practice match at the Belk Arena, as Oklahoma's style mirrored that of Kansas, making this scrimmage particularly meaningful. Following a brief briefing, the players began their joint practice. He had noticeably improved his skills since training with the Lakers. Lovedale and Ben Allison took turns challenging in one-on-one drills. In facing their defense, found it increasingly effortless to score. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a school bus came to a halt outside the arena. A smiling white player in a white jersey and baseball cap entered. It was none other than the legendary dunker, Blake Griffin, followed closely by his brother, Taylor Griffin. The players from the roster team had arrived much earlier than anticipated. Curry and approached them for a brief conversation. The two sides had met in previous matches, thus they were quite familiar with each other. The brothers displayed a robust and tenacious style of play on the court, yet in reality, they were both remarkably humble giants. Subsequently, the players gathered in a circle to discuss tactics. Since the two teams were not expected to face each other until the Final Four, the likelihood of such an encounter was minimal. Therefore, there were no reservations. They collaboratively devised a training plan for the day. Blake Griffin set down his backpack, preparing for warm-ups. The ensuing scene left astounded. As he accelerated forward, he skillfully dribbled 3 basketballs simultaneously between his legs. His ball-handling skills resembled those of a juggler. He then discarded 2 basketballs, tossing one against the backboard. Upon catching it midair, he executed a behind-the-back switch and a powerful windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Zach LaVine of the Golden State team was utterly amazed by this display. Truly, as the top draft prospect of the year, his jumping ability was astonishing. Chapter 30, Warm-Up Match. The teams agreed to conduct 10 minutes of training per quarter. With just over half a month remaining until the Madness of March tournament, both sides exchanged tactical insights to enhance their practice. The primary offensive strategy for the Wildcats hinged upon the breakthroughs and perimeter shooting of Curry and while the Oklahoma University roster team asserted that their ace lay in the formidable inside duo of the Griffin brothers. Both teams laid their strategies bare, akin to playing a hand of poker with all cards revealed, eager to discover how to dismantle the opponent's tactical framework. After a final exchange of strategies on the tactical board between the coaches, the first quarter of the warm-up match commenced. The 10 players took to the court. Davidson College Wildcats, Stephen Curry, Gutherland, Andrew Lovedale, Ben Allison. Oklahoma University roster team, Franklin, Willie Warren, Tony Crocker, Taylor Griffin, Blake Griffin. Blake Griffin's dominance in the paint warranted his placement at center, allowing him to fully unleash his offensive prowess. Meanwhile, his brother primarily engaged in the gritty work of rebounding, setting screens, and delivering the ball to his younger sibling. The Wildcats' defense assigned Willie Warren, the opposing shooting guard, to guard Curry. Warren, a freshman with remarkable speed and explosive jumping ability, had already earned a spot on the Big 12 Conference's second team. In contrast, faced off against the small forward Tony Crocker, a 6 feet 7 inches swingman who averaged around 10 points per game, proving to be a formidable opponent. The match commenced with the roster team establishing a solid zone defense, while Curry orchestrated the offense. The Griffin brothers firmly claimed their positions in the paint. With Ben Allison's defensive foot speed lagging, Loughdale was tasked with guarding the core offensive threat, Blake Griffin. Despite Loughdale's height of 6 feet, 8 inches, his stability proved effective as he engaged Blake Griffin in a fierce battle for position. As the struggle in the paint intensified, he made a backdoor cut to the perimeter, and Curry effortlessly delivered the ball to him. In an ideal position, he launched a three-pointer, scoring the first points of the match. Wildcats 3, roster team 0. A charming smile from was met with a celebratory high five. The Wildcats' perimeter coordination was their most practiced strategy, as they relied heavily on shooting. The roster team attempted to retaliate. Loughdale continued to front Blake Griffin, denying him the ball, which was the Wildcats' only viable defense against such a formidable interior player. Willie Warren executed a behind-the-back pass, attempting to feed the ball inside. But Curry anticipated the trajectory and surged in from the baseline to intercept the pass, initiating a fast break. As Tony Crocker rushed to defend Curry, the latter deftly maneuvered past him with a casual behind-the-back dribble, finding himself unguarded at the frontcourt, where he launched a three-pointer. The Wildcats quickly surged ahead with a score of 6-0. The Wildcats seized every opportunity to shoot. Blake Griffin remained tightly guarded by Loughdale. Fortunately, his brother, the elder Griffin, broke the scoring drought with a mid-range jumper. Turning around, Curry performed a gesture to shake off his defender, only to find both Griffins converging to guard him. Curry passed to the perimeter, where facing Crocker, sank another three-pointer. The roster team struggled to adapt to the Wildcats' aggressive perimeter defense, and after a couple more exchanges, the Wildcats established an impressive 11-2 lead. The roster team promptly called a timeout to strategize. The Wildcats players exchanged excited high fives, realizing that the so-called powerhouse from the Southern Conference was not as formidable as anticipated. The situation appeared more promising than they had imagined. Upon returning to the court, the roster team began organizing their offense, clearly having altered their approach. Loughdale maintained his front defense on Blake Griffin, who received the ball at the high post. Loughdale advanced to guard him, as Griffin faced him while performing a series of between-the-legs dribbles. The interior of the roster team was now entirely vacated, with both guards stationed at the corners. Blake Griffin's ball handling was exquisite, as he and the ball appeared to meld seamlessly. Loughdale, struggling to keep pace, found it increasingly arduous to match Griffin's rhythm. After a quick hesitation, Blake Griffin executed a change of direction, effortlessly slipping past Loughdale for a dunk. Now it was the Wildcats' turn to attack, with Curry continuing to direct the offense. He persistently sought the ball. Upon receiving it, he discovered that Blake Griffin had switched onto him defensively. While he had the advantage of wingspan, he could not match Griffin's speed. Furthermore, when Griffin established his position against Suyi's waist, the disparity in strength became evident. As the projected top draft pick, he felt as though he were colliding with a wall. After briefly backing down, he passed the ball to Curry, who attempted a challenging shot but missed. The roster team took their turn on offense. Blake Griffin positioned himself at the free throw line, receiving the ball as the other four players engaged in frantic cuts and backdoor runs. Curry was momentarily screened, allowing Willie Warren to receive the ball on the perimeter. Attempted to switch defenses, but at that moment, Blake Griffin seized the opportunity to cut to the baseline, receiving the pass directly. Loughdale attempted to hold his ground against the younger Griffin, but Blake's immense strength allowed him to create space. As Loughdale lost a fraction of his position, Blake Griffin executed a swift pivot, finishing with a two-point basket. Faced with the defensive prowess of a player of Griffin's caliber, both in speed and strength, he struggled to devise an effective counter. Blake's imposing power forced many shots under duress, thereby restricting Curry's opportunities to shoot, compelling him to rely on his individual skills to create his own shots. In Oklahoma, the indomitable Blake Griffin presents an insurmountable challenge, often mismatching his opponents with a combination of speed and strength. Thus, he is compelled to double-team him to mitigate his impact. This strategy, however, opens opportunities for their shooting guard, Willie Warren, and power forward, Big Griffin, to capitalize. Consequently, the University of Oklahoma's roster exhibits a smoother gameplay, having established a substantial lead early on. By the end of the first 10 minutes, the Wildcats secured a narrow victory, leading 19-17. Nevertheless, the Wildcats felt the pressure from the formidable Blake Griffin, as their initial advantage was largely due to a favorable shooting touch, and they struggled to devise a strategy against a team boasting such a dominant center. As the match resumed, Griffin received the ball at high position, directly confronting Lovedale. The other players spread out, creating space. Griffin began orchestrating the offense, directing his teammates with fluid movement. The roster's intricate running and off-ball screens were relentless, and although Sue is a tenacious defender, he found it challenging to adapt to the opponent's offensive rhythm. Willie Warren's swift movements kept him looking for opportunities to cut inside, while Big Griffin showcased his shooting prowess. Both Sue and Curry were tasked with closely guarding these two threats, leaving no room for error. Warren, utilizing a screen, managed to create space on the perimeter, but as Curry caught up, he realized that Griffin had already slipped to the baseline to receive the ball. The interior was now completely vacated, leaving Sue unable to assist defensively, forcing Lovedale to contend with Griffin alone. Despite Lovedale's valiant efforts to hold his ground, Griffin's height advantage allowed him to score effortlessly with a smooth hook shot. As the Wildcat shooting touch waned, Curry missed a three-pointer, and the rebound was seized by Big Griffin. The roster team reverted to a similar strategy, with the ball once again in Griffin's hands to lead the offense. The players outside sought opportunities, clearing the paint for Griffin to exploit Lovedale, facing minimal resistance. After a hot start in the first game, the Wildcats experienced a decline in shooting performance in the second match. With every missed shot from mid-range, the pressure on Sue and Curry intensified, as rebounds were claimed by the Griffin brothers. In contrast, the roster team's interior offense appeared deceptively simple yet effective. Blake Griffin's ability to drive, overpower, and facilitate made him a mismatch for any defender. Coach McKillop observed the unfolding events with a contemplative gaze, pondering strategies to counter the opponent's tactics. The Wildcats ultimately lost the second game with a score of 13-18. During the break for discussion, Coach McKillop gathered all players. The opposing team employed a straightforward Princeton offense, a system reminiscent of the one utilized by Yao Ming's Rockets. McKillop illustrated the tactical framework on the board, highlighting the principles of the Princeton offense, where a playmaking center operates from a high position while forwards and guards cut and screen. The essence of the strategy lies in frequent screens and ball movement to create space. McKillop fervently explained the opponent's patterns, instructing the Wildcats on defensive switches. The tactical board resembled a complex geometric puzzle, leaving the players somewhat bewildered. Sue preferred to internalize tactics through practical experience rather than memorizing intricate theoretical concepts. Having often observed Yao Ming's games and recalling McKillop's straightforward explanations, he quickly grasped the fundamental principles of the roster team's offense. Given Blake Griffin's remarkable speed and playmaking ability, he could effectively operate in any position on the court, making him well-suited for the Princeton system, in contrast to Yao Ming's strengths in low-post scoring and height advantages, which flourished in half-court sets. As the third game commenced, following a strategic timeout, the Wildcats found a semblance of rhythm. Curry opened the scoring with a jump shot over Big Griffin, giving them an early lead. When the roster team took possession, Griffin controlled the ball from the perimeter, while Warren utilized the screen to receive the pass. Sue lunged forward, executing a near gamble for the steal, displaying remarkable anticipation and precision. He successfully intercepted the ball and surged forward, leaving Warren in disarray. This impressive defensive play led to a 2-on-1 situation against Big Griffin, as Sue and Curry executed a seamless exchange, outmaneuvering Griffin and finishing with ease. The Wildcats took an early 4-0 lead in the third game. The roster team, having been caught off guard by Sue's steal, became more vigilant. It was evident that Blake Griffin was now fully engaged. Countering the Princeton system necessitated exceptional team defense, as any significant defensive lapse could be exploited. Despite Sue's formidable one-on-one capabilities, he found it challenging to contain the roster's style of play. Indeed, after preparing for Sue's defense, Griffin's extraordinary individual prowess reemerged. Neither Ben Allison nor Andrew Lovedale could effectively contain him. Whenever he received the ball in the low post, it was practically a guarantee for 2 points. With the roster's tight interior defense, the Wildcat scoring opportunities dwindled, relying heavily on Curry and Sue's mid-range shooting. Ultimately, despite an early lead of 4 points, they succumbed to a 15-18 defeat in the third game. After 3 intense 10-minute quarters, the training session came to a close, with both teams shaking hands. The Wildcats secured 1 victory, while the roster team triumphed in 2, showcasing a more effective execution of their tactical approach. Having faced each other previously, This match marked their second encounter, and Big Griffin patted Curry on the back. Clearly pleased with his performance that day, both teammates greeted each other amicably, creating a delightful atmosphere on the scene. "I hope we can meet again in the Final Four," said Sue, shaking hands with Blake Griffin and smiling. "Hopefully, we can get past North Carolina, and I wish you the best as well," Blake Griffin replied with a grin. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sue began to reflect on the day's game. In truth, his mood was not particularly bright. The roster team's application of the classic Princeton offense had effectively exposed the Wildcats' defensive shortcomings in the paint. If the roster team executed their Princeton strategy well today, then the forthcoming match against the Jayhawks would be a challenge, as they were experts in tactical execution. The basketball program at the University of Kansas boasts a rich history, arguably intertwining with the history of basketball itself. Their inaugural coach was none other than Dr. James Naismith, the inventor of the sport. Various tactics have been studied and refined over decades within the Jayhawks program, resulting in a profound tactical foundation. Their tactical manual is thicker than a dictionary, and the players serve as cogs in the machine, requiring only rigorous practice to develop muscle memory. There is little need for Coach Bill Self to impose strategies during games. What is truly formidable in competitions is the disciplined and well-trained teams, which can often overshadow the presence of one or two superstars. In the past, nearly all superstars had either won championships or reached at least the Final Four. Yet, since the late 1990s, even the colossal Shaquille O'Neal could only manage to reach the Sweet 16. Similarly, Allen Iverson's achievements were limited to the same stage. As we enter the 21st century, the impact of superstars on teams gradually diminished, ushering in the era of the supercoach. In the past decade, apart from Carmelo Anthony, few superstars have emerged from championship teams. This illustrates the significance of team culture and coaching. In fact, to a certain extent, the execution of tactics by the team can be more thorough than the team itself. Why is that? Teams typically conduct training camps lasting around 8 to 9 months, all for the brief window of 2 to 3 months of competition, with the final opponent often determined just a day before the game. Thus, the tactical system is practiced to a high degree of proficiency, with a 35-second shot clock encouraging reliance on strategy over individual talent. In games, personnel mobility is high, whether for players or coaches, and video analysis is meticulous, with longer schedules allowing for more targeted strategies. This results in tactical execution during games often being only half successful. In most possessions, teams rely on switching defensive assignments to find offensive openings, such as mismatches or exploiting the interior. Moreover, the tactical experimentation during these matches leads to the emergence of previously unheard of strategies. Many tactics have evolved from games, like the Chicago Bulls famed triangle offense, invented by Sam Barry at USC and refined by Tex Winter, ultimately gaining fame under Phil Jackson. The Princeton system, as its name suggests, originated from Princeton University and was popularized by Rick Adelman during his tenure with the Kings. Even Sue Yee's past small ball strategy is not novel. Kyle Lowry played the power forward position in college, leading Villanova to a third-place finish with this ultra-small lineup. Especially in decisive moments, teams will unveil their trump cards. The Jayhawks' research into these classic systems has reached an advanced level, contributing to their championship success last year. The teams that reach the madness of March are worlds apart from those weaker teams faced during the regular season. The teams that secure tickets to Indiana are the champions of their respective regions, each possessing unique skills. Although Sue Yee's defensive capabilities have reached an impressive level, performing well defensively in such competitions is a daunting task, especially against a formidable opponent like the Jayhawks. Their extensive tactical system easily creates mismatches. With his current skills, how could Sue hope to conquer the reigning champions? He found himself perplexed. His defensive abilities were nearing their limits, yet he still struggled to counter their offense. He wondered if Coach K had any insights. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar sound of knocking echoed, first twice, then thrice. Based on this pattern, Sue anticipated it would be Curry, so he opened the door. Indeed, there stood the young prodigy in his pajamas. "Hi, Stephen," Sue greeted, knowing that Curry had come to discuss the day's match. However, he was at a loss for what strategies could match the Jayhawks. "Sue, I want you to join me for a trip to Phoenix," Curry stated directly. "Phoenix?" Sue questioned, "Somehat confuset." "Yes, Steve Nash is a fantastic mentor. He has taught me numerous offensive techniques," Curry said, gazing at Sue with innocent eyes. Sue felt a bit bewildered, He wasn't particularly familiar with Steve Nash, and it might be awkward. At this critical juncture, his eagerness to learn did not guarantee that Nash would be willing to teach him. After all, Nash was a two-time MVP, a significant figure in the sport. Ding! A new quest has been released. Location: Suns Talking Stick Resort Arena Reward. Passing 10, Basketball, IQ 10. Speed 10 upon completing subsequent quests at the Talking Stick Resort Arena. Passing training efficiency increases by 50, while basketball IQ training efficiency increases by 20. I mean, Coach Steve is truly an exceptional mentor. He mentioned a brilliant strategy that he encouraged me to invite others from the team to practice. Curry continued enthusiastically. He found himself lacking the energy to focus on Curry's words. He had finally unlocked the second level of the venue. Moreover, this time, it was entirely focused on offensive attributes. What does it mean to endure hardships for a sweet reward? Although he gained significant insights while with the Los Angeles Lakers, it was all through relentless effort. He anticipated the arrival of Nash, who brought with him a wealth of experience. With the new dungeon unlocked, he would also gain a wave of experience from the main quest. Only those who have truly worked hard understand the agony of being cut off from the main storyline. Nash's personality was fairly easygoing, and he was the quintessential player who relied on intellect to play the game. Training with such a player would undoubtedly be beneficial. All right, let's go to Phoenix together. He feigned reluctance, but Curry's face lit up at the prospect of agreeing to join him for practice. As they traveled to Phoenix, glanced at Curry, who wore a cap and carried a backpack, humming a tune while basking in the sunshine of the city. Observing the serene expression on his face, it appeared that training alongside old Nash was not a particularly arduous endeavor. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. Perhaps it would be beneficial for this little fellow to experience life at Staples Center. The sunlight in Philadelphia is abundant, prompting Curry to adjust the brim of his cap while he shielded his eyes from the glaring rays. When he lifted his gaze, he was greeted by the breathtakingly colorful sunset over the city. Phoenix, known as the Valley of the Sun, is a city that has risen from the ruins of ancient Native American civilizations, aptly named to symbolize the rebirth of the Phoenix. Located in the state of Arizona, it stands as the largest state capital in the United States, boasting a population that surpasses that of Washington, D.C. Such a large populace naturally fuels the development of sports within the city, and Phoenix is home to franchises from all four major American leagues, with the most renowned being the Phoenix Suns, to which and Curry were soon headed. With scarce annual precipitation, the magnificent sunset that unfolded before them was a defining feature of the city, lending its name to the Suns. Historically, the Suns played with an intensity and flamboyance that matched their name, showcasing a fast-paced offensive style that exhilarated fans. The 7 seconds or less philosophy, under the guidance of Steve Nash, was the soul of this team. After enduring half an hour under the scorching sun, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the Talking Stick Resort Arena, where a man dressed in a wine-color holiday shirt had been waiting for them. He glanced up at the figure, whose deep-set eyes and charming smile contrasted with his less-than-brawny physique. Indeed, this gentleman was none other than the protagonist of this narrative, Grandmaster of Chess, Prince of Hockey, an obscure soccer player, and the initiator of the 7 seconds offense, Mr. Steve Nash. However, for these accolades held little significance. What mattered most was that old Nash was now an invaluable asset in his journey. Hello, I am a teammate of Curry. He introduced himself amicably. Hello, I'm Steve Nash. It is a pleasure to have you here in Phoenix for training. Nash responded with a gracious smile, devoid of any superstar pretensions. Likewise, Mr. Nash, training with you on the Suns has been a dream of mine since childhood. Affirmed with unwavering determination. In that moment, Nash discerned from Ye's earnest gaze and innocence, charisma, and a thirst for knowledge that evoked a sense of kinship. It deeply moved him to realize he had such an ardent fan, and he felt inclined to train him diligently. Meanwhile, Curry, ever the observer, stifled a laugh, well aware of Ye's reputation as a social butterfly, charming everyone he encountered. Clearly, Nash had been ensnared in a delightful ruse. Genuinely admired Nash. As Nash himself would put it, if he trained with the same methods and intensity as others, he would have been unable to compete. He had once aspired to attend a prestigious American university for his collegiate basketball career. His high school coach, Ian Heald, enthusiastically submitted Nash's recommendation letters to over 30 universities. However, the response was a deafening silence, as all the letters were returned, citing Nash's defensive shortcomings as the reason. To this day, Nash might possess a commendable defensive attitude, yet he remains the singular individual known for his glaring defensive weaknesses. Ultimately, he found himself at the unremarkable Santa Clara University, humorously dubbed Santa Claus University. Nonetheless, Nash remained undeterred. The ensuing tale saw him shatter the expectations of those who had once doubted him. As a freshman, he led his team to defeat the second-seeded Arizona University. He was named the best player in the West Coast Conference for 2 consecutive years during his junior and senior seasons. In his final year, he became only the 4th player in the history of the West Coast Conference to lead in both scoring and assists, alongside the legendary John Stockton. He amassed over 500 assists, setting a school record, and was recognized by the Associated Press as an All-American. In essence, Nash's journey epitomizes a remarkable rise from humble beginnings, rendering it an inspiring tale. Please follow me. Nash graciously invited Sue, E, and Curry into the arena. Soon, the 3 changed into their jerseys in the locker room. Ding! The task of checking in at the Talking Stick Resort Arena for the Suns has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Passing 15, basketball IQ 10, speed 10. At that moment, Sue felt a surge of electricity coursing through his mind. Subsequent images flickered in his thoughts like a cinematic montage. A deluge of information flowed through him, imparting knowledge of concepts previously unknown. Princeton offense, horn set, triangle offense. All became crystal clear. However, even after mastering these common strategies, he found himself perplexed by how to effectively dissect the tactics of the Oklahoma University roster. He recounted the events of the previous day's game to Nash, curious about the insights this tactical maestro might offer. Nash nodded thoughtfully. The most exquisite offense is the pinnacle of defense. Offense? Indeed. A truly efficient offense requires merely 7 seconds, he replied with utmost confidence. Chapter 33, Challenge of Mr. Nash. The 7 seconds offense implies that from the baseline inbounds to the moment the basketball finds the net, it must transpire within 7 seconds. Sue expressed his disbelief. Having adapted to the slower pace of 35-second possessions, this rapid tempo shattered his conventional understanding. Yes, effective passing is the cornerstone of the 7 seconds offense. Today, I shall teach you the art of passing, Nash continued. The system promptly alerted Sue that he was in the presence of a passing virtuoso, a man with a passing attribute rating of 99. What a remarkable feat. This was the highest attribute Sue had ever encountered. What does it mean to have a maxed out level? The experience gained from this would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Passing was Nash's signature skill. As a small forward with average physical attributes, honing his organizational abilities would significantly enhance his draft prospects. Following the completion of the check-in task, Sue had elevated his passing skill from 71 to 81. Even at this level, it was akin to rising from 50 to 64, barely achieving adequacy, yet far from excellence. Now, attempt to pass the basketball to me, Nash called out to Sue. Curry pretended to set a screen for Nash, who then cut back to receive the ball. Eager to showcase his newly acquired attributes, Sue executed a behind-the-back pass. As Nash sprinted to the three-point line, the basketball was delivered with precision. Catching the ball, Nash smiled and remarked, "Not bad at all. However, this pass feels a bit contrived, lacking in essence." He then licked his palm, brushed his hands on his shoes, and prepared to shoot from beyond the arc. As a distinguished member of the 180 Club, the basketball gracefully swished through the net. Sue was momentarily taken aback. This might be the most accurate pass he had ever made in his life. "Let me show you what I've got. Let's start with an alley-oop to warm up." Launa called out to Sue. "Allright, Steve. I'm going to deliver an incredible alley-oop to you," Sue replied, brimming with confidence. "It's me who has thrown the ball to you." Launa thought to himself, bemused, "Do I seem like a man who can catch an alley-oop?" Sue was equally bewildered. Realizing that his leaping ability was akin to a matchbox, he could dunk, but alley-oops were beyond his capabilities. "Don't worry, you can do it," Nash encouraged. "Just visualize the pose you want to make, and then execute the motion." Indeed, as the man with a passing rating of 99, his words exuded confidence. Following Nash's advice, Sue began his approach and leaped. Imagining the basketball securely in his grasp, he extended his long arms, ready to dunk. "You can always trust Steve Nash." Just as he reached the apex of his jump, the basketball flew right into his hands. Not only that, but the angle at which it arrived perfectly aligned with the curve of Su Yi's arm, creating an immensely gratifying sensation. Su Yi's large hands effortlessly enveloped the ball, smashing it through the hoop. What a display of violent beauty. If he had failed to dunk that ball, it would have been an affront to the perfect setup provided by Lao Na. Upon landing, Su Yi exchanged a meaningful smile with Curry. The elementary school student's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly shocked to discover that Su Yi was such an explosive dunker. That was just a practice to get a feel for the ball. What do you feel now? Nash remarked with a calm smile. Indeed, that moment had restored Su Yi's confidence and rhythm. Let's continue. Steve Nash signaled for Su Yi to return the basketball. Su Yi, adhering to Nash's guidance, passed the ball back. The basketball zipped toward Nash, who gently released it off his chest, allowing it to drop to his feet. He casually juggled it with his foot a couple of times. Then, Su Yi sprinted at full speed. Nash executed an exquisite no-look pass, sending the ball soaring into the air. As the basketball flew towards Su Yi, it seemed to hover momentarily. Su Yi, effortlessly caught it and dunked it with both hands. What an anti-physical trajectory. This ball passed with a foot. Felt far more comfortable than any hand pass from an ordinary player. Lao Na truly possessed divine ball sense. In that moment, Su Yi comprehended the basketball commentator's 8-character adage regarding Nash's passing. Like mercury spilling, as if it were meant to be. There was no exaggeration in those words. Passing is an art form. You'll come to love it. The pinnacle of a passer's skill is achieving unity with the ball. Nash smiled and explained. Unity with the ball? Su Yi questioned in confusion. Yes, do not pass for the sake of passing. Envision it as an art form. Su Yi began to grasp the essence of Nash's words, which would aid in his improvement. Nash clapped his hands, signaling for Curry to join them on the court, and the three of them practiced passing together. Nash meticulously guided Su Yi, correcting every detail of his passing technique. Under the 50 training efficiency boost, coupled with Nash's careful instruction, Su Yi progressed rapidly. As Su Yi moved into position, Nash flicked his wrist, sending the basketball his way. This pass was remarkably discreet. Nash's arms barely moved, only his wrist exerted force, rendering his intentions imperceptible to any opponent. The basketball shot out with tremendous speed, seeming to hover again as it neared the target. At that moment, the basketball was perfectly positioned for Su Yi's arm. As he caught it, he instinctively raised his arm to shoot, his actions seamlessly synchronized. Such a comfortable pass allowed the shooter's motion to flow smoothly, subtly enhancing his feel and accuracy. Nash's passing seemed to guide him, as if he could anticipate Su Yi's intended movements. Everything appeared so poetic. Whenever Su Yi conceived a tactic, Nash seemed to read his mind, always ensuring the ball arrived precisely where it needed to be and in the most unobtrusive manner. At that moment, Su Yi finally grasped the meaning behind Nash's words. The flamboyant passing techniques he had just learned, while accurately delivering the basketball, lacked soul. Such methods would never elevate him to the status of an exceptional passer, let alone a great one. As the saying goes, great skill is often understated. Only when passing fundamentals are as refined as Nash's can one achieve unity with the ball. It requires an extraordinary basketball IQ and an astute tactical understanding. Nash was indeed an excellent teacher, tirelessly correcting Su Yi's every passing detail. Naturally, Su Yi could not reach Nash's passing level in a short time. He first needed to hone the solid fundamentals that Nash possessed. The trio, Su Yi, Nash, and Curry, passed the ball back and forth, with the basketball whirling between them at high speed. Behind the back passes, bounce passes, one-handed passes, Su Yi could distinctly feel himself becoming more adept, and he vowed to master these fundamentals one day. Ding! A new task has been issued. Defeat Steve Nash. Task reward, ball handling skill points. What is this? A new task? But how can I defeat Nash in my current state? Although Nash's defense may not be stellar, his speed and shooting prowess far surpass mine. So you fat play it. If only they could play a few games, then the defense would truly reveal the flaws in his offense. Surprisingly, it was Nash who proposed the idea of a game. However, there were only 3 of them. What unfortunate timing. Curry scratched his head. At that moment, footsteps and complaints echoed from the entrance. Steve, I've been feeling terrible lately. I feel like the fans don't understand me at all. Look at what they're saying on Twitter. It's outrageous. Nash smiled with 4 of us now. It's perfect. I'll team up with Curry, and we can have a game. Sue glanced toward the entrance. A tall black man walked in, closing the door behind him. This man was several centimeters taller than Sue, with long limbs. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be an air conditioning technician. This individual donned a blue Hermes tracksuit, which seemed to have a workwear effect. As he turned, Sue was nearly stunned when he recognized his face. The newcomer was none other than Kevin Durant, who had recently scored 46 points in the Phoenix rookie game and had achieved an average of 30 points in his second season, making him the league's scoring champion. Yet, from his entrance, one would never guess he was a dominant superstar. Durant's demeanor was remarkably unpretentious, exuding a subtle sadness despite being a superstar. Kevin, you must understand that as a professional player, you need not let irrelevant opinions affect your performance. Old Knock could perceive Durant's melancholy and offered him comforting words. No, master. You don't understand. I cannot resist the urge to check the comments on Twitter, yet each time their remarks plunge me deeper into gloom. No one truly comprehends me. Durant lamented, shaking his head in despondence. It severely disrupts my mindset, and I even contemplate creating a secondary account to engage them in a debate. As he approached Old Nah to commence training, he noticed two unfamiliar figures on the court. One was Stephen Curry, a fellow collegiate during their shared academic year, both of whom had risen to prominence as star players and thus were acquainted. Acknowledging Curry's enigmatic smile, Durant nodded in recognition. However, the other individual, Sue, was a complete stranger to him, prompting a look of confusion. I've never seen him on the court before. Sue, equally surprised, noted that, according to official records, Durant stood at 206 centimeters, yet in person he appeared to tower over him by at least 5 centimeters. This is Sue, who trains with us. His progress has been remarkable, Nash introduced. They exchanged polite handshakes, and Sue offered Durant a courteous smile. Durant, encountering a stranger, appeared somewhat bashful and awkward, as if Sue were the celebrity in their midst, his charisma palpable, having exerted considerable effort during practice. The four of them settled into the second row of the stands for a chat, sharing stories of their training experiences with Nash. In truth, Durant had been training under Nash's guidance for a significant duration. Even as a superstar, he regarded himself as a student in Nash's presence. Renowned for his exceptional skills and experience, Nash was one of the most respected players in the league, and Durant held him in high esteem. Nash, a teacher who left no stone unturned, not only honed Durant's near-perfect skills, such as his one-handed dribbling and nuanced cuts following screens, but also imparted wisdom on handling media scrutiny and maintaining a balanced mindset. After each game, Nash would review the footage and send Durant messages to discuss areas for improvement, proving invaluable to the rookie. Despite Durant's ascendance beyond him, Nash continued to encourage him to strive for excellence and unlock his full potential. Durant affectionately referred to Nash as Master Yoda, a testament to his admiration. Recently, following the All-Star game and with no impending matches, Durant seized the opportunity to learn from Nash, which led to this unexpected encounter with Sue, and Curry. Curry recounted his experiences post-Durant's departure, sharing anecdotes about the Wildcats and Sue, Given their shared position as small forwards, Durant and Sue found ample common ground. The friendly nature of their personalities facilitated a swift camaraderie, though Durant still bore a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a big boy whose fans' varying opinions could sway his emotions. As their lively conversation continued, Durant suddenly withdrew his phone, falling into a brief silence. Sue glanced over and noticed Durant's gaze fixated on the screen with an almost infatuated intensity. As a former king of the seas, and now a reliable man adept at time management, Sue quickly identified the source of Durant's distraction. It turned out Durant was secretly admiring a photo of a female celebrity, none other than Scarlett Johansson. Just as Durant became engrossed in his admiration, Sue approached swiftly, flashing a playful smile. Kevin, so you have a fondness for the Black Widow? The unexpected comment startled Durant, who stammered, Sue, you've misunderstood. I was merely appreciating her beauty. His face flushed with embarrassment. I suspect you would even drink her bathwater, Sue teased, seeing through Durant's facade. Durant's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he exclaimed, how did you know that? Perhaps it's because we clicked right away, Sue replied with a grin. If you like her, go after her. Durant shook his head in resignation. But she doesn't even know who I am. She's a superstar, and I'm just a player. If I win a championship, Maybe I'll find the courage to confess my feelings. Sue turned to Durant, noting the depth of his despondency. The forlorn look in Durant's eyes was almost heartbreaking, as if he were on the verge of singing a melancholic ballad. Sue, taken aback, expressed his disbelief. "You're a superstar. Where's your confidence? By the time you win a championship, the opportunity may have passed." "Perhaps I'm just an honest man," Durant replied, his spirit dampened. "Be confident, my friend. You can do it." Sue encouraged, patting Durant on the shoulder, his gaze filled with unwavering faith. As a former king of the seas, Sue could no longer bear to witness Durant's uncertainty, silently vowing to help him win over the Black Widow one day. "Let's commence training, Kevin. You and Sue will work together," Nash called out, having stepped onto the court. "How's your condition, my friend?" Sue, observing Durant's bewilderment, expressed concern, noting that he needed to complete a ball-handling task. "I can handle it," Durant replied, swallowing hard as he entered the court. When Sue glanced back at him, the confusion and sadness had vanished, replaced by a fierce determination to win. The specter of defeat loomed. Once on the court, nothing could distract Durant from his purpose. Curry passed the ball to Nash, who, upon receiving it, launched into action with astonishing speed, leaving Sue a step behind, ready to intercept or block. Sue anticipated Nash moves. Nash, however, executed a behind-the-back maneuver, and just as Sue braced himself for a potential backcourt violation, Nash elbowed the ball out to the three-point line, where it landed perfectly in Curry's hands. Durant was taken aback by the audacious pass. Yet Curry's shot swished through the net effortlessly. After conferring with Durant, Sue decided to switch on to Curry, knowing his shooting and movement patterns well. Curry, ball in hand, pressed forward against Sue while Nash set a screen. However, Sue, agile in his lateral movement, was undeterred by Nash's presence. As Curry struggled to shake off Sue, with Nash's position effectively blocked by Durant, he was forced into a contested shot. Anticipating the release, Sue leaped forward, significantly disrupting Curry's attempt. The altered trajectory of the ball allowed Durant to easily secure the rebound. Without hesitation, he tossed the ball back to Sue, who found the perfect opportunity to take a three-point shot, which Curry watched sail through the net unimpeded. Sue passed the ball to Durant, and then he witnessed what could only be described as a textbook level of isolation play. Chapter 35, Ball Control Drive. Durant initiated a swift 25-foot change of direction to elude Nash, dribbling toward the paint. He crouched, leaned back, released the ball, and scored effortlessly. His prowess in one-on-one situations was indeed well-deserved. With Durant holding a distinct advantage, assistance defense was imperative. Sue consistently found himself open. On the defensive end, Nash was unable to make a significant impact. Soon enough, Sue and Durant clinched the game with a score of 15-8. This was the sensation of a comfortable victory, a feeling of sheer delight. Durant not only showcased his isolation skills, but also fed Sue the ball, effectively executing every role on the court. It is undeniable that in terms of isolation play, Durant stands as one of the premier experts in the league. His technical repertoire is extraordinarily comprehensive. Previously, it was believed that the pinnacle of skill for tall players was epitomized by Nowitzki, but Durant's emergence shattered that perception. He possesses 10 distinct offensive methods: fast breaks, face-up isolation, pick-and-roll plays, spot-up drives, off-ball cuts, roll-and-replace handoffs, post-ups, back-to-the-basket moves, and second-chance opportunities. Durant excels in all these aspects, making him a man with a fully stocked arsenal of offensive weapons. Typically, the ability to execute face-up isolation, pick-and-rolls, and fast breaks is reserved for perimeter players. Conversely, off-ball cuts, screen-and-rolls, and second-chance opportunities are generally tasked for role players. To simultaneously master all 10 elements, Durant may very well be the only individual in history capable of doing so. Had it not been for Greg Oden's unfortunate circumstances, Durant would undoubtedly have been a number 1 overall pick as well. This extensive array of skills has shaped Durant's distinctive style of play, which is characterized by an unwavering pursuit of efficiency. Compared to Kobe and Anthony, whose scoring choices often lean towards isolation at 45, or Westbrook, who relies on pick and rolls at around 35, Durant's offensive distribution is remarkably balanced, with each category hovering around 20. Even in off-ball situations, Durant's usage rate approaches 18. In Sue's past life, this statistic was only surpassed by Curry's 20. For instance, Harden, who focuses primarily on isolation, had only a 2 off-ball offensive rate. Given Durant's physical gifts and his smooth shooting touch, relying solely on his jump shot would suffice for him to dominate the league. However, he continues to explore a rich variety of offensive tactics, relentlessly seeking the most rational approach to scoring. Consequently, in critical matches, opposing defenses often assign their best defenders to wear him down individually. Rarely do teams resort to double-teaming Durant, as his extensive arsenal of offensive options renders such strategies counterproductive. The richness of his offensive choices is also a key reason why Durant is considered one of the top 50 players in history. Even the first half, when his shooting touch may be cold, he can still elevate his shooting percentage to 50 in the second half. If he needs to, he can unleash a furious shot to ensure his percentage returns to that mark. His performance remains astonishingly stable. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be that his excessive pursuit of stable offensive options has led to a lack of explosive scoring. Thus, in Su Yi's previous life, Durant's career high score was merely 54 points. While still reveling in the joy of a comfortable victory, Su Yi suddenly felt an electric jolt in his mind. A torrent of information surged through his consciousness. Sam Gold, continuous crossovers, triple threat. These flashy dribbling moves flickered through his mind like a microfilm. Instantly, they seemed to solidify into ingrained memories. The system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Defeat Steve Nash. Ball control ability, 71-81 current status. Fatigue, increased energy consumption by 25. Current ability values, level shooting. 92, passing. 81, ball control. 81, jumping. 66, strength. 86, speed. 82, basketball IQ. 77. This attribute converts to other attributes without loss. Defense. 86. Expand for details. Comprehensive evaluation. Level 82. Click Switch to view post-upgrade attributes. Su Yi now felt elated. An attribute of 85 could be considered elite within this context. Clearly, he had now begun to meet the standard of a 3-position player. Upon clicking Switch, the level attributes were displayed. Current ability values, level shooting, 81, passing, 64, ball control, 64, jumping, 40, strength, 74, speed, 67, basketball IQ, 77, defense, 74, expand for details, comprehensive evaluation, level 67. It appeared that his primary attributes were fundamentally satisfactory. Currently, in the game, Su Yi had no discernible weaknesses. However, in terms of levels, his attributes could hardly be described as outstanding. Nevertheless, such improvement was enough to excite Su Yi. As a small forward, he had primarily focused on ball control during practice. And now he could sense a significant elevation in his feel for the game. Picking up the basketball from the floor, Su Yi executed a series of quick crossovers, followed by a smooth turnaround layup, almost in one seamless motion. However, the other 3 players on the court seemed entirely unfazed. All 3 were masters of ball control, and they regarded this as a routine maneuver. Yet, Su Yi's ball handling skills had now nearly reached the level of a point guard. He diligently practiced various newly learned fakes, the behind-the-back dribble, the air switch, the Euro step. Nash organized the group to practice their coordination. The 4 players continuously moved around the court, the basketball being passed around rapidly. Subsequently, Nash urged everyone to accelerate their movement and ball distribution. With his improved passing ability, Su Yi found himself able to comfortably synchronize with the other 3 players on the court. Together, they sprinted from one side of the court to the other, passing, moving, receiving, and shooting, all in accordance with Nash's directives. The pace of their movement and passing gradually quickened. Nash, the most experienced among them, provided guidance on the core elements of 7-second offense, emphasizing the need for decisiveness in both passing and shooting to create space. This was the most spectacular collaboration Su Yi had ever experienced in his life. What does it mean to be part of the 180 Club? What does it mean to be a member of the Splash Brothers? Scoring was the ultimate goal. The seamless cooperation on the court flowed like water. Essentially, after crossing half-court, they would score within 2 passes without any hesitation. In the absence of defense, the 4 players worked in exquisite harmony, shooting immediately after receiving the ball, each one finding success as they swished through the net. Under Nash's guidance, Su Yi's spatial awareness improved significantly. He also committed to memory various tactical strategies designed to dismantle different defenses. With Durant's game day approaching, he bid farewell to the other three. Sue, E, and Curry continued their isolation practice under Nash's tutelage. In isolation play, the two were almost evenly matched, whether in ball handling, shooting, or defense. They executed their roles with near perfection. With a soft shooting touch, exquisite dribbling, and impeccable defense, their performances resembled a textbook level of both offense and defense, far exceeding their contemporaries. It is evident that in one-on-one confrontations, Curry found himself at a disadvantage against Sue, E, let alone against more ordinary players. Both athletes, engaged in a spirited exchange, showcased the culmination of their training, exhibiting remarkable prowess on the court. The intensity of their competition ignited their rhythm and performance, as astonishing shots swished through the net. Just as the match reached its zenith, applause echoed from the entrance. Sue, E, and Curry paused, turning their gaze toward the source of the sound, only to discover none other than Steve Kerr. Indeed, he is the legendary sharpshooter and less-than-stellar commentator, now serving not as the head coach of the Warriors, but as the general manager of the struggling Suns, who are perilously close to missing the playoffs. Sue, E, turned to see Kerr holding two scouting reports, nodding enthusiastically at both Curry and himself, a beaming smile gracing his face. Kerr had long coveted Curry's talent, seizing the opportunity to invite him for a training session with the Suns. To his surprise, he also discovered Curry's remarkable younger brother. With a lack of suitable substitutes within the team for rotation, Curry undoubtedly emerged as the ideal player for the Suns' fast-paced system. Moreover, at 35, Nash may not be in his prime for much longer, prompting Kerr to contemplate the next core of the team. From any perspective, Curry appeared to be the chosen one for the Suns. The sole concern remained whether they could secure him in the upcoming draft. Although 2009 was considered a weak draft year, it was notably strong for guards, with well-known players like Curry, Derrick Rose, and DeMar DeRozan all entering the fray. However, the Timberwolves were anticipated to possess 2 lottery picks in the first round and had already indicated their intention to select the 2 most powerful guards. This news undoubtedly caused Kerr considerable distress. Thus, as he gazed upon the promising young Curry, his eyes sparkled with urgency. He must devise a strategy to retain him. It must be a special fate that has brought them together as a family. Curry exchanged a bemused glance with Sue, E, silently conveying his unfamiliarity with the older gentleman, while also sensing a mischievous glint in Kerr's eyes. Chapter 36. Kerr's invitation. Kerr had long desired to recruit Curry. He had been observing the player for quite some time, yearning to invite him for a trial with the Suns. Finding a suitable backup for Nash was essential for the Suns' transformation. 2 years prior, the Suns boasted a dynamic offensive style that could rival any team, possessing all the conditions necessary for championship contention. Yet, in this era, their fast-paced approach was widely regarded as insufficient to secure a title. Under the existing rules, advancing in the playoffs without a robust defense was deemed unreliable. Consequently, this peak Suns team suffered 2 defeats at the hands of the Spurs in recent years. Kerr resolved to instigate change. He envisioned transforming the Suns into a team with a balanced offense and defense. Thus began a monumental overhaul, met with cheers from the crowd. Head coach Terry Porter confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, Kerr, we aim to create a balanced team." The two exchanged smiles, united in their vision. The subsequent events unfolded as one might expect. Marion departed for the frigid Toronto. Bell and Diaw endured constant reprimands from Jordan and LeBron, and Stoudemire became ensnared in trade rumors. Meanwhile, the newly acquired Shaquille O'Neal struggled to establish a productive chemistry with the team. Nash, known for his speed and organization, found himself relegated to the perimeter, watching O'Neal dominate inside. Stoudemire became redundant in this system. Fast breaks vanished, positional play faltered, turnovers mounted, and breakthroughs became scarce. The Suns' defense showed no signs of improvement, while their offensive performance suffered a significant decline. The 2-time reigning MVP, Nash, found himself unable to participate in the All-Star game held in his own city this year. Nash remained the same, but the Suns were no longer the team they once were. Coach Porter attempted to employ a strategy of leveraging strengths against weaknesses. Fulfilling his promise, the Suns indeed transformed into a team with balanced offense and defense, albeit one that struggled significantly in both areas. Kerr, moved by the situation, announced Porter's dismissal before the All-Star game. At that moment, the disjointed and chaotic Suns were in desperate need of a rebuild. Kerr was eager to revive his original fast-paced system, the very essence of the Suns that had been lost. Having observed Curry and Su's training, Kerr realized these two players seemed tailor-made for his system, as if the gods had returned his youth. Initially intending to evaluate Curry, he unexpectedly discovered he had invited a true prodigy, and even better, there were two of them. In his hands were the scouting reports for both Curry and Sue. Stephen Curry, exceptional shooting, ball handling, and solid technical skills, adept at off-ball movement, a dual-threat guard with a high basketball IQ. Drawbacks: weak finishing ability around the rim, average athleticism, perfectly aligns with my team's fast-paced style. Overall, a promising backup guard who could potentially develop into a successor. Sue, number 15 player on the Davidson Wildcats. Small forward, power forward, excellent shooter, an exceptionally confident player, particularly in clutch situations, passionate play style, a court eagle. Drawbacks: occasionally poor offensive decision-making. Limited playing time has hindered the display of athletic talent. Kerr had long recognized Curry as the most fitting talent for the Suns system, and he was determined to find a way to acquire him. As for Sue, the scouting report was quite clear. The player had seen minimal playing time, and historical data was scarce, suggesting he might be Davidson's secret weapon. Coupled with Sue's extraordinary performance in the gym today, unmatched defense, a soft shooting touch, and outstanding basketball intelligence, Kerr was astounded to discover such a deeply hidden talent right in his own arena. Crucially, Sue's low profile meant he was not yet a draft darling, unlikely to be chased by numerous teams. If securing Curry proved impossible, he at least needed to find a way to acquire Sue. The ideal scenario would be to secure Curry in the first round and then draft Sue in the second round. This year's draft could truly be a boon for Phoenix. However, the greatest challenge remained in fostering a positive relationship with these two players. Sue, having caught a glimpse of Kerr's eager expression, suspected he was plotting something. Kerr's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Fantastic. Your performance was simply remarkable. Exceptional shooting touch, seamless teamwork. I can bet you're the most outstanding rookie I have encountered this year." Curry's eyes sparkled momentarily. He smiled shyly and nodded in agreement, reveling in the flattery. The chemistry between the two was undeniable, and Kerr's initial words drew Curry deeper into his web. "Suji, feeling no jelesi, mirli nadit pelaitli." Thinking to himself that the crafty Kerr must have something more to say, while discreetly signaling to Curry. Colton, with a deliberately mournful expression, shook his head and continued, "It is truly unfortunate that not every gifted player can achieve a glorious career." "But why is that?" Curry, with a look of confusion, directly inquired before Sue could respond. Observing Curry following his lead, Cole quickly added, "A player must find the system that suits them. And the Sun system is undoubtedly the best fit for you. Your style of play is brimming with vitality. I can feel the fervor and youthful exuberance radiating from you. Watching you today reminds me of my younger self. Oh, forgive me. Allow me a moment to reminisce about my past. I too was a sharpshooter, and you remind me so much of that time. No one understands your desires better than I do. Young men, you are full of energy. Only the Suns can provide you with boundless vitality and the true essence of a scorching offensive strategy. This is the style that suits you best. Any other team's approach would stifle your talents and be a waste of your gifts. As a basketball aficionado, I cannot bear to see a talented young individual lose their passion within teams that fail to harness their potential. This deeply pains me. Phoenix is a big family, and I invite you to welcome you home. You are the future of Phoenix, and the future of Phoenix is yours." Cole's speech was imbued with emotion, teetering on the brink of tears. Curry listened intently, nearly applauding in agreement. Cole noticed Curry's expression and chuckled inwardly, realizing once more how easily the young could be swayed by his rhetoric. Sue, however, perceived through Cole's performance, recognizing that he might be better suited for selling insurance than for managing basketball teams. With a serene smile, Sue nodded. After all, having the Phoenix Suns as a backup option at least enhanced his draft prospects, a significant improvement from his previous obscurity. Ultimately, it was not a loss. After Cole's impassioned address, he discreetly observed Sue and Curry's reactions. Sue wore a slight smile, seemingly acquiescing to his invitation. Meanwhile, Curry's innocent gaze reflected his anticipation for Phoenix. Subsequently, Sue and Curry resumed their practice. Cole felt satisfied with his performance, convinced that he possessed a natural talent for oratory, further solidifying his desire to pursue a career as a commentator. Steve, these two young men possess great potential. You must train with them diligently. They're the hope of the league, Cole said, patting Nash on the shoulder. I will, Mr. Cole. Nash replied cheerfully as Cole departed the court. Suyi's primary concern remained how to excel in the upcoming March Madness games. He was well aware that these seasoned veterans were adept at making empty promises. Of course, Phoenix was merely an alternative option for him. As a former Ocean King and the epitome of a good man, Su-yi understood that both parties were merely playing around, without any real commitment. If he truly took Cole's words to heart, he might find himself as the fool in the end, to forge his own path. He knew he needed to demonstrate commendable performances during March Madness to elevate his draft stock. His most pressing dilemma was how to secure victory against the University of Kansas. Mr. Nash, as you know, our purpose here is to prepare for the next game, so I hope to receive your targeted guidance, Su-yi stated candidly. Indeed, Coach Nash. Kansas is not an easy opponent, Curry concurred. I need to understand more about our adversary, Nash replied. Su-yi and Curry provided Nash with the essential information regarding the Wildcats and the Jayhawks. After listening, Nash fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Both Su-yi and Curry awaited his insights, hoping he would propose a solid strategy. 7 seconds offense. Nash's response was resolute. In that instant, Su-yi and Curry's attention sharpened. This was the Suns' signature strategy. They were astonished that Nash was willing to impart this cherished technique to them. No wonder Durant referred to Nash as a master. If they could learn this offensive system, their performance against the Wildcats would surely flourish. Still in shock, Nash continued. The 7 seconds offense demands perfection, the speed of ball rotation, the tempo of passing, and the movement without the ball must all be nearly flawless to achieve a spectacular offense. If the rhythm falters even slightly, the effectiveness of the 7 seconds offense diminishes significantly, rendering it futile. Do you have the confidence to execute this? This expectation was undeniably high. Precision in passing, expansive vision, team synergy, and stamina were all essential. According to Nash, once the rhythm was broken, this dazzling offensive strategy could devolve into chaotic, ineffective play. Su-yi and Curry's excitement swiftly shifted to silence, as they recognized that such extraordinary skills could not be attained without a solid foundation and rigorous training. They risked becoming mediocre, potentially undermining their original tactics. But, Coach Nash, we lack your exceptional passing ability and near-perfect vision. How can we achieve what you propose? Curry finally voiced his concerns. Indeed, Mr. Nash, we are still far from your level of synergy with the ball, Su-yi added. Nash, exuding confidence, replied. Training can bridge that gap. We can achieve that harmony. Curry was taken aback by Nash's assertion. If every player trained like I did, my talent might have led to my unemployment. Nash smiled calmly, and then instructed Su-yi and Curry to bring out 3 passing training machines. The trio then began to practice passing into the machines. Thanks to his improved passing attributes, Su-yi managed to achieve a commendable accuracy rate. However, when he turned to observe Nash, he marveled at how effortlessly Nash could score from any angle while remaining meticulous in his training. Nash's ability to achieve perfect synergy with the ball stemmed from both his innate talent and his relentless dedication to practice. The freedom he exhibited during games was the result of countless mechanical repetitions of every passing technique on the training court. The most daunting reality was that those with talent also needed to work harder. Su-yi had yet to reach Nash's level of effortless passing, so he focused on refining his fundamental one-handed and two-handed passes. Nash took the time to correct Su-yi's passing form. With such force, the ball will be more elusive when passed, its speed will increase, and the trajectory will be softer for teammates to receive. The principle behind curving passes lies in a sudden flick of the wrist just before the release. These are the hallmark skills of Nash, who initially hoped that Su-yi could learn even a fraction of them. To his surprise, Su-yi made rapid progress, leaving Nash somewhat astonished. After all, Su-yi was a man benefiting from a 50 training efficiency boost on the Suns' home court. Thus, when it came to enhancing speed, he undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent. Under Nash's guidance, Su-yi and Curry repeatedly executed successful passes. On the court, Su-yi entered a heightened state of focus, and the speed of his passes steadily increased. Nash nodded approvingly. Given Su-yi's rate of improvement, he would soon meet the threshold for executing a 7-second offense. Soon, The three of them commenced relentless training. With the added efficiency and concentration on the court, all of Su Yi's energy was devoted to the passing drills, to the point where he lost track of time. Yet, he could feel a slight numbness in his arms. Even without the intense focus he had previously required, his passes consistently found their mark. The improvement was tangible. 3.5 hours later, a voice from the doorway interrupted their training. "Steve, it's time for your therapy." Su Yi looked over to see a middle-aged man in a white coat, exuding a scholarly demeanor akin to that of a university professor. Nash smiled and replied, "I may need to excuse myself for a moment. Dr. Thomas Carter attends to my therapy at this hour, every day." The man at the entrance was none other than the legendary Suns physician, Thomas Carter. Steve Nash had battled congenital spinal issues throughout his career, and, as he aged, the toll of injuries became increasingly burdensome. This season, he had been plagued by shoulder pain, a lingering consequence of previous back injuries. However, under Dr. Carter's care, Nash's athletic performance remained largely unaffected by his ailments. This time, Su Yi took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Dr. Carter. While he could afford to overlook Cole, he chose to treat this physician with the utmost respect. As an athlete, Su Yi recognized the crucial role of these behind-the-scenes professionals. It was their silent dedication that kept players at bay from debilitating injuries. How many heroes had suffered the loss of their careers due to injury, leaving a sense of regret in their wake? "Hello, Dr. Thomas Carter. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have long admired your expertise," Su Yi said with a gracious smile. "There are no miracle workers in this world. Only the most diligent of doctors," Dr. Carter replied humbly, adjusting his glasses. Nash chimed in, "Indeed, Su. Dr. Carter invests 6 hours daily in my back therapy. It's an arduous process." Both Su Yi and Curry expressed their admiration, accompanying Thomas and Nash into the therapy room. The therapy space was immaculate, filled with various instruments and lined with shelves brimming with professional literature. Among the usual titles on anesthesiology and sports medicine, Su Yi was surprised to find a copy of Huangdi Neijing. "Isn't this from my homeland?" Su Yi muied. "Dr. Thomas also possesses knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine," he added. "A professional doctor tends to explore a diverse range of knowledge," Dr. Carter chuckled. Having read a few texts himself and possessing some understanding of traditional medicine, Su Yi saw this as an opportunity to discuss health with Dr. Carter. Noticing that Su Yi was different from the average player, boasting a certain level of cultural sophistication, they found common ground and had a delightful exchange. As the therapy table was prepared, Dr. Carter began his work, prompting Su Yi to bid farewell to him and Nash. "Su, here's my business card. Feel free to contact me if needed," Dr. Carter offered. "I hope I won't have to use it," Su Yi joked, eliciting laughter from the group. After all, with the strongest injury exemption, it seemed the physician's assistance might not be necessary. "What if your friends need it?" Dr. Carter replied with a smile. "Timely treatment is crucial. Many injuries can yield miraculous recoveries. If unusual circumstances arise, do not hesitate to reach out. Perhaps this is the calling of a physician." Su Yi pocketed the card without further thought as he departed from Phoenix. Chapter 38. My strength has returned. Su Yi was aboard a flight back to Charlotte. Before leaving, he exchanged contact information with Nash. It must be said that Nash was an exceptional mentor. He specifically advised Su Yi to communicate any concerns regarding training and extended an invitation for him to return to Phoenix in the future. Buzz. Just as he disembarked, a message popped up on his Nokia 97. Steve's message? Su Yi quickly opened it, confirming it was indeed Nash's reminder. "Su, make sure to enhance your physical training upon your return." Nash certainly knew how to hit the nail on the head. His primary weakness lay precisely in physical conditioning. Moreover, fitness was crucial for executing a 7-second offense, and Su Yi recognized its significance. Opening his phone's notes, Su Yi reviewed his schedule. He had a week left for training sessions at Staples Center. After that, aside from final team practices and various errands, he would soon need to prepare for Indiana, leaving little time for effective physical training. Thus, he resolved to make the most of the opportunity with Kobe. The following dawn at Staples Center, Su Yi arrived to find Kobe focused on bench press exercises. "Long time no see, Mamba," Su Yi exclaimed with delight. For some reason, training alongside Kobe ignited a competitive spirit within him. Perhaps it was Kobe's ability to inspire passion in those who trained with him. Wearing a black tank top, Kobe lay flat on the bench press, glancing at Su Yi and nodding without uttering a word. Recognizing his desire for solitude, Su Yi chose not to disturb him and settled onto a nearby bench to begin his workout. Both athletes maintained their silence, each absorbed in their respective routines. This quiet atmosphere inadvertently heightened their training efficiency. Sue, free from distractions, felt every bit of effort contributing to his physical recovery, transforming him into a more formidable athlete. He had no time to check his attributes. He merely aimed to acquire more experience through his training. During breakfast, sitting across from Sue, he was Pau Gasol, a gentle giant whose Mediterranean-accented English added a unique flavor to their conversation. Sue Ichiwan regarded this as an opportunity to hone his English listening skills, and his interactions with his sister-in-law were rather pleasant. In the early hours of the following day, it was Kobe who arrived at the court first, fully engrossed in his training. It was evident that Kobe's enthusiasm for training had been significantly fueled by the recent losses, which had undoubtedly impacted his mood. The two shared a tacit understanding, communicating without words. Their training efficiency had been remarkably high the previous day, and although they remained silent, there was a palpable competitive spirit between them. For instance, during the shuttle runs, Sue Ichiwan endeavored to keep pace with Kobe to enhance his stamina, while Kobe sought to shake off the persistent Sue Ichiwan. At breakfast, Vujasic continued to bemoan his plight. Guys, Sharapova was completely unresponsive yesterday, like a dead fish. My experience was truly dismal. It shouldn't be so. Her vocalizations while playing are quite alluring. Come on, buddy, keep your spirits up. This might all be on you. Sue Ichiwan and the other players consoled Vujasic, though he appeared no more cheerful. On the third early morning, Sue Ichiwan and Kobe found themselves unable to converse. The same occurred on the fourth and fifth early mornings. However, by the eighth early morning, Sue Ichiwan and Kobe finally managed to engage in conversation. After a week of high-efficiency training, Sue Ichiwan could clearly sense that his stamina was nearly restored, and his overall attributes had seen considerable improvement. This marked Sue Ichiwan's last day of training at the Staples Center, as he was soon to return to Charlotte and embark on his journey to Indiana. The two had been in a competitive spirit for a solid 8 days. Sue Ichiwan's recovery had gradually intensified the training pressure on Kobe, who was acutely aware of Sue Ichiwan's recent progress. Both were now drenched in sweat as they sat down to rest at the sidelines. The early morning in Los Angeles was tranquil, the air crisp, and the pale purple sky outside was enchanting. Sue, do you know what O'Neal said to me the other day? Kobe finally broke the silence. He said, keep it up, champion, Kobe replied. I thought you two had severed ties. At least for now, we can consider ourselves friends. Kobe's gaze became resolute, but I must prove to the big guy that I can win a championship on my own. Sue Ichiwan silently gazed out at the sky, absorbing the moment. The morning mist was light, and the pale purple night sky was beginning to brighten. Over the past 2 weeks, Kobe had imparted much wisdom to him, and now it was time to part ways. Thank you, Mamba, Sue Ichiwan smiled, packing his backpack in preparation for departure. Perhaps Bryant was still striving for his first true championship, but for Sue Ichiwan, the upcoming matches were of utmost importance. Life is filled with dreams, each splendid in its own right. He wished Kobe well, while also extending good wishes to himself. Sue, take this. A voice came from behind. A card flew through the air. Fortunately, Sue Ichiwan reacted swiftly, catching it in his large hand. It was a purple and gold access card. What? Sue Ichiwan queried in confusion. The Staples training facility remains open to you, Kobe chuckled, his expression quickly becoming serious. However, next time, I will definitely outplay you. You're still the same, Mamba. It won't be so easy next time. They exchanged a knowing smile, refraining from further words. Sue Ichiwan turned to leave. This guy is quite interesting, Kobe mused, shaking his head with a smile as he watched Sue Ichiwan's retreating figure. Due to his aloof nature and his exacting standards for teammates, others in the team had always been intimidated by Kobe, keeping their distance. Thus, Kobe found himself without true friends within the team. However, in Sue Ichiwan, he recognized a reflection of his younger self, a sense of familiarity that was striking. Initially, he viewed Sue Ichiwan merely as a rival, but in the end, he discovered that training alongside him was genuinely enjoyable. Both were naturally reserved, yet they shared an unspoken desire to challenge one another again. In a fleeting moment, he even felt a semblance of camaraderie with Sue Ichiwan. Nonetheless, Mamba needed no friends. He sought only championships. As Sue Ichiwan stepped outside, Kobe regained his focus, channeling all his energy into the court, releasing a shot that swished effortlessly through the net. As Su Ichuan boarded the plane, fatigue enveloped him, and he gradually closed his eyes. He was about to embark on his journey to Indiana. At that moment, however, a soft blue light flickered to life. Current status: essentially normal. Stamina consumption increased by 3. Host's current ability ratings: shooting, 92, passing, 81, ball handling, 83, jumping, 69, strength, 86, speed, 82, basketball IQ, 77. This attribute is converted without loss. Defense, 87. Comprehensive evaluation, level 85. He had been so focused on training that he had neglected to monitor the changes in his attributes. The previously diminished stamina attribute had now returned to normal. The stamina consumption had only increased by 3, rendering it negligible. In an instant, Su Ichuan felt invigorated. My vitality is back. Chapter 39. The Wildcat Strategy. Su Ichuan and Curry returned to Davidson College together. That afternoon, at Belk Arena, 7 seconds offense? McKillop pondered. After all, the team had never played in such a manner before, and changing tactics on the fly was a significant risk. McKillop was uncertain this time. Trust me and Curry. We have practiced thoroughly in Phoenix, and we will harmonize well with the team in the coming days. Su Ichuan replied with unwavering confidence. Indeed, you can always trust me and Su Ichuan. Coach McKillop, Curry added, equally assured. However, you both need to ensure you gel well together in the next few days. Regardless of the strategy, minimizing errors remains paramount. Listening to Su Ichuan and Curry's tactical breakdown demonstrated their thorough preparation, prompting McKillop to agree. After hearing about Su Ichuan and Curry's plans, Andrew Lovedale readily accepted this style of play, given his decent stamina. His only disadvantage was his height when falling back into position. His forte in rim protection lay in crashing the boards, making him inherently suited to this approach. However, Ben Allison might find it challenging due to his slower mobility. Frank, a substitute center with some organizational skills, was a better option. The Wildcats players were united, eager to play their roles as long as they could secure a victory. Curry and Su Ichuan shared the tactics learned in Phoenix with everyone. The Wildcats' plan was to focus on defense in the first half, adhering closely to their previous style of play, but with a more decisive offense. Should they fail to score, they would promptly retreat and avoid delays. With 7 minutes remaining in the second half, they would suddenly ramp up their efforts, implementing a vigorous full-court defense and accelerating the pace of transitions, officially entering the 7-second offense mode. This strategy was proposed by Su Ichuan as he considered the players' stamina, knowing they could not sustain a fast pace throughout the game. Furthermore, this approach would yield unexpected results. The players of the Wildcats are making the most of their final moments to refine their synergy. The core strategy is straightforward, pivoting around Andrew Lovedale. They aim to accelerate ball movement, with Su, E, and Curry seizing every opportunity to shoot. In these final moments, the Wildcats unite with unwavering resolve. For the previous year's narrow defeat lingers as a regret in the hearts of the seasoned players. They have long awaited this moment, thus pouring their hearts into training. As the afternoon swiftly passes, the players stack their hands together, their invigorated cheers echoing throughout the Belk Arena. Although the Kansas University Jayhawks are a formidable team, every player on the Wildcats exudes confidence this time around. After the other players disperse, Su, E, and Curry remain behind to engage in extra practice at the Belk Arena. They diligently work on their shooting, knowing it is essential for finding their rhythm in the game. The strength of the Kansas team is undeniable. Maintaining a high shooting percentage on the day will be crucial for victory. What do you think of our strategy? Curry inquires of Su E. I believe in you, and I trust myself. If we can hold our ground in the first half, let the Jayhawks experience our thunderous offense in the final 7 minutes. Su E replies. That sounds thrilling, Curry chuckles. They continue to practice together for a while longer before returning to their dorms. After refreshing himself, Su E plays music at volume 3 and turns on the television, tuning into the sports news on the Hua Guo Sports Channel. In today's game between the Rockets and the Cavaliers, Yao Ming scored a remarkable 28 points on 13 of 15 shooting. Artest and Battier took turns applying intense pressure on LeBron James, causing the King to struggle with his shooting, ending the game with only 21 points on 21 attempts. Ultimately, the Cavaliers succumbed to the Rockets with a score of 74-93. Following this match, the Rockets currently sit in second place in the Western Conference, while the Cavaliers remain atop the Eastern Conference standings. Reports indicate that Rockets star Tracy McGrady is hopeful to return from injury in the second round of the playoffs, and our channel will keep a close eye on his recovery. He feels a sense of astonishment. This year, LeBron, leading the Cavaliers as the sole star, has become a hot sensation. However, in the game against the Rockets, he recorded the embarrassing statistic of 1 rebound and 0 assists. It is well known that LeBron possesses exceptional passing skills, capable of delivering accurate passes even when triple-teamed. This match marked the only occasion in his career where he failed to register an assist. One must commend Sean Battier and Arteas for their fierce defensive prowess. To limit the King in such a manner is no small feat. Without McGrady, Yao Ming's ability to lead the team to second in the West is a testament to the contributions of the role players. The Rockets have triumphed over the leaders of both conferences, alleviating pressure for the upcoming rounds, and they should maintain their position as the second seed. Thus, if they avoid any blunders in the subsequent games, the Rockets have a strong chance of entering the playoffs as the second seed. The Cavaliers and Lakers remain the undisputed leaders of their respective conferences. He turns off the television, preparing to rest. A knock resounds at the door. Upon opening it, he discovers Stephen Curry standing there in his pajamas. "I feel a bit overwhelmed, Sue," Curry expresses, raising his palms. "Relax, Stephen, otherwise it will affect your sleep." Sue invites him inside. "It feels like last year's game is still fresh in my mind. I can't believe it's come around so quickly," Curry remarks. "This year is different. We will surely win," Sue assures him. "I just hope we can ultimately cut down the nets in Detroit." "This is my final year at Davidson College," Curry replies, his spirits somewhat low. Sue glances at the clock on the wall. Goodness, it's not even midnight yet. Why is Curry feeling so down? With the upcoming game, Curry must be reinvigorated. Think of something exhilarating, Stephen. We are the wild and spirited Wildcats. The whole world will witness our performance. Everyone will marvel at our tempestuous offense. Nothing is more thrilling. The prospect is indeed exhilarating. As a professional with a knack for psychology and a warm demeanor, Sue decides to uplift Curry with impassioned encouragement. Curry scratches his head, realizing that Sue Yi's words hold some merit. His enthusiasm appears to be rekindling. It must be noted that Curry is, at heart, a big boy who adores basketball. He never concerns himself with his role on the team, whether he is the leader or the prospect of reaching the Final Four. For Curry, the joy lies in winning alongside his teammates. When Sue mentions that there will be plenty of popcorn on the bus, Curry finally starts to look forward to the journey to Indiana. At last, Sue feels a sense of accomplishment. He truly managed to cheer up this child at heart. Ding! If there are no auditory hallucinations, that must be the system's notification. Sue opens his weary eyes. A neutral voice from the system announces, "Check-in location has been updated. Houston Rockets home, Toyota Center. Check-in reward, 10 rebounds, 10 back-to-the-basket skill points. Upon unlocking the arena, rebounding training efficiency will be 50, and inside scoring training efficiency will also be 50. At this moment, Sue feels not elation, but a slight frustration. Tomorrow they will head to Indiana. Although a new task has been triggered, there is no time to check in. This is the most aggravating part. The situation is akin to acquiring a legendary piece of equipment only to leave it behind while rushing into a room. Regardless, they must secure victory in the next game. To prove his worth, they must first train against Kansas University. Chapter 40. The Journey of Dreams. The following morning, Sue arrives at Curry's dormitory door and knocks. Curry, cheerfully equipped with his small backpack, is ready for their trip to Indiana. As they descend the stairs together, a fervent cheer erupts from the plaza outside Duke Apartments, accompanied by whistles. Colorful banners and ribbons adorn the area, while the surrounding walls are covered in a myriad of graffiti. Giant posters of Sue Curry and Lovedale are raised high. The crowd is adorned in red jerseys, symbolizing the Wildcats, and waves flags of various colors. Sue looks up to see the bustling crowd nearly overflowing the plaza. Some are students from the school, while others are citizens from Davidson. Among them are fashionable young people, golden-haired children, and even elderly individuals in wheelchairs. Sue and Curry smile and wave as they make their way through the throng. Before last year, it had been 50 years since the Wildcats had reached the tournament, for many fervent fans. Witnessing their hometown team advance into March Madness is a lifelong dream. Countless longtime fans have waited decades for their moment of nostalgia. Yet, how many decades can life truly offer? Some proclaim that March Madness epitomizes the purest essence of basketball. And indeed, this sentiment arises from the presence of an ardent and devoted fan base. In Davidson, a church stands every few hundred meters, much like a bubble tea shop graces every corner of Shanghai. At this moment, every individual in the square embodies the most fervent supporters of the Wildcats, firmly believing that this year's championship will undoubtedly belong to Davidson College's Wildcats. Glory and dreams intertwine with the fervor of youth. March Madness is, without a doubt, a spectacle of exhilarating chaos. Its societal impact and the breadth of public participation overshadow even the realm of professional basketball. In this era, the television advertising revenue for the entire playoff season hovers around $500 million, while within March Madness, the revenue from basketball alone surges to a staggering $1 billion. Amidst the clamor, Sue, E, and Curry advance. At the school entrance, Principal Carol Quillen, Bible in hand, awaits the departing players. Upon their emergence, Quillen beams, "Best of luck. Young men, a devoted pastor will pray for you, and we will be cheering you on. I have faith that our team will triumph." Sue, E, and his fellow players graciously shake Quillen's hand. Every year, from mid-March to mid-April, this period transforms into a unique festival. This year, Davidson College has erected a massive screen by the lakeside, allowing students to follow their team's journey. On game day, an abundance of soft drinks and snacks will be readily available. The only drawback is that if one arrives late, even with a portable seat, finding a prime viewing spot becomes a formidable challenge. The most fervent fans, of course, will snatch tickets and rush to Indianapolis to witness the spectacle live. Players and coaches board the bus in succession, the sound of the engine roaring to life. Outside, doves are set free upon the verdant grass. Sue, E, turns to gaze out the window, observing the eager expressions of citizens, the purple pinwheels waved by students, and the surrounding warmth reminiscent of summer. This is the most beautiful tableau of March in Davidson. He finally comprehends why Curry aspires to cut down the net in Detroit, striving to secure a championship for their school. In this moment, as a player, he represents not just Davidson College, but also the hero in the hearts of every basketball enthusiast in Davidson. At this time of year, the discussions surrounding the event dominate various media channels, touching not only on basketball itself. Sue, E, listens with a casual ear as the bus swiftly reaches Douglas Airport. Upon their arrival in Indianapolis, after managing their luggage, McKillop and the players promptly visit Lucas Oil Stadium to familiarize themselves with the venue. Thanks to prior arrangements, the entire process unfolds smoothly. This stadium, the most opulent Sue, E, has encountered thus far, was completed last year and brims with technological sophistication. Equipped with a retractable roof, this multifunctional arena accommodates up to 70,000 spectators, marking it as one of the most advanced arenas in the world. For context, typical home venues for most teams can only seat around 20 to 30,000. One can only imagine the electrifying experience of playing before 70,000 fans, not to mention the multitude of supporters watching from their televisions and the square outside. For an amateur player, this presents a significant psychological challenge. The flooring is meticulously crafted, and the feel of the game ball is exceptional. After a brief warm-up, Sue, E, and Curry acclimate to the court. Subsequently, under McKillop's guidance, the team continues their practice, focusing primarily on the fluidity of their offensive play. McKillop, an experienced coach, quickly grasps the principles of the 7-second offense that Sue, E, articulates, assisting him in refining certain tactics to better suit the team's dynamics. As the newly adjusted strategies necessitate time for adaptation, the entire team seizes these final moments to practice diligently. Soon, the squad becomes increasingly accustomed to the new tactical framework and the court itself, prompting McKillop to signal for their dismissal. Upon returning to the hotel, the calendar reveals the date as March 15th. March 19th marks the eagerly anticipated day, where the first games from 4 regions will commence simultaneously in Boston, Indianapolis, Memphis, and Glendale. Tonight is also pivotal, as the selection show will be broadcast live, finalizing the seeding for this year's March Madness. The annual thrill for gamblers is upon us. From presidents to casual fans, everyone will partake in this basketball frenzy. Not only will they watch and critique the games, but they will also fervently engage in wagering on March Madness. From the initial 4 matchups to the final 4, millions will participate each year. Comrade A.O. Guanhai predicts the outcomes during March Madness and boasts an impressive record of correctly forecasting 29 out of 32 games. Investment mogul Warren Buffett has pledged $1 billion. If a fan can accurately guess the outcomes of all March Madness games, they will share in this fortune. However, given the unpredictability of March Madness, the odds are significantly lower than winning a jackpot in a lottery. He reclines on his bed, turning on the television just in time for the live broadcast of the Midwest region selection. The seed for the entire Midwest region have now been confirmed. His gaze flickers as the final results align closely with the information he had previously received. As the screen transitions, the seed list for the Midwest region is unveiled. Chapter 41. The Arrogant Ones. The grouping of teams aligns closely with Sue's expectations. After extensive preparation, it turns out that their first-round opponent will be the Kansas Jayhawks. Their efforts have not gone in vain. The only surprising aspect is that the favored Louisville Cardinals have been assigned the 4th seed. This means that, according to the tournament structure, if the Cardinals advance, they will face the winner of the matchup between the Wildcats and the Jayhawks in the next round. The Cardinals boast 2 potential lottery picks, Earl Clark and Terrence Williams. Although they struggled early in the season, the team has gained momentum and achieved a string of victories as the season progressed. Sue muses that a team with such a roster ought to be ranked as a 2nd seed. However, the committee's decisions can only be described with one word: capricious. Those old-timers assert, "I care not for your opinions. I will do as I please." This embodies the subjectivity often seen in seeding decisions, as each year, peculiar rankings emerge to satisfy the appetites of gamblers, while ensuring that strong teams face off earlier can boost viewership. Yet this arrangement appears particularly targeted against the Wildcats. This strategy could be dubbed Wildcats Hunt Jayhawks, with Cardinals in pursuit. Sue scratches his head, sensing that the entire world is conspiring against the beloved Wildcats. However, one must eventually pay the price for mingling in the realm of competition. Aspiring to conquer the nets and seize the ultimate championship, one cannot evade the inevitable encounters with formidable adversaries. Thus, it is perhaps wiser to confront them sooner rather than later. Consequently, Sue remained largely unconcerned, reclining on his bed and switching on the television to peruse the current coverage of March Madness. The reports from various networks flowed in like a tidal wave. Beyond the frenzy of basketball, numerous other sports captured attention, including football, baseball, and hockey. Most media outlets focused their basketball coverage on prestigious institutions like North Carolina and Duke. Sue sought information regarding the Wildcats, yet found nothing. He could, however, discover some insights about the Kansas Jayhawks, the defending champions. The camera revealed players from the Jayhawks being interviewed shortly after disembarking from their flight, their expressions radiating palpable pride. Unlike the Wildcats, who donned casual attire, these players were clad in impeccably tailored suits, dismissively ignoring the throng of reporters seeking their attention. Their appearance resembled that of glamorous celebrities rather than basketball athletes. The Jayhawks, being celebrated prodigies and long-standing icons, were particularly conscious of their image, further amplified by their institution's rich history. The mere mention of the Jayhawks commanded respect. Their team bus was filled with sausages and sandwiches, indicative of a relaxed atmosphere, as the pressure of the first round was relatively light for such prestigious schools. Therefore, the Jayhawks players found it entirely reasonable to unwind before gearing up for subsequent challenges. The media coverage, seemingly aimed at sensationalism, yielded little substantive content. After watching for a while, Sue found it rather uninteresting and switched channels. Furthermore, his aversion to arrogance made their demeanor uncomfortable for him, solidifying his resolve to impart a lesson during the competition. As fate would have it, upon changing channels, he stumbled upon the Jayhawks once more in a different segment, a lighthearted entertainment show titled The Ellen Show. The players wore their trademark scowls, a testament to their seemingly unshakable presence. Amused by this coincidence, Sue decided to linger and hear what they had to say. The host, the golden-haired Ellen DeGeneres, greeted the players with a smile as the interview commenced. It was intriguing to see the Jayhawks taking time to appear on a variety show. Seated on the couch opposite Ellen were 2 key players from the Jayhawks, center Cole Aldrich and power forward Marcus Morris, both of whom were pivotal targets in the Wildcats' upcoming strategy. The tactical manual explicitly noted Cole Aldrich, standing at 6 feet 11 inches, as a defensive powerhouse, dominating the paint. Having shattered Kansas' single-season block record this year, while averaging 11 rebounds per game. Marcus Morris, a freshman at 6 feet 9 inches, excelled at using his shoulder to bulldoze opponents in one-on-one situations, displaying cunning footwork and a modicum of shooting prowess, making him a formidable offensive rival. His only shortcoming was a relatively limited wingspan, which posed challenges in defense. Both players were projected as lottery picks in the upcoming draft, while point guard Sherron Collins made the first team for the Big 12 Conference, and shooting guard Sean Taylor was recognized as a top freshman in the same conference. The presence of these star players was undeniable. Ellen, maintaining her poise, directed her attention to Cole Aldrich, inquiring about the team's relaxed demeanor and their readiness for the forthcoming matches. Marcus Morris confidently declared their singular aim, the championship, asserting that nothing could deter them. Ellen nodded, then turned to Marcus, mentioning the Wildcats' targeted training and asking if they felt any pressure. Cole Aldrich, momentarily taken aback, replied, "One must understand that an honor student does not schedule their study plan for the day before the exam. As for teams that have yet to find their rhythm at this stage, I believe their level of play is self-evident." Marcus Morris chimed in, "Considering the disparity in skill, I think it would be more beneficial for them to pray." The Jayhawks erupted in laughter, leaving Ellen somewhat awkward but professionally continuing with her inquiries. She noted that Davidson College had only lost to Kansas by 2 points last year, suggesting that the Jayhawks felt confident in securing an effortless victory this year. Cole Aldrich arrogantly responded, "Is Davidson a school or their captain? Frankly, I can hardly recall facing that team last year. I believe we could discuss the upcoming matchup against the Cardinals instead." With various media outlets extolling the virtues of this year's Jayhawks and the players enjoying a celebrity-like status, they were naturally reluctant to revisit the near mishap of the previous year, prompting Cole Aldrich's deliberate remark. Sue quietly turned off the television. The impending battle loomed, and he would let his prowess silence the arrogant Jayhawks and the foolish media. Chapter 42. The Battle Against Kansas on Game Day. The Wildcats arrived at the entrance of the Lucas Oil Stadium. Nearby, several broadcast trucks were stationed, as this marked the inaugural game of March Madness. With each team's performance under keen scrutiny, the Wildcats entered the arena to commence their warm-up, while the Jayhawks had yet to arrive. Coach Mike Kilpatrick instructed the team to start with shooting drills to find their rhythm. The audience gradually began to fill the grand stadium, which could accommodate 70,000 spectators, rendering each individual quite insignificant. As the crowd swelled, it became a sea of black, with the majority being supporters of the reigning champion Jayhawks, proudly waving flags representing Kansas and even brandishing photographs of illustrious alumnus Mr. Zhang Liangwan. From the betting odds, the Jayhawks were clearly favored to win. The Jayhawks entered their half of the court to commence their practice. Both teams were prepared, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. The Wildcats continued their drills, while Kansas coach Bill Self took to the sidelines for an exclusive interview with basketball commentator Doris Burke. "We are fully prepared. The Jayhawks are a well-trained team. I trust my players will perform at their best," he stated. After the various pre-game rituals concluded, the referees stepped onto the court, signaling that the match was poised to commence. The audience erupted into an exuberant cheer, reminiscent of a jet engine igniting, with their roars reaching an astonishing 130 decibels, setting a new record. This was a premeditated display by the fans of the Jayhawks. Although the venue was neutral, it felt as though it were the home ground of the University of Kansas. A splash of red appeared in the northeastern corner, where the Wildcat supporters were seated, their voices drowned out by the cacophony surrounding them. Sue regarded the tumult with indifference, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly noisy, and it would soon be necessary for them to quiet down. A sharp whistle pierced through the din of the arena, announcing the entrance of the players. The starting lineup for Davidson College's Wildcats included Stephen Curry, Gosselin, Sue Andrew Lafferdale, and Ben Allison. The starting lineup for the Kansas Jayhawks featured Sherron Collins, Sean Taylor, Brad Munningstar, Marcus Morris, and Cole Aldrich. The game officially began. Center Cole Aldrich easily won the tip-off, directing the basketball into the hands of point guard Sherron Collins. The Wildcats players quickly fell back into position. Power forward Marcus Morris firmly established his position against Andrew Lafferdale, initiating a battle for space. Standing at 6 feet 9 inches, he towered over Lafferdale by 3 inches, and his nimble footwork in the paint made him a formidable opponent. The Jayhawks fans erupted in cheers as the two players engaged. Shooting guard Sean Taylor executed a bounce pass to bring the ball into play. Suddenly, Andrew Lafferdale surged forward, intercepting the ball and passing it to Stephen Curry. Following the team strategy, Andrew had been diligently practicing his perimeter defense, and he successfully recognized the obvious passing lane. Curry, now in control of the basketball, orchestrated the offense. With no 3-second defensive rule in play, the imposing Aldrich loomed large in the paint. Point guard Sean Taylor was tasked with guarding Curry, while shooting guard Sharon Collins joined him in double teaming. Drawing from last year's experience, the Jayhawks understood that the Wildcats relied heavily on Curry for scoring. If they could contain him, the Wildcats would be rendered ineffective. Sue moved swiftly beyond the three-point line, receiving a pass from Curry with a flick of his wrist. He was matched up against the Jayhawks small forward, Brad Morningstar, who stood at only 6 feet 4 inches, a full 10 inches shorter than Sue. Morningstar maintained a cautious distance, his expression serious. Sue executed a probing step with one hand on the basketball. Morningstar remained unmoving. Sue took another tentative step. Morningstar still did not advance, steadfast in his defense. With determination, Sue unleashed a three-point shot. An elegant arc soared through the air, the basketball finding its target with precision. Morningstar was left bewildered. The towering 6 feet 8 inches player had shot without any pretense. Sue was equally astonished, questioning the audacity of allowing such an open shot. The Jayhawks continued to organize their offense. Their interior players were exceptionally strong, and having learned from their previous encounter, they began to methodically construct their attack. After a screen, Laferdale found himself blocked out of the play. An unfortunate mismatch occurred, with Sue defending the power forward, Marcus Morris. The situation was dire. The mismatch was entirely of Morris's own making, as he had just been stripped by Laferdale and was eager to redeem himself. Seeing a small forward defending him, he instantly grew confident, bolstered by the cheering crowd, and began to force his way towards the basket. However, he soon realized that he was unable to gain any advantage in strength against Sue. It appeared he remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of his predicament. In a flash, he unleashed his signature move, a low-tier version of the shark spin. He muscled in a couple of times before pivoting and launching a jump shot. The basketball soared through the air, and what followed was a brutal spectacle for Morris. With a resounding smack, Sue swatted the ball away like a beach volleyball. Thousands in the arena bore witness to this savage display. For Morris, that emphatic rejection stung far more than had it landed squarely on his face, leaving him utterly humiliated despite the media's glorification of his prowess. The basketball soared towards midcourt, where point guard Sharon Collins and Stephen Curry both lunged for it. Clearly, Collins held a positional advantage. Yet in the race for the ball, Curry was the quickest. With the speed of a small motorcycle, he navigated the curve and snatched the basketball away. After reclaiming possession, Collins could only watch helplessly as Curry executed an effortless layup, scoring 2 points. 5-0. Sue and Curry exchanged high fives, gifting the University of Kansas a metaphorical automobile right from the outset, much to the delight of the young prodigy. The noise in Lucas Oil Stadium diminished slightly, not due to the fans' belief in an impending defeat, but because the Jayhawks' performance lacked the hallmark of champions. At this rate, they would be ill-prepared to face the next round against the University of Louisville. Observing the dwindling atmosphere, Sue found it somewhat amusing. Their disappointment had arrived far too early. What lay ahead would be a taste of despair. Chapter 43. The onslaught. The score stood at 5-0 as the Jayhawks pressed on with their offensive play. The Wildcats tightened their defense. The effectiveness of the Jayhawks' interior players was paramount, and Sue and Curry collaborated to assist in the defensive effort. Shooting guard Sean Taylor, unable to penetrate the defense, passed the ball back to small forward Brad Morningstar. Just as Morningstar moved to receive the pass, a fierce gust of wind swept by. Sue arrived like a whirlwind. As a man whose defensive agility was unmatched, Morningstar's pass became an easy target. Subconsciously sensing someone behind him, Morningstar was utterly unprepared for the speed of Sue's defense, which shattered his expectations as an amateur player. As he reached for the basketball, Sue's long arms swooped in, snatching it away without leaving him a shred of opportunity. In an instant, young Curry transitioned into offense, racing into the front court. Sean Taylor trailed behind, sprinting back to defend. Just as Curry prepared to lay up, he abruptly slammed the ball to the floor behind him. The 6 feet 4 inches Taylor turned to see Sue receiving the basketball, leaving him no time to react. Sue, like a celestial deity descending from the heavens, forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The formidable inertia naturally sent Sean Taylor crashing aside. This spectacular dunk elicited a sparse chorus of whistles from the audience. Clearly, the University of Kansas had yet to find its rhythm, failing to showcase its true prowess. After a couple of exchanges, Stephen Curry unleashed a colossal three-pointer. Just a step inside the arc, propelling Davidson College's Wildcats to a 14-4 lead over the Kansas Jayhawks, securing a double-digit advantage right from the outset. It was indeed a dream start. The Jayhawks' performance drew considerable scrutiny, with many critics lamenting their lackluster display. This year's Kansas team, in stark contrast to last year's, appeared to be struggling, and unless they could effectively mitigate their turnovers, advancing further in March Madness would prove challenging, as candidly noted by esteemed commentator Dorsberg. Meanwhile, their head coach, Bill Self, remained stoically composed, his expression betraying no emotion. As a traditional powerhouse, Kansas was well-equipped to adjust. Their tactical framework was rich, and players had undergone extensive training. Each member of the Jayhawk squad functioned like a cog in a well-oiled machine. The coach's commanding presence was commendable, as players seemed to lack independent thought, merely executing strategies as instructed. In his view, the Wildcats' recent surge was merely a case of a hapless novice striking a seasoned veteran. The Jayhawks had initially faltered against Sue E., primarily due to unfamiliarity. However, after several exchanges, the Jayhawks had identified Sue E. as a sharpshooting defensive specialist. Consequently, their defensive strategy underwent a transformation. With the imposing center, Cole Aldrich, patrolling the paint, the Jayhawks expanded their defensive coverage. Curry was closely monitored by two guards, while Brad Morningside clung to Sue E. like a leech. Although his defensive prowess was not particularly formidable, his intent was to exhaust Sue E. Aldrich's presence in the paint exerted pressure that rippled to the perimeter. The Jayhawks, being a top-tier team, showcased their defensive prowess, executing switches with precision. The pick-and-roll between Sue E. and Curry struggled to penetrate their cohesive defense. The ball circulated around the Wildcats' perimeter, ultimately relying on the individual talents of Sue E. and Curry for offensive production. On the offensive end, the Jayhawks elevated power forward Marcus Morris to a high-catch position. Andrew Lufdale preferred a physical approach, but Morris possessed a certain finesse. His mid-range shooting ability rendered Lufdale somewhat ineffective. In the post, Aldrich faced Ben Allison, employing his hook shot as a reliable scoring method. Gradually, the Jayhawks rediscovered their shooting touch. Conversely, the Wildcats primarily relied on the aggressive drives and shots of Curry and Sue E., with their shooting percentage experiencing a slight decline, while Aldrich adeptly secured defensive rebounds. The Jayhawks, being a formidable squad, clearly stood apart from the inferior teams they had faced in the Southern Conference, both offensively and defensively. The score gap began to close. With 7 minutes remaining in the first half, the score stood at Wildcats 26, Jayhawks 21, narrowing to a 5-point deficit. Observing the tightening score, the atmosphere in the arena grew lively once more. At this juncture, the Jayhawks called for a substitution. Morningside, who had been matched up against Sue E., was replaced by defensive specialist Mario Little, a 6 feet 5 inches small forward. Upon entering, Little clung to Sue E. like a shadow. Sue E. quickly realized that this was a strategy of attrition. Simultaneously, Curry faced relentless double-teaming and struggled with the shooting percentage. The team lacked effective scoring options, necessitating someone to step up. Sue E. darted around the court, with Little persistently trailing him. Finally, using Allison's screen, Sue E. received the basketball. Little positioned himself defensively. With his height and ball-handling skills, Sue E. maneuvered with the fluidity of a guard. After a couple of feints, when Little attempted to poke the ball away, Sue E. executed a smooth spin move to evade him. Confronted by Aldrich beneath the basket, Sue E. accelerated, powering through Aldrich for a successful layup. The score reverted to a 7-point lead. This basket was a testament to Sue E.'s ability to dismantle the Jayhawks' defense through sheer individual skill. However, facing this relentless onslaught, Sue E.'s stamina began to wane. Moreover, he was also required to assist on the defensive end, making it increasingly difficult to find opportunities on offense. The score oscillated, and the intensity of the game reached a boiling point. Eventually, Sue E. found another opportunity to receive the ball and, facing Little, executed a mid-range jumper for 2 points, bringing the score to 40-33. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the half, the gap widened back to 7 points. Sue E. clearly felt his rhythm returning, sensing he could exploit his tenacious defender. Following a dead ball, the Wildcats called for a substitution. Coach McKillop surprisingly replaced the recently successful Sue E. Although reluctant, Sue E. understood McKillop's intent. He needed to conserve energy for the critical moments ahead. Small forward Nealms stepped onto the court. After Sue E.'s exit, the Wildcats' performance on both ends of the floor noticeably declined. Aldridge and Morris capitalized at will. The Wildcats were left to rely solely on Curry for scoring. The margin continued to shrink, and by halftime, the score had shifted to Wildcats 44, Jayhawks 41. Kansas coach Bill Self, arms crossed, silently observed the unfolding events. He believed that regaining the lead was merely a matter of time. During this period, Davidson College's fans were on edge, acutely aware of the shifting momentum. As the second half commenced, the game remained tight, with the score fluctuating between 1 and 3 points, the Jayhawks perpetually trailing by a single basket. After a minute, McKillop substituted Curry out of the game, leaving only other starters to face the Jayhawks. Sue E. anxiously monitored the situation, knowing he and Curry would need to prepare for the final showdown, leaving the court's fate in the hands of their teammates. With Aldridge successfully backing down his opponent, the Jayhawks took the lead, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Unfazed, McKillop maintained his stoic demeanor, keeping Sue E. and Curry firmly on the bench. Time passed inexorably. Just as the Wildcats fans were on edge, Sue E. sensed his energy returning. He glanced at the game clock, his eyes glimmering as it read 7 o'clock. It was the predetermined time before the match. At almost the same moment, McKillop requested a substitution. The current score stood at 45-48, with the Wildcats trailing the Jayhawks. Sue E. had now fully regained his vigor. The hour had come. Sue E. exchanged a knowing smile with Curry as they both advanced towards the front court. Chapter 44, Shattered. Current lineup: Davidson Wildcats, Stephen Curry, Gosselin, Sue E., Andrew Loughdale, Frank. Kansas Jayhawks: Shelon Collins, Sean Taylor, Brad Morningstar, Marcus Morris, Cole Aldridge. The Jayhawks began to inbound the ball. However, the situation had drastically changed since the first half. As Curry and Sue E. entered the court, they immediately pressed forward. Power forward Marcus Morris stood ready to inbound the ball, only to find that the passing lanes of his two guards had been completely sealed off by Sue E. and Curry. They were as immovable as concrete, making it impossible for Morris to shake them off. Frustration etched on his face. Morris watched as Sean Taylor finally managed to maneuver in front of Sue E. at the last moment, but it was a fleeting opportunity. With a 5-second inbounding window closing, Morris hastily threw the ball. He heard the familiar sound of a slap, but in a flash, Sue E. squeezed past Taylor, extending his long arm to steal the basketball and effortlessly score. Morris looked helplessly at Taylor, as if to say, "What is going on with you, my friend?" Taylor could only point to Sue E.'s impressive wingspan, acknowledging that he was utterly outmatched. The score difference had dwindled to a mere point. Morris had to retrieve the basketball from the baseline and attempt to inbound again. Yet, history seemed to repeat itself, as once more, Sue E. and Curry blocked his guards. In that moment, Morris understood the profound challenge of inbounding both from the sideline and the baseline. Fortunately, Shelon Collins managed to receive the ball. He attempted to dribble against Curry, but as he dribbled down, what happened to the ball? The experienced Curry anticipated the move, lowered his center of gravity, and snatched the ball away. Who said Curry was just about charm? His thieving skills were akin to that of a master pickpocket. Curry, undeterred by Collins, executed a smooth floater that found its mark, reversing the score once again. Wildcats 59, Jayhawks 58. Bill Self, the Jayhawks coach, silently observed the unfolding situation, opting not to call a timeout. He hoped his players would adjust on their own. A timeout now would only dampen the team's momentum. Every player on the Jayhawks was tightly marked by the Wildcats' relentless defense. Center Cole Aldridge had to retreat to the backcourt just to get the ball in play. Faced with such pressure, the Jayhawks had no choice but to quicken their offensive tempo. Once positioned at the baseline, Aldridge shouldered off Frank and turned to shoot. However, in that moment of release, he regretted his decision as he spotted a massive hand looming in the air. Unbeknownst to him, Sue E. had come to help defend. The speed of his lateral movement was beyond Aldridge's comprehension. In a moment of bewilderment, he was met with a resounding rejection. The statistics flashed on the screen. Sue E. had amassed 5 blocks and 4 steals in this game. The ball landed squarely at Curry's feet. Before Sean Taylor could react, Curry was already accelerating past him with fluid dribbling, scoring effortlessly. Truly, he was a marvel, displaying stamina akin to an unyielding workhorse. Having played nearly the entire first half, Wildcats 61, Jayhawks 58. Bill Self was less than pleased with such elementary mistakes. He touched his left cheek, maintaining a FA-aude of composure. Morris continued to run to the baseline to inbound the ball, yet his teammates remained ensnared, unable to create space. Morris felt perplexed. He no longer wished to undertake this seemingly futile task of inbounding. It felt as if his teammates were committing a crime. Small forward Brad Morningstar set a screen, allowing Taylor to come forward to receive the ball. The moment the ball was released, Sue darted through the screen like a piece of paper. His ability to negate screens on the court was a dimensional shift in itself. The rapidity of Sue's footwork was something the Kansas players had never encountered. He swatted the ball away, and as Taylor scrambled to secure it with both hands, Sue snatched it back before Taylor could fully control it. Had he not restrained himself, this 93-meter guard would have been sent flying along with the ball. Facing an open basket, Sue stepped forward and dunked the ball with one hand. The Wildcats suddenly surged through the Jayhawks off their rhythm. In 4 offensive possessions, the Wildcats achieved 3 steals and 1 block. Their unanswerable fast breaks surged towards the Jayhawks like a flood. With only 5:30 left in the game, the Wildcats led 63-58 against the Jayhawks, the 16th seed ahead of the first seed. This sensational twist captured the attention of major media outlets. People began to recognize that if the Jayhawks did not awaken soon, they risked a monumental upset. Bill Self, no longer silent, decisively called for a lengthy timeout. The cameras focused on the Jayhawks as they strategized their inbounding and offensive plays, urging players to avoid further mistakes. Self feverishly sketched on the tactical board, his speech quickening. He could only imagine the disastrous consequences of losing this match. Historically, no number 1 seed had ever been eliminated in the first round. No one wished to create such an embarrassing record, knowing the media would relish mocking the Jayhawks, who had once held an air of invincibility. Returning to the court, the Jayhawks unleashed all their offensive strategies. The score fluctuated, yet the gap remained unchanged. However, time was running out, and the anxiety among the Jayhawks fans began to mount. Yet, Marcus Morris made a critical error. Believing his classic hook shot could elude Sue's defense, he underestimated Sue's ability to contest shots. As he released the ball, Sue sprung into action, delivering a powerful block. Morris had clearly underestimated Sue's shot-blocking prowess. He now fully believed Taylor's words about Sue's long arms. Sue, unfazed by their naivety, thought to himself, "Everyone has a special skill, and this is far from my only one." The large hat directly muted the Kansas fans present, who suddenly became aware of a dreadful concern, the possibility that the Jayhawks might fall silent in the first round. However, the transition from worry to despair took merely 10 seconds. The Wildcats launched a counterattack. Curry, Sue, and Lovedale surged forward, leaving the Jayhawks scrambling to defend. With confidence radiating from him, Sue positioned himself 2 steps behind the 3-point line. The moment Curry passed the ball back to him, Sue shot without a second thought. This long-range 3-pointer tugged at the hearts of all present. The basketball carved an elegant arc through the air, and the Jayhawk fans began to fret. If this shot succeeded, the Jayhawks would indeed be in dire straits. An old adage states, "Better to shatter like jade than to remain intact like tile." The sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed, as if the shattering of the Jayhawks' hopes could already be heard, alongside the heartbreak of their fans. Yet in that moment, Davidson College erupted with fervor. The fans' cheers already hoarse. The Wildcats led 76-68 against the Jayhawks, with only 157 seconds remaining in the game. Each offensive possession lasted 35 seconds. Time was truly running short. The illustrious Davidson basketball was on the verge of sending Kansas home. The gamblers were cursing everywhere, for Kansas might ruin everything for them. The media had long prepared their narratives for the Black 16, and the world awaited the Jayhawks' embarrassment. Bill Self called for a timeout, rising from his chair, gripping the tactical board with such intensity that it seemed ready to tear apart. It was apparent that he could no longer maintain his composure. Losing this game would be a disgrace in his coaching career and would turn the Jayhawks into a laughingstock. Bill Self almost pleaded, "I implore you, wake up. This is the game. If we cannot tighten up, we are truly going home. Your actions will require an apology to the entire school." However, the Wildcats' offense resembled a flood, a ferocious beast capable of overwhelming everything, including the Jayhawks' confidence. Upon returning from the timeout, the Jayhawks' offense showed no signs of improvement. In the final moments, They could only hopelessly send Sue, E, and Curry to the free throw line. Yet these two sharpshooters, with their impeccable free throws, plunged them into utter despair. The final buzzer sounded, and the score was set. Chapter 45. A resounding advance. Sue, E, and Curry embraced tightly. Davidson College Wildcats, 83. Kansas Jayhawks, 68. In this game, Curry scored 22 points, grabbed 6 rebounds, and provided 11 assists, while Sue, E led the team with 29 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 blocks, and 5 steals. This efficiency could only be described in 4 words: terrifyingly impressive. Just 2 days ago, the Jayhawks players, brimming with arrogance, now seemed to be dreaming. Even after the game, they stood on the court contemplating life, unwilling to believe this was reality. However, no one in the arena was paying attention to these vanquished souls. Sue, E, and Curry waved to the audience, who erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. The Jayhawks, with their storied history, were coached by Dr. James Naismith, the inventor of basketball. Thus, their fans were inherently gentlemanly. Sue, E, and Curry conquered the Jayhawks with their prowess, and naturally, those present cheered for the victors. The Jayhawks players, now rendered superfluous, slipped away from the court before the media arrived. As the key players of the match, Sue, he found himself surrounded by countless reporters. For a moment, he experienced a bit of indecision before casually selecting a beautiful reporter with flowing golden waves for an interview. Mr. Sue, E, congratulations on defeating the renowned powerhouse, the Jayhawks. Is this feeling indescribably exhilarating? Renowned powerhouse? Just this? Sui shuruk, repling, must interrupt. This year's Wildcats are the true powerhouse, and we are proving that. This bold declaration ignited a wave of cheers within the arena, with the crowd chanting and whistling in approval. In truth, Sue, E merely stated a fact. Today, the so-called powerhouse resembled a toy car, unaware of how easily it was rolled over. His response preserved a measure of dignity for the Jayhawks. Moreover, within the value system of the masses, as long as one is victorious, a strong presence can utter the most audacious remarks, and the crowd will rally behind them, showing no concern for the vanquished. In light of today's events, from initial obscurity to resounding applause, Sue, E.'s expression remained unchanged. The reporter nodded. You have made history as a Black 16, scoring 29 points, achieving 7 blocks, and 5 steals in a breathtaking victory. This game was essentially your solo performance. Online forums are dubbing you the Mr. Big Stage. How did you manage to maintain your composure in such a grand moment? Sue, he chuckled lightly. I'm accustomed to it. Then, amidst a throng of media, he gracefully departed the arena, finding the interviews rather tedious. To him, this was merely an ordinary victory on the path ahead, nothing to boast about. Sue's sole ambition remained fixed, the championship title this year. The Wildcats, filled with joy from their victory, exited the arena. Meanwhile, reports of the Wildcats' triumph and the Jayhawks' downfall flooded across America. Every year, unexpected upsets occur, but this year's surprise was particularly shocking. The Jayhawks have paid the price for their arrogance. The unstoppable Wildcats are the true powerhouse, possessing all the conditions for victory. This victory belongs to McKillop, Sue, E, and Curry, while it marks a failure for all the scouts. The outstanding Sue, E did not appear on any second-round draft predictions. However, the disparity between him and the Jayhawks players was glaringly evident. Our proud scouting system faced unprecedented scrutiny at this moment. This is madness in March. The Wildcats, through their performance, sent the Jayhawks home, garnering significant media attention and a multitude of new fans. It must be noted that the American populace greatly relishes tales of grassroots triumph. Each time an underdog prevails over a giant, it becomes the subject of extensive coverage. Furthermore, this time, it is the relatively unknown Wildcats, a fresh face to most. The teams expected to contend for the championship are well known, and the public has grown weary of them. The Wildcat supporters spread throughout Charlotte. The sales of their red jerseys surged overnight, multiplying by hundreds. At this moment, cheering for the Wildcats and Sue E became politically correct. Even if a few detractors emerged, they would be met with scorn from the masses. The strong shall prevail. Previously, the gold medal commentators who exalted Kansas have now turned their allegiance, seemingly transforming into longtime fans of Sue E. What a spectacle of international double standards. Those websites dedicated to draft predictions, along with numerous scouts, can only express their bewilderment in 2 phrases: Bewildered fruit under the bewildered tree, you and I. Today, even those who lack understanding of basketball can discern Su Yi's profound skills. Yet, remarkably, not a single scout had paid attention to Su Yi prior to today. Such an oversight can only be deemed a monumental disgrace. The American scouting system has evolved into a rich and mature framework. Under this system, the most promising players are extensively reported during their middle or high school years. However, Su Yi's emergence has shattered and redefined this perception. Coaches like Popovich and D'Antoni, among countless others, have lavished praise on Su Yi in media interviews. Anyone with even a modicum of basketball knowledge can see that Su Yi's defensive prowess and court awareness far surpass that of his contemporaries. Although Su Yi has only played one match, the esteemed coaches of various teams have already discerned his exceptional talent. As the saying goes, while laymen merely observe the spectacle, the knowledgeable recognize the intricacies. This is akin to a true master who, upon beginning to face the first minion, already understands the outcome of the lane. Moreover, Su Yi, now embodying the status of a platinum player, has decisively countered those so-called kings, executing double kills beneath the tower. This transpires on the grandest stage of the World Championships. Thus, Su Yi's performance today has effectively nailed all those scouts who previously rendered negative judgments upon him to the pillar of shame. Their reports have long since been discarded into the refuse, as all prior evaluations of Su Yi now appear as mere folly. The miraculous individual, the master of grand moments, has garnered a plethora of nicknames across social media. Upon returning to his hotel, Su Yi opened his Nokia, a 97 phone, to find two unread messages. Steve Nash, I watched the entire game footage. What a thrilling victory. Congratulations, Su. I invite you to Phoenix next week to celebrate. Additionally, I have an alumnus who wishes to meet you. It appears Nash is quite the socialite, surrounded by good friends. Without much thought, Su Yi typed back, your strategy was effective, Steve. See you in Phoenix. Steve Nash, the student surpasses the master. The Wildcats executed the strategy flawlessly. Looking forward to your continued victories. There was another unread message. Kobe Bryant, you need to train advanced defensive techniques. Those were merely basic skills. Could it be that Kobe has discovered his own shortcomings in the game, despite reaching near perfection in defense? Su Yi replied, are you referring to tonight's match? Kobe, I didn't pay attention. That was child's play. Su Yi, advanced defensive techniques. Kobe, Los Angeles will provide the answer. Kobe has always devised eccentric training methods, and thus Su Yi took his words to heart. Subsequently, he noted the schedules for Phoenix and Los Angeles in his phone's memo and took a rest. Chapter 46, The Falcons Strike. The initial rounds of the semifinals are tightly scheduled, with the next round commencing tomorrow. The victorious team will advance to the Sweet 16, enjoying a week of respite, after which the schedule will ease somewhat. Thus, after a deluge of media coverage regarding Su Yi, calm has swiftly returned. Various previews for tomorrow's match are abuzz with speculation. Su Yi turned on the television, just in time to catch an interview about the basketball games. The exuberant blonde reporter, Nicole Blansko, was conducting an exclusive interview with a black player. The subtitles indicated the word Louisville. The player's name appeared, Earl Clark. Su Yi recognized the name well. According to Coach McKillop's strategy, he would be matched up against this player tomorrow. The tactical manual was quite explicit. Earl Clark, the starting small forward from Louisville University, a strong contender for this year's lottery pick, stands 208 centimeters tall and weighs 98 kilograms. With impressive height, wingspan, and technical skills, he possesses outstanding athleticism. He can shoot, rebound, block, pass, and run fast breaks. He is a highly versatile scorer who warrants caution. Every time, McKillop would extol the opponents. And Su Yi had grown accustomed to the contents of the tactical manual. From the analysis of yesterday's game, it seemed that Earl Clark was not as formidable as anticipated. After all, in actual games, many so-called versatile players often receive excessive praise. When faced with higher-level defense, their versatility can turn into an awkward display of ineffectiveness. The interview commenced. Nicole, tomorrow, you will face the surging Wildcats. How is the Cardinals team preparing? Earl Clark, the Blue Jays lost due to their arrogance. Our experience and strength surpass that of the Cardinals. We need a solid victory, clearly. We have garnered enough attention and will not make the same foolish mistakes as the Blue Jays. Nicole, so the Cardinals are quite confident? Earl Clark, the Cardinals must win this match. Our goal is the championship. Terrence has even tattooed our motto on his shoes. The Cardinals will surely trample the Wildcats as we advance. Nicole, your matchup is against Sue E., the top assassin of the Blue Jays. The competition between you will undoubtedly be a focal point. Do you have any words for him? Earl Clark, Sue, bring it on. There can only be one victor, and it shall be the Cardinals. In the next game, even if I score only 1 point, I will personally send the Wildcats home. Sue E. promptly switched off the television, feeling quite displeased with the way the Cardinals players spoke. At that moment, he thought it imperative to teach Earl Clark a lesson in humility before he even stepped onto the court. One cannot help but admire the media's ability to stir the pot. Soon, Clark's bravado had spread across various social media platforms, generating hype for the upcoming match. Sue E. had no desire to engage in such public discourse. He merely wished to quietly secure victory alongside the Wildcats, especially since he did not regard his opposing player with much concern. However, following his leadership alongside Curry to the Sweet 16, his popularity had surged too high. He wanted to remain low-key, but his prowess would not allow it. The Wildcats players diligently arrived at the venue for their final practice. Today's Lucas Oil Stadium had scheduled events and was not open for reservations. Thus, McKillop arranged for them to rent a smaller facility for a closed practice. However, upon arriving at the gym, they found themselves besieged by a throng of reporters. It was unclear how they had obtained this inside information, but the players' movements were evidently well known. The reporters had already envisioned a dramatic confrontation between Sue E. and Earl Clark, facilitating their sensationalist narrative. These subtle gestures did not escape Sue Ye's keen observation, prompting a cold smirk from him. These young reporters are always eager to create a sensational story. A multitude of eccentric journalists brandishing microphones approached, creating quite a chaotic scene. However, Sue E. soon spotted a familiar face in the corner, Walton, a reporter from the Charlotte Observer, hailing from his hometown. This middle-aged Caucasian man, donned in a red Wildcats jersey, had been a devoted fan of the team for a decade. Sue E. gestured for him to come over for an interview. Walton inquired. Elkhart stated that even if he scores just a point, he aims for victory. Do you have any words for him? Sue E. replied nonchalantly, quite simply, let him score none. Walton continued, we've noticed that Terrence has tattooed this word on his sneakers, suggesting his strong desire to win. What would you like to say to him? Who? Sue E. asked. Walton, assuming Sue E. had not heard clearly, slowed his speech. Terrence. Who? Sue E. repeated. Walton realized Sue Ye's intent and reclaimed the microphone, saying, he is merely an arrogant and insignificant individual, unworthy of recognition. I firmly believe that tomorrow, the Wildcats will shatter these pretentious rodents. Terrence Williams had initially intended to leverage Sue Ye's fame to elevate his own profile. However, Sue Ye's apparent ignorance of his existence rendered him a mere jester, indulging in self-amusement. Upon seeing the day's report, the Cardinals players wore expressions that were a patchwork of red and white. The Blue Jays players had returned home, yet the emotional scars inflicted by the Wildcats were beyond remedy. Following the interview, they were met once again by Sue Ye's familiar yet icy gaze. Marcus Morris, nearly suffocated by Sue Ye's relentless play, gasped, recognizing the truth. Take care, my Louisville friends. I hope you will continue to cherish the game of basketball after tomorrow. On game day, the highly anticipated match commenced under the national spotlight. Elkhart, who had boldly proclaimed his intentions, soon found himself overwhelmed by an unexpected level of pressure. Sue Ye's objective was unequivocal. You wish to score in my presence? Today, let me show you what formidable defense entails. Elkhart was evidently unaccustomed to such elite defensive prowess. If defense could be deemed a form of love, Sue E was, at this moment, an embodiment of boundless affection. With his agile lateral movements and long arms, Elkhart, standing at 208 centimeters, could barely grasp the basketball, let alone attempt a shot. With Elkhart's primary offensive channel completely neutralized, the Cardinals' tactics fell apart. To echo the words of a commentator from Sue Ye's previous life, the Cardinals have lost all awareness of whether the basketball is round or square. The so-called all-rounder crumbled under the pressure of such defense. What many anticipated would be a back-and-forth contest devolved into a one-sided affair. Elkhart's defensive steps were conspicuously slow, allowing Sue E to feint and effortlessly sink a three-pointer. As shooting guard Terrence Williams rushed to assist, Sue E deftly passed the ball to Stephen Curry, who executed another clean three-point shot. Elkhart's defense was riddled with flaws. His sluggish lateral movement left him vulnerable to Sue Ye's quickness. leading him to gamble on the hope that Su Yi's shooting touch would falter. What lay before them was as clear as a sunlit highway. Swish, swish, swish. Before the watchful eyes of the media, the most brutal scene unfolded. The Indiana sky was clear, and the arena was drenched in a deluge of three-pointers. A merciless score of 17-3 marked the beginning. It must be said that Mr. Elkhart truly possessed an obsession. His audacity was commendable. Rather than simply being overwhelmed, the Cardinals appeared utterly bewildered. After 12 dismal minutes, Mr. Elkhart finally received his first basketball of the game. Faced with the opportunity to challenge Su Yi, his inner cosmos erupted with excitement as he charged toward the basket. Attempting a forceful layup, the viewers at home could already predict the outcome. Indeed, thwack, a resounding rejection. Elkhart's shot was mercilessly denied by Su Yi's iron grip, leaving him with a bruised ego. The match had devolved into a unilateral exhibition of dominance by the Wildcats. The Cardinals had lost all momentum. As Elkhart struggled against Su Yi, the core of his team, he searched desperately for an offensive opportunity. Despite the absence of chances, he had no choice but to force a play. In the 18th minute, he attempted to back Su Yi down from the baseline, but found himself utterly ineffective. What else could he do? He could only pivot and shoot. But no, before he could even release the ball, thwack. The familiar recipe, the same flavor. Chef Su Yi served him yet another helping of rejection. Elkhart felt as though his mere presence on the court was a mistake. The Wildcats players showed no mercy, executing the final 7 seconds of offense with flair, effectively sealing the game. As the final whistle blew, the scoreboard read, Wildcats 109, Cardinals 62. Elkhart had attempted 4 shots, all of which were blocked by Su Yi, leaving him scoreless throughout the match. The Wildcats secured a resounding victory. Thus concluded the initial round of the playoffs, leaving a precious week ahead. For Su Yi, this week was invaluable as he must strive to enhance his skills to the fullest before the draft. He glanced at his schedule, reminding himself of his commitments with Nash and Kobe. While engrossed in his phone, a familiar voice called from behind, this lad has remarkably long arms. He should be played like this. Turning around, he saw 2 individuals approaching, both Chinese. One, slightly older, was unmistakably his mentor, Zhang Heli. The other, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his mid-30s and clad in coaching attire, bore a distinctly refined demeanor, unlike the typical hard-nosed coaches. Chapter 47. The mysterious visitor from Santa Clara, is that not little Su? Zhang Heli was the first to speak. Su Yi was taken aback to hear the familiar Beijing accent in this foreign land. It felt remarkably nostalgic. You know me? Su Yi responded, puzzled by the unexpected warmth from Bryant. You have no idea, little Su. You are currently quite the sensation back in Huagua. Zhang grinned, his eyes narrowing as he nodded repeatedly. Actually, I've only played 2 good games, Su Yi modestly remarked, glancing at the middle-aged coach beside Zhang. I almost forgot to introduce you, little Su. This is our national team's newly appointed head coach, Coach Guo Shiqiang. As Zhang guided him, he turned his head, his expression seemingly even more exhilarated. Shiqiang, this is the young Su we have been looking for. Su Yi smiled and nodded at Guo Shiqiang, extending his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Coach Guo. I look forward to your guidance. Coach Guo repeatedly waved his hand, his demeanor exceedingly humble. I am unworthy of such praise. In truth, I have yet to officially assume my position. My trip to America is primarily for learning. I should be the one learning from you. An uneasy silence briefly enveloped the room. Although Su Yi was known as the king of bellflowers, Coach Guo's excessive modesty left him somewhat at a loss, as Western coaches typically do not speak in such a manner. The atmosphere became awkward. Mutual learning. We 3 shall learn from one another. Zhang, ever the gold medal commentator, swiftly intervened. Indeed, learning is a lifelong endeavor. The 3 shared a moment of mutual astonishment before bursting into hearty laughter. Su Yi's impression of Coach Guo was quite favorable. At least he was not like many coaches who merely scowled and blustered. We have secured the rights to broadcast your upcoming matches live. Go for it, Xiao Su. The people of Huagua are closely watching you. Zhang beamed at Su Yi. Thank you, coach. That truly is most reasonable. Su Yi enthusiastically shook Zhang's hand. Cheer up, Xiao Su. Our national team's members are also following your matches. As a domestic coach, I regret not knowing more about you earlier. Please allow me to apologize. There's a fantastic Chinese restaurant in Indiana. Since you both have traveled so far, let's go eat. Su Yi hastily interrupted Coach Guo. fearing the conversation might turn awkward again. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Su has been playing all day. He must be hungry. Let us chat while we eat. Zhang chimed in. Finally, amidst laughter and joy, Su Yi happily bid farewell to his two compatriots who had journeyed from afar. However, he still pondered how he had suddenly become a sensation in Huagua. The cause can be traced back to the online happenings in Huagua. This was the era of the internet in 2009. At that time, Huagua had not yet seen the rise of Bo, and the domestic Baidu Tieba was the cradle of the first generation of internet celebrities, with different headlines emerging daily. That year, Jia Juanping's mother was famously calling him home for dinner. That year, the innocent milk tea had just become a sensation, adored by millions. That year, black fungus was merely a food item, and comrade had no other special connotation. A simple smile sufficed. But I digress. Returning to the main point, the most popular Baidu Tieba Wowo bar continued to repeat the same few topics, and there was a lack of new highlights, leading to a sense of fatigue among the audience. However, just as the fervor of March commenced, a simple post captured everyone's attention. A Chinese star appears. Looks as good as Sharp Guy. Blindingly dazzling. Such a sensational title prompted users to click on it. The original poster included several silhouette images of Su Yi on the court. His muscular arms, a blend of Western sharpness and Eastern softness in his features, combined with a hint of sunlight in his smile and a slightly aloof gaze, presented an undeniable charm. Most notably, these were candid, high-definition, unedited photos, far beyond the reach of any digitally altered influencer. Coupled with his towering height of over 2 meters, he was the epitome of the enhanced, long-legged Appa. Users immediately expressed their admiration, and these curious souls began to scour for information about Su Yi, only to discover scant details. When news of Su Yi's triumph over the Sanjing team broke, it sent shockwaves across the internet. That post amassed an astonishing 100,000 replies within 3 days, eclipsing other internet celebrities and even pushing teacher Wang Feng off the front page. Su Yi gradually pieced together the sequence of events and had an epiphany. How vexing. I merely wish to be a quiet, handsome man. Why must I become the center of attention wherever I go? Nevertheless, he soon regained his composure. Being handsome came with its own set of burdens, and he had grown accustomed to it. An increase in fans was ultimately beneficial, serving as motivation for his continued improvement. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Yi began to organize his belongings. The Wildcats had advanced to the next round, and the true battle was about to unfold. He turned on the television, where the results of recent matches from other groups were already available. The initial 4 strong contenders had fallen, and the Sweet 16 matches were about to commence. The Wildcats were undoubtedly fortunate, having already defeated the top 2 seeds, which eased the pressure for the upcoming rounds. The Midwest Division had little left to offer. It could be said that the Wildcats were virtually guaranteed a spot in the Final Four. Meanwhile, other groups were still embroiled in fierce competition, with strong teams beginning to clash, allowing the Wildcats to observe the fray from a distance. The Oklahoma University team, led by Griffin, was set to face North Carolina. In a previous warm-up match, the Wildcats had sparred with Griffin's roster, coming out on top. Griffin had remarked, "I hope we can meet again in the Final Four." This was merely a courteous remark, yet now seemed the Wildcats had an even greater chance of advancing, as Griffin's team still had to contend with the formidable North Carolina. The two teams were evenly matched, with experts predicting a 50-50 chance of victory. Now was the perfect time for the Wildcats to conserve their strength and watch as the two titans clashed, revealing all their secret weapons. The Wildcats would reap the benefits. However, Su Yi did not concern himself with the outcome of their matches. Regardless of which team advanced, the Wildcats were prepared to face them. He subsequently turned off the television and embarked on his journey to Phoenix. Old Nash was, as always, waiting at the entrance of the gym, exuding enthusiasm. "Master Yoda, your tactics are truly effective." Su Yi was delighted to see Nash. "Congratulations, Su. Victory belongs to you." Nash shook Su Yi's hand and welcomed him inside. Nash took Su Yi to the video room, where they analyzed footage from the previous day's match. Although some issues had arisen during the game, they had been difficult to perceive in the heat of the moment. Watching the footage allowed Su Yi to quickly identify areas for improvement. After a discussion, he felt he had become much more adept with Nash's tactical system. "By the way, Su, I want to introduce you to someone. He's my alumnus. Follow me." Nash led Su Yi to the reception area of the gym. A distinguished middle-aged man in an expensive suit appeared to have been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Sue, the man sprang up from the sofa and approached him for a handshake. "Mr. Duffy, this is Sue, whom I mentioned to you." Nash then turned to Sue. "Sue, this is my alumnus and also my agent, Mr. Bill Duffy. I think you two should get acquainted." "Hello, Sue. It's a pleasure to meet you here. Nash often speaks highly of you." Bill Duffy warmly engaged in conversation. Bill Duffy is indeed renowned for his adeptness at leveraging relationships, having audaciously commandeered Sue's lines. Sue couldn't help but smile, feeling honored. The regulations of the competition strictly prohibit student-athletes from entering into commercial contracts with agents, primarily to preserve the purity of college basketball, shielding it from the contamination of commercial interests. Yet, this rule reeks of hypocrisy. Basketball generates substantial revenue annually, with television advertisements raking in billions, while college coaches earn salaries in the millions. However, the student-athletes, as the main participants, receive not a penny. It must be said that the rhetoric surrounding dreams from the likes of the Rice family is quite convincing, often leading one astray. Thus, it was no surprise when the shocking Adidas corruption scandal emerged in 2017, a direct consequence of such a policy framework. The league forbids contracts with agents, but imposes no restrictions on student-athletes engaging with agents beforehand, which is why Sue was eager to learn more about Bill Duffy. Without further ado, Sue, aware of Duffy's purpose for visiting Phoenix, spoke candidly. As a law student, nothing excites him more than sitting at the negotiation table, aside from basketball itself. Chapter 48. Duffy's Proposal. Duffy chuckled, acknowledging Sue's understanding of his visit's significance. "It seems you are aware of my intentions. I have been following your progress for quite some time now and am genuinely excited about the prospect of collaborating with you. Your compatriot, Yao Ming, is my partner, and I see immense potential in the Chinese market, so I wish to discuss some matters with you. If we can reach an agreement, it would be most fortuitous." Sue nodded, maintaining his smile, but choosing to remain silent. Given his current prominence, he clearly held the upper hand at the negotiation table, and thus felt no need to speak extensively. He merely needed to listen to Duffy. Duffy's words confirmed his forthrightness, as he openly admitted his optimism regarding the Chinese market rather than indulging in sentimental platitudes. "Initially, I will not prioritize commercial gains. I am more concerned with the growth of the players. Should you choose to work with me, I will provide you with the most professional team, encompassing training, tryouts, and commercial activities. You can entrust all of these to me. Your sole focus should be on playing." Duffy produced his Apple laptop to showcase a meticulously crafted plan. He indeed collaborates with numerous esteemed trainers, but this comprehensive scheme requires substantial funding. Each page of the proposal seemed to ignite with potential. However, it is not uncommon for agents to front players' expenses before signing, so Sue remained calm. "That sounds intriguing, Mr. Duffy," Sue remarked, feeling a twinge of excitement at the extravagant training plan and the luxurious villa with a grand swimming pool. Yet, he desired to hear more from Duffy. "I mentioned my optimism regarding the Chinese market, and to demonstrate my sincerity, I will only take a minimal agent fee. I truly believe in your future. While other agents typically charge $34 for salary and $20 for endorsements, my offer is markedly different." "Mr. Duffy," Sue interjected, "I must emphasize that my focus is not on monetary gain. Money is of little importance to me. I understand the significance of having a sincere agent in a player's career, and that is what I seek. I hope you grasp my sentiment. In reality, my terms would be a 2 fee on salary and 8 on endorsements. Our company genuinely looks forward to collaborating with you. Naturally, we can start with a short-term contract until your draft, as we are a trustworthy option," Duffy continued, affirming his straightforward nature. "Mr. Duffy, I believe you still do not comprehend. There is an old Chinese saying, 'Money is but an external object.' Discussing finances can strain relationships. The issue of commission is not my primary concern. I hope you understand that a player's career far outweighs these fleeting temptations. Therefore, I suggest we postpone discussions about these tedious details until after the finals. It is premature to address them now. Besides, do I appear to be someone who is solely motivated by money?" Sue asserted passionately, gesturing emphatically with his right hand. With a 1 fee on salary and 4 on endorsements, Duffy took a sip of tea and finally made this pivotal decision. "Very well, Mr. Duffy. I sincerely look forward to collaborating with your esteemed company." The two men shook hands warmly, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. He was quite taken aback by the day's developments, particularly when he heard the final terms of 1 on salary and 4 on endorsements. Such low commissions were virtually unprecedented in history. Typically, the more renowned the agent, the higher their commission. For a figure of Duffy's stature to offer such favorable terms was extraordinary. Throughout the negotiation, he attentively observed Duffy's facial expressions, which remained relaxed and genuine. Clear evidence of his sincerity. This was undoubtedly the mark of a shrewd strategist. Duffy's willingness to make such concessions stemmed from a thorough assessment, as it is widely recognized that the market potential for Chinese players is promising. He had conducted prior research on Su Yi's popularity within domestic circles, and the findings were astonishing. Duffy anticipated Su Yi would be popular, yet he was unprepared for the fervor surrounding him. Basketball enthusiasts eagerly awaited Su Yi's games while online. He had garnered a devoted following of fans clamoring to purchase his jerseys. The air was filled with the excited shrieks of female fans. Su Yi is incredible. Su Yi, I want to have your children. Uninformed bystanders could only helplessly remark, Su Yi, please manage your fan base. It is worth noting that the purchasing power of these female fans often surpasses that of men. Such fervor had transcended the norm. Moreover, Su Yi had not even entered the league yet. Duffy's early strategy was to secure Su Yi at an astonishingly low 2 fee on salary and 8 on endorsements. To Duffy's surprise, Su Yi remained unfazed by such advantageous terms. This was hardly the demeanor of a naive student-athlete. Rather, he exuded the savvy of a seasoned professional. Duffy was a man who thought long-term. Despite the low-cost contract, he was convinced he was making a significant acquisition. He wagered that Su Yi still had much to offer, and that future earnings from commercial contracts would yield substantial returns. After a lengthy wait, Nash finally entered the room, his face adorned with a serene smile. Wonderful news, Su. In the future, we will have opportunities to engage in commercial activities together. I will focus on the tasks at hand, Su Yi replied, maintaining his humble demeanor. I will draft a detailed summer plan for you, which you will find satisfactory within a few days, Duffy eagerly offered, presenting a rough draft to Su Yi. Once all matters were settled, Duffy departed with a sense of joy. Indeed, Su Yi's assertion holds merit. The influence of agents on a player's career can be described as paramount. In fact, the reliability of an agent can directly dictate a player's financial prospects and future trajectory. In earlier times, particularly during the era of the Xi, domestic players placed little importance on selecting American agents. The prevailing belief was that as long as one performed well on the court, financial success would naturally follow, for talent reigned supreme. However, the unfortunate events surrounding Yi Jianlian's draft experience 2 years prior altered this perception. The choice of agent Dan Fagan for Yi Jianlian had been met with skepticism from the outset. The draft process itself can only be characterized as a conundrum wrapped in mystery. Before the draft, Yi Jianlian had the most interactions with the Hawks, Bulls, and Celtics, and it could be said that an agreement with the Celtics was nearly in place. Almost every media outlet and official draft website predicted that Yi Jianlian would be selected by the Celtics at the 5th pick. Given his introverted nature, Yi Jianlian hoped to be in a major city with a significant Chinese population, facilitating his adjustment to life in a foreign land. However, on draft day, the winds shifted unexpectedly. Yi Jianlian was abruptly discarded by the Celtics, who opted instead for small forward Jeff Green at the 5th pick. The situation grew even more bizarre when the Milwaukee Bucks, without any prior contact with Yi Jianlian, swooped in to select him at the 6th pick, adamantly refusing any trade proposals from other teams. Faced with a throng of media inquiries, Yi Jianlian could only shake his head in bewilderment at the day's peculiar turn of events, remarking on the Bucks' choice as strange and expressing a sense of numbness towards the unfolding situation. Subsequent rumors suggested that, on the eve of the draft, the Bucks and Timberwolves, teams not favored in the draft market, held a late-night phone conference with the intent of securing Yi Jianlian. Following the unusual draft, Dan Fagan insisted that Yi Jianlian confront the Bucks management, issuing a stern ultimatum. If they did not release him, he would not play. Ultimately, the Bucks owner traveled to Hong Kong, promising Yi Jianlian a starting position, temporarily diffusing the situation. The ensuing narrative is well known. Yi Jianlian's tenure with the Bucks was far from enjoyable, and he found himself with limited playing opportunities. Throughout this ordeal, Dan Fagan certainly endeavored to rectify the situation, yet each move he made was met with criticism. Beyond the draft, the influence of agents permeates every facet of a player's life. with some even providing psychological counseling. Overall, Bill Duffy's sincerity is widely acknowledged within the industry, serving as the foundation for Su Yi's willingness to collaborate with him. After securing a significant deal, Su Yi resumed analyzing his game footage with Nash, diligently identifying areas for improvement. The following morning, Su Yi met Nash at the gym for ball control training. A long black BMW 745 pulled up outside the arena, and a tall man in a sharply tailored suit emerged. Upon standing upright, the car appeared almost toy-like beside him. He then strode into the gym with palpable anticipation. Task reminder: Toyota Center. Check-in task has been triggered. Chapter 49. Greetings, Big Yao. The tall man entered briskly, heading straight into the gym. To Su Yi's astonishment, it was none other than the towering giant, Yao Ming. "You must be little Su," he exclaimed, his face radiating excitement and anticipation. "Hello, Chairman Yao." Su Yi replied, somewhat taken aback, extending a warm greeting. Yao Ming's delight was evident as he tilted his head and grinned broadly, exclaiming, "No wonder Coach Zhang said little Su knows how to talk. I'm practically the Secretary General of the United Nations." Su Yi then realized that at this moment, Yao Ming was still a player for the Rockets, and he had inadvertently overstepped. "But how do you know about me?" Su Yi inweited, puzzled. Yao Ming clapped his thigh and recounted the backstory. "Last night, I heard from Duffy about a big deal he was closing in Phoenix. I've been following your games and intended to meet you after the regular season. But when I heard you were joining Duffy's team, I couldn't sit still. I heard from Duffy that you were still in Phoenix, so I drove over this morning." Su Yi had always admired Yao Ming. It was surprising to learn that the giant had been keeping tabs on him. When Yao Ming first arrived, he faced considerable skepticism from Western audiences, compounded by language barriers. Charles Barkley once publicly derided Yao Ming, predicting he would never score more than 19 points in a single game. Yao Ming simply responded with humility, saying, "Then I'll just have to average 18 points." He exemplified the adage of keeping one's head down and hoping for daylight while accepting all ridicule. In the Western value system, the strong can say whatever they please, while the weak are often criticized for merely existing. Yao Ming's best rebuttal to all the doubt was his unwavering dedication. Ultimately, he managed to silence critics like Barkley and transform the likes of Shaquille O'Neal into admirers. Yao Ming's journey can only be described as legendary. "I always said our Chinese basketball talent is abundant," he expressed with uncontainable excitement. "It's wonderful that we have another brother in the sport." He urged Su Yi to stay in touch, insisting that he call him Big Yao. Su Yi felt that addressing Yao Ming as Big Yao might be too informal, yet using a different designation felt distant. He ultimately settled on calling him Brother Yao, a title that Yao Ming reluctantly accepted after a few rounds of persuasion. "Duffy is a great guy. He has helped me tremendously over the years. It seems little Su has a good eye for choosing," Yao Ming continued. "Having been around this circle for years, I've gained some experience. With you joining his team, we can look out for each other. You won't face any disadvantages." Yao Ming, eager to prevent Su Yi from reconsidering and choosing a different agent, expressed his support. "I will work hard, Brother Yao." Su Yi smiled. "It's getting late. Shall we head out for a meal?" Yao Ming suggested, glancing at Su Yi and Nash. Just as Nash was about to agree, a voice called from the entrance. "Steve, it's your turn." Amare Stoudemire entered, greeting Nash. "I may need to excuse myself. I have to see Dr. Thomas Carter," Nash lamented, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Although Nash missed out on the meal, he recommended a nearby Chinese restaurant whose owner happened to be from Shanghai. Yao Ming was thrilled, and he and Su Yi promptly set off. The restaurant's decor exuded a vintage charm reminiscent of the 1990s. Yao Ming relished the authentic Shanghai cuisine, and, as the dishes of hairy crabs arrived, he was instantly transported back to his homeland. As a seasoned socialite, Su Yi's conversational skills and table manners were exemplary, and the two men found their conversation growing increasingly enjoyable. As the saying goes, a stranger in a foreign land feels like an alien. Although Yao Ming is hailed as a superstar, it is indeed a rare fortune to encounter a genuinely open-hearted friend abroad. Upon entering, the athletes adhered to the strictest dietary regulations, and ordinarily, Yao Ming would not indulge in such delights. Today, however, he relished the moment, allowing himself a break from his usual discipline. "Xiao Su, what I truly anticipate is your performance with the national team," Yao Ming mused, pausing thoughtfully. Su Yi listened attentively, recognizing that Yao Ming had much to express. It was unfortunate at last year's Beijing Olympics, We failed to break through to the quarterfinals on home soil, despite having the chance to defeat Spain. Yao Ming lamented, "If only I had another opportunity, I would do everything in my power to prevent that shot from Gasol. There will be many more chances ahead. We, as brothers, must strive together. After all, we have the World Championships next year." Su Yi reassured him. Yao Ming hesitated momentarily before confessing, "Xiao Su, I have two dreams that I have never shared with anyone. One is to win the championship, and the other is to see the Chinese national team claim the world title." Su Yi nodded with a smile, knowing this was also his desire. As a professional player, Yao Ming has undoubtedly contributed more to the national team than anyone else. He has participated in numerous international competitions, surpassing any other superstar in frequency. Even for events like the Stankovic Cup, Yao Ming would return from the United States to participate. Su Yi could see the fervent passion in Yao Ming's eyes, a love that transcended basketball itself. They say that unity among brothers brings unparalleled strength. If we all work hard together, even if it's just Spain now, when the dream team faces us in the future, they will surely have nightmares. Seeing the fire in Yao Ming's gaze stirred Su Yi's own excitement. These were words he had long wished to voice, and today, he felt compelled to express them. "Well said, Xiao Su. Truly well said. You have struck a chord with me today." Yao Ming ordered 2 boxes of drinks. Since entering the league, he had abstained from alcohol, maintaining an exceptionally rigorous regimen to achieve his current success. His last drunken escapade had been during the Shanghai team's championship celebration, where he had spent the entire night inebriated. Today, however, the joyous reunion with Su Yi had led them to indulge and momentarily set aside their discipline. When discussing aspirations, who among men can suppress their innermost feelings? The sentiments that Su Yi articulated echoed Yao Ming's own, as he believed that the Chinese national team was on par with any other. Yet these thoughts remained unspoken, for he knew they would only invite ridicule. As the evening progressed, Yao Ming's earlier exuberance gave way to a melancholic sigh. "I wonder how much longer I can endure. I feel my physical condition declining. I often cramp at night, and the team doctor says this is a bad omen. Perhaps I can only last 5 or 6 more years, but I have no desire to retire. Yao Ge, you should really pay more attention to your health. With your weight, the strain on your body is substantial," Su Yi suggested cautiously, aware of Yao Ming's seniority and preferring to hint rather than directly admonish. "I understand your concern, Xiao Su. We Chinese tend to struggle in physical confrontations. I faced many challenges when I first entered the league. It was only after I began a weight gain regimen that I could establish myself. Reducing my weight now would negate all my hard work over the years." Yao Ming acknowledged Su Yi's point, but also had his own dilemmas. "Actually, Yao Ge, you might consider a reasonable weight increase." This remark reminded Yao Ming of Coach Zhang, eliciting a chuckle from him as he conceded he would consider it. "You must think of it this way. Even for the sake of the Chinese men's basketball team, you must maintain your health. Your body is not solely your own. It belongs to the entire nation and the fans who love you. Otherwise, it would be rather selfish of you." Su Yi raised his glass to Yao Ming. Upon hearing the phrase Chinese men's basketball, Yao Ming's smile vanished, and he felt a burning sensation at the corners of his eyes. "Before I die, I must witness the Chinese men's basketball team claim a world championship. Even if it means taking on another role, I will always contribute to the national team." Yao Ming gripped his glass firmly and downed its contents in one go. The conversation between the two grew increasingly lively, and the bottles of liquor were swiftly emptied. For someone like Su Yi, a seasoned socialite, this amount of alcohol was merely a triviality. However, he noticed that despite Yao Ming's imposing stature, his tolerance for alcohol was quite limited, and it was clear he had had enough. Su Yi discreetly replaced Yao Ming's drink with water. The topic gradually shifted to the state of the Rockets. "Speaking of which, the Rockets have been performing exceptionally well this year," Su Yi remarked. "Indeed, this might be their most promising year yet," Yao Ming replied. "I read that McGrady is expected to return just in time for the second round of the playoffs, which would significantly enhance the Rockets' strength," Su Yi added. That's merely a smokescreen. If McGrady returns, it won't be until the Western Conference Finals at the earliest," Yao Ming sighed. "But a healthy Rockets team wouldn't fear any opponent. Let us go for it. It's just the Western Conference Finals." The next morning, Yao Ming awoke to find himself in a hotel room, clearly brought back by Su Yi. A knock at the door confirmed it was indeed Su Yi. "It's been a while since I drank. I may have lost my composure last night," Yao Ming chuckled. "Yao Ge, I wish to train with you in Houston. I hope you can impart your wisdom. Yao Ming slapped his thigh. Ah, it should be I inviting you. I completely forgot. It seems I truly drank too much last night. Su's heart soared at this invitation. This is a treasure trove of experience. Chapter 50. I truly only want to learn the postgame. Rebounds, 67-77 post, move skill, 68-78 defense. 87-88 current training mode in the arena has been unlocked, with a rebounding training efficiency of 50 and an interior offensive training efficiency of 50. Once again, a nimble current surged through Su's mind. He experienced an epiphany regarding his understanding of rebounding. Suddenly, he comprehended the positioning intricacies of Lovedale in the team, as well as the nuances of predicting the ball's landing point. Scenes flickered in his mind like frames from a film. Sui sensed an unprecedented sensitivity towards rebounds. Perhaps this was the essence of integration. However, he was surprised to find that his defensive attribute, which had been stagnant despite rigorous practice at the Staples Center, had risen from 87 to 88 here. After all, protecting rebounds is indeed a facet of defense. As he savored the newly acquired techniques, the system's soft blue light screen materialized. Hostname, Sui current status, generally normal, stamina consumption increased by 2, current ability values, level shooting, 92, passing, 83, ball handling, 87, jumping, 69, strength, 86, speed, 84, basketball IQ, 77, no loss upon attribute conversion, defense, 88, rebounds, 77, click to view details, comprehensive evaluation, level 88. Sui clicked on the click to view details option. It revealed a plethora of intricate secondary attributes. Among the two most significant secondary attributes, Sui's outside offensive skill had reached level 87, thanks to his precise shooting and his progressively maturing ball handling skills. In terms of outside offense, even after conversion, it could reach around 75, comfortably surpassing average players. Following the recent enhancement in interior offense, the conversion standard was a modest 60, just meeting the passing mark. Sui felt elated, as his skills had nearly reached an impeccable standard. All attributes were now at least adequate. There would be no recurrence of the scenario where a star player entered the league with glaring flaws magnified. A shooting attribute of 92 was his current signature skill, convertible to 85 upon entry. This core attribute was undoubtedly the cornerstone of Sui's prowess. The second highest attribute was his defense at 88, which would convert to 77. With his current template, he could easily fit into most teams. However, he would inevitably face the league's elite players, such as social media stars and LeBron, whose offensive attributes typically exceed 90. The small forward position is rife with physically gifted athletes. To secure a starting position through defense, he must diligently elevate his defensive value. As a naturally strong athlete, Sui's goal was to neutralize his opponent's strength. He aspired to impose a formidable challenge to them. Time was of the essence, so he promptly moved to the center of the court to begin training. Yao, I wish to learn interior skills from you. Sui stated directly. With me? Yao Ming paused momentarily. Yes, Sui affirmed with determination. Yao smiled and replied, honestly, I'm just a bit taller than most. Of course, having spent considerable time in the paint, I have garnered some experience, though I wonder if you can utilize it. Sui understood that Yao's modesty belied his true prowess. Yao Ming was a genuine basketball savant. Those who understood the sport would never claim he relied solely on height to excel. In truth, Yao's wingspan was not particularly remarkable among centers, measuring only 220 centimeters, while Sui, as a small forward, boasted a wingspan of 217 centimeters. Yao Ming's dominion on the court stemmed primarily from his technical finesse. In the 2 seasons preceding his NBA debut, he was nothing short of a force akin to Wilt Chamberlain. What does invincibility entail? In the 2000 to 2001 season, he averaged 27, 1 points, 19, for rebounds and 5 blocks per game. In the finals, facing the formidable Bai Rockets led by Wang Zhizhi and Liu Yudong, Yao averaged 24, 5 points, 17, 5 rebounds and 2 blocks. Despite Shanghai's defeat, Yao was unequivocally awarded the finals MVP. In the 2001 to 2002 playoffs, he averaged 37, 7 points, 20, 2 rebounds, and 7 blocks. During that year's finals, with Wang Zhizhi overseas, Yao unleashed his full offensive arsenal, scoring 49 points, 21 rebounds, and 7 blocks in his first game. In the final match, He scored a staggering 56 points with 21 rebounds. Ultimately, Yao's commanding performance ended by 6 consecutive championships. Nonetheless, despite such accolades and becoming the first foreign-born player to be a #1 draft pick, many continued to question Yao Ming's true abilities, attributing his success to his height. The draft report from that year clearly stated, how many 7 feet 5 inches players possess such athleticism? For a 26-meter giant, he exhibits astonishing agility and mobility, capable of outmaneuvering many slower centers. His shooting ability is exceptional, allowing him to shoot from 18 feet or even beyond the three-point line. He possesses excellent passing skills when double-teamed. A clever defender at 21 years old, he has limitless potential. The only noted drawbacks were his upper body strength and a lack of robust competition in his previous league, leading to insufficient experience. This report was essentially a laudatory testament to Yao. Faced with the immense pressure of being a #1 draft pick and the scrutiny of domestic media, Yao Ming's debut against the Pacers resulted in a 0-for-1 shooting night with 2 rebounds, 2 turnovers, and 3 fouls, culminating in a Rockets defeat. Yao could only sit on the bench, head in hands. However, he quickly adapted, with 1-for-5 in his second game and 4-for-7 in his third. His adjustment to the game's intensity can only be described as remarkable. In the 5th game against the Warriors, Barkley mockingly claimed Yao would never score 20 points. Yet, just a week later, against the Shaquille O'Neal-less Lakers, Yao went 9-for-9, scoring 20 points, unaffected by the previous game where Marbury had left him a laughingstock. Barkley, for better or worse, upheld his word. If there is one invaluable lesson Sue could glean from Yao Ming, it is his formidable mental resilience. In his 11th game, Yao faced the Mavericks and erupted for 30 points and 16 rebounds, solidifying his position as a starter for the Rockets. In his first matchup against the Spurs, he scored 27 points and grabbed 18 rebounds. During the highly anticipated Yao versus Shaq duel, Yao recorded 6 blocks, 3 of which were emphatic rejections directed at the Diesel. Following that, he tallied 20 points and 8 rebounds against the Pistons and 24 points with 13 rebounds against the Timberwolves. Height, a gentle shooting touch, solid footwork in the paint, and exceptional lower body strength. Yao Ming possesses all the attributes necessary to evolve into a historical superstar. Faced with the league's best defensive lineup, Yao consistently held his ground against all opposing big men. It could be said that upon entering the league, the young Yao was already remarkably polished, almost akin to a ready-to-use product, just as everyone anticipated that Yao would dominate with his unparalleled individual prowess. Circumstances took an unexpected turn. Following the conclusion of his rookie season, Coach Van Gundy resigned due to health issues. The coach who had led the Knicks to the miraculous 8-over-1 upset, Jeff Van Gundy, was appointed as the new head coach of the Rockets. Having played professionally for 5 years since the age of 17, Yao's experience and technical maturity were far superior to that of a typical college rookie entering the league. Under Coach Van Gundy, Yao had already developed his own playing style. Van Gundy, recognizing Yao's potential, sought to mold him into a technically skilled center, drawing inspiration from his idol, Arvydas Sabonis. However, Van Gundy's vision diverged sharply. He believed Yao should evolve into a traditional center with a dominance akin to Shaquille O'Neal. In essence, the strategy was simple. Give Yao the ball and let him finish the play. Thus commenced the plan to rapidly develop Yao into a traditional center. The first step was to increase his weight while simultaneously reducing body fat. Yao's weight rose from 132 kilograms to 141 kilograms, while his body fat percentage dropped from 10 to 6. However, for a player of Yao's stature, each additional kilogram exponentially increased the strain on his legs. Moreover, to compete against O'Neal, Yao undertook extensive strength training, focusing on his upper body, resulting in a remarkable increase in his bench press from 110 kilograms to 159 kilograms. The second step involved enforcing strict low-post play for Yao post-weight gain, prohibiting him from shooting beyond 12 feet. This not only squandered Yao's high-post threat, but also made it exceedingly difficult for him to receive the ball in the low post, especially given the rules allowing zone defense at the time. To establish position in the low post, he had to endure regular physical confrontations with his opponents. During that era, battles in the paint resembled wrestling matches. The third step was to address the issue of getting the ball to Yao, the reluctance of players like Alexander. The miserly architect of the Rockets, Carroll Dawson, and the foolishly obstinate big man posed challenges. For the Rockets management, if profanity was off the table. There was little else to say. Achieving success under such circumstances can only be deemed miraculous, and thus, Yao garnered profound respect from those around him. Observing Yao's earnest demeanor, He was puzzled. Not comprehending the source of Yao's amusement, he chuckled and said, "Let's set aside the trivialities and focus on practicing some low-post footwork today." Upon hearing this, He immediately ceased his reminiscing. Indeed, he thought, this is a veritable guide to experience. Yao's teachings are bound to be invaluable. In truth, Yao had honed these footwork skills domestically, where many excellent post players had influenced his development. The dream footwork had been imparted to him by the likes of Wang Zhizhi and the illustrious Xiao Yaowang. Today, he aimed to share this legacy with Yi. With his offensive efficiency in the post now ignited, Yi found himself entirely focused on the court, nodding eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 51. Unlocking the Dreamlike Dance. "Come on, Su. How about you defend me in the low post?" Yao Ming said with a slight smile. "Me? Defend you in the low post?" Yi replied, bewildered. "Let us not even discuss the height difference. Do not worry. I want to leverage my height and strength to overpower you. We'll practice our footwork together." Yao Pajivit Yi se hesitanje. Just as I thought. Yi chuckled awkwardly as he approached. Given the size mismatch, Yi could exert all his effort. As his hands rested on Yao's waist, he finally understood what true stability felt like, akin to pressing against the Great Wall. As the ball was passed to him, Yao effortlessly lifted it above his head and released a shot. The transition from catching the ball to shooting took mere milliseconds, almost instinctual. This was Yao Ming's signature turnaround jumper. Not even Yi, nor any defender, could hope to thwart such a shot. At that height with that precision, allowing Yao to receive the ball unguarded was tantamount to surrender. Indeed, not even a divine intervention could save the day. Momentarily hesitating, Yi glanced at Yao's release point. Yet, that fleeting moment of doubt distracted him. Suddenly, he felt the strength in his arms dissipate, and the once mighty Great Wall seemed to vanish. Yao executed a swift, masterful footwork maneuver, positioning himself onto the basket. He then secured the ball without shooting. For having successfully executed his footwork, there was no need for a follow-up shot. The fluidity of his movements, the seamless execution, and the solid foundation of his skills were nothing short of perfection, rivaling any technical big man. Yao's recent footwork was reminiscent of a legendary warrior effortlessly defeating a mere sprout. He could only marvel inwardly. Having once thought Yao's hook shot made him invincible, he now realized that his pivoting skills were even more formidable. Whose general is this? Yao approached Yi and explained, once he received the ball in the post, "You must raise it immediately. This is something I learned after entering the league. The guards are swift and will attempt to swat the ball away at any moment. Therefore, it is crucial to cultivate this habit." Afterward, Yao passed the basketball to Yi, encouraging him to demonstrate the technique he had just described. As a former power forward, Yi had previously noted these subtleties and quickly adapted to Yao's instructions. With each pass from the machine, Yi concentrated fully on practicing the movements Yao had outlined. With the system's enhancement to his post-offensive efficiency, he learned rapidly, soon forming muscle memory. The transition from catching the ball to shooting became remarkably fluid, as if he had developed an instinctual reaction. Impressive. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Su's progress exceeds my expectations, Yao remarked, observing Yi's diligent practice with admiration. With that, Yao continued his instruction. In post play, unlike on the perimeter, one cannot see the defender due to the back-to-basket position. Thus, one must learn to sense the defender's positioning to make the most suitable offensive decisions, whether to pivot baseline, drive, or shoot. The two continued their simulated training, with Yi employing the techniques Yao had taught him, utilizing peripheral vision and physical contact to gauge Yao's defensive stance. He diligently absorbed every word Yao spoke, aided by the enhancement of his training efficiency. The method proposed by Dayo played in Yi's mind like a microfilm, swiftly transforming into ingrained memories. Additionally, given that Yi originally hailed from the fourth position, he was quite familiar with these concepts. Indeed, the new generation pushes the old forward. Dayo consistently praised Yi's progress. After a brief training session, Yi had already refined the interior details he had previously not mastered. With a resounding clap of his hand, Yao Ming exclaimed, "Excellent. I can see your potential." He continued, "Next, I shall teach you some advanced footwork for the post, including the dreamlike moves that Deji imparted to me, which I now pass on to you. It is imperative that you absorb it earnestly. Su-yi smiled slightly and replied, of course. Please wait a moment. Yao Ming then turned and left. Upon his return, he carried 2 small speakers. Su-yi assisted him in setting them up. Yao Ming connected the speakers to his phone via Bluetooth and played the waltz of the Vienna Woods. The gymnasium resonated with the enchanting strains of waltz music, filled with a buoyant rhythm. The essence of the dreamlike footwork lies in the variation of rhythm, an abstract concept that must be personally felt. Deji had comprehended this intricate footwork while immersed in the waltz. Our advantage as Chinese individuals lies in our agility. So we must adeptly utilize this trait to outmaneuver opponents in the post using rhythm. Su-yi contemplated the meaning behind Dayo's words. The notion of rhythmic variation? He had never before considered the fusion of basketball with music. What a sublime crossover. Yao Ming began to demonstrate with the ball. The prelude of the Vienna waltz was gentle and exquisite, akin to the morning light piercing through the thick fog of the Vienna woods, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Su-yi passed the basketball to Yao Ming, who simulated backing down an imaginary opponent. Suddenly, the music shifted to a more ethereal tone, and the tempo quickened. Yao Ming matched the hastening rhythm, showcasing his superb footwork, resembling a moving great wall. As they practiced together, the two engaged in a swift and splendid waltz on the court, their movements harmonizing with the vibrant musical shifts. Su-yi meticulously refined his footwork, gradually feeling his feet become agile, even imbued with a spirit of their own. His feints appeared natural, the connection of his steps seamless. Su-yi sensed that he was discovering many elements not found in basketball textbooks, as if his interior footwork had been infused with a soul. Ding! Interior footwork, level 1. Interior turn speed, level 1. Dreamlike footwork, Deji version. Unlocked at 30, carefree step, unlocked at 35. With a return to Indianapolis looming in a few days, Su-yi cherished the time spent training with Dayo. Each morning, they practiced the frenetic dance of entry accompanied by the graceful waltz. Yao Ming was always eager to assist Su-yi in perfecting every detail, helping him quicken his footwork. At last, Su-yi felt the rhythm's transformation, etching the melody into his heart. Dreamlike footwork, Deji version. Unlocked. Carefree step, unlocked. Interior offensive skills, 78-83. Each of Su-yi's advancements brought immense joy to Dayo, as he genuinely envisioned a promising future for Chinese basketball. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Ultimately, Su-yi had to return to his own arena. Brother Yao, tomorrow is game day. Please rest well and refrain from coming out. Su-yi bid farewell to Dayo. However, Dayo insisted on driving Su-yi. He cherished the 1 to 2 hours on the road, feeling there were many important matters yet to discuss with Su-yi. He believed everything for Su-yi was just beginning, wishing that Su-yi's journey would be smoother than his own. Eager to impart all his knowledge to help Su-yi avoid pitfalls and troubles he had faced, they chatted merrily throughout the journey, discussing dreams, the present, the future, and the vast universe. The vehicle stopped at a service area. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Yao Ming smiled and asked, "Little Su, what is your dream?" Su-yi pursed his lips and replied, "My immediate dream is to be selected in the first round, just like you, and to shake hands with David Stern." Upon hearing this, Yao Ming fell silent, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, his eyes betraying a touch of disappointment. Su-yi suddenly realized he had misspoken. Although Yao Ming was indeed selected as the first overall pick in 2002, he had not attended the draft due to special circumstances. In that moment of his most glorious life, he had never fulfilled the dream of shaking hands with David Stern, which remained a lifelong regret. Yao Ming understood deeply that some matters cannot be resolved by athletes alone. Regaining his composure, Yao Ming calmly stated, "Little Su, on your journey ahead, should anyone dare to trip you up, just let Brother Yao know. I will be the first to stand up for you." "Thank you, Brother Yao." Su-yi beamed with gratitude. Dayo's status had transformed. In the domestic basketball realm, who could dare to challenge him? With Dayo's support, many future challenges would naturally become more manageable. As they prepared to part, Yao Ming felt there was much left unsaid, but after some contemplation, he decided he might be overly chatty. Su-yi too had thoughts he wished to share with Dayo, but after much deliberation, he simply said, "Take care of your health." He then exited the vehicle, embarking on his journey without looking back. Yao Ming grasped the steering wheel, watching as Su Yi entered the terminal, momentarily lost in thought before breaking into a smile, reveling in the joys of youth. The next round would see him face the underdog, the University of Arizona. Upon disembarking the plane, a swarm of reporters approached. "Mr. Su," Jordan Hill remarked that the Wildcats are merely soft players who can only shoot from the perimeter, lacking honor even in victory. What is your perspective? In the next game, I will dominate their paint area. Chapter 52. Let's get it done. Su Yi arrived in Indianapolis. After some commotion, he reached the hotel entrance. At that moment, he noticed an unread message on his Nokia 97 and quickly opened it. Sender, Coach Mike Krzyzewski. Content, meeting this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Yi glanced at his watch. Oh no, it's almost 2:60. The hotel conference room door creaked open, and upon entering, all eyes turned toward Su Yi. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, "I apologize for my tardiness." Mike Krzyzewski was explaining something, adjusting his glasses as he looked at Su Yi, saying, "No, you arrived just in time. Please take a seat." Curry made a face at Su Yi and then flashed a mysterious smile, seemingly mocking him. Su Yi sat down next to Curry. Fortunately, Mike had not yet delved into the main topic, so he had not missed anything. The pressure for this match isn't too great. We will employ a small ball lineup against them, Mike Krzyzewski stated. The tactical manual has been delivered, and Curry handed it over to Su Yi. The team name of the University of Arizona is also the Wildcats. Su Yi's designated position for this game is power forward, as suggested by both Su Yi and McKillop. The player he will be matched against is Jordan Hill, whose information is detailed in the tactical manual. Jordan Hill, number 43 height, 208 centimeters, exceptionally agile, boasting speed that surpasses that of a small forward. He is tenacious and a decent rebounder, yet his strength is questionable, particularly regarding his positioning. Weaknesses include insufficient defensive strength, poor boxing out ability, and underdeveloped footwork in the low post, along with inadequate passing skills and inconsistent free throw shooting. Jordan Hill is also the primary scorer for the University of Arizona. Curry's counterpart is their second scoring option, shooting guard Chase Buetinger. In this match, Andrew Lovedale is playing center for Davidson College, facing the imposing 213 centimeter center Jacobson on the opposing side. McKillop instructed their players are nearly all towering at 7 feet. The interior players must focus on rebounding protection. In other aspects, I believe we should have a considerable advantage in this game. Su Yi responded affirmatively. Lovedale remarked, "Just watch me dominate that fool." Despite the height disparity, Andrew Lovedale possesses undeniable lower body strength and has a remarkable instinct for rebounding that Jacobson cannot match, instilling confidence in him. Although the large center appears intimidating, he is, in truth, lacking in substance, with a notably soft playing style. Conversely, Jordan Hill, as the secondary center, though physically weaker, is adept at aggressively pursuing offensive rebounds, making him a player to watch. On game day, Jordan Hill laughed heartily upon seeing the starting players from Davidson College. He turned to the large center Jacobson and jested, "Is there no one on their team? Look at their interior players. They're all so short. The tallest is just over 2 meters. Jacobson chuckled in response. "Looks like we were worried for nothing. Things aren't as dire as we imagined." The players from both teams entered the court. "Go, Su." A magnetic voice called from outside. Su Yi glanced over to see Coach Zhang in the media area, accompanied by CCTV commentator Yang Yi. Davidson College's starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Gosselin, Nellums, Su Yi, Andrew Lovedale. University of Arizona's starting lineup: Zane Johnson, Chase Buetinger, Josh McCoy, Jordan Hill, Jacobson. A sharp whistle pierced the cacophony of the gym. Jordan Hill and Su Yi positioned themselves for the tip-off. Noticing Su Yi was 5 centimeters shorter, he pushed against him, disdainfully stating, "I don't like matching up with soft players." Su Yi smiled politely. "I, however, feel quite the opposite." He then maneuvered to outmuscle Hill, pushing him from the paint to the three-point line. The game officially commenced. Despite being taller than Su Yi by 5 centimeters, Hill was lighter, and his lack of strength was well noted in the tactical manual. Upon physical contact, it became evident that Hill's resistance was even weaker than anticipated. As Arizona gained possession, point guard Zane Johnson orchestrated the offense. Power forward Jordan Hill attempted to establish position against Su Yi, but found himself completely unable to do so. Seizing the opportunity, Zane Johnson attempted to deliver the ball. In a flash, Sue effortlessly intercepted the basketball. Transitioning to offense, Curry, facing Butinger's defense, took a jump shot from beyond the arc. The shot missed, ricocheting high into the air. Jordan Hill, tracking the ball's trajectory, leapt to contest it. However, before he could react, he felt immense pressure. The disparity in strength rendered him immobile, as Sue effortlessly shoved him aside just as he leaped to his highest point, snatching the rebound with hands like iron claws. With no defenders in sight, Sue executed a powerful dunk and then unceremoniously handed the basketball to Jordan Hill without uttering a word. The fluidity of the sequence left Hill standing behind Sue, feeling akin to a mere battlefield reporter. As he accepted the condescending basketball, his expression fluctuated between pale and green, a sight most unflattering. Coach Zhang, witnessing the scene, was thrilled and praised. Wow, Sue Yi's rebounding is solid. Truly solid. That big guy across from him has no defense. He is just a lumbering giant. From the onset, Sue had already secured 2 points and 1 offensive rebound. Jordan Hill, having positioned himself in the low post, began to back down, performing a token shoulder shimmy before attempting a hook shot. This half-hearted feint and straightforward shot clearly disregarded the defender's presence. Hill seemed oblivious to the fact that he was about to be overshadowed. Sue launched himself, eclipsing Hill's shot with an emphatic block. The entire arena erupted in astonished gasps as Curry transitioned into offense, seizing the opportunity to score without hesitation. Chapter 53. The dominant force in the paint, Sue Yi's monumental block and Curry's swift transition resulted in a genuine offensive sequence that took less than 5 seconds. With this, they established an early lead of 5-0, significantly dampening the morale of the University of Arizona. Coach Zhang continued to extol this smaller player, whom you may not be familiar with, is named Stephen Curry. His specialty is relentless pursuit. This is what we refer to as effective transition play. As Arizona recalibrated their rhythm to initiate another offensive attempt, Sue firmly maintained his position, preventing Jordan Hill from entering. The basketball remained stuck outside the three-point line. Just a step within the arc, Jordan Hill finally found an opening to receive the ball, having just been ruthlessly blocked by Sue moments before. He approached this attempt with newfound caution. Hill, glancing around, saw no favorable options among his teammates. With Sue still a step away, he felt confident to take a shot. He lifted the ball and released it, only for Sue to anticipate the move with uncanny precision. In a flash, he closed the distance, bending his body like a bow. With a resounding clap, Sue Yi's block felt like a historic reenactment, entirely dismantling Jordan Hill's expectations of defense. Coach Zhang, with enthusiasm, narrated the action. Another block. Sue is playing exceptionally well today. Just splendid. This is how to play with aggression. Zhang, as a professional commentator, managed to remain composed amidst the exhilarating unfolding of events. In contrast, the commentary appeared rather lackluster, as if the commentator had never encountered the grandeur of the game, incessantly repeating the phrases selling cakes, selling cakes, selling cakes, oh, selling cakes. Sue placed his left hand behind his ear, reveling in the audience's roaring cheers. His 4 teammates cast glances at Jordan Hill, seemingly imploring, "Please, dear brother, refrain from delivering another block." Jordan Hill, too, was filled with regret, lamenting, "Alas, why can't I control my hands?" As Davidson College initiated their offense, Sue exuded newfound confidence. He gracefully secured the basketball at the baseline, prompting Jordan Hill to hastily defend against him. Sue's refined interior skills and enhanced power allowed him to play with rhythm during each post move. The slender Jordan Hill could only retreat step by step, helplessly exclaiming, "This is too tough to handle," just as he attempted to muster strength to withstand the attack. Sue executed a fluid spin, effortlessly maneuvering past him. A beautiful little hook shot sent the basketball through the hoop once more. 7-0. Following the transition, Jordan Hill no longer possessed the vigor he had at the start, entirely shrinking from attempting to position himself against Sue, opting instead to linger outside. The battle for dominance in the paint relied half on strength and skill, while the other half depended on momentum. Center Jacobson, known for his soft playing style, found himself outmatched by Liverdale, who firmly asserted control over the interior. It could be said that Arizona's inside game had utterly collapsed, with no other recourse. The helpless power forward Jordan Hill had no choice but to retreat to a higher position to screen for his teammates. White guard Chase Budinger emerged as Arizona's exterior cornerstone. Feeling it was his time to step forward with the interior players faltering, he maneuvered around Jordan Hill's screen, shaking off Curry, only to confront the seemingly less imposing Sue E guarding the paint. Budinger believed he could prevail and charged directly into the lane, seeking a one-on-one opportunity with Sue. He quickly launched into a three-step layup, oblivious to the impending fate. Sue E, with a smirk, provocatively inquired, "Have you ever visited the Lesan Giant Buddha?" Budinger, entirely uncomprehending, chose to persist in his layup. Another easy block, then observed closely. Sue E unleashed a powerful slap, sending the ball soaring out of bounds. Within 5 minutes, he had delivered 3 resounding blocks. In 3 possessions, he had thwarted every offensive attempt by the University of Arizona. He was nothing less than a living gatekeeper in the paint, terrifyingly formidable. Who dared to challenge him? Only General Sue. Davidson College continued their offensive onslaught. Sue, holding his ground against Jordan Hill, executed a smooth little hook shot after a brief tussle. Once again, he scored effortlessly, establishing a lead of 9 points early in the game. Meanwhile, the Arizona team had entirely lost their fighting spirit on offense. Together, Sue E and Loverdale formed an impenetrable fortress in the paint, staunchly defending against any incursions, with the interior impenetrable and the outside shooting icy cold. It wasn't until the first quarter neared its conclusion that Arizona managed to score a solitary point from free throws, thus avoiding the embarrassment of being completely shut out. As the second quarter commenced, Arizona finally adjusted their tactics, substituting in the 13-meter tall center Jacobson to guard Sue E, while Jordan Hill shifted to defend Loverdale. Receiving the basketball in the paint, Sue E observed Jacobson hastily approaching to defend. However, from their previous encounter, he had already discerned Jacobson's clumsy movements. Employing his large right hand, Sue E grasped the ball and faced Jacobson directly. The cumbersome center, confronted with Sue E, panicked and scrambled to reposition himself. Sue E feigned a jump shot, prompting Jacobson to lunge forward, and with a swift move, he sidestepped Jacobson, easily scoring. On the next offensive, Sue E faced Jacobson once more, again executing a feigned jump shot, while Jacobson opted to remain stationary. Sue E calmly sank a mid-range jumper. Jacobson, feeling helpless, realized that if the shot went in, there would be no defense, yet if he committed to the defense, he would be easily bypassed. Following another unsuccessful offensive attempt from Arizona, Sue E returned to the baseline, where Jacobson pressed against him. Despite his smaller stature, he was undeterred in the contest against this giant. He bore down on Jacobson with determination, employing his left foot as the pivot and executing a rapid, dazzling footwork maneuver. Jacobson was left spinning in circles, utterly bamboozled. Sue E evaded him with ease, scoring with a delicate scoop shot. By the end of the second quarter, Davidson College had established a staggering lead of 47-18, nearly 30 points ahead. The Arizona players remained ensnared in the fear of the relentless onslaught and the terror of the living gatekeeper in the paint. Yet the horror of the game persisted. The match overwhelmingly one-sided. Jordan Hill lamented, "This is too difficult. I should have refrained from all that trash talk." Jacobson, exasperated, implored, "Give me the ball. I want to go home. Why must I bear the brunt of Jordan Hill's words?" The players of Arizona endured the most challenging hour of their lives amidst a relentless barrage. As the final whistle blew, Davidson College triumphed over Arizona 85-47. The statistics displayed at the scorers table revealed the impressive performance of Sue E. 41 points, 22 rebounds, 3 assists, and 12 blocks. It was as if a hot pot restaurant had opened directly at the venue, serving a spicy dual-flavor broth, initially simmering the interior before transitioning to the exterior. Curry contributed with 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 16 assists. Various official media outlets lavished praise upon Sue E, using the most captivating language to draw attention to his prowess. The next Yao Ming, the rising star of Chinese basketball, the forthcoming player to make waves in the United States. Each term resonated deeply within the hearts of sports enthusiasts. If Yao Ming had introduced Chinese fans to basketball, Sue E was the first to captivate them fully. However, after witnessing this match, the uninitiated spectators might have mistakenly believed they were observing a lesser-known league within the United States, as they only witnessed Sue Yi's unrelenting dominance, devoid of any resistance. akin to a mountain bike gliding over asphalt without friction. Little Sue, your performance today was remarkable. Keep playing like this. Coach Zhang greeted Sue E with enthusiasm. Just business as usual. Sue E humbly responded to the praise. As he was about to exit the court, a throng of Chinese journalists surged forward to interview him. As they prepared for their first domestic interview, the potential for any response from Sue E to become a sensational highlight was palpable. Reporter, Mr. Sue E is making it to the top 8 representing the Davidson College Wildcats, a childhood dream of yours? Sue E, hello, not really. Reporter, really? I find that hard to believe. Sue E, reporter, what do you think was the key to your Wildcats' victory today? Sue E, perhaps our preparation was slightly more thorough than theirs. Since March, Curry and I have engaged in extensive training. Reporter, well then, I wish you the best of luck in your quest for the championship this year. Sue E, thank you. Thank you. Reporter, iba just joking. Sue E maintained a serene smile throughout, and the interview concluded in a light-hearted atmosphere. The reporter's questions were all easily addressed, rendering the entire process remarkably natural, devoid of any awkwardness. In the aftermath of the game, various traditional and online media outlets in Huagua extensively promoted the event. This Friday, Basketball Park swiftly altered its programming to feature a comprehensive special report on Sue E. The stories of Sue E alongside Curry, Kobe, Nash, Yao Ming, and others have already attained legendary status. Furthermore, the production team infused many dramatic elements, convincing the audience that Sue Yi's remarkable achievements stemmed from his extraordinary efforts. The history and origins of the Wildcats were also thoroughly explored in Basketball Park. For the first time, Huagua basketball fans gained insight into this captivating competition, eagerly anticipating Sue Yi's next performance. At the conclusion of the segment, Lu Xingyu reminded the audience of the next game's schedule. On the 29th of this month, the Elite 8 matchup would officially commence, with Sue E and Curry leading the Davidson College Wildcats against the Michigan State Spartans at the Lucas Oil Stadium. The victorious team would advance to Ford Field in Detroit to compete for a place in the Final Four and ultimately the championship title. The 29th arrived as anticipated. Sue E transitioned back to the small forward position. This time, his opponent was Remar Morgan. There was no denying that the Spartans played true to their name. Although their overall strength paled in comparison to the Wildcats, they nonetheless implemented a strict defense against Sue E and Curry from the onset. However, under the leadership of the sharpshooters Sue E and Curry, the Wildcats dominated both offensively and defensively. By halftime, the score stood at 59-37, with Sue E amassing 21 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Curry also excelled, sinking all 4 of his three-point attempts for a total of 17 points, solidifying his position as the team's second scorer. It could be said that the game had entered garbage time prematurely. Coach McKillop subsequently substituted Sue E and Curry to conserve their energy for the upcoming Final Four matchup. As the second half commenced, the Spartans launched a fierce counterattack. Facing the Wildcats reserves, they initiated a 9-0 run, with Remar Morgan scoring 7 of those points. Coach McKillop had no choice but to reinsert Sue E and Curry to stabilize the situation. Ultimately, the Wildcats emerged victorious without bloodshed, finalizing the score at Davidson College Wildcats 88, Spartans 69. Sue E recorded a game-high 35 points, along with 14 rebounds, 10 blocks, and 4 assists. Yet another magnificent triple-double achieved without playing the entire game. Curry contributed 27 points and 12 assists, marking a commendable double-double performance. After the game, Sue E and Curry embraced tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, the Wildcats had realized their dream of reaching Detroit. Upon returning to the hotel, Sue E turned on the television, finally affording himself a rare moment of rest to catch up on recent news. An unknown strain of avian flu was spreading in the northern border, with the Texas governor assuring that local mass supplies were sufficient, although disinfectant supplies had been depleted. In March, the unemployment rate surged to 74%. And Chrysler was planning to seek bankruptcy protection while General Motors faced dire straits. Experts indicated that the global financial crisis might show signs of improvement by the summer of the next decade. Recent news was rather mundane and tedious, prompting Sue E to channel surf. The sports network was reviewing the recently concluded game, where the Davidson College Wildcats effortlessly defeated the Michigan State Spartans by nearly 20 points. Suddenly, A shocking headline caught his attention. In the Southern Division, the University of North Carolina Tar Heels triumphed over Blake Griffin's Oklahoma University roster with a staggering score of 90-58. Throughout the series, North Carolina had faced minimal resistance, maintaining an average point differential of 37. He had anticipated North Carolina's advantage, but was astonished by the magnitude of their victory. Having played against the Oklahoma roster before, he recalled them as a formidable adversary. However, they appeared utterly overwhelmed by the formidable North Carolina team. Numerous reporters surrounded the North Carolina players, who declined all interviews and refrained from celebrating their victory. They remained composed, resembling a formidable, fearsome squad. It was evident that this year, North Carolina's sole objective was the championship title. He steeled himself. Glancing at his schedule, he had a special training session with Kobe awaiting him. Regardless of the opponent, the Wildcats were determined to fight until the very end. Chapter 55, Advanced Defensive Techniques at 4 in the morning, the Staples Center in Los Angeles. He swiped his card and entered. Kobe Bryant was alone, practicing shooting in the empty arena. He repeatedly retrieved basketballs from the rack, executing his shots with precision. Crunches, leg lifts, fadeaways, releases. He stood by, observing. Indeed, Kobe's shooting was a sight to behold, so he refrained from interrupting him. After Kobe had emptied the basketball rack, he noticed It had been a month since last trained at Staples. During his absence, Kobe had struggled to find a spirited opponent. Training alone was exceedingly dull, making him nostalgic for Ye's presence. Kobe assessed recognizing the same fervent gaze for victory as a month prior. "You're here. I've arrived. I knew you would come. Of course. A long month. A brief month." The two exchanged knowing smiles and, with an unspoken understanding, began their one-on-one match. Kobe took the offensive, while played defense. The Mamba footwork commenced, ever watchful for any sign of vulnerability. Swiftly adjusted his defensive stance, resembling a dynamically shifting iron wall. It is evident that Ye's defensive skills have significantly improved since his arrival at the Staples Center. Ultimately, Kobe, with his uncharacteristic misses, seemed to be struggling with his shooting touch. He scratched the back of his head contemplatively. After a moment of silence, Kobe recognized that his form was, in fact, not too far off. However, scoring effortlessly over as he once did now felt utterly unattainable. "Let's do this." Kobe focused all his attention, igniting an indomitable spirit. Too readied himself, prepared to confront the ever-evolving offensive maneuvers of the Mamba. He held his breath, attuned to the fluctuations in Kobe's rhythm. Each time he defended against him, he unleashed his fullest potential. Outside, thunder rumbled, and a light rain began to fall over Los Angeles at dawn. The two athletes collided with intense force, their muscles clashing. He employed his most imposing defensive tactics to thwart Kobe's shots, while Kobe continuously challenged himself with high-difficulty attempts from the most unimaginable angles. As the winds howled and the downpour intensified, neither of them registered the external turmoil. Ultimately, managed to restrict Kobe's shooting percentage to around 40, acknowledging that many of Kobe's attempts were miraculous. "It seems your defense has improved recently, even managing to apply some pressure on me," Kobe remarked, observing intently as he tucked the basketball away. "Perhaps it's merely that I have adjusted my own form," modestly replied, aiming to avoid appearing overly boastful. He understood Kobe's character, which was not prone to praise. Thus, hearing such acknowledgement from him indicated a significant level of recognition. Moreover, if could consistently limit Kobe's shooting efficiency to today's level, he would be considered a formidable defender within the league. Just as he was about to revel in this thought, Kobe abruptly shifted his tone. "However, if you aspire to enter the league and wish to truly contain the Mamba in critical moments, your current efforts are insufficient. This is precisely what I intend to teach you." With a mysterious gaze, Kobe looked at "What do you mean?" inquired, not quite grasping Kobe's intention. "The Mamba mentality," Kobe replied, his expression gravely serious, each word resonating with conviction. "Listen closely." A slight smile crept on Ye's lips. He sensed the conversation growing increasingly intriguing. "You must understand that the league is not a child's game. Do not take pride in fleeting accomplishments. Brutal physical confrontations and relentless injuries are trials every player must face and overcome." Kobe continued, "Thus, your task is to master every detail." He nodded. eager for what was to come. Let me infuse your defense with soul. Saying this, Kobe passed the basketball to Sue E. and continued. Imagine that you were Tracy McGrady. Sue E. mimicked McGrady, gripping the ball with one hand as he faced Kobe. In that instant, he felt a powerful force impacting his legs, as if they might give way. Clearly, Kobe unleashed an unprecedented intensity in his defense. You must discern how to make your opponent most uncomfortable. McGrady's vulnerabilities lie in his legs and lower back. I will exploit those weaknesses, clashing forcefully with his legs to ensure he is at a disadvantage. The goal is to make it difficult for him to breathe and seize any opportunity he might have to score. This notion resonated with Sue, who understood that the Black Mamba, as the world's most exceptional predator, would never overlook an opponent's frailty. Kobe paused before continuing. This is the league, not a child's play. Opponents will relentlessly target your weaknesses. Yet, this form of defense appeared rather unfriendly. With a glint in his eye, Kobe asserted, the sole objective of the Mamba is the championship. He then proceeded, now, envision yourself as LeBron. Sue E. pretended to adjust his headband, blew into his palms, pounded his chest, and passed the ball back to Kobe. LeBron is taller and stronger than I am, but I revel in both delivering and absorbing contact. He prefers to confront you directly with his body rather than using his forearms as a buffer. This approach is advantageous. You can attempt to push him away with both hands, creating an opportunity to pivot. In the next exchange, he will be compelled to exert more effort, allowing you to exploit that momentum to either drive to the baseline or take a shot. Now, you are Kevin Durant. He too has his flaws during the game. I will target those weaknesses in my offense. When he breaks to the right, his mid-range shooting becomes unreliable, and once he enters the paint, he may falter. Thus, you must force him to the right. Sue E. was astonished by Kobe's profound understanding of every opponent in the league, reflecting on issues he had never considered before. Kobe and Sue E. then switched roles, with Sue E. taking on the defensive mantle while Kobe emulated the signature moves of various stars, including Anthony and Pierce. According to Kobe's guidance, Sue E. hunted for every potential opening, amplifying his opponent's weaknesses as if he were a giant python on the prowl. After a couple of hours, both Sue E. and Kobe were drenched in sweat as they retreated to the second row of the audience to rest. In the fiercely competitive playoffs, any weakness you possess will be magnified by your opponents, whether it be injuries or technical flaws. This is the brutal reality of professional leagues, Kobe stated. Gazing at Sue E. Chapter 56, Breakthrough, Advanced Defensive Techniques. An exceptional defender must possess a comprehensive understanding of their prey, Kobe remarked. Thus, this is how we infuse defense with soul. Sue E. glanced at the Mamba beside him, inquiring, isn't understanding your opponent merely the foundation? More crucially, you must seize the moment for the hunt, Kobe replied. What do you mean? Sue E. asked. Your defensive intent is too overt. In a professional match, your opponent will remain vigilant. Truly exceptional defense is akin to a serpent, unexpected and stealthy. Sue E. tilted his head, indicating his lack of comprehension regarding Kobe's point. Do you recall Jordan's game-winning steal against the Jazz? Kobe queried. Sue E. reflected, recognizing that Kobe referred to the 1998 NBA Finals, Game 6, where, with 17 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Jordan intercepted Karl Malone and advanced the ball before faking Byron Russell and sinking the shot. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed 87-86, securing Jordan's sixth championship. Indeed, the shot heard around the world, Sue E. acknowledged. However, in the preceding possessions, Jordan had already discerned the vulnerabilities in Stockton and Malone's synergy. He simply waited until the last moment to deliver the final blow, Kobe explained. He gazed at Sue E., imparting a profound distinction. This is the difference between a good defender and a great one. It embodies the essence of defense. Sue E. pondered Kobe's words, grasping the meaning yet still seeking clarity. He then closed his eyes in meditation, meticulously contemplating all of Kobe's teachings from the day. With the efficiency boost from systematic training, Sue Yi's thoughts crystallized, replaying the scenes of training with Kobe like a film in his mind. To master the art of identifying an opponent's vulnerabilities, one must strike unexpectedly and decisively at the most critical moment, shattering the adversary's defenses with precision. Earlier, Kobe had pointed out that stars like McGrady, LeBron, Anthony, and Durant all possess their own unique flaws to be exploited, rather than being flawless. Previously, These intricate details had eluded my attention. After a series of reflections, I experienced an epiphany, as if enlightenment had flooded my mind. Upon opening my eyes, all the insights gained this evening coalesced into a singular understanding. Everyone has their own weaknesses, and I finally became aware of those subtleties. This implies that one must develop tailored defensive strategies for each individual. Therein lies the essence of defense. A neutral voice echoed in the system. Ding. Host attributes have advanced. Defensive limit, 9095, level. Advanced defensive techniques unlocked. Defense, 8891, level. The enhancement of this attribute allowed me to instantly comprehend all that Kobe had imparted tonight. This attribute now places me among the elite. The two of us resumed training. Kobe, once again employing his techniques, integrated the signature moves of other stars into our drills. This time, I held my ground firmly, as I consistently identified the most rational defensive approaches based on my opponent's offensive choices. A sharp whistle pierced the air from the direction of the entrance. I turned to see an elderly man with deep-set eyes and white hair standing at the door. It was none other than Phil Jackson, the current head coach of the Lakers. It seemed that the Staples Center was livelier than usual at this early hour. Phil greeted me with a smile. I was taken aback by his early arrival. "Come with me, young man," Phil beckoned warmly as he approached. Sensing he had something to discuss, I followed him out of the gym, while Kobe picked up the basketball and continued his solitary training. Phil led me to the entrance of his office, where he opened the wooden door. Uniquely, in front of his desk lay a pair of meditation cushions. He placed his hands gently on his knees, sat upright on one of the cushions, and on the wall behind him hung a calligraphic representation of the word Zen. I took my seat on the cushion opposite him. An assistant entered, setting down 2 cups of tea between us before quietly exiting. I lifted the cup and took a sip, the tea's aroma bursting forth, filling my mouth with its rich fragrance. "Pu'er?" I inquired. "Indeed, high-quality pu'er. Both training and adjustment are equally vital," Phil replied with profound insight. "The philosophy of the game is in harmony with nature." I noticed 2 books beside Phil's cushion, the Diamond Sutra and the Sarangama Sutra, along with a stack of manuscripts he had personally translated. I was pleasantly surprised by his interest in Eastern culture. Much of my tactical inspiration is derived from Zen. I have delved into its study for 30 years, realizing that all things are interconnected, from which I have greatly benefited. Phil's expression was imbued with mystery. "I hope to comprehend its meaning in time," I said, taking another sip of tea. As we conversed about Zen, I felt a sense of joy in discussing this topic with him. The rain outside began to lighten, letting in a fresh air that was perfect for meditation. We exchanged numerous insights. "You are a remarkable player, driven, passionate, and gifted. Your future is boundless," Phil remarked. "As the saying goes, while one can plan, the outcome is often in the hands of fate. All I can do is strive, fulfilling my part and leaving the rest to destiny," I replied. Phil smiled enigmatically and said, "As a small forward, you might choose a more astute path. There are shortcuts on the road to Rome." I was puzzled and replied, "To me, being a small forward simply means putting the basketball into the opposing hoop." Phil responded, "Zen reveals 5 leaves, each leaf signifying enlightenment. Scottie Pippen achieved this through his own means. Even as a supporting player, he remains one of the greatest small forwards. I hope you too can make wise choices." I smiled and said, "What suits oneself is true wisdom." We exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter before returning to our discussion on Zen. Being a diligent student, I recognized that Zen is a significant aspect of traditional Chinese culture. As we sipped tea, our conversation deepened. "Thank you for your guidance. I have gained much," I expressed. Eventually, it was time to part ways, and we bowed to each other in farewell. After I left, I closed the door behind me. Moments later, I sensed a stir at the entrance. "Come in," Phil called. "How is Kobe Bryant faring?" I asked. "It is not yet time," Phil replied, his eyes half closed as he resumed his meditation. Chapter 57. The Path to Destiny. The following morning, at the Staples Center, I continued training with Kobe according to our established plan. Kobe, ball in hand, faced me for a one-on-one. I adhered to him like concrete. The Mamba executed his familiar shoulder fake and charged towards the paint. Based on past experience, this feint would typically create at least half a step of separation. However, today I unexpectedly altered my defensive strategy. Just as Kobe was about to release the ball, I suddenly disengaged and lunged forward for a steal. The sound of the ball being snatched away echoed sharply. Kobe was taken aback. This was the first time in our training sessions that he had been stripped cleanly while fully focused. I wondered if this was the vulnerability he had intentionally left for me. Kobe's competitive spirit ignited, and he clenched his fist, quickly ramping up his defensive intensity. The Mamba, fierce yet silent, circled around, poised to deliver a crushing blow should I show any sign of overreaching. Faced with the relentless Kobe, I steadied my breath. Typically, I would opt for the safest ball-handling techniques against him. Yet after that initial steal, I now brimmed with confidence. I took a step back, executing a dazzling dribble as if performing a juggling act. As Kobe sought the perfect moment to strike, I switched the ball to my left hand and propelled it forward. Accelerating, just as he lunged to intercept, I suddenly gathered the ball, creating a sliver of space. Instinctively, Kobe's first reaction was to attempt a block. Yet, I swiftly employed a crossover step, changing direction and gaining half a step of separation. Sam Gold. Kobe realized he had been outmaneuvered, but there was nothing he could do as I successfully finished at the rim. This maneuver was a hallmark of Kobe's own repertoire. I had unexpectedly utilized his signature move to surpass him. I marveled at how, in just a month, this young player had shown such astounding progress. He hesitated for a moment, then gradually began to feel a flicker of joy, for the situation had taken on an intriguing turn. Yet another fascinating rival had emerged in this world. Later that evening, Kobe approached his one-on-one duel with Sue-Yi as if it were the championship game itself. Sue-Yi's defensive pressure was indeed formidable. Coincidentally, Sue-Yi commenced the game with confidence, while Kobe struggled to find his rhythm. Ultimately, Kobe triumphed with a score of 21-18, sealing the victory with a last-second three-pointer. Had Kobe not adjusted his state of mind in time, he might have faced defeat at the hands of Sue-Yi. The intensity and focus of their training that day were unprecedented. Kobe tossed a bottle of Blue Sports drink to Sue-Yi, and the two proceeded to the therapy room to rest. Inside the therapy room, they began soaking their feet. In past sessions, Kobe enjoyed reading, while Sue-Yi preferred to meditate with his eyes closed. However, today, following their thrilling match, they engaged in casual conversation. Kobe, Sue, have you ever considered that once you arrive, we might very well be rivals? Sue-Yi, at least this morning, we are rivals. Kobe, I merely hope that if that day comes, you will be a formidable and intriguing opponent. Sue-Yi, you know, Mamba, I have never let you down. Kobe, perhaps one day, you will surpass me. Sue-Yi, that is what I aspire to, though I am more focused on the present. Kobe, yet that is not sufficient. I hope one day you truly grasp the essence of the Mamba mentality. Sue-Yi, what do you mean? Kobe, enduring hardship, never retreating, never giving up, and creating miracles in the face of adversity. Sue-Yi, I would appreciate some specifics. Kobe, you must understand that the Mamba team's desire for victory is almost obsessive, bordering on madness. To comprehend the essence of a shooting technique, I would often call Jordan at 2 or 3 in the morning to seek his advice. Sue-Yi, I feel a bit of sympathy. Kobe, you need not pity me over such trivial matters. To surpass me, you will eventually need to reach comparable levels. Sue-Yi, I am feeling sorry for the old rogue. Kobe, furthermore, I approach each opponent as if they were an encyclopedia before every away game. I familiarize myself with the start time of the game and the method of entering the arena to train in advance. For instance, at the Cleveland home court, the elderly white security guard favors whiskey. If you are resourceful enough, you can gain entry to the arena at dawn. As they continued their conversation, the dawn gradually broke, with the warm Los Angeles sunlight streaming through the window, providing a comforting ambience. I hope you realize your championship dream, Sue-Yi said, rising to bid farewell to Kobe, as his next journey awaited him in Detroit. The thought of the impending match filled him with exhilaration. This was the battleground, where the champions of the 4 major conferences would converge, each team comprised of exceptional talents. Kobe watched Sue-Yi until he closed the door, silently wishing, "Kid, I hope you grow up quickly. On the court, I shall not show you any mercy." He then reclined in the therapy room, closing his eyes to recuperate. April 3rd, 2009, Sue-Yi and his team arrived at the hotel in Detroit. The final phase of this year's March Madness was about to commence, and the fate of the championship would soon be determined over the next few days. Midwest Conference, Davidson College Wildcats Western Conference, University of Connecticut Huskies Eastern Conference, Duke University Blue Devils Southern Conference, University of North Carolina Tar Heels. The 2 semifinal matches were scheduled for April 4th. with the matchups already announced. Davidson College versus Duke, North Carolina versus Connecticut. Upon receiving the matchup sheet, the veteran coach felt a twinge of complexity. As the head coach of Duke University, he had personally introduced the core players of both opposing teams to Kobe and Nash. Moreover, he was astonished to see Stephen Curry, whom he had initially turned away, rapidly progress to become a significant threat on his own team's path to victory. Nevertheless, the seasoned coach quickly regained his composure, for he possessed a distinct advantage, an intimate understanding of McKillop, Sue, and Curry. Thus, the Wildcats presented no tactical secrets to him, akin to playing a straightforward game of cards. Meanwhile, the regular season was nearing its conclusion, with 7 games remaining. The Lakers held the top position, while the Rockets were in second place, boasting a 15-game lead over the third-place Nuggets. Following them were the Spurs, Nuggets, Trailblazers, Mavericks, Jazz, and Hornets. At this juncture, Nash's Suns lagged behind the Hornets by 2 victories, and unless a miracle occurred, their chances were bleak. Chapter 58, Battle Against Duke Game Day. The venue was Ford Field in Detroit. The Wildcats players entered the arena to begin their warm-up. Sue, he picked up the basketball to find his touch. A voice from the media area rang out, "Go, little Sue. Take them down. We are all cheering for you." Turning around, he realized it was Coach Zhang. It seemed every game was being broadcast live by CCTV. Initially, he had hoped to quietly enjoy the game as a handsome player, but that dream was swiftly shattered. Sue, he adjusted his hairstyle, and the CCTV camera zoomed in on him, capturing a charismatic smile. This smile radiated 6 parts charm, 3 parts cheekiness, and 1 part allure, making it irresistibly captivating. He then shifted his focus back to serious training. After a brief delay, the live broadcast reached a girls' dormitory at a university in Huagua, where a group of young fans gathered in the common room to watch the game. Upon seeing Sue Yi smile, they erupted into a chorus of excited screams. The boys, anxiously awaiting the start of the match, were startled by the sudden outburst, expressing their displeasure. Are they here to watch the game, or just to gawk at handsome guys? Is being good-looking that impressive? Besides, our Sue Gu's strength doesn't rely on looks. Ultimately, the attention surrounding the semifinals far surpassed that of the preceding rounds. Duke University, as a bastion of American college basketball, boasted a dedicated and loyal fan base. The veteran coach strategized from the sidelines, deploying the team's defensive stalwart, Gerald Henderson, to guard Stephen Curry. Standing at 6 feet 6 inches with a wingspan of 6 feet 9 inches, he was regarded as one of the top defenders. Sui's opponent would be Kyle Singler, a 6 feet 8 inches white player with a similar wingspan, known for his exceptional defensive awareness and shooting ability, earning him the moniker Duke's Larry Bird, though he was not pretentious about it. As the referee entered the court, both teams began to shake hands. The atmosphere was electric, reaching a fever pitch as the vibrations of the floor were palpable. Fans on both sides were relentless, vociferously rallying for their respective teams. Within the magnificent Ford Pavilion, the blue tide of icy waters clashed with the fiery red feast, creating a cacophony of sound. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match. The lineup for the Wildcats included Curry, Gutherland, Sue, Andrew Luftdale, and Ben Harrison. The Blue Devils featured Nolan Smith, Gerald Henderson, Kyle Singler, Oleg Chiji, and Brian Zobek. Ben Harrison secured the first jump ball for the Wildcats. As Stephen Curry began to dribble, the opposing shooting guard, Gerald Henderson, applied pressure. Simultaneously, the small forward Kyle Singler positioned himself to obstruct Sue from receiving the ball. With determination, Sue shrugged off Singler and, upon receiving the basketball, immediately faced a double team. The emphasis on defense and teamwork has always been a hallmark of Duke University's Blue Devils. The basketball was passed around among the Wildcats. Yet the Blue Devils executed their rotation defense flawlessly, maintaining seamless coverage. It was evident that the veteran coach had meticulously analyzed the Wildcats' tactical system, placing particular emphasis on both Curry and Sue. As the first wave of offense approached its conclusion, with merely 35 seconds left on the shot clock, the Wildcats struggled to find a viable opportunity. Coach Zhang sighed, recognizing the tight contest at hand. Sue, controlling the ball, made a decisive pass to Andrew Luftdale in the paint just as Singler attempted to close in. Standing an imposing height of 2.16 meters, Brian Zobek raised his arms high before Luftdale. With time running out, Luftdale was forced to take a challenging shot over the towering center. Fortunately, Coach Zhang's encouragement bore fruit, as the basketball clumsily found its way into the hoop. Wildcats 2, Blue Devils 0. As the Blue Devils took control, Curry closely guarded their point guard, Nolan Smith. The ball found its way back to Singler, with Sue E poised to intercept. However, after a brief pause, the ball transitioned to Zobek in the low post, who executed a smooth hook shot to tie the game. With the Wildcats now in possession, Curry passed to Sue E, who found himself closely marked by Singler. Observing the court with a keen eye, Sue E noted that Curry was engaged in a frenzied off-ball movement. The opposing shooting guard consistently shadowed Curry, indicating that their defensive strategy was thoroughly understood. In this tense moment where both teams exhibited tight defense, it became apparent that only the individual prowess of a star player could break the stalemate. Seeking an opportunity to score, Sue E positioned himself just behind the three-point line, gripping the ball with one hand and making a couple feints. As the opposing power forward, Oleg Chiji, rushed to double-team him, Sue E launched into the air and executed a jumper. The basketball soared into the basket, igniting the fiery atmosphere in the arena. Coach Zhang exhaled with relief, acknowledging that while it was from a less favorable position, a score is a score. Transitioning to offense, Singler missed a mid-range shot against Sue E, who seized the rebound and passed it back. The Blue Devils resumed their tenacious defense, resembling a rubber band in its elasticity. Their zone defense was exceptionally effective, leaving little room for exploitation. The fundamental skills of the Duke players were commendable, with each possessing a reliable shooting technique. Thus, the Wildcats were compelled to defend every position diligently. The synergy between Sue E and Curry's defense required no elaboration. Consequently, the match commenced as a fierce defensive battle, with the Wildcats leading the Blue Devils by a single point, 14-13, after just 9 minutes of play. Both teams' offensive efficiency plummeted to absurd levels. Sue E initiated an offensive maneuver, yet the impenetrable defense revealed no openings. Relying solely on his personal strength, he overpowered Singler and surged toward the basket, attempting a difficult layup. However, Chiji forcefully pulled Sue E down midair, committing a clear foul. Chiji raised his right arm, signaling to the referee his acknowledgement of the foul. Sue E approached the free throw line, calmly sinking both shots. It was evident that the veteran coach had instilled a strict directive, no matter the cost. Sue E and Curry must not be allowed to score easily. This philosophy echoed the adage, if one must commit a foul, it should be severe, otherwise, do not foul at all. This ignited Sue Yi's competitive spirit. Chapter 59. The role of the small forward during the timeout. Coach McKillop gathered the Wildcats together. We are familiar with each other's play styles. To penetrate their defense, we must execute decisive shots, he advised. He then turned to Sue E. Do you remember the role I assigned you as a small forward? Sue E replied, to put the basketball in the opponent's hoop. McKillop nodded affirmatively. That's precisely it. Play with confidence. They cannot stop us. The whistle blew, signaling the resumption of play. A multitude of hands intertwined in a show of unity. As the players returned to the court, Singler resumed his one-on-one defense against Sue E. At the outset of the game, both teams continued to test each other's defenses, maintaining a high intensity. The score oscillated as the game progressed. With longer reach and defensive acumen, Singler proved difficult to deceive with feints. By the end of the first quarter, Sue E had discerned Singler's tendencies. Recognizing Singler as a defensive specialist, Sue E understood that to score against him, he would need to assert himself. Positioned in the left corner, he backed into Singler as Curry delivered the ball. With Singler tightly guarding him, Sue E opted against a drive, instead executing two powerful jabs before spinning and shooting a mid-range jumper. The basketball glided past Singler's fingertips and found the net beautifully. Sue Yi's resolute shot ensured the Wildcats maintained their lead. With possession now in the hands of the Blue Devils, Henderson skillfully navigated a screen to shake off Curry, receiving the ball and sinking a crucial three-pointer. The score stood at Wildcats 23, Blue Devils 22. The Blue Devils, with their proficient shooting, consistently stayed close on the scoreboard. Holding the ball beyond the arc, Sue E faced Singler and signaled for his teammates to spread out. After executing several feints, he maneuvered past Singler and drove toward the basket. With Sue E gaining momentum, Zobek had no choice but to commit a foul, sending Sue E to the free throw line. In his current rhythm, Sue E converted both attempts, extending the lead to 3 points. The Blue Devils continued their offensive, with players leveraging screens to find open shots. Meanwhile, Curry occupied the defense's attention, allowing Soo-yi to seek one-on-one opportunities. Soo-yi observed the positions of the two opponents and made several cross steps. With over 80 in ball handling skills, he caught the two unsuspecting adversaries off guard, especially considering their size and agility. By slightly shifting their center of gravity, Soo-yi surged forward, utilizing his speed to tear through their defense. Just as the two attempted to recover, Soo-yi swiftly passed the ball to Curry beyond the three-point line. With precision, Curry released the shot, and the ball swished through the net. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Well done. That was a perfectly executed play." You could tell it was going in the moment he released it. It wasn't until the second quarter that the first connection between Soo and Curry was established, proving the old coach's cunning. He had completely deciphered the Wildcats' tactics. Duke University, renowned for its defensive prowess, posed a formidable challenge, and overcoming their intricate defense relied heavily on Curry's exceptional playmaking skills and Soo-yi's individual talent. However, following a transition in offense, the towering center, Bryant suddenly positioned himself high up the court. He received the ball at the free throw line, preparing for a mid-range shot. Ben Allison, caught off guard, rushed in for a block. Yet the 216-meter giant executed a deft maneuver, flicking the ball to the baseline. It was then that Ben realized he had fallen for a clever diversion. Gerald Henderson, a 195-meter shooting guard, caught the ball at the baseline, seizing an opportunity to showcase his skills in front of numerous scouts. He wasted no time, shaking off Soo-yi and leaping for a thunderous dunk. However, just as he prepared for the slam, a familiar flash of yellow zipped past him. What followed was a ferocious block that left him sprawled on the floor. Soo-yi's palm struck the ball with precision, sending the small guard tumbling to the ground. Remarkably, after the block, Soo-yi retained possession of the ball in one hand, indicating that he had decisively controlled it mid-air. The old coach's muscles involuntarily twitched. He had believed his team's defense was sufficient. Yet Soo-yi's actions were nothing short of robbery. Watching Henderson's disheveled state on the ground, he could only shrug in resignation. That was quite the block, Coach Zhang remarked. Yang added, "Wow, Soo-yi's efficiency today is remarkable. His defensive attitude is incredibly proactive." Amidst the deafening cheers, Soo-yi maintained his composure. As the guardian of the paint, he had merely fulfilled his duties, while the audacious Henderson learned a harsh lesson for challenging him. Unable to meet Soo-yi's fierce gaze, Henderson could only express his helplessness silently, thinking to himself, "I merely wanted to impress the scouts. Is that too much to ask?" As the transition offense began, Curry continued to target Henderson from beyond the arc. The shot veered slightly off course and ricocheted high. Zobek leaped to secure the ball, but suddenly felt a powerful force pushing him aside. Soo-yi charged in like a warhorse, prompting Zobek to instinctively reach out to impede him. However, with tremendous momentum, Soo-yi slammed the ball into the basket and then performed 2 pull-ups hanging from the rim. The 2 free throws counted, and he was awarded an extra shot. Coach Zhang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Soo-yi's aggressive approach to rebounding. Such players were scarce in the domestic scene. Yang Yi-gon-juret. This reminds me of the relentless Dennis Rodman. It's exhilarating to witness, but players must also prioritize their safety. After successfully completing the extra throw, Duke called for a timeout, with the Wildcats establishing a 7-point lead. The old coach stated, "We must maintain our shooting percentage and current rhythm. If we perform to our potential, I believe we will earn our place in the finals." Coach Mike Kelop encouraged the team. It was a brief pause. The players stood rather than sitting, and soon the game resumed. The Blue Devils adjusted their strategy, bringing in the newly substituted small forward, Lance Thomas, standing at 2.03 meters. He had no offensive duties. His sole purpose was to cling to Soo-yi like a tenacious adhesive, whether on offense or defense. His aim was clear, to wear Soo-yi down. During the offensive possession, Soo-yi engaged in a physical battle at the baseline, clearly showcasing his strength and technical prowess. With an exquisite display of footwork, he slipped past Thomas and entered the paint. Just as he prepared to dunk, Thomas decisively wrapped his arms around Soo-yi, committing a blatant foul. Soo-yi's cold gaze fixed on the younger player, who unexpectedly raised his hand to signal his own foul and smirked at Soo-yi, clearly indicating his role was to drain Soo-yi's energy. The saying goes, "Don't strike a smiling face," but had a stronger opponent confronted Soo-yi directly, he would have taught him a lesson. However, this sly grin left Soo-yi momentarily perplexed, revealing the old coach's strategy. As long as he could secure the ball in precarious positions, It was a clear-cut tactic to foul Sue. As Sue, he struggled against the relentless double-teaming. His stamina began to wane, resulting in only one successful free throw from 2 attempts. The spectators found it hard to believe in their eyes. Sending Sue to the free throw line was akin to gifting points. The old coach's cunning plan had evidently borne fruit. Upon receiving the ball, Sue faced a double team, and every drive to the basket resulted in a decisive foul. Coupled with his declining shooting touch, Sue's subsequent mid-range attempts yielded only one successful shot out of 4. However, this was also the Wildcats' primary offensive strategy, albeit one that proved exhausting for Sue. Coach Mike Keelop decided to substitute Sue for Nelms. Curry took charge of the offense, but defensive shortcomings emerged. After all, the adversaries were sharpshooters, and once they found their rhythm, containment became a challenge. With the game clock displaying 10 minutes remaining, the score stood at 59-59. A deadlock between the Wildcats and the Blue Devils. Chapter 60. The red and blue showdown, the final battle commenced, and the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. All 10 starting players re-emerged on the court. In this crucial moment, endurance would determine who would secure a ticket to the finals. The Wildcats lineup included Curry, Gosselin, Sue, Andrew Lovedale, and Ben Allison. The Blue Devils fielded Nolan Smith, Gerald Henderson, Kyle Singler, Oleg Chiz, and Brian Zobek. The Wildcats initiated the offense, while the Blue Devils set up an extended 2-3 zone defense. Curry accelerated through the defense, but the opposing guards swiftly tightened their formation, absorbing Curry's charge. The Blue Devils, known for their defensive strength, possessed players with exceptional defensive acumen. Through cohesive teamwork, they effectively sealed off all available spaces, leaving the Wildcats struggling to find quality shooting opportunities. As the shot clock dwindled, Lovedale set a high screen, allowing Sue to circle out to the three-point line, where he received the ball. The fans of the Blue Devils waved their devil flags, creating a surge of energy, their increasingly rapid chants disrupting Sue's offensive rhythm. Holding the ball just 2 steps away from the three-point line, small forward Kyle Singler extended his long arms, refusing to yield an inch in his defense. 3, 2, 1. Time was running out. Sue, gripping the basketball with one hand, pressed against Singler and took a jump shot. Singler nearly blocked the shot at point-blank range. Yet he could not prevent the ball from tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Swish! An unrelenting display of skill. The moment the ball swished through the net, the blue tide of fans surged and then receded. Clearly, the players of the Blue Devils, including Singler, had given their all. However, Sue's miraculous shot was simply beyond their comprehension. Young expressed his astonishment, glancing sideways and asking, "Is that shot even legitimate, Coach Zhang?" Coach Zhang replied, "Well, this shot is mainly due to Sue's confidence. Yes. As long as he plays with confidence, every shot Sue takes is justified." The Blue Devils continued their offensive. Alexik circled to the free throw line, received the ball, and made a mid-range jumper, hitting the mark. The gap was narrowed back down to 1 point. Transitioning to offense, Sue continued to weave through the key and beyond. Singler had to shadow Sue closely. He could not afford to let the on-fire Sue take another shot. At that moment, Curry, 2 steps behind the three-point line, suddenly launched a shot without any warning, leaving the Blue Devils defenders no time to react. The three-pointer found its mark. The Wildcats led by 4 points, the current score. Wildcats 65, Blue Devils 61. The veteran coach stroked his chin, his eyelids twitching, and called for a timeout. He understood that he could not allow both Curry and Sue to maintain their shooting rhythm. After the timeout, the Blue Devils utilized their center, Brian Zobek, to execute back-to-the-basket moves, narrowing the gap to 2 points. They then diligently continued to implement their defensive strategy. Singler prevented Sue from receiving the ball comfortably. Against such tenacious defense, scoring became a daunting task. Sue shouldered Singler aside, received the ball from Curry, and accelerated through. Singler closely followed him. Sue lowered his center of gravity, pulled the ball back, came to a sudden stop, and leaped for a jumper. This abrupt halt generated tremendous friction, requiring exquisite physical coordination as Sue twisted his body mid-air. Leaning back, he launched a mid-range shot that went in. Right after the timeout, he had hit 2 miraculous shots in a row. The emotions of the fans were polarized. The Wildcat supporters were jubilant, while the Blue Devils fans wore expressions as cold as ice. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Wow, 2 shots, 2 hits. Today's performance is truly captivating. Sue E is finding his rhythm in the fourth quarter. Young Ira Marquette. If the Wildcats ultimately claim the championship, Sue E is likely to be one of the standout players. This might be unfamiliar to many viewers, but if I draw a comparison to the finals, I believe it will resonate. After being scored on twice by Sue E, Singler took a three-pointer from the perimeter, maintaining the score balance. Finally, he responded to Sue E. This guy had played all night and finally scored his first basket, excitedly pumping his fist as if victory was already theirs. Sue E lifted his head. The timer displayed 7 o'clock. It was time to give it his all. After the basket, Lovedale did not hesitate, delivering a full-court pass. Sue E sprinted toward the front court. Singler then realized he had celebrated too soon and hurried to catch up for defense. The two raced down the court. Sue E soared into the air, gripping the basketball with one hand, quickening his dribble. Near the three-point line, he suddenly made a behind-the-back stop. Oh! Singler, caught off guard, was left flailing. With no defender in sight at the three-point line, Sue E did not even jump, executing a free-throw motion to sink the shot. After this basket, the domestic forums erupted. 3 shots, 3 hits. Sue E was in a transcendent fourth quarter. Anyone with even a slight understanding of basketball knew Sue Ye's shooting touch was scorching hot, bordering on unstoppable. However, Duke University still exhibited remarkable resilience. In the following possessions, Duke's players quickly regained their composure, maintaining their offensive rhythm with familiar mid-range shots. Yet, Sue E was now in a frenzy. Scoring guard Gerald Henderson and small forward Singler had no choice but to double-team Sue E. With his blazing hot hand, Sue E executed a Sam Gold move, deceiving 2 defenders and slipping into the key. Faced with center Brian Zobek, he gracefully released a soft floater that once again found its target. The veteran coach wiped his face in disbelief. This type of scoring is no longer something tactics can address. On the court, nothing is more fearsome than allowing a shooter to find a rhythm. Transitioning to offense, Singler continued to seek opportunities to receive and shoot. However, the intensity of Sue Ye's defense far surpassed Singler's feeble attempts. Keep in mind that Sue E had rested for nearly a quarter. He was now fully charged. Curry also clamped down on Henderson, causing Duke's offense to become somewhat disorganized. In the final moments, Singler, having to receive the ball in a low post where he was less comfortable, attempted to back Sue E down. After a couple of unsuccessful attempts, he realized he was gaining no advantage. As he lifted the ball to shoot, Sue E swiftly intercepted it midair, executing a clean and decisive steal without any unnecessary movements. The opposing players continued to double-team Sue E. However, with a glimpse of Curry's position, Sue E instinctively passed the ball out. Curry halted and released a shot, slicing through the net with surgical precision. He then shared a knowing smile with Sue E. Watching Curry's ruthless three-pointer, the veteran coach sat in his chair, silently closing his eyes. He now regretted not recognizing the gem of a sharpshooter and inadvertently handing this three-point machine to the opponent. Yet the game was not over. These 2 sharpshooters, having found their rhythm, grew increasingly emboldened. Duke's zone defense was most vulnerable to unanswerable outside shooting. But in this fourth quarter, Sue E and Curry were not merely unanswerable. They were utterly invincible. Sue E shot, then Curry, and then it was Sue E again. The sound of the ball splashing through the net echoed, and Duke found themselves overwhelmed by this tidal wave of offensive prowess. With just 53 seconds remaining, the point differential had swelled to 14. The outcome was all but certain. At this moment, Sue E had made 9 consecutive shots in the fourth quarter, without a single miss, while Curry had also hit all 4 of his attempts, maintaining a perfect shooting percentage. The Blue Devils called their final timeout, and the veteran coach let out a resigned sigh. The opponents have played exceptionally well today. Let's hold our defense just once more. Curry initiated an offensive play from the perimeter, with 2 defenders closing in. Sue E quickly maneuvered to the right beyond the three-point line, raising the ball to shoot. Kyle Singler, the small forward, summoned the last remnants of his strength and lunged at Sue E like a hungry tiger. He had been defeated throughout the entire quarter and yearned for victory this time. Just as Sue E was about to release the basketball, he suddenly withdrew his large hand, executing a half-turn and sliding the ball aside. Singler missed completely. Sue E then took another shot, and the ball swished through the net. Singler fell to the ground, helplessly watching as the final cannonball found its mark. Sue E extended his hand to pull Singler up from the floor. Faced with Sue Ye's flawless shooting, 10 out of 10 in the fourth quarter, and a staggering 27 points. Singler could only manage a wry smile. The Blue Devils' final offensive play commenced. Shooting guard Gerald Henderson dribbled between his legs near midcourt, clearly signaling his resignation. What a splendid performance. You all deserve this victory. Singler aprorochit, embranjink sui. While Curry walked to midcourt to shake hands with Henderson. Historically, players from Duke have been known for their grace. They accepted this defeat with composure and extended their congratulations to the Wildcats. On Huagua Sports Channel, Suyi's game statistics were revealed, showcasing a one-sided massacre. Throughout the game, Suyi amassed 44 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 6 blocks, and 3 steals. A comprehensive display. In the final 10 minutes alone, he scored an astonishing 27 points. Meanwhile, Stephen Curry tallied 19 points and an astounding 16 assists. The final score settled at 87-70 in favor of the Wildcats. The splendid statistics returned home, igniting a frenzy across the internet. Media outlets of all sizes inundated the public with reports on Suyi. After all, Suyi had become the most coveted treasure of the moment. The first to publish such reports had the potential to become sensational hits, while a mere 2 minutes delay could render them obsolete. Some self-media outlets crafted a 5,000-word article on Suyi's performance within 3 minutes of the game's conclusion. Viewers expressed their astonishment. What speed! If they joined Chidian Chinese network, they could easily churn out 80,000 words a day. Excited coach Zhang approached, wrapping his arm around Suyi's shoulder. Little Su, you have no idea. You are a celebrity back home. Suyi humbly smiled. Oh no, I'm just a regular person. Coach Zhang then presented Suyi with a laptop displaying various reports about him. The sheer volume of coverage was overwhelming, with headlines becoming increasingly sensational. Who will take over the game? The true king of the fourth quarter. My name is Suyi. The strongest forward emerges from domestic ranks. Durant is astonished. Anthony is terrified, and LeBron exclaims he cannot keep up. Flash of lightning, Wade remarked. Suyi's performance today does not merit a perfect score, and the reason is quite surprising. Los Angeles at dawn. Suyi and Kobe, stories that must be told. As Suyi and Curry exited the court, reporters surged from all directions. The narrow player tunnel was crowded, filled with a cacophony of bizarre questions. Suyi casually selected a long-legged white reporter clad in pantyhose for an interview. Mr. Su, your opponent in the finals is the University of North Carolina, which boasts an average victory margin of over 30 points. Is the Wildcats team prepared? Suji mantanda yentelmenli diminer. Adorned with an elegant smile, the monument speaks without words. Actions speak louder than words. Regardless of the opponent, we shall persist with our unwavering determination and resilience. Through the clouds, the Wildcats shall ultimately claim the summit of Huashan. This profound essence of Chinese culture left the Western reporters utterly bewildered. A sympathetic colleague assisted in translating. Su means, are you all here to contend for second place? Trash talk has long been a tradition in American basketball, and such a bold response is a means to garner support from fans. Upon returning to the hotel, Suyi turned on the television. Another match had taken place that very day, albeit with a far more lopsided outcome. In the semifinals, the University of North Carolina's Tar Heels defeated the Connecticut Huskies 107-72. Before the game, experts had speculated that the Huskies might be the first team to pose a challenge to North Carolina. However, the score disparity was shocking. North Carolina truly turned the Huskies into mere shadows of their former selves. Leading by 27 points at halftime, the game entered garbage time. Even with a full bench lineup in the second half, the Huskies were still no match. After such a resounding victory, the Tar Heels collectively declined all media interviews, their expressions unchanged, as if the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Conversely, the Wildcats, despite overcoming the Blue Devils, felt as if they had shed a layer of skin. This North Carolina team, unlike the superstars of the future, thrived on balance. Each position boasted players of exceptional caliber. Upon returning to his hotel, Suyi swiftly perused the tactical manual provided by McKillop. Point guard Ty Lawson, a lightning-quick 6'0" guard, often tears through defenses with his signature burst of speed. Projected as a lottery pick. Shooting guard Wayne Ellington, standing at 6'5", a top-tier shooter, excels in mid-range, predicted to be selected in the late first round. Small forward Danny Green, at 6'6", a lethal perimeter shooter, adept at off-ball movement, and a defensive maestro, anticipated to be picked in the early second round. Power forward Tyler Hansbrough, at 6'9", a tenacious power forward known for his physical play and ability to draw fouls, expected to be chosen in the late first round. Center, Deon Thompson, at 6'8", the linchpin of North Carolina's interior defense, projected to be drafted in the middle of the second round next year. Moreover, North Carolina's bench depth dwarfed that of the Wildcats. The bench marauder, Davis, a 6'10" center, possesses exceptional positioning and explosive rebounding and blocking skills. Whether he declares for the draft this year or the next, he is undoubtedly a solid lottery prospect. Adding to this formidable lineup is head coach Roy Williams, regarded as one of the greatest college basketball coaches in history. With every position player forecasted to be selected, alongside bench players who are potential lottery picks. This configuration is indeed luxurious, with virtually no blind spots. McKillop distributed 3 DVDs to the team, featuring game footage of North Carolina players. Their fluid teamwork and resolute, aggressive style were distinctly different from previous opponents. North Carolina excels at leveraging its strengths. For the first time, Sue encountered a formidable opponent, sensing that the championship battle would be an unprecedented challenge. With the enemy at the gates, it was time for a decisive confrontation. After meticulous analysis, Sue removed the disc from the player. His Nokia 97 buzzed with a new message from Steve Nash. "Congratulations, Sue, on yet another splendid victory. See you in Detroit." Sue replied, "What? You're coming to the event?" Nash responded, "It's the finals day, of course I will be there." Sue welcomed him warmly, and Nash expressed his anticipation for the upcoming spectacle. After ending the call, Sue resumed watching the news. Fans of the University of North Carolina were exuberantly celebrating, eagerly awaiting the final match. A man in a suit, sporting a charming yet roguish smile, stepped forward to deliver an acceptance speech. Sue instantly recognized him. It was none other than the legendary Michael Jordan, the basketball deity who hailed from North Carolina. Holding the microphone, Jordan passionately declared, "My legendary journey began with an astonishing shot at North Carolina and culminated with a defining moment against the Jazz. I have great faith in this year's North Carolina team. The future belongs to you. I will be present at the finals as a commentator." The jubilant North Carolina fans suddenly felt a chill. For Jordan was notorious in the basketball world for his ill-fated predictions, akin to the infamous Pell in soccer and Hwang Sudong in esports. Initially, the fans believed the Wildcats lacked the pedigree of a strong team, feeling secure in the finals, but Jordan's presence cast a shadow of doubt. One could not help but wonder what grievances he harbored against his alma mater. The finals were always a grand celebration, attended by countless basketball legends and luminaries from various fields, and Sue had long been mentally prepared. He turned off the television and began to rest earnestly. The following morning, Sue was having breakfast on the hotel's first floor when a long BMW 7 Series pulled up outside. Yao Ming stepped out, bending slightly as he exited the vehicle. Sue was taken aback and rushed over to greet him. "Brother Yao, I didn't expect you to come." Yao Ming chuckled. "On such an occasion, how could I, Yao, not be present?" The two shared a hearty laugh. Yao Ming pointed towards the car, saying, "Look, who is that?" A tall, cheerful Asian man in his 20s, wearing a white baseball cap, emerged from the passenger seat with a smile. It was none other than Jianlian, known as Space C. "Go for it, Sue." Jianlian extended his hand, offering encouragement. "I will do my best, Brother Lien." The two shook hands firmly. Yao Ming added, "Get your all tomorrow. Once we win the championship, we shall celebrate together." Jianlian echoed, "We're all here to support you. Hold strong, Sue, and seize that championship. Let's gather for a celebration tomorrow night." Sue responded, "For the sake of Brother Yao's feast, I must defeat them." Seeing Sue's confident reply, both Yao and smiled with delight. "We won't disturb you further, Sue. It's crucial to adapt and prepare yourself for the game today," they said before bidding farewell. Sue felt a blend of surprise and gratitude that his elder brothers from abroad had come to support him. The Wildcats rented a small gym in Detroit for their final practice. Due to the recent packed schedule, targeted training was not feasible. Coach McKillop outlined the day's training plan, focusing mainly on warm-ups and finding their rhythm. Curry and Sue practiced their three-point shots. Sue maintained his accuracy, his composure unshaken, while Curry struggled with his shooting, clearly feeling the pressure. It was the first time Sue witnessed Curry miss 3 consecutive open shots. The previous match against Duke had been intense, and the Wildcats players were fatigued and in need of rest. Even the stern McKillop refrained from pushing them too hard today. After an hour of acclimation, he allowed the team to engage in free activities. Upon returning to the hotel, Sue logged onto the computer to play a couple of rounds of a basketball game. A knock echoed at the door. Curry had arrived, carrying 2 controllers. Sue, I just discovered a fun game on the hotel computer called Pro Evolution Soccer 8. It's quite relaxing. Want to join? Curry said innocently. It would be unrealistic to claim that there were no psychological fluctuations on the eve of the finals. Curry used gaming as a way to alleviate stress. Let's have some fun, Sue agreed. As they entered the final stage, the pressure intensified exponentially. Curry, still somewhat green, was naturally affected. The two plugged in their controllers. Sue selected the Chinese team, while Curry chose Brazil. The thrilling match commenced, culminating in a victory for China with a score of 140. That was indeed relieving. Sue nodded in agreement. However, as he observed the replay of goals scored, Curry silently set down his controller, no longer finding the game enjoyable. They resumed their basketball discussion. Sue inquired, "What do you think?" Curry shrugged. "I just feel like I'm not at my best." Sue replied, "Honestly, this is merely an ordinary match." Curry shook his head, pursing his lips. "Davidson College has waited too long for this championship. I must do something." Sue smiled. "Even if your shot isn't falling at crucial moments, you can choose to lay low, and I'll step up." Curry's eyes reflected a mix of confusion and understanding. Sue reassured him, "You can always trust in Sue." Curry nodded, seemingly finding a flicker of confidence. At this stage of the competition, morale was paramount. Sue's intent in bearing the pressure himself was to allow Curry to play freely. Basketball is a team sport. The more grueling the match, the more each player must shoulder responsibility. On game day, the team bus arrived at the Ford Center, flanked by several broadcast vehicles. The Wildcats players entered the player tunnel amidst a throng of media. Once inside the arena, they immediately began their warm-ups. As the match approached, fans gradually filled the seats. Sue scanned the crowd, spotting Nash in a brown suit seated in the third row, accompanied by former Suns player Stoudemire. Yao Ming and Jianlian had also arrived, taking their seats in the front row on the left. Yao Ming gestured a fist bump towards Sue. Sue waved a casual greeting before immersing himself in training. Moments later, the North Carolina players stepped onto the court under the flashing lights, unveiling the enigmatic North Carolina 5 Tigers. Both teams commenced their practice, undisturbed by one another. A multitude of celebrities, stars, and social luminaries graced the venue, a fitting display for the finals. After a dazzling performance, Michael Jordan entered the media zone, where journalist Doris Burke awaited for an interview. Doris Burke: "Mr. Jordan, which team do you believe will emerge victorious today?" Jordan: "North Carolina, forever North Carolina." The North Carolina fans erupted in a chorus of loud whistles. The Little Emperor, LeBron James, also made a special appearance. Doris Burke passed the microphone to him. "Mr. James, which team are you leaning towards today?" James: "Without a doubt, today's match will be spectacular. However, I must mention that Curry is my fellow townsman. We both hail from Akron. Moreover, I admire his brotherly connection with Sue. So I support." The audience held their breath as James passionately continued, "The Wildcats." The atmosphere among the Wildcat supporters reached a fever pitch. "Wildcats! Wildcats! Wildcats!" Sue appeared somewhat bewildered. "Stephen, you have this connection too?" Curry scratched his head. "Actually, I only lived there for a year." James approached the sidelines, tossing magnesium powder into the air, stirring a wave of excitement among the crowd, signaling the imminent start of the match. A sharp whistle pierced through the din of the arena. The broadcast from Huawei Sports Channel shifted focus. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of the 2009 finals." The starting players took the court. Wildcats: Curry, Goslin, Sue, Andrew Laffordale, Ben Allison. North Carolina: Lawson, Wayne Ellington, Danny Green. Tyler Hansbrough, Deion Thompson. The game commenced. Ben Allison leapt for the tip-off, directing the ball into Curry's hands. The crowd erupted with the first wave of excitement. Chapter 63. Facing North Carolina. Curry firmly controlled the ball as Sue began his off-ball movement. Small forward Danny Green swiftly closed in as the primary offensive weapon. His task was clear: to tightly guard Sue. Upon receiving the ball, Sue executed 2 quick dribbles through his legs, suddenly changing direction to drive through, only to find defensive support arriving. The interior defense of North Carolina was heavily fortified, forcing Sue to regain control. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Curry sprinting from the left three-point line to the right corner. Instinctively, Sue flung the ball to Curry, who caught it and shot in an instant. Without hesitation, the three-pointer swished through the net, piercing North Carolina's defense right from the start. Remarkably, Curry thumped his chest with a fierce roar, his eyes ablaze with determination. He had never seen him like this before. It was evident that Curry's desire to win had reached its zenith. As the offense transitioned, North Carolina organized their attack while the Wildcats set up a 2-3 zone defense. Shooting guard Wayne Ellington received the ball on a back cut along the baseline, and before Curry could react, he launched a shot that found its mark. Commentator Kenny Smith remarked, "What an impressive start with 2 effective attacks. Such shooting touch will help both teams maintain a high shooting percentage today." Wildcats 32, North Carolina. He held the ball beyond the arc, searching for opportunities as the paint was crowded with North Carolina players. He passed to Curry in the corner, but Ellington closely guarded the most dangerous shooter. Michael Jordan commented, "In today's defensive intensity, maintaining a hot shooting hand is crucial for any team aspiring for the championship." Curry created a sliver of space, lifting for a shot as Ellington rushed in. However, it turned out to be a feigned shot. Curry easily sidestepped him and drove to the basket. North Carolina's interior defense scrambled to collapse. Power forward Tyler Hansbrough and center Deon Thompson leaped to block Curry. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, Curry slipped the ball between the 2 defenders. Hansbrough realized he had been deceived and turned around just in time to see seize the ball and charge like a spirited steed, rising above Hansbrough to emphatically slam the basketball into the hoop. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. The commentary booth at Huawei Sports Channel brimmed with excitement. Coach Zhang lauded, "Little Sue is playing with such dominance today." North Carolina transitioned to offense, with Lawson executing rapid crossovers. The diminutive player, at 183 meters, showcased incredible speed, darting past Gosselin, intent on driving toward Curry for a layup. It was clear that Lawson aimed to draw a foul on Curry. Without hesitation, Curry pulled him down from midair and signaled to the referee. Lawson found himself in a precarious position, as Curry was determined not to grant any opportunities. 2 free throws. 1 made. Wildcats 53, North Carolina. In the ensuing offensive transition, received the ball beyond the three-point line while Curry surged into the paint. As he gained position, synchronously moved to receive the pass. Center Deon Thompson bumped into him, but Curry's upper body strength allowed him to brush past. A straightforward layup ensued. Today, a shooting touch is splendid. Steven. Exchanged a high five with Curry, his previous concerns dissipating as Curry remained unfazed by nerves. Maintaining this rhythm, victory seemed almost inevitable. North Carolina initiated their offense. Power forward Tyler Hansbrough positioned himself at the baseline, backing down Ben Allison. Allison lost a bit of ground, allowing Hansbrough to execute a familiar spin move into the lane. With an unguarded path to the basket, he prepared for a thunderous dunk. Curry swiftly returned to help, pulling Hansbrough down from midair. In this scenario, it was preferable to send him to the free throw line than allow him to complete the dunk. 2 free throws, both made. Wildcats 7, North Carolina. The score remained tightly contested. Stephen Curry maintained possession beyond the arc. Danny Green continued to shadow closely, applying subtle pressure. The interior players clashed like a meat grinder. Soon, grasped that the officiating today was relatively lenient. Thus, he responded by firmly pushing back against Green, delivering ample physicality. Curry delivered the ball to who backed down Green twice, faking shoulder shimmies before taking the shot. A fierce mid-range jumper. Finally found his rhythm. Lawson showcased a series of rapid crossovers in front of Curry, his speed escalating before he attempted to replicate the earlier lightning-quick drive into the paint. Curry seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering past his opponent, intercepting the basketball, and sprinting toward the front court. Mere seconds later, the ball swished through the net. The Wildcats led 11-5 against North Carolina, who found themselves halted by the relentless onslaught of the Wildcats. This so-called powerhouse had lost its rhythm right from the start. The miracle of the Wildcats continued to unfold, filling the arena with exuberance. North Carolina's head coach, Roy Williams, consulted his strategy book, gesturing emphatically. They needed to swiftly regain their rhythm and adjust. This was not the North Carolina I know. Mike Gillip, too, hurriedly issued commands. Be resolute in defense, but avoid recklessness. If there are no opportunities inside, pull up to a high position and utilize off-ball movement. Moreover, Steven, be mindful of your fouls. Both collegiate and international games mandate ejection after 5 fouls. Curry had already accumulated 2 fouls early on, so Gillup's concerns were well-founded. The game progressed, and North Carolina began to exploit their height advantage in the paint. Center Deon Thompson backed down Lovedale, who struggled against Thompson's superior stature. Thompson, however, misfired on his attempt. Sudendi, Suisoare Double. Claiming the rebound over power forward Tyler Hansbrough. He then took control of the ball to orchestrate the offense. Stephen Curry continued to seek opportunities, executing a step-back jumper that clanged off the rim. The intensity of the contest heightened, and North Carolina opted for a more aggressive approach inside. After a switch, Hansbrough found himself on the baseline, backing down Sue-E. With a dazzling spin move, Sue-E maintained his position. Hansbrough feigned a drive, but Sue-E remained steadfast. As Hansbrough attempted to ascend for a layup, he was met with Sue-E's towering rejection, sending the ball soaring far away. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "Momentum. We must maintain the momentum. If we can sustain this energy today, the championship will be ours." The Wildcats displayed unwavering defense, while Curry faced relentless scrutiny, clearly experiencing a dip in shooting form. The offensive focus shifted predominantly to Sue-E, who engaged in a duel with Danny Green. Sue-E's touch remained as smooth as ever, executing a pull-up jumper that found the net with precision. With 8 minutes elapsed in the first half, the Wildcats led 15-13. North Carolina was indeed facing unprecedented resistance today. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Such a low-scoring affair was rare, with every point proving hard-fought. Yet, Sue-E sensed his shooting touch was still ablaze, and he felt compelled to step up. Chapter 64. Intensification. With 11 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the first half, both teams returned to the court. The Wildcats continued to employ their starters, while North Carolina introduced bench player Davis, a formidable presence in the paint. Despite the softness implied by his name, he was anything but gentle, wielding a terrifying dominance beneath the basket. As a highly touted lottery pick, he posed a formidable challenge, especially with his stamina still intact. Current lineup: Wildcats, Curry Gosselin, Sui, Andrew Lodale, Ben Allison. North Carolina: Lawson, Wayne Ellington, Danny Green, Tyler Hansbrough, Davis. North Carolina gained possession. Point guard Lawson initiated a swift drive against Curry. Curry, on high alert, focused on this speedy adversary, while Sue-E directed his attention toward Danny Green. Meanwhile, the newly introduced Davis resembled a bull in a china shop as he tussled with Lovedale in the paint. The ball was fed inside, and Lovedale, known for his strength, matched Davis' intensity. Davis leveraged his explosiveness to leap and execute a straight-arm shot, leveling the score at 15 apiece. Sue-E, with one hand on the ball, sought opportunities from beyond the arc. Small forward Danny Green was relentless in his pursuit, transforming the court into a battleground under the lenient officiating. Curry was similarly under heavy scrutiny. After equalizing, Green taunted Sue-E, gesturing with bravado, "Bring it on, baby." However, those offensive plays had little to do with him. The calm before the storm was palpable, as Sue-E chuckled and shook his head. "Enjoy this brief moment of tranquility before the tempest." Sue-E executed a series of crossovers, akin to a serpent weaving through tall grass. Each step was laden with deception, poised to strike. His dribbling quickened. This towering figure of 2.03 meters appeared almost merged with the ball. Green struggled to maintain his defensive footing, visibly flustered as no teammates offered assistance. Faced with an all-or-nothing gamble, Sue-E unleashed a devastating change of direction. Green, in his futile attempt to steal the ball, was met with a solid collision, landing unceremoniously. With one hand grasping the ball, Sue-E surged forward. Davis attempted to intervene, but Sue-E deftly passed the ball behind his neck to Lovedale. Upon receiving the basketball, soared above Davis for a thunderous dunk. Coach Zhang remarked, "Sue-E is playing with such unselfishness today. The Wildcats are certainly channeling championship potential." North Carolina regained possession. As shooting guard Wayne Ellington faced Curry, but his floater failed to find the mark. Tyler Hansbrough seized the rebound over Ben Allison, executing a putback dunk. Hansbrough gestured menacingly toward the audience. The score remained tied. Sue-E circled to the perimeter, continuing his offensive assault, beckoning Danny Green, who had previously provoked him. Yet, Green remained unfazed, positioning himself just ahead of Sue-E. Ellington also blocked Sue-E's path. North Carolina had turned their attention to Sue-E, who now found himself sandwiched. Lovedale established position, and Sue E., with a firm grip on the basketball, launched a powerful pass to Lovedale. As both defenders converged, Sue E. swiftly dished the ball to the descending Curry. Hansbrough and Davis closed in on Curry, threading through the two, powered his layup into the basket. 2 points scored, plus an opportunity for an additional free throw. With just 10 minutes elapsed in this 40-minute contest, Sue E. had already tallied his 4th assist. Coach Zhang exclaimed. Sue E. displayed remarkable instinct on that play. The domestic scene desperately needs such a visionary forward. A resonant voice from Yang E. echoed. Sue E.'s performance today is simply outstanding. The Wildcats employed an oppressive defense, making it exceedingly difficult for North Carolina to even cross half court. With time slipping away, Tyler Hansbrough swung his arm in the backcourt and hurled the basketball wildly. Missing entirely, disoriented, North Carolina was compelled to call a timeout. The Wildcats of 2017 were facing North Carolina. As the crowd erupted in a synchronized roar, the game resumed. Point guard Ty Lawson, with the ball in hand, signaled for his teammates to spread out, eager for a one-on-one duel with Curry. Clearly this one, 83 Meter Plia, having played exceptionally well in the first quarter, was feeling a bit overconfident. He aimed to bypass Curry with a series of intricate footwork. However, before he could complete even half of his move, Curry executed a precise steal, knocking the ball away. Sway had already sprinted to the front court, and Curry passed the ball with both hands. In an unguarded paint area, Sway halted just outside the three-point line. After releasing the open three-pointer without even glancing back, he retreated to the backcourt. The sound of the net swishing came from behind him, and amidst the crowd's roaring applause, Sway maintained an air of composure. The Wildcats led 23-17 against North Carolina, establishing a 6-point advantage. As Sway and Curry pressured the front court, it was evident that the momentum had shifted entirely in favor of the Wildcats. Under the weight of their aggressive defense, the audience's cheers intensified, causing even this formidable North Carolina team to exhibit signs of anxiety, leading to breakdowns in their coordination. In the final moments, Wayne Ellington made a backdoor cut, received the ball, and shot quickly. Just as the ball was about to touch the backboard, a yellow blur surged forth. Sway's hands came down with force, pinning the ball against the backboard in a sudden display of athleticism. Faced with the unexpected turn of events, Ellington was left in shock. Yet, in his moment of bewilderment, Sway, with one hand gripping the ball, presented it to Ellington's chest. Confused, Ellington reached out to take a shot. Sway swiftly withdrew the ball and passed it to Curry. Seeing Curry orchestrate the offense reassured Sway. Once the Wildcats found their offensive rhythm, the game transformed into a spectacle. The atmosphere was no longer as oppressive as in the first quarter, and the crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. However, Sway was not yet satisfied. He continuously moved without the ball, seeking opportunities both inside and outside. In the instant he established position in the paint, Curry passed the ball to him. With a back-to-the-basket move, a graceful spin, and a soft hook shot, Sway effortlessly maneuvered against Danny Green, who was 10 centimeters shorter. North Carolina could only rely on their experience to regain their offensive tempo, but their shooting percentage began to decline and errors crept into their place. Finding his rhythm, Sway became a reliable scoring option for the Wildcats. Whenever Sway received the ball, the entire arena erupted in cheers. With just 2 minutes remaining in the first half, Sway received the ball 2 steps behind the three-point line, facing Green. The crowd chants matched the rhythm. Sway elevated for a shot, launching a long-range missile that swished through the net, extending the lead to 9 points. However, before the Wildcats could celebrate, the seasoned North Carolina team swiftly transitioned into offense. Point guard Ty Lawson raced to the front court like a flash. Curry had no choice but to foul him, sending Lawson to the free throw line. Chapter 65. Attention to detail. Lawson stepped to the free throw line and sank both shots, narrowing the score to 7 points. Glancing at the stats, Sway noted that Curry had accrued 3 fouls. A sense of unease washed over him, and he turned to Curry, saying, "Steven, you should be mindful of your foul count." "I will," Curry replied, acknowledging Sway's concern. After all, with the first half still ongoing and the risk of 5 fouls leading to disqualification, it was indeed prudent for him to be cautious. As Sway executed the final offensive play, the Wildcats spread out. Green approached to defend. Sway checked the clock, moving into the final seconds, and attempted a highly difficult stop and turn, releasing a fading jumper. It missed, The first half concluded with the Wildcats leading 47-40 over North Carolina. Curry had scored 21 points, with 3 rebounds and 5 assists, while Sway tallied 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. During halftime, both teams adjusted their strategies. The Wildcats' key players reclined on their chairs, resting. After all, Davidson College had a limited number of players capable of competing, and the 5 starters had scarcely rested. Thus, this halftime presented a precious opportunity for recuperation. A sharp whistle pierced the air as both teams returned to the court. Coach McKillop opted against making substitutions. Both Curry and Sway were on the floor. With the score still tightly contested, McKillop dared not bench his starters. North Carolina initiated their offensive play. The diminutive Lawson, with the ball, faced off against Curry. "If you've got it, don't call for help. I'll take you one-on-one." Lawson taunted Curry. Curry, having already experienced the consequences of Lawson's prior successes, remained focused on his defensive stance, unwilling to be drawn into a confrontation. Lawson, with incredible speed, charged towards Curry, aiming for the paint. Fearing further fouls, Curry refrained from aggressive movement, instead opting to anticipate Lawson's approach through lateral shifts. Sensing Curry's hesitance, Lawson grew bolder and launched a forceful layup. Although Curry disrupted his line of sight, Lawson's shot missed. Center Davis secured the rebound and scored on the putback. Lawson then gestured at Curry, flashing a smile reminiscent of a teddy bear. The Wildcats initiated their offense. As soon as Sway received the ball, he was met with a double team. Noticing Lawson single-covered against Curry, Sway instinctively whipped the ball towards Curry. Curry caught the ball and shot from beyond the three-point line as Lawson leaped to defend. Due to the height disparity, Lawson's defense was futile. Curry effortlessly sank the shot, retreating while chewing on his mouthguard and shrugging at Lawson. Coach Zhang remarked, "These two little guys are really going at it. This game is becoming quite entertaining." Yang, he added, "A true shooter should respond like this. If you hit me, I'll hit you back." North Carolina continued their offensive efforts. Shooting guard Wayne Ellington, after receiving the ball, charged directly at Curry. Curry, hesitant to commit a foul, allowed Ellington to stumble through for a successful layup. The score stood at 50-44 in favor of North Carolina. Having targeted Curry for 2 consecutive plays, Sway recognized the situation was becoming precarious. The seasoned North Carolina team was employing a cunning tactic. They aimed to exploit Curry's foul troubles, attacking him relentlessly, knowing that even a missed shot could lead to a foul. With the score differential remaining at 6 points, the Wildcats held possession. Coach McKillop promptly called a timeout. As Sway had anticipated, McKillop's instructions centered around Stephen Curry. "Stephen, pay attention to the details of your defense. You need to exhibit defensive intensity while being cautious with your movements. Avoid unnecessary fouls. Additionally, maintain that shooting rhythm on offense." Curry sat on the bench, staring at the ground, uncertain of his potential performance. Although he was not fond of the demanding phrases that required much, he empathized with McKillop's predicament. Given the intense nature of the game, it was impossible to substitute Curry. Thus, all hopes rested on his ability to excel on the court. The referee's whistle echoed, and the 5 players' large hands came together as the match resumed. Curry orchestrated the offense while Danny Green tightly guarded Sue. Andrew Lafford and Ben Allison positioned themselves against the opposing interior players. With no 3-second defensive rule in play, the paint became a wrestling arena during this crucial moment. The Wildcats players continued to circulate the ball on the perimeter, seeking opportunities amidst the fervent cheers of North Carolina fans. The diminutive Ty Lawson persistently attempted to steal the ball from Curry. Yet, Curry's dribbling skills were formidable. He adeptly protected the ball, leaving Lawson no chance to make a play. With lightning speed, Curry executed a behind-the-back dribble, and just as he was about to take action, he suddenly flicked the ball forward, passing it through Lawson's legs. The arena erupted in laughter. Curry surged forward, facing the imposing center Deion Thompson's defense. And with an extreme stretch, he released a perfectly executed shot. Lawson, intending to capitalize on Curry's hesitation, ended up looking like a foolish clown. Sui, witnessing the entire spectacle, smiled subtly and recited a line from an ancient poem. "At dawn, I bid farewell to the white emperor amidst the colorful clouds. A clown stands beside me." The game continued as North Carolina made substitutions. 5 players in, 5 players out. The bench thief Davis re-entered the court, while the 13-meter-tall backup, center Tyler Zeller replaced Tyler Hansbrough. Sui's counterpart at small forward was now the 1. 98 Meter Tal Wildgriffus. Curry's opposing point guard was the 191-meter Bobby Flacer, and the shooting guard stood at 188 meters, Larry Drew. One could not help but marvel at North Carolina's luxurious lineup. Such depth on the bench was beyond the Wildcats' wildest dreams. The newly substituted 5 players maintained their competitive edge, and with their ample stamina, they held their ground against the Wildcat starters. The score fluctuated as both teams exchanged points. Tyler Zeller utilized his height advantage to score with a hook shot. Curry began to control the ball as 2 small guards immediately pressed forward. The newly entered North Carolina players were eager to showcase their skills, brimming with excitement. Curry withstood the pressure of the 2 guards and confidently dribbled forward. He recognized that this style of play would exhaust Curry's energy unnecessarily. So he moved to the front court to assist, transitioning the ball smoothly. The initial 10 minutes of the second half felt like the grueling third quarter, a particularly taxing period for stamina. and Curry had not rested for a minute, and their energy was beginning to wane. Thus, they steadied the pace, awaiting the climactic moments ahead. Passed the ball to Lafford, then swiftly repositioned himself to the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, receiving the ball. Griffith's defense was a noticeable downgrade from Danny Green's. The ball swished through the net with a crisp sound. Chapter 66. A new situation. Yee's exceptional shooting steadied the Wildcats' morale. There were still 12 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the game, with the current score at Wildcats 60, North Carolina 52. and Curry exchanged a firm high five before swiftly retreating on defense. Fortunately, after extensive training with Kobe, Yee's stamina was significantly improved. However, facing the relentless defensive pressure, he still needed to regulate his breathing to adapt better to the game's intensity. North Carolina's point guard Bobby Flacer found an open spot and, before Curry could close in, made a mid-range jumper from the baseline. The lead shrank to 6 points as the Wildcats continued their offensive efforts. The 5 North Carolina players immediately engaged in a full-court press, seeing Curry besieged by 2 guards. He retreated to the backcourt to facilitate a smooth transition of the ball. Curry passed the basketball to shooting guard Gosselin. Just as Gosselin reached for the ball, North Carolina's guard Larry Drew made a daring steal, intercepting the ball mid-air. Coach Zhang remarked, "Oh no, it's going to be lost." Gosselin contested for the ball, but the difference in stamina became apparent. Drew, fueled with vigor, rushed towards the basket. As the ball was about to touch the backboard in a timely manner, he swooped in with a fiery block and secured the rebound. Focused and alert, he handled the ball deftly. He thumped his chest to rally the players, and the Wildcats fans finally exhaled in relief. Curry, positioned beyond the three-point line, faced a double team and took a contested shot. The ball clanged off the rim, indicating that Curry's shooting touch was off. As the game transitioned to offense, Flacer directed his teammates into position, but with poor spacing in the paint. He opted to take a three-pointer instead. Under Yee's watchful gaze, the shot found its mark, heightening the tension in the arena. The score now stood at Wildcats 60, North Carolina 57. The resilient North Carolina team had closed the gap to a mere 3 points. The key players on the North Carolina bench waved their towels excitedly. He returned to the backcourt to receive the ball, knowing that his chemistry with Curry was more developed. Once in the front court, He controlled the ball, searching for an opportunity. Curry, using his body and speed, cut towards the basket, creating a slight opening. E, catching a glimpse of this opportunity, deftly passed the ball over. Curry feigned a layup and, without looking, delivered the ball to Lafford beneath the basket. However, Lafford was overly focused on positioning and was a beat slow to react. In that fleeting moment, the bench thief Davis seized the opportunity, swatting the ball away and tossing it to the small forward Griffiths near the right sideline. In the ensuing scramble, E once again emerged. Like an eagle, he dove towards Griffiths, colliding with him while extending his long arms to touch the ball. The basketball, propelled by its immense inertia, was about to sail out of bounds. E leaped from within the court, chasing the ball, and in midair, forcefully struck the ball against Griffiths' calf. The ball went out of bounds. The referee decisively pointed towards the backcourt. Wildcats possession. A sharp whistle signaled the dead ball timeout. The Wildcats' rhythm began to falter, prompting McKillop to promptly call for a timeout. With 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the game, the tension was palpable. Continuing to exhaust the main players is not a viable strategy, especially as their shooting percentages have begun to decline, with even some errors creeping in. McKillop made adjustments to the lineup. Seizing the opportunity while the opposing main players were off the court, he substituted Curry and Sue E, allowing the bench players to hold their ground for a while. This was to ensure that Sue, E, and Curry could maintain their best form for the critical moments to come. North Carolina similarly made personnel changes, bringing in 2 key players. The current lineup was as follows: Wildcats, Blue Team, Alan Bond, Goslin, Akambo, Andrew Lefter, Ben Allison; North Carolina, Ty Lawson, Larry Drew, Will Graves, Tyler Hansbrough, Davis. The Wildcats initiated the play. Point guard Alan Bond advanced with the ball when, unexpectedly, Ty Lawson launched a preemptive steal as Bond shifted his weight. The newly substituted Alan Bond was caught off guard by Lawson's swift lateral movement, leading to a turnover. Point guard Lawson positioned himself assertively and facing the similarly sized Bond. He shot from the perimeter, scoring effortlessly. "Is Curry afraid? Why won't he confront me directly?" Lawson taunted after making the basket. North Carolina had finally leveled the score. The current score stood at Wildcats 60, North Carolina 60. The North Carolina fans erupted in a cacophony of cheers, while the Wildcat supporters fell into a brief silence. With possession of the ball, Ty Lawson aggressively pressed forward again, clapping his hands vigorously, accompanied by the crowd's uproar to rattle Alan Bond's confidence. The newly substituted bench players had yet to find their rhythm in the game, and when Akambo sought to receive a pass, North Carolina's small forward Will Graves intercepted the ball just in time. The Wildcats were forced to shift their offensive strategy. Just as they were about to establish their defensive positioning, Graves unexpectedly tossed the ball into the air. Power forward Tyler Hansbrough executed a successful alley-oop dunk. North Carolina surged ahead with a score of 62-60. In light of the shifting momentum on the court, McKillop remained composed. Ultimately, the Wildcats bench players had to weather the storm on their own. Meanwhile, Sue, E, and Curry made the most of their valuable time to rest. During this period, North Carolina utilized their full-court press strategy, creating a small surge in their favor. North Carolina led 67-60 against the Wildcats. In just 2 minutes, North Carolina's players executed a 10-0 run. Lawson's confidence grew bolder as he raised his hands, inciting the crowd's enthusiasm, while subtly gesturing at Curry. However, the astute referee caught onto his antics and issued a technical foul against Lawson, who complained to the referee, cradling his head in frustration. Power forward Hansbrough promptly pulled him back, warning him that if he continued his theatrics, he might face ejection from the game. With 10 minutes remaining, the match was entering its final stages. Sue, E, and Curry had regained a measure of stamina. Glancing at the scoreboard reflecting their deficit, Sue, E felt a surge of adrenaline. After enduring for so long, this climactic moment demanded their utmost perseverance. Chapter 67. Taking control of the game. Curry, now a seasoned player, chose to ignore Lawson as provocations, quietly stepping up to the free throw line. Amidst the crowd's cheers, he confidently sank the free throw. North Carolina 67, Wildcats 61. Following the successful free throw, possession remained with the Wildcats. Sue, E initiated the offense, but Danny Green, like an agile catfish, slithered in to challenge him. The commentator Kenny Smith highlighted Green's defensive prowess, noting his elite level as a member of the conference's defensive first team, showcasing the rookie's potential. Observing this solid defensive foundation from North Carolina, Jordan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "To penetrate such defense, one would need divine intervention, and such odds are exceedingly slim." After a brief respite, Sue, he had regained his rhythm. Against Green's defense, he decisively engaged in a physical confrontation. Green stumbled slightly, and Sue, he seized the opportunity to display his skills. With a graceful pivot and a fadeaway shot, he executed a flawless jumper. The ball arched beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. This resolute mid-range shot ignited a wave of excitement among the spectators. Signs proclaiming him the king of the fourth quarter and clutch player were raised throughout the arena. Jordan expressed his frustration, noting that despite flawless defense, such a consistent mid-range shot seemed beyond what a student player could achieve. Transitioning back on offense, North Carolina adeptly exploited weaknesses. With Curry burdened by foul trouble, his defensive options were severely limited. Wayne Ellington, positioned beyond the arc, nailed another three-pointer. North Carolina 70, Wildcats 63. Time was slipping away, yet the score remained stagnant. The Wildcats held the ball, while North Carolina's players firmly established their defensive positions, akin to an impenetrable fortress. The intensity of this defense was unprecedented. Recalling his past life, Sue remembered that this 2009 North Carolina team was heralded as one of the strongest in the past and future decade. Both their offensive and defensive capabilities were of historical caliber. Curry began to feel anxious. Time was running out for the Wildcats. Amidst the struggle against two opposing guards, he found it challenging to create opportunities. In a crucial moment, Sue clapped his hands emphatically, reclaiming the ball from Curry to orchestrate the offense. Presently, North Carolina's defensive intensity was formidable. Only Sue was in prime form, capable of either challenging Danny Green or creating an off-ball opportunity for Curry. The young player darted from the paint to the perimeter and back again, tirelessly seeking opportunities. Sue gripped the ball firmly, facing Green's defense. In this year's exhilarating March Madness series, based on his performance so far, Sue could be deemed the most efficient offensive player, without a doubt. His contest with Green represented a fierce clash of the strongest offense and defense. Stepping up, Sue executed a series of deceptive moves before performing a swift Sam God. He completely outmaneuvered Green, who barely managed to steady himself with his left hand on the ground to avoid falling. The opposing defense collapsed in response. But the lightning-fast Sue was unstoppable, just as everyone anticipated Sue to finish with a layup over the defender. He suddenly flicked the ball through the narrow gap between defenders, delivering it seamlessly to Curry beyond the arc. This deft pass nearly eluded even the cameras capturing the action. Confronted with an open shot, Curry readily accepted the opportunity, and the ball swished through the net. North Carolina 70, Wildcats 66. The score had finally narrowed. Coach Zhang wore a smile. "It seems we have a contender for today, as top 5 plays." Yang exclaimed in excitement. "Can you believe that this remarkable move was executed by a towering giant, standing at 2 meters tall? It is likely that this moment will not be underrepresented in future highlights." The match continues. The fully assembled North Carolina team orchestrates a fluid and harmonious collaboration, maintaining their stable offensive strategy. Tyler Hansbrough faces off against Lovedale and once again hits a mid-range jumper. The gap narrows to 6 points. At this critical juncture, Sue having found his rhythm, decisively launches a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball once again finds its way into the basket with unwavering precision. Coach Zhang exclaims, "Excellent. You score 2, and I score 3. Sue's choice of shot is exceedingly astute." Yang remarks, "In other words, the North Carolina players were utterly unguarded on that play." With 7:58 remaining in the game, North Carolina leads 72-69 against the Wildcats. The tension in the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. The North Carolina players persist in their offensive pursuit, while the Wildcats seem eager to invade their opponent's personal space. This defensive play is crucial to the course of the entire game. North Carolina's formation is ever-changing. The basketball flows rapidly through their hands, almost leading to misalignments and open opportunities on several occasions. The Wildcats players continuously switch and cover, averting danger. The offensive clock ticks down relentlessly. Just as Tao Lawson attempts a maneuver against Sue swiftly shoves him aside. With the ferocity of a tiger, he steals the ball. The diminutive Lawson stands no chance. Sue swats the basketball away but tumbles to the floor. Curry and Danny Green dive to the ground in a frantic bid for possession. The scene is chaotic. At this moment, the longer-armed Danny Green makes the first contact with the ball. He punches it skyward with great force. The ball lands fortuitously beside Curry, who retrieves it, only to be intercepted by the sharpshooting Larry Drew. This scenario essentially gifts North Carolina with points. Instinctively, Curry springs to his feet to contest the shot. Just before releasing, Drew pauses cunningly, waiting for Curry to leap, then shoots. Curry inadvertently infringes upon Drew's cylinder. The referee gestures towards the free throw line, awarding Drew 3 attempts. Curry shakes his head in resignation. There was no time to restrain himself in that situation. Sue glances at the scoreboard. The pressing concern is not merely the score, but that Curry is now burdened with 4 fouls. He finds himself in a precarious position and must exercise utmost caution. Drew steps to the line amidst a cacophony of boos, as the audience perceives his theatricality as an act of cowardice. Under the intense scrutiny of the finals, Drew's shooting touch falters. He only converts 1 free throw. Following his miss, the crowd erupts in a wave of cheers. Sue feels a sense of relief. After all, Curry's foul yielded some advantage. North Carolina now leads 73-69 against the Wildcats. The Wildcats continue their offensive, with Sue E firmly in control of the ball. With Curry limited by his fouls, he dares not take excessive risks, leaving Sue E to shoulder the responsibility. Ben Allison finds himself in position under the basket, and Sue E passes the ball to him. Confronted by Davis's defense, Allison hesitates and fails to score. Davis had previously gained the upper hand in their direct confrontation. After a transition to offense, he demands the ball to challenge Allison one-on-one. His footwork proves more agile than Allison's. After a couple of quick steps, he spins past him like a guard. With his shoulder pressed against Allison, he rises to dunk. Allison can only attempt to grab him, but Davis adjusts mid-air and releases the ball. The shot, altered in its trajectory, precariously finds its way into the hoop at this pivotal moment. Allison slams his thigh in frustration, regretting not being more forceful. Davis scores 21 points. The atmosphere among the North Carolina fans ignites to a fever pitch. Wearing sunglasses, Stoudemire glances at Nash and remarks, "It seems your friend's situation is rather dire today." Nash checks the timer, counting down the seconds as the game clock dwindles. 7 minutes, 36 seconds, 7 minutes, 35 seconds, 7 minutes, 34 seconds. Sue E accelerates with the basketball, pushing forward. Curry matches his pace. Old Nash knows the Wildcats have reserves. As the timer approaches at 7 minutes, it signals the onset of their tempestuous offensive assault. Having witnessed Sue E and Curry's extensive play, he remains unperturbed, eagerly anticipating the Wildcats' final scoring frenzy. Nash turns to Stoudemire, offering a confident smile, saying, "Let the wins come." Chapter 68. Noon has arrived. Faced with the double team from North Carolina players, Curry executes a swift change of direction and effortlessly advances to the front court. The North Carolina players quickly retreat to tighten their defensive formation. Such a dynamic defensive strategy necessitates exceptional defensive acumen from each player. Young E declares, "We have now reached the most critical moment of the match." Currently, North Carolina leads 76-69, making this offensive play for the Wildcats exceedingly significant. Sue E positions himself beyond the three-point line to receive the ball, his right arm firmly holding off Danny Green, while his left hand grips the ball. Searching for an opportunity, Curry and his teammates frequently utilize screens for movement. 7 minutes for seconds. The timer continues to tick down, drawing ever closer to the 7-minute mark. Just as Curry prepares to dash back to the basket, Sue E abruptly lifts the ball, rising up for a jump shot from nearly 3 steps beyond the three-point line. Lovedale and Ben Allison fail to secure advantageous positions. This is a highly risky shot. Coach Zhang exclaims, "Oh dear, that's unreasonable. That's unreasonable." All eyes are fixed on the ball's trajectory as Sue E launches it with a spin. The shot's angle soars high, tracing an exaggerated arc through the air. As the crowd collectively holds its breath, the basketball strikes the target with the precision of a cannonball. Coach Zhang shouts, "Yes, it's in. It's in again." Young E adds, "This is the essence of a superstar's significance." After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupts like a shattered silver vase. The tension dissipates, replaced by a roaring wave of excitement. The ecstatic crowd begins to unleash their loudest cheers to herald the arrival of the climactic moment. Sue E pounds his chest, unleashing a triumphant roar from deep within. This roar resonates like a furious tiger awakened from slumber, akin to a lion poised for a fierce struggle in dire straits. The thunderous sound sends shivers down the spines of the North Carolina players. In their moment of panic, the North Carolina players prepare to inbound the ball. Sue E, Stephen Curry, and Lovedale, the Wildcats players swarm like wolves, pressing forward. Their previous restraint was merely a prelude to an explosive finale. Davis sought an opportunity to inbound the ball from the baseline, while Curry and Sue E closely followed 2 defenders, rendering them immobile. As the 5-second inbound deadline approached, Danny Green hurried back to the backcourt to offer support. Davis feigned a pass to Larry Drew before abruptly redirecting it to Green. In that instant, Sue E leaped out, anticipating the pass and intercepting it mid-air, clutching the basketball tightly to his chest. Young E remarked on the clean nature of the steal, likening it to the legendary Rodman, and emphasized the courage young players should embody. Following the steal, Sue E faced off against the formidable defender Danny Green. After a brief hesitation, he charged in from the right side with a directness that was almost ruthless. Just as Green prepared to close in, Sue harnessed his momentum, delivering a solid confrontation that caused Green to stagger back. With a swift start, a powerful leap, and a one-handed dunk, the ball swooshed through the net. Sue hung from the rim, his impressive muscular physique visible to all. The score stood at Wildcats 74, North Carolina 76. Coach Zhang exclaimed with enthusiasm, noting the narrow 2-point deficit and urging his team to maintain composure, cautioning against hasty mistakes that could lead to turnovers. At this critical juncture, consecutive points lost prompted North Carolina's coach Roy Williams to call for a timeout. As both teams listened to their coach's strategies, the referee's whistle signaled the resumption of play. While the North Carolina players regained their composure, the Wildcats remained fervent in their pursuit of victory. With 6 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock, the moment of truth approached. The coveted golden trophy, symbolizing honor, gleamed at the front of the podium, a dream for countless young athletes. As 770,000 spectators observed, the game resumed. All 5 of North Carolina's key players returned to the court, joined by the 10 starting players for both teams. Wildcats, Curry, Gosselin, Sue, Andrew Luffdale, Ben Allison, North Carolina, Ty Lawson, Wayne Ellington, Danny Green, Tyler Hansbrough, Deon Thompson. Ty Lawson utilized his quick footwork to create space and pass to Wayne Ellington, who sunk a mid-range shot, extending the lead to 4 points. During the Wildcats' offensive play, Sue demanded the ball, executing a mesmerizing footwork dance beyond the 3-point line. Having just experienced Sue's prowess, Green felt the tremors in his muscles, as if his ribs might fracture, prompting him to call for help. Sue lowered his center of gravity, cutting through the defense with a surgical precision that drew the attention of 4 defenders. With deftness, he passed the ball to the waiting Curry on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Curry launched a 3-pointer. The swish echoed like a pebble dropping in a lake by call. The score tightened to Wildcats 77, North Carolina 78. Curry fervently waved his left arm, tugging at his jersey with the right. Sue met Curry's determined gaze. In this fervent moment, the dormant beast within him awakened, transforming the innocent child into a hardened competitor named Stephen Curry, equally hungry for victory. North Carolina executed their strategy methodically. Tyler Hansbrough received the ball in the post, turned, and scored over Ben Allison, restoring a 3-point lead amidst the escalating tension. Young inquired of Coach Zhang whether the Wildcats should aim for 2 or 3 points. Zhang responded sagely, emphasizing the importance of successful execution regardless of the shot's distance, though many felt his answer was somewhat vague. Sue continued to attack, drawing defenders before passing to Curry, who dazzled with his dribbling and finished with a layup. The score remained close at Wildcats 79, North Carolina 80. With just 5 minutes remaining, in this critical chapter, North Carolina maintained their slim lead, controlling the ball. The Wildcats pressed on defense, while Danny Green expertly managed the ball. Meanwhile, the forward Tyler Hansbrough found space for a mid-range shot. As the crowd's focus narrowed on these players, center Deon Thompson slipped unnoticed into the lane, gathering speed for a dunk. Ben Allison, caught in a switch, was momentarily obstructed, with only Sue and Curry left to challenge him. Allowing Thompson to score would severely impact team morale. In this pivotal moment, mercy towards the enemy would be cruelty towards oneself. Sue, without hesitation, swung his arm like a guillotine, striking Thompson's arms. Simultaneously, Curry instinctively reached for the ball, making contact with Thompson's hand as well. Sue noticed this detail. If the foul were attributed to Curry, he would accumulate 5 fouls and be sidelined. He raised his hand, signaling the referee that he had made contact. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The head referee, uncertain, approached his assistants for consultation amidst the rising chorus of discontent from the crowd. Ultimately, after deliberation, the referee raised his hand. Number 30, a foul on Curry, who would exit the game, leaving Thompson to shoot free throws. Curry, the Wildcats' pivotal player, had been in fine form, and this ruling was undeniably devastating for the team. Sue, Luffdale, and Allison gathered to request a review of the play, while Lawson and Ellington approached, supporting the referee's call despite their distant position from the incident. Referee Steve Gallen stood firm in his decision, which could not be altered. With a sense of emptiness, Curry stood momentarily frozen before walking off the court, brushing past the gleaming trophy. The arena erupted in boos as the crowd voiced their discontent over what they perceived as a dubious call. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, Sue endeavored to calm his emotions. Since the outcome could not be altered, he had no choice but to accept it. He needed to regain his composure swiftly and find his optimal rhythm to lead the Wildcats. The replay from the Huawei Sports Channel indicated that Curry made contact with Deon Thompson around the 1-second mark, and the referee's decision seemed largely uncontroversial. Alan Bond came off the bench. The current lineup for the Wildcats included Alan Bond, Gosland, Sue E., Andrew Lovedale, and Ben Allison. For North Carolina, Ty Lawson, Wayne Ellington, Danny Green, Tyler Hansbrough, and Deon Thompson. Deon Thompson made both free throws, prompting Davidson College to call a timeout. With 4:35 remaining in the match, the score stood at North Carolina 82, Wildcats 79. Go for it, Sue E. Hold on till the end. After a brief strategy discussion, Mike Killip had little else to add. All his hopes rested on Sue Yee's extraordinary performance. Let go, everyone. The game resumed, with Curry draped in a towel. Observing from a bench, Sue E. brought the ball up court, facing pressure from shooting guard Wayne Ellington and small forward Danny Green. With Curry absent, all offensive pressure fell squarely on Sue E.'s shoulders. He bravely withstood the dual defense, driving into the paint and dishing the ball to Alan Bond. Fresh off the bench, Bond was yet to find his shooting touch, missing an open attempt. Following a transition play, Ellington faced Gosland and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net, marking Ellington's flawless 4-for-4 performance from three-point range today. The lead extended to 6 points with just 4:02 left in the game. In the ensuing transition, with Curry off the court, North Carolina intensified their defensive pressure. Gosland attempted to pass to Lovedale inside, but Deon Thompson intercepted, stealing the ball. North Carolina began to control the tempo, and as the shot clock wound down, Hansbrough positioned himself inside and overpowered Ben Allison for a score. With 3:47 remaining, the gap widened to 8 points. Sue E. faced unprecedented offensive and defensive pressure. In another transition, the Wildcats' interior positions were clogged by North Carolina players, and both guards were struggling to find their rhythm, lacking the fervor to attack. Sue E., confronted by a double team, clutched the ball and surged towards the basket, launching himself into the air. A defensive foul was called. Amidst the cacophony, Sue E. focused on regulating his breath and made both free throws, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. He had already tallied 37 points in the match. North Carolina's guards continued to manage the clock, with a determined Hansbrough demanding the ball on the baseline, scoring against Ben Allison after a deceptive move. Young expressed his concern. The Wildcats' most pressing issue now is how to contain Hansbrough defensively. If they allow him to dominate, it will be challenging to close the gap. With 3:23 left, after a successful shot, Sue expended his last reserves of energy to sprint up court. Gosland delivered a long pass to him. Ellington and Lawson quickly pursued. Just as Sue was about to leap in the paint during a fast break, both guards reached out to foul him. Summoning his beast-like strength, Sue exploded off the ground, powering through both defenders for a thunderous dunk. The additional free throw was successful, with 3:18 remaining. The score was Wildcats 82, North Carolina 87. Sue had amassed 40 points, with Curry contributing another 19. Danny Green utilized a screen for a mid-range shot, but he underestimated Sue Yee's agility. The wide-open screen was virtually ineffective. Swiftly maneuvering through the crowd, Sue soared high, executing a resounding block, a remarkable ninth of the finals, drawing the attention of nearly 80,000 spectators. The game continued, with every point hard-fought. Sue Yee's stamina had plummeted to its limits. He was acutely aware that maintaining shooting accuracy was becoming increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, his teammates were equally cold from the field and lacked the desire to step up. The solution was straightforward: charge forward relentlessly. Green was tossed aside by this aggressive style, and the interior players joined forces to restrain Sue Yee's advances. In the next 3 offensive attempts, Sue made all 6 free throws. Yet, the score remained stagnant, as North Carolina's mid-range shots and post plays continued to find their mark. With 1:05 left in the game, the score stood at Wildcats 88, North Carolina 95. Sue Yee's chest heaved as he sought an opportunity to score. The opposing interior had relaxed their defense, focusing their energy on the perimeter. In this scenario, making 2-point shots held little significance, even if he penetrated the paint to draw a foul. North Carolina players would be reluctant to give him a chance for a 3-point play. He needed to make a 3-pointer to have any hope of extending the game. Faced with the energetic Green, He attempted a highly difficult fadeaway shot from beyond the arc. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Before he could retreat, North Carolina secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Lawson, who converted a fast break. The clock showed 58 seconds remaining, with the score now Wildcats 88. North Carolina 97. Mike Killip called a timeout. The North Carolina fans in their blue jerseys began to celebrate prematurely as Mike Killip formulated the final strategy. He struggled to concentrate, his energy dwindling to the brink of collapse. The opposing players were relentless, like rabid dogs, committing fierce fouls. Though he had overcome his fatigue, the grueling physical battle left him with no remaining strength in these final moments. His arms bore the marks of the opponent's aggressive play. Nonetheless, he pressed on, driven solely by willpower to propel the Wildcats forward in this decisive moment. However, the most pressing issue remained time. In these closing moments, even if he scored three-pointers consistently, it might not be enough. They needed the opposing team to make mistakes as well. Killip continued to pound on the tactical board. He had no time to heed the strategic discussions. For him, the only tactic that mattered was finding a way to score. He attempted to divert his focus, recalling other thoughts to dispel his current doubts. The virtual space of the system materialized before him, and his gaze flickered as he spotted a solitary card at the edge of the cabinet. This was a card he had earned previously, which he had neglected amid his recent training. It's up to you. As the timeout ended, Curry grasped Suyi's arm, his earnest gaze imploring him. Next chapter, borrowing 58 seconds from the heavens. Chapter 70, borrowing 58 seconds from the heavens. He gazed at the cabinet in his virtual space, where a faintly glowing card rested upon the shelf. This was the legendary artifact, the McGrady Moment Experience card, which he had initially acquired in the Belk Arena. A system notification emerged. One McGrady Moment Experience card detected. Would you like to use it immediately? On December 10, 2004, the Houston Rockets star Tracy McGrady achieved an extraordinary comeback against the Spurs, scoring 13 points in just 35 seconds under dire circumstances. Could this card hold the power to alter fate? Yet, its attributes remained a mystery, devoid of any explanation. What then was the card's effect? Would it double his speed, replenish his stamina, or guarantee a perfect three-point shot? The referee's whistle hung on his lips, and the players were already rising on the sidelines. There was no time to ponder. He swallowed hard and clicked to use it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have used the McGrady Moment Experience card. However, he felt no change in his physical state. His body remained heavy, and pain still lingered in his arms. He had anticipated that using this card would at least enhance all attributes by 10 points, coupled with full stamina. Moreover, he had hoped that in the post-game doping test, not a drop of performance-enhancing substance would be detected. To his dismay, his physical condition had not altered at all, he could only force a bitter smile. At such a critical moment, the system had granted him an enigma. The referee's whistle echoed. The North Carolina team's 5 players had taken to the court, while his own interior players were utterly exhausted. Curry was not by his side. Faced with such adversity, he had no choice but to rely on himself. Time was fleeting. If fate would not assist him, he must navigate his own course. If destiny would not save him, he must save himself. Since the system offered him nothing, he would seize his opponent by the throat with his own hands. Clenching his fist tightly, he rose, stepping onto the court with resolute determination amidst the roar of over 70,000 fans. In that moment of entry, vivid scenes, like frames from a microfilm, flashed through his mind. The sea of red at Davidson College had not yet faded, and the unwavering enthusiasm led many to mistakenly believe that their home team was in the lead. On domestic forums, posts prefixed with Go Sue were refreshing at an astonishing rate of thousands per second. Crowds gathered before large screens in public squares, all eyes focused on the final 58 seconds, genuinely considering the Wildcats as their national team. And then there was Curry, his gaze filled with hope and trust. He realized that so many were watching him from behind. The underdog continued to forge ahead. A hero could not retreat. Though faced with millions, he would press on. In that moment, he forgot all his fatigue, a surge of fiery passion igniting within him. Suddenly, he comprehended the true significance of the card. This was a state experience card, not an attribute experience card. Its purpose was to allow him to feel the struggle of a cornered beast in dire straits. The system could only provide this. The outcome of the game would depend on his own performance and effort. Gosselin passed the ball to Sue. The vigorous Danny Green aggressively pursued him. After taking 2 exploratory steps, Sue from a distance 3 steps beyond the three-point line, instinctively drew upon his muscle memory and took a decisive shot. The trajectory of the basketball soared through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky. A beautiful sound echoed as the ball swished through the net. With 53 seconds remaining, the score stood at Wildcats 91, North Carolina 97, a 6-point gap. North Carolina regained possession, with Wayne Ellington controlling the ball in the backcourt. Sue pressed hard, and Kenny Smith, astonished, remarked, "Tonight, Sue has not ceased his nearly frenzied performance." Could this imaginative shot herald a miracle? Michael Jordan offered a more rational analysis. Bear in mind, the offensive time for each possession is 35 seconds. If North Carolina does not make an error, the Wildcats will have little time left. For the Wildcats to triumph, they would need to rely on Wayne Ellington to falter. Unfortunately, Ellington was North Carolina's most reliable player, and throughout this series, he had hardly made a mistake. Just as he finished speaking, Wayne Ellington committed an error. Faced with the pressure from a player like Sue, he should have protected the ball and turned to escape. That would have been the most reasonable approach. Instead, he opted to face Sue directly, lowering his center of gravity to change direction. After enduring the grueling training at Staples, Sue excelled at lowering his center of gravity and stealing the ball. The instant the basketball touched the ground, he accurately anticipated the moment, swiftly bending down to snatch the ball. With 47 seconds left, Sue halted at the three-point line as Wayne Ellington lunged toward him. Jumping, he shot as Ellington collided with his left shoulder, forcing Sue's body into a twisted position. Yet, relying on instinct, he adjusted as best he could and, in a challenging posture, pushed the basketball outward with his right hand. The ball arced through the air, defying expectations. Off the backboard, it fell into the net. The three-pointer counted, and he earned an additional free throw. The current score, Wildcats 93, North Carolina 95, with just a single point separating them. In the final 43 seconds, the entire audience at the Ford Center rose to their feet. Within the sprawling gymnasium, an intense silence enveloped the crowd. The Wildcats' mission was clear: defend. North Carolina aimed to score. Sue led the Wildcats back on defense. Against Ben Allison's interior defense, North Carolina's center Tyler Hansbrough found an opportunity in the corner, receiving the ball in a familiar position. His effectiveness from this spot was formidable. He had already scored 5 consecutive baskets against Allison from the same location, all successful. After a couple of hard pushes, Allison found his footing unstable. Then, Tyler Hansbrough executed a solid turn, preparing for a hook shot. Allen Bond was about to assist with defense when Hansbrough passed the ball to Wayne Ellington, who was left unguarded beyond the arc. With a swift motion, Ellington released the shot, sinking a three-pointer. The score now stood at Wildcats 95, North Carolina 100. With just 27 seconds remaining, the North Carolina bench erupted in jubilation, believing this crucial three-pointer had nearly sealed the Wildcats' fate. Kenny Smith remarked, "Tonight, the Wildcats have performed admirably, but Hansbrough's low-post play is nearly unanswerable." He cruelly denied the Wildcats the chance for a comeback. Jordan added, "His performance in these final moments has been remarkably steady. This big man can drive, can pass, can shoot from mid-range. I can think of no way to contain him." Yet, this does not diminish the greatness of tonight's Wildcats, nor of Sue as a remarkable player. The Wildcats' offensive transition exhibited no hesitation. After swiftly passing the basketball to Sue, Wayne Ellington and Danny Green pressured him relentlessly. Sue forcefully maneuvered past the 2 defenders and sprinted towards the frontcourt. Just a step beyond the three-point line, he halted, leapt, and released a shot. The 2 defenders, propelled by their own momentum, could only watch as Sue executed a drifting three-pointer. Today, Sue's shooting touch was scorching. After a slight adjustment in midair, his release was almost purely instinctual. Yet, at the moment of release, he sensed it may have been too ambitious. The ball struck the back rim and ricocheted into the net. In yet another dire situation, Sue delivered a crucial basket. With 22 seconds remaining, the Wildcats trailed 98-100 against North Carolina, who now possessed the ball. With no timeouts left, McKillop rose from his seat. Should they foul? How to handle the final possession? Such decisions now rested solely with the players on the court. Sue directed his teammates to initiate a full-court press, aiming to force a turnover from North Carolina as there was still time. After all, North Carolina was a team with a high tactical acumen. A simple three-man play dismantled the Wildcats' pressure. Ty Lawson firmly controlled the ball from beyond the arc. Allen Bond attempted to steal, but Lawson deftly passed to Wayne Ellington. Time ticked away, and the seconds dwindled in the match. 12 seconds, 11 seconds. Wildcats players refrained from fouling. Time was running out. Lovedale charged forward to contest the basketball held by Wayne Ellington, barreling towards him. This unexpected pressure took Ellington by surprise. He had not anticipated such an aggressive move from the larger player. In his haste to protect the ball, he made a slight miscalculation. If a direct steal was unattainable, a fierce foul was paramount. Lovedale lunged at him with ferocity. Ellington lost grip on the ball. Finally, he spotted Lovedale in position and securely passed the ball out. Kenny Smith passionately narrated the climax, while Jordan observed Sue Yee's movements. Instead of being entangled with Danny Green, Sue Yee concealed himself near the baseline by Tyler Hansbrough. As if awaiting an opportunity, Jordan felt an ominous premonition. In the 1998 finals, he had snatched the ball from Malone at this very spot, executing the shot of the century. Just as Kobe had mentioned to Sue Yee that fateful morning, true defenders often exploit an opponent's vulnerabilities, delivering a fatal blow at the most critical moment. And Sue Yee had resolved to take this gamble. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. The match was drawing to a close. Tyler Hansbrough established position at the baseline, overpowering Ben Allison. Sue Yee's feet shifted slightly, resembling a composed predator. Jordan held his breath, acutely aware of Sue Yee's intentions and the peril of North Carolina's interior pass at this juncture. He could only silently pray for his alma mater, wishing that the cursed basketball would not enter the paint. Seeing Hansbrough had created space, Ellington executed a swift bounce pass. Disaster. Jordan instinctively rose from the commentary table. In a flash, a yellow blur surged towards Hansbrough. As the basketball reached Hansbrough, a thunderous attack ensued. Under the gaze of over 70,000 spectators, history seemed to repeat itself. Sue Yee emphatically swatted the basketball away, nearly mirroring Jordan's iconic steal. However, the sudden turn of events caught Hansbrough off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground. The moment Sue Yee's palm made contact with the ball, he unleashed his full power, propelling himself towards the frontcourt. Meanwhile, every other North Carolina player converged upon Sue Yee, knowing that even if they left others unguarded, they could not afford to give the blazing hot Sue Yee any chance to release the basketball. Sue Yee intercepted Hansbrough. The other 4 North Carolina players swiftly retreated to their backcourt, forming an impenetrable line of defense. The timer continued its silent countdown. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Each dribble from Sue Yee resonated with lethal rhythm. The first blockade came from center Deon Thompson, who extended his long arms to obstruct Sue Yee near half-court. Sue Yee zigzagged towards him like a venomous serpent in a mountain stream. The sluggish Thompson could not match Sue Yee's swift lateral movement and desperately reached for the ball. With a sweeping behind-the-back dribble, Sue Yee left Thompson in his wake. The second line of defense consisted of guards Lawson and Ellington, who approached like hounds on a hunt. After a feigned shot, Sue Yee slipped the ball between the 2 defenders. 3 seconds remained. Sue Yee faced Danny Green, the strongest spear clashing with the shield. Go! Sue Yee. Jordan stood still, having switched allegiances, witnessing the birth of a new legend. Just before the three-point line, as Sue Yee prepared to shoot, Green struck his hand. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Defensive foul. With no free throw opportunity, the Wildcats would inbound the ball. Green, known for his defensive prowess, denied Sue Yee any chance to shoot, delaying the game as conclusion. The timer adjusted. With 32 seconds left for the Wildcats' final offensive play and a 2-point deficit, North Carolina called for a timeout. Yang Yi remarked on the emotional intensity of the match, regardless of the outcome, stating they should give Sue Yee the loudest applause. Grateful for his presence, Coach Zhang noted the critical nature of the next 3 seconds, suggesting the Wildcats would strive for a 3-point opportunity. North Carolina's bench depth and rotation far exceeded the Wildcats, making it impossible to extend the game into overtime. North Carolina's head coach devised a targeted strategy to tightly mark Sue Yee. McKillop also prepared for the final possession. As the timeout concluded and players re-entered the court, Gosselin began the inbounds pass. Lawson and Ellington jointly restricted Sue Yee's reception. Sue Yee maneuvered to create a passing opportunity, yet favorable chances eluded him. In the final moments, He made a sudden cut to create space. Gosselin aimed to lead the pass slightly in advance, but it veered off its intended path. Green lunged for the ball. Just as Sue was about to seize it, Green made contact first. The basketball was not deflected far, and both players scrambled to gain possession. In a fleeting 2 seconds, Sue managed to seize the basketball ahead of Danny Green. The instant Danny lost possession, he leaped into the air, attempting to block the ball. There was no time left to glance at the timer. In that critical moment, as Sue grasped the ball, he instinctively hurled it towards the hoop. The unprepared shot took a peculiar trajectory, leaving the commentators from Huawei Sports almost speechless with tension. The basketball soared through the air, and the red lights surrounding the backboard illuminated. Yang composed himself, exclaiming, "Sue, take the shot." All eyes, including those of Yao Ming, Jianlian, Nash, Jordan, and every spectator present, were fixed on the bizarrely arcing ball. With a powerful spin, the ball grazed the backboard and descended. It swished through the net. A three-pointer. Yang Yi's voice erupted in a near scream. "It's in. The game winner. Sue has clinched the victory. A miraculous moment. Let me designate this magnificent minute as the Sue moment." At this very instant, those of us watching this irreplicable miracle on television are immensely fortunate. United in our love for basketball. Throughout the series, not just in this final minute, Sue has bestowed upon us countless surprises and emotions. We know his basketball journey has just begun, and many more miracles await his creation. The Huawei national basketball team has more wonders in store, waiting for such a young player to forge. Dressed in vibrant attire, the future is promising. Tonight, let us celebrate our triumph wholeheartedly and express our gratitude to Sue for this splendid feast. Subsequently, Yang Yi's voice quivered with emotion as he spoke. Coach Zhang took over the commentary, proclaiming, "This is truly magnificent. In my commentary career, I have never witnessed such an extraordinary performance. Sue has undoubtedly ascended to greatness. Champions, champions." Amidst overwhelming publicity, the final 58 seconds moved countless citizens. In city squares, spectators of the match erupted in celebration the moment the basketball pierced the net. Among the jubilant throngs, several elderly fans were moved to tears. In Shuncheng, diners at a barbecue restaurant, who had serendipitously gathered, formed a table to watch the match. The moment of the miracle sparked a frenzy as strangers vied to pay the bill. The fan owner generously added 10 skewers of kidneys to each table. In a high school study hall, fervent fans, while evading the teacher's gaze, anxiously refreshed the live text coverage on their phones. Unfortunately, due to poor signal, they were met with a constant stream of 404 messages. Finally, one student's phone displayed a fresh interface. "The game has concluded. The Wildcats 101, 100 North Carolina." In that instant, he leapt from his seat, eager to share the jubilant news, only to find his peers remarkably unfazed. Turning towards the hallway window, he grasped the reality of the situation. "Come here," beckoned the class teacher, dressed in a leopard print skirt. The town of Davidson exploded into a carnival atmosphere. This championship had been decades in the making. Overjoyed Wildcats fans leapt into Lake Davidson to celebrate their victory. The entire town emptied onto the streets in unison, reveling in the jubilation. Enthusiastic citizens stormed stores, embraced police officers, and climbed onto police cars, chanting Sue's name. Initially, officers brandished batons, attempting to maintain order. But against the tide of enthusiasm, their meager presence proved futile. As the ancient saying goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Ultimately, the police joined in the fervor of the celebration. At Ford Field, the instant the basketball found its mark, young Curry dashed onto the court and leapt into Sue's embrace. Streamers filled the air as Sue circled the court, waving to the surrounding spectators. "Sue, Sue, Sue," echoed the cheers from both North Carolina and Wildcats fans alike. Davidson College supporters obtained Sue's phone number, flooding him with calls. Ecstatic, Sue answered each one, reveling in the boundless adoration from his fans. After some time, the arena was finally cleared. A makeshift podium was erected, and the results of the Final Four were announced. Sue, undeniably deserving, with no room for doubt. Following a passionate champagne celebration, it was time to cut the net. Sue graciously offered the first opportunity to cut the net to Curry. Earlier, Curry had shared his dream of helping Davidson College cut the net in Detroit, and Sue had silently resolved to let him have the honor. Curry repeatedly declined, believing Soo Yi was the rightful choice. Soo Yi nodded in agreement, accepting Curry's suggestion and whispered with Lavelle. Before Curry could react, Soo Yi and Lavelle hoisted him up to the net. Only then did the young player agree to cut the first strand. Soo Yi cut the second strand, followed by Lavelle and other teammates. When McKeely cut the final strand, the 12 Wildcats players embraced tightly. Chapter 72, a night of revelry. The final technical statistics of the match arrived. On the grand stage of the finals, Soo Yi achieved a staggering triple-double with 61 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists, alongside 7 steals. His efficiency nearly off the charts. While statistics may not encapsulate everything, what truly moved everyone was the 13 points scored in the final 53 seconds and the 2 game-defining steals. Amway Sports Channel dubbed it the Soo Yi moment, with the television headline reading 53 seconds that moved the gods. An online poll emerged, which is greater, Soo Yi's 13 points and 2 steals in 53 seconds, or McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds. Among 200,000 participants, 94 sided with the Soo Yi moment, attributing its legendary status to its occurrence on the grand final stage. Moreover, the 2 critical steals were entirely executed by Soo Yi, single-handedly dismantling North Carolina. As he exited the player tunnel, a swarm of reporters surrounded Soo Yi. He briefly accepted an interview in Chinese before departing the arena. This time, it was not due to aloofness, but rather an overwhelming fatigue, as he longed to return to his hotel for a well-deserved rest. Silently, Soo Yi slipped away, yet tales of his legendary performance that night continued to gain traction. Amway Sports Channel aired a special segment that evening dedicated to Soo Yi's extraordinary display. The brief yet intense 53-second climax was meticulously dissected over 45 minutes. The final 32 seconds of the game received a 5-minute close-up, even delving into the thoughts of the peripheral player Ben Allison, who had no connection to the play. After the documentary concluded, the Sports Channel continued to provide 24-hour rolling coverage of Soo Yi's remarkable comeback victory. Domestic fans, still yearning for more, felt a sense of dissatisfaction even after watching the highlights. They eagerly sought out various commentary versions of the last 53 seconds of the game online, English, French, and even Amharic, watching them one after another. Many lacked Chinese subtitles, compelling fans to deduce the commentator's sentiments and tones to interpret what was being said. Upon returning to the hotel, Soo Yi was brimming with excitement. He firmly believed that the Wildcats would triumph, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the flawless execution of their performance that day. This was the most rewarding outcome of his recent grueling training. At the very least, he could enjoy a few days of rest now. After dining with his teammates and freshening up, Soo Yi began to pack his belongings. As he opened his suitcase, he discovered a piece of paper at the bottom. Talent is a gift from God. Remain humble. Reputation is bestowed by others. Maintain gratitude. Arrogance is self-inflicted. Exercise caution. These were the words of wisdom imparted to him by Coach McKillop. Regardless of the circumstances, he had achieved success at this stage. The next step was to diligently prepare for the draft and showcase his talent on the professional stage. In this new arena, his opponents would no longer be amateur players, but rather the likes of LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Durant, and Paul Pierce. Each of these star players represented an overwhelming force. To secure a starting position on the team, he would inevitably have to contend with any superstar. As the saying goes, once the sword is unsheathed, one is already in the world of martial arts. His future adversaries would not regard him as merely a student-athlete. At present, he recognized that his capabilities were evidently insufficient to engage with the league superstars. Contemplating this, Soo Yi tempered his joy from the victory and began to focus more on his training regimen leading up to the draft. Upon the Wildcats' return to Davidson College, President Carol Quillen had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Naturally, the players received a hero's welcome. The following morning, Soo Yi and Curry walked together to Coach McKillop's office. Soo Yi gathered his thoughts and spoke first. Coach McKillop, Stephen and I have decided to enter this year's draft. McKillop, having anticipated their intentions, smiled and said, "Go on, boys. Your future belongs to the league. Do not linger here." McKillop was no longer stern today. His demeanor was exceptionally kind. Both Soo Yi and Curry smiled as they shook his hand. In the afternoon, during the final training session, Soo Yi and Curry prepared to leave Davidson College, while Lev Dale was also set to graduate this year and embark on his engineering career. Soo Yi's team faced off against Curry's team for one last time. This time, no one bothered to keep track of the monotonous score. After the game, the 12 players formed a circle and sat together. Curry removed the captain's armband he had worn for 3 years and handed it to Ben Allison. The towering figure, at 2 meters tall, unexpectedly burst into tears upon receiving the armband. The sight of such contrasting emotions elicited laughter from everyone. It is often said that all good things must come to an end. Sue, E, and Curry chatted with their teammates late into the night, ultimately bidding farewell as they prepared to embark on their new life journeys. Late at night, as Sue E was getting ready for bed in his dormitory, there was a knock on the door. It was Curry, who entered with a playful smile and sat on Sue Ye's bed. Sue E directly asked, "Have you contacted your agent?" Curry shrugged. "My dad said he would help me arrange it, but I haven't followed up yet." Sue E replied, "Stephen, you need to be involved in this process, especially since there will be intensive team tryouts in early June." Curry gazed skyward. "I have only one destination in mind, Gotham City." Sue E raised an eyebrow. "Is it because the popcorn in the Big Apple is tastier?" Curry shook his head, his eyes filled with longing. "You know, Sue, the scenery in the Bay Area is simply enchanting, and my father has already contacted Coach D'Antoni. Their style of play aligns with mine, and they are quite interested in me. I am eagerly anticipating life in Gotham." Sue E could hardly comprehend Curry's whimsical behavior, as anything could happen during the draft. The following morning, Bill Duffy arranged a car to pick Sue E up from Davidson College. Duffy welcomed Sue E into the vehicle. "I have assembled a training team of 11 top-notch professionals for you. They excel in their respective fields, from media interviews to commercial endorsements and training support. You can completely entrust everything to them. If you're not satisfied, you can always request a change. We have rented a villa on the west coast of Los Angeles to serve as your private training facility. Your sole task is to focus on preparing for the draft and enjoying your summer." Here is the rendering. As Sue E glanced at the render, he noticed that the villa included a synthetic ice rink, a spa, a theater, a billiards room, and a game room, among other amenities. He nodded in agreement, appreciating Duffy's reliability. Flipping to the last page, he was astounded by the rental fee for the villa and the compensation for each member of Team Sue. Sue E nearly choked, realizing that poverty had severely limited his imagination. Fortunately, Duffy was covering the costs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford even the cheapest nutritionist. Chapter 73. The Most Reliable Summer Arrangement. The two finally arrived in Los Angeles. Duffy led Sue E into the villa upon their arrival. As soon as they stepped out of the car, they were greeted by Mediterranean-style architecture and rows of palm trees. Sue E and Duffy entered the house, which was extravagantly decorated with towering chandeliers and a television that dominated an entire wall. The windows opened to the Pacific coastline, exuding a sense of vastness and clarity. The training facility was isolated from other buildings, ensuring that Sue E could train without interruption. Duffy handed Sue E the keys, saying, "I hope you can adapt to the climate here. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to contact me." Sue E nodded. "It seems even cooler than I imagined." Duffy passionately stated, "I am a responsible agent for my players, so my arrangements for you will focus solely on training and very few commercial activities. Unlike some agents who are solely driven by profit, pushing players to participate in numerous commercial events, even resorting to scandalous associations with Hollywood starlets for publicity. This can lead to young players being drained of their vitality, embroiled in debauchery, and ultimately losing their life's purpose. It is utterly reprehensible." Sue E was deeply moved by Bill Duffy's professional demeanor, nearly brought to tears by the mention of those unscrupulous agents. He could only utter 4 words: "No morals." Trainer Mike Lancaster held a meeting with the two individuals, devising a training regimen for Sue E aimed at enhancing strength and reducing body fat percentage. Glancing at his schedule, Sue E briefly exchanged pleasantries with Bill Duffy before the busy agent took his leave. The system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Private training facility, check-in successful. Immersive training mode activated. All attributes, training efficiency increased by 300. On April 8th, various awards began to be distributed, including the John Wooden Award, the All-American First Team, and the Defensive First Team, Small Forward, as selected by the committee. The Associated Press recognized him in their best lineup in Defensive First Team. Sue E swept all collegiate honors this year, with other media outlets, including Sports News and Sport Illustrated, also naming him the best of the year. Beyond his daily rigorous training, Sue E remained attentive to the news. understanding that such awareness would aid him in grasping the movements of various teams and identifying which ones might be a better fit for him. By April 15th, the regular season came to a close, finalizing the playoff matchups in both the Eastern and Western Conferences. Western Conference: 1. Lakers, 2. Rockets, 3. Nuggets, 4. Trailblazers, 5. Spurs, 6. Hornets, 7. Jazz, 8. Mavericks. Eastern Conference: 1. Cavaliers, 2. Celtics, 3. Magic, 4. Hawks, 5. Heat, 6. Bulls, 7. 76ers, 8. Pistons. The teams not mentioned automatically entered the lottery zone. In early June, teams would schedule intensive tryouts, necessitating Soo-Yi's preparation in advance. After a brief moment of reflection, Soo-Yi noticed an intriguing detail in the matchup list. Yao Ming's Rockets were set to face their perennial adversary, the Jazz, yet again in the first round of the playoffs for the third consecutive year. Such coincidences seemed beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Fate. It must be a special destiny. Lost in admiration, Soo-Yi spotted a tall figure approaching outside the window. It was Yao Ming, clad in a suit, making his way towards Soo-Yi's villa. The system's crisp voice chimed in, "Ding. A new mission has been issued. Conduct physical training with Yao Ming. Physical training effects enhanced by 20. Indeed, Yao Ming has arrived." Soo-Yi exclaimed, hastily rising to greet him. "Brother Yao, what brings you to Los Angeles today? With no team arrangements during the off-season, I thought I'd drop by." Yao Ming replied, beaming, "Come in and have something to eat." Soo-Yi invited him into the dining room, where a meal had been prepared according to the nutritionist plan, featuring vegetables, fruit salad, chicken breast, and pasta. Considering Yao Ming's dietary preferences, Soo-Yi requested the nutritionist to prepare an additional serving of nutritional supplement for him. The meal was to Yao Ming's liking, and they chatted amicably as they dined. Yao Ming shared details about the draft, advising Soo-Yi on which teams to avoid and how to showcase his best attributes to scouts in a short time. Despite Soo-Yi's attempts to interject, he found himself nodding along, merely listening as Yao Ming spoke animatedly. Once they finished their meal, Soo-Yi finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Brother Yao, let us try out my new training facility together. Let us go train." Yao Ming readily accepted Soo-Yi's invitation. Upon learning of Soo-Yi's intention to engage in physical training, trainer Mike Lancaster prepared a training plan for the evening. Soon, he emerged, wheeling out 2 tires, each equipped with handles, weighing 450 pounds, approximately 205 kilograms. "Jump into the tire and attempt to walk while lifting it. I'll record your performance daily." Mike Lancaster smiled as he handed Soo-Yi a form. The performance would be categorized based on training attitude and effectiveness, with daily results relayed to both the agent and Soo-Yi himself. Ratings of 3 types indicated varying levels of training success, with the lowest rating generally reserved for those who did not put forth effort. Soo-Yi marveled at the professionalism of the team, noting their meticulousness. However, he couldn't help but wonder what was the purpose of them fitting into tires. Michelin Brothers? As he pondered, he noticed Mike Lancaster had begun recording something, prompting him to leap into the tire and start training. The 2 of them, tires in tow, circled the lake in front of the villa, a testament to their strength and endurance training. Having previously engaged in similar exercises, Yao Ming found it easier than Soo-Yi, who struggled to keep pace but felt an unprecedented surge of power. The training proved to be extraordinarily effective. Ding! Physical points. 1. Physical points. 1. Random reward obtained. Macho Kidney Supplement. Physical points. 1. Chapter 74. Little Cannon. Detected that the host possesses Macho Kidney Supplement. Would you like to use it immediately? What is this Macho Kidney Supplement? Use it. Activate immediately. The system's clear voice resounded. Ding. Your kidneys have strengthened. Core abdominal strength. 2. Current status. Basic normal stamina consumption. 3. Little Cannon stamina consumption. 3. As the system's solemn voice faded, Soo-Yi felt as though a silky beam of divine light enveloped him. His kidneys felt as resilient as a steel barrel. "My kidneys, they have returned." Gazing at the translucent screen displaying the words Little Cannon, Soo-Yi was overcome with nostalgia. It had been precisely 3 years since he had faced the system's punishment on April 19th, entering a state of kidney deficiency. At last, the ordeal was over, and he could reclaim his place among the mighty. Soo-Yi effortlessly performed 20 push-ups and sit-ups, feeling lighter than ever. He flexed his waist in all directions, discovering that he had unlocked numerous new postures. Excited, he noticed the translucent screen refreshing with a series of system prompts. Comrade Su-yi. Kidney strength is a prerequisite for many advanced skills. As the draft approaches, please continue to strengthen your kidneys. Currently, kidney strength 3 advanced fadeaway jump shot skill package. Required kidney strength 50 advanced layup skill package. Required kidney strength 70 epic fadeaway jump shot skill package. Required kidney strength 90. These skill packages seem quite distant from my current abilities, yet it is undeniable that my physical condition has significantly improved compared to before. After completing tire drills, Su-yi and Yao Ming continued with aerobic long-distance running training. Presently, Su-yi's stamina ranks in the upper echelon among players. Thus, he finds it relatively effortless to run, with Yao Ming trailing behind him as they circle the artificial lake, lap after lap. Su-yi maintains a pace of approximately 4 minutes per kilometer, and Yao Ming keeps up, having run a full 3 kilometers without falling behind. In Su-yi's recollection, during games, Yao Ming's energy reserves often deplete quickly, but through their training together, he realizes that Yao's stamina is far superior to his expectations. With Su-yi's previous physical condition, he could not sustain such a pace over 3 kilometers. After finishing their long run, the two of them sat on a bench to rest. Since acquiring the little cannon skill, this level of training has become routine for Su-yi. A mere adjustment of his breathing suffices. In contrast, Yao Ming is drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Yao Ge, Su-yi remarks, I never imagined that you, standing over 20 meters tall, could maintain this pace for the entire distance. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Yao Ming gasps, Xiao Su, please don't mock me. I train in this discipline daily. Otherwise, my stamina would lag significantly behind that of other players in the league. Su-yi sighs, however, such high-intensity training places excessive strain on your knees. It is essential to balance effort and rest. Yao Ming shakes his head. Xiao Su, you do not comprehend. Stamina is my major issue. 2 years ago against the Jazz, I failed to push through in the final moments, and this year, I am determined to fight until the end. Su-yi ponders this, but finds no suitable response. 2 years prior, during the decisive Game 7 against the Jazz, Yao Ming sustained a knee injury, yet continued to play. In the fourth quarter, he and McGrady mounted a furious comeback, momentarily taking the lead. However, as the game reached its climax, Yao Ming's stamina faltered, leading to 2 critical rebounds being seized by Boozer, resulting in a devastating 3-pointer from Oker. The Rockets had to accept an unfortunate exit in the first round. The following year, Yao Ming missed the entire playoffs due to a stress fracture in his left foot, helplessly watching his team falter once more. Now, facing the Jazz again, with the Rockets boasting a clear advantage on paper, Yao is eager to seize the opportunity. Advising him to reduce his training load seems futile. Su-yi steps back and says, Yao Ge, you must pay more attention to protecting your ankles and knees. If I were you, I would use all white tape to maintain greater stability. Yao Ming hesitates, but Xiao Su, I am accustomed to more flexible tape for ease of movement during games. Suddenly binding tightly would be difficult to adjust to. The Rockets have a prime opportunity for a championship this year. I fear it may hinder my performance. Su-yi insists, Yangoge. Your ankles and knees are currently in a recovery phase, and unexpected where is the greatest risk. Our national team is counting on you to play for another 15 years. I will help you adapt. With that, Su-yi wraps weights around his legs, while the trainer, Mike Kalangas, brings Yao Ming the white tape. Seeing Su-yi's resolve, Yao Ming concedes without further protest. One cannot deny that Yao Ming possesses the wisdom of experience akin to a sage. After 2 more days of training with Michelin and weighted long runs, Su-yi discovers that his kidney strength has risen to 5. The results of their training in recent days have been fruitful, yet he refrains from sharing the news, fearing it may inflate Su-yi's ego. As the playoffs against the Jazz approach, Yao Ming prepares for battle. The teams entering the playoffs are naturally focused on intense preparations, while those not making the postseason shift their attention to the draft and player trades. Some media outlets assert that the talent pool of this year's rookies is the weakest in a decade. Surveys indicate that the anticipation surrounding the 2009 draft has reached its lowest point since 2000 and 2001. The 2008 to 2009 season saw a staggering 39 veterans retire, prompting many teams to seek a rebuild. Too many potential future stars have been overlooked, and the foolish judgments of scouts have begun to alter the fates of many franchises, either leading them from great heights to disarray or laying the groundwork for future dynasties. What appears to be a tranquil offseason is, in reality, a time of tumultuous change. Those scouts who misjudge talent will inevitably find themselves unemployed 5 years hence. In the Bay Area, in a residential neighborhood, the retired Jerry West reclines in a rocking chair on his balcony, basking in the sun. 2 years prior, as the general manager of the Grizzlies, he successfully rebuilt the team, transforming them from a laughingstock into playoff contenders. However, due to Pau Gasol's injuries, the front office decided to tank, and the team owner was solely focused on selling the franchise. The proud Jerry West departed in frustration, subsequently refusing all invitations from other teams. His sharp eye for talent led Sue E. to believe he was almost a time traveler. As early as 1996, Jerry West made a remarkable move, trading center Divac to acquire the 13th pick, Kobe Bryant, and signing free agent Shaquille O'Neal, thereby crafting a dynasty. Now, Jerry West has little interest in league affairs. The bothersome nature of front office politics has drained him, and he longs for a peaceful retirement. While he rests with his eyes closed, a sudden loud knock disrupts the calm. Jerry West rises to answer the door. Standing on the threshold is a wild-looking, disheveled old man, the eccentric scientist, then coach of the Warriors, Don Nelson. Delighted to see his old friend, Jerry West surveys Nelson, noting he still possesses that ethereal quality. "Long time no see, my old friend." Jerry West invites Nelson inside. Nelson wastes no time, stating, "Kerr called yesterday. The Suns plan to trade Stoudemire to the Warriors. I believe an opportunity has arisen for the Warriors." Jerry West beams a paternal smile. "Best of luck to you, my friend." Nelson pauses, then says, "Jerry, the purpose of my visit is to request your return. The Warriors need your help." Reclining back into his rocking chair, Jerry West chuckles, "I am retired scientist. I am willing to lend a hand, but you must understand, many matters are beyond a coach's control." Nelson is at a loss for words, aware of what Jerry means. The current owner of the Warriors, Chris Cohan, is solely focused on selling the team, dismissing many proposals for rebuilding. Naturally, Jerry West is reluctant to wade into such murky waters. Old Nelson shook his head in resignation. "This year's draft list conceals treasures. I believe both Jordan Hill and Sue E. are suitable selections for our fast-paced system." Jerry West replied, "You may have other options. Yet decisions must be made according to the circumstances on draft day. The atmosphere at the draft can change in an instant, until the very last moment. No one can make a final decision. Block trades and unexpected deals can occur at any time." Old Nelson harbored some wild plans. Sensing that Jerry West was aligned with his thoughts, he quickly stood up and said, "I hope to have a discussion with you on site." Jerry West smiled in agreement. Old Nelson then took his leave. Sue E., meanwhile, was entirely unconcerned with the draft, persisting with his rigorous training regimen. The villa was well equipped, leaving him little to worry about. His sole focus was on training. Under the guidance of trainer Mike Lancaster, his training efficiency soared. Through relentless practice day after day, his physique gradually hardened. Sue E. earned Mike Lancaster's high regard and advanced further along the path of physical prowess. On April 18th, after his workout, Sue E. returned to his spa center for recovery. A light blue screen materialized. Host name, Sue E. Current status, Little Cannon, stamina consumption. 5, special posture mastery. 2, host current ability ratings. Shooting, 92, passing, 83, ball handling, 87, vertical leap, 70, strength, 87, speed, 88, basketball IQ, 79. This attribute converts without loss. Defense, 88, rebounding, 77. Overall evaluation, level 91. Wearing sunglasses, Sue E. reveled in the spa, feeling utterly relaxed. His peculiar postures had increased. Moreover, his speed and strength had also seen significant improvement due to this period of training. He had nearly reached peak physical condition. Sue E. turned on the massive wall-mounted LCD television in the spa. The first round of the playoffs had concluded. The Rockets triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 125-96, marking a strong opening victory. This match could only be described as a decisive win. The Rockets showcased a diverse offensive strategy while the Jazz struggled to find their rhythm. Right from the start, Brooks and Battier unleashed a barrage of three-pointers. Luis Scola was flawless, hitting all 4 mid-range shots and earning 4 free throws, finishing with 12 points. Faced with Artest's relentless defense, Jazz small forward Andrei Kirilenko was severely restricted, managing only 4 points throughout the game. Yao Ming dominated, scoring a game-high 27 points along with 11 rebounds. Asserting his presence in the paint, Deron Williams attempted to penetrate the lane in the third quarter, but was thwarted by Mutombo's two formidable blocks. The audience at the Toyota Center were fortunate enough to witness Mutombo shaking his finger once more. He had anticipated that the Jazz's style of play would provide a challenge for the Rockets. Expecting a closer score, he was taken aback by the considerable gap. The Jazz remained true to their identity, yet this year's Rockets were indeed a different entity. Even with a solid 20-point lead secured, Yao Ming played until the final minute, denying the Jazz any chance of comeback. In other games, the Lakers and Nuggets also secured easy victories, while the Trailblazers fell 99-105 against the Spurs. He lived alone in the villa, his daily life simple and monotonous, training, spa treatments, and following the games, with the system's focus aiding him. He felt no fatigue even under such high-intensity training. Under Mike Lancaster's watchful eye, demonstrated the adage that a single quarter could surpass 6. The heavens did not create for nothing. He was destined to excel. Mike Lancaster was astonished by Yi's relentless stamina, finally willing to bestow an honest evaluation. If not for his professionalism, he would have filled the evaluation box with the Chinese phrase, awesome. One could not help but admire Mike Lancaster's training methods. In just 1 month, he had lowered Yi's body fat percentage from 9 to 7. A week later, with the first round of the playoffs well underway, Yi turned on the television to catch the sports news. The Rockets and Lakers both held a commanding 3 o'clock lead, presenting a very optimistic outlook. In the other matchups, the Spurs led the Trailblazers 2-1, and the Nuggets also led the Hornets 2-1. In the recently concluded Nuggets-Hornets game, the score reflected a one-sided affair, with the Hornets struggling to find their shooting touch. Led by Carmelo Anthony, the Nuggets triumphed over the Hornets with a staggering 121-63 victory. In this game, Hornets star Chris Paul had a disappointing performance, scoring only 4 points on 2 of 7 shooting. It seemed that the Rockets would face little trouble in the first round. However, the social drama was rather lackluster. Were the famed 4 heroes, the most precious friendships among men, sharing hardships, living together, bathing together, and serving time together. Gua Gu and Pao Gu had indeed shared a bath in Macau, yet they offered no semblance of dignity. What brotherhood in basketball? All false. The camaraderie of the Plastic Banana Boat brothers could easily be overturned. Chapter 76. Street rose on the morning of April 26th at a private training facility. Yi donned a black tank top, fervently engaged in bench press training under the Los Angeles morning sun, his muscular lines perfectly illuminated. Looking good, buddy. Just as he was in the thick of it, a voice called from the entrance. Assuming it was trainer Mike Lancaster checking in, Yi glanced towards the door. To his astonishment, it was none other than Steve Nash. Overjoyed to see an old friend, Yi exclaimed, "Master Yoda, what brings you here?" However, the subsequent scene left him even more astounded, as he could wager he had never witnessed such a dramatic spectacle in the last 20 years. Following Nash was the big diesel, Shaquille O'Neal, leaning on a cane, sporting a head of white hair, dressed in a comical martial arts outfit, pretending to struggle with every few steps. What on earth? Is this the legendary encounter with the elderly Shaquille O'Neal? Yi inquired with concern. Nash couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "This is a segment arranged by the television station, where the big diesel plays an elderly man challenging passersby to street basketball. At the end of the show, he reveals his true identity." Yi's jaw dropped in disbelief, silently muttering a beautifully poetic Chinese phrase. This is absurd. The world knows Uncle Drew is Kyrie Irving, yet Americans remain oblivious. He could tolerate that. But Shaquille, with a physique that rivaled Thanos, was he truly an elderly man who had developed so well? This ludicrous plot, aimed at unsuspecting bystanders, it seemed directed only at them. Still reeling from the absurdity, O'Neal made an exaggerated face, exclaiming, "Big baby, let us head to the Angels Gate Park Court for some fun." Yi remained in a state of utter astonishment. The giant shark suddenly leaped into an exuberant display of a twerking dance, which left Yi in fits of laughter. As the saying goes, as long as they are not embarrassed, it is others who feel the awkwardness. Let us go. I'm certain this will be a spectacular show. Yi gritted his teeth and, against his better judgment, uttered this wish. The Angels Gate Park Court was merely an hour's flight from Los Angeles. Situated on a small island named Santa Catalina, the court was bordered by the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, with the island adorned with tropical coconut trees. Sue, he settled onto a bench in the stands. On the court, 6 young African-American men were engaged in a game of 33. They exuded a cutting-edge style. With their hair dyed in vibrant reds and greens, their bodies covered in tattoos, and adorned with various earrings. Players capable of competing in such a rough-and-tumble venue were generally the CR de la CR of amateur athletes, resulting in a high intensity of competition. Occasionally, these players would even perform self-lobs and dunks. Shaquille O'Neal, leaning on a cane, observed from the sidelines, seemingly eager to join in. After a wait of several minutes, another African-American man, dressed in a red shirt and sporting a head of white hair, entered the court and stood next to O'Neal. This man, towering at around 9 meters, bore the visage of an elderly gentleman, yet Sue discerned that he was likely of a similar age to himself. While O'Neal cheered and whistled along with the audience's enthusiasm, the man in red remained notably taciturn. It was evident that he was only participating to fulfill the program's requirements and was, in truth, rather introverted. At the height of the game's excitement, the basketball rolled out of bounds. O'Neal, with unsteady steps, retrieved the ball. "Old man, toss the ball over here," shouted a young man with green hair, draped in gold chains. O'Neal, however, ignored him, holding the ball innocently. "Old man, you're far too aged for this. This is a young man's game. If you get hurt, we want to take responsibility," added another young man dressed in hip-hop attire with red hair. O'Neal retorted, "My old buddy, and I will wipe the floor with you all, and then fold you neatly into the basket." The young men with red hair, green hair, and earrings paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. The crowd outside the court was filled with a cacophony of whistles. O'Neal and his companion in red stepped onto the court and casually assembled a team from the bewildered onlookers. The street ball players initiated the game. Following a triple threat move, the young man with red hair caused the giant shark to feign a clumsy fall. The young man with earrings effortlessly completed a dunk under no defense. The man in red, after securing the basketball, awkwardly dribbled it onto his foot. The street ball players quickly took a commanding lead of 6-0. The 3 young men continued to taunt O'Neal and the man in red, and the spectators began to find the situation dull, voicing their complaints. "Poor old man. He simply doesn't recognize his limitations. Old-timers, stop trying to show off." Sue was astounded by the Americans' inability to recognize faces. Beside him, a young white man, munching on popcorn, joined in the chorus of shouts. Sue tapped his shoulder. "Dude, you genuinely can't recognize Shaquille O'Neal?" The young man, flustered, gestured for silence and pointed towards the entrance of the court. "Keep it down. You don't want to attract that, do you?" Looking in that direction, a hamburger cart rolled in. Sue felt a wave of realization wash over him. No wonder Hollywood chose Los Angeles as its headquarters. The area was teeming with top-notch extras. After the 3 young men had their fun at O'Neal and the man in red's expense, they laughed heartily, fully indulging in mockery. O'Neal and the man in red exchanged nods and then unleashed an onslaught of action. After a breakthrough, the young man with red hair attempted an easy layup when the man in red surged forward like lightning, leaping high to deliver a crushing block. The basketball dreams of the young man were dashed. The giant shark executed a series of lightning-fast dribbles before weaving past 2 defenders. The young man with earrings attempted to halt the giant shark's advance, but the shark spun around him effortlessly, turning and slamming the ball down. The crowd erupted, rising to their feet in thunderous applause. Sue feigned ignorance and leapt up, joining in the excitement with a series of enthusiastic exclamations. For such dedication, he thought he should reward himself with an extra chicken leg later. The man in red began to dribble, showcasing a flurry of rapid, low-centered directional changes. Sue was dazzled by his dribbling skills and fundamentals. The young man with green hair stood bewildered in his defensive position. The man in red tossed the basketball off the head of the young man with green hair, who returned it, only for the man in red to execute a clean, through-the-legs maneuver. Facing 2 defenders, this 9-meter-tall player broke through with the ease of crossing a quiet morning street. He changed direction and stormed into the paint, delivering a thunderous folded dunk, merely brushing his fingers against the rim before landing gracefully, showing no need for a buffer. As a professional athlete, Sue understood the immense difficulty of such maneuvers. O'Neal continued to control the ball, receiving it under the basket while the young men in red and green jumped onto the giant shark, attempting to commit a foul to stop him. Yet, O'Neal, bearing the weight of two bodies, powerfully slammed the ball into the basket. The three young men were left utterly disoriented, their faces a picture of despair as they lamented, "Give me the ball. I want to go home." Just as the program was halfway through, all the capable opponents had fled in terror. The recording suddenly became awkward, realizing they had perhaps been a tad too merciless. After a pause, there seemed to be no way forward. O'Neal gestured to Sue. "Hey, how about you step up and challenge my old buddy to a few shots?" In a moment of desperation, Sue readily agreed. The man in red executed a series of flashy dribbles. Although his skills were impressive, they were merely for show, laden with vulnerabilities. In the instant he shifted his weight, Sue seized the opportunity to steal the ball. Retreating beyond the three-point line, he launched a shot. Aware that the man in red was a professional player, Sue showed no mercy. Standing 10 centimeters taller than him, Sue scored 4 consecutive three-pointers, leading the man in red 9-0. O'Neal, clutching his head, was left bewildered on the sidelines. "Brother, are you saving the game or ruining it?" The man in red, realizing the strength of his opponent, began to take the match seriously. He executed a series of swift feints, while Sue adjusted his stance. Suddenly, the man in red accelerated, and just as Sue prepared to defend, he was cleanly outmaneuvered. The man's agility was astonishing, devoid of any deceleration. An experience Sue had never encountered before. What kind of brake pads were those? Two individuals showcased their full potential, each displaying a prowess of 100. Under Sue Yi's formidable defense, the red-clad African-American felt the weight of pressure. Such a level of defense is rarely encountered even among professional players. Ultimately, Sue triumphed, winning by a score of 21-16 against the red-clad opponent. "I would like to know your name." The reticent African-American finally spoke. "Sue, it's a pleasure to meet you, Derrick Rose. Your defense surpasses that of most professional players. In fact, I'll be entering the draft this year." The Bulls are considering a player with both physicality and defensive skills, particularly one who can shoot from beyond the arc. "If you have time, do visit Chicago." "Absolutely," Sue replied politely, though he was uncertain whether he could arrange a trip to Chicago amidst the busy month of June. The recording session concluded successfully, and O'Neal, Rose, and Sue took a celebratory photograph together. Chapter 77. Preparation for the tryouts. Rose is among the few reserved individuals within the African-American community. While Sue exudes a sunny disposition, the two complement each other perfectly, leading to a brief exchange where Sue discovered that Rose was slightly more affable than he had initially perceived, not the type to extinguish conversation. Following their photo session, they exchanged jerseys as well. Upon returning from the Angels Gate Park court, Sue dedicated all his energy to preparing for the upcoming draft, realizing that time was of the essence. April 30th. The first round of the playoffs concluded. The Lakers triumphed over the Mavericks 4-1. The Rockets swept the Jazz 4-0. The Nuggets defeated the Hornets 4-2, and the Spurs overcame the Trailblazers 4-2. Except for the first two tightly contested games between the Spurs and the Trailblazers, the other teams advanced with relative ease. The matchups of the Western Conference semifinals were thus determined: Lakers against Spurs and Rockets versus Nuggets. While the Lakers were dubbed a galactic fleet this year, the Spurs' steadfast combination could hold their own against any opponent. The Rockets and Nuggets were both riding a wave of momentum. Yao Ming had finally conquered his mental barriers, sending the Jazz packing. Meanwhile, Cousin Anthony showcased his prowess with a staggering 58-point performance, propelling his team into the Western Conference semifinals, an intensity rivaling that of the finals. While the league was embroiled in chaos, Sue remained unperturbed, focusing solely on honing his physique and securing a favorable draft position. Back at his private training facility, Sue devoted himself entirely to training. May 5th, following the trainer's directives, Sue engaged in solitary practice. Coach McAllister held a protective pad, facilitating Sue's layup drills under defensive pressure. This method aimed to enhance Sue's shooting ability amidst confrontation, as many small forwards are known for their ferocity, and the intensity of professional matches far exceeds that of practice games. The sound of Sue's muscles colliding with the protective pad echoed throughout the room. As the training session reached its peak, the door to the training room swung open. Sue, having just made a contested shot, glanced toward the entrance. Bill Duffy entered, carrying a stack of documents, clearly elated. "You are phenomenal, Sue. I've heard you received numerous commendations during your training." The last player to garner such praise was Steve Nash. It appears you have the potential to become a future superstar, Duffy exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Sue, he humbly replied, please keep it modest, Mr. Duffy. My performance stems from the absence of certain options in the evaluation form you provided. Duffy retrieved additional documents from his briefcase. I recently received offers from several sneaker companies, including Nike, Adidas, Reebok, and some Chinese brands like Peak. I believe you should consider signing the most lucrative one. Sue, he scratched his head. I plan to evaluate their proposals after the draft. Duffy nodded enthusiastically. I've arranged for you to walk the red carpet in Hollywood. Stars like Scarlett Johansson and Emma Watson will be in attendance. Would you like to participate? Sue, he resolutely stated, thank you, Mr. Duffy, but my focus is entirely on the draft at this moment. Duffy was nearly brought to tears. Realizing he had found the right person, such a driven superstar surely had a bright future ahead. Unlike some athletes who, despite their extraordinary talent upon entering the league, squander their potential within a year or so. In truth, Sue thought to himself, with his current pace, his physique was visibly hardening each day. Soon, he would embody the essence of resilience, and thus, aside from training, everything else was off limits. Additionally, regarding endorsements, given his rising prominence, he had no doubt that lucrative contracts would be forthcoming. It would be wiser to secure a high draft position first. May 14th, the Lakers effortlessly defeated the Spurs 4-1, while the Rockets currently led the Nuggets 3-2, with today marking Game 6. This year, the Nuggets had traded Allen Iverson to Detroit in exchange for Chauncey Billups. In this playoff series, Yao Ming faced little restriction in the paint, averaging 21.2 points, performing significantly better than against the Jazz. Even with defensive stalwart Kenyon Martin on the Nuggets, Yao's unanswerable hook shot left them powerless. However, against the offensive dynamo that is Carmelo Anthony, even the defensive titans Artest and Battier found themselves stretched thin. From the onset of the game, both teams engaged in fierce competition. Yao Ming successfully executed a low-post move against Anderson, while Anthony quickly retaliated with a three-pointer. In this critical match, both superstars rose to the occasion. Yet, once Yao found his rhythm, the Nuggets had no one capable of containing him. Throughout the game, Artest fiercely guarded Anthony. Ultimately, Anthony managed to score 22 points on 19 attempts, while Billups netted 8 points on 10 shots. In contrast, Artest, while limiting Anthony, scored 20 points on 12 attempts. The key contributor to victory, of course, was the unstoppable Yao Ming, who scored an impressive 32 points on 19 attempts, leading the Rockets to a comfortable 108-96 victory. Seeing Yao Ming eliminate his second opponent in a row filled Sue with joy. While Yao may not clinch the championship, he had undoubtedly showcased his best self, carrying the team forward without the help of McGrady. On the morning of May 16th, as Sue continued his bench press routine, Yao Ming entered. One could see the joy radiating from Yao after his victory. Congratulations, Yao, Sue said with a smile. What is there to congratulate? The next round is what truly matters. Having come this far, it must be acknowledged that Kobe and his Lakers are formidable opponents. Yao chuckled. It's already quite an accomplishment to have brought the team this far. If both you and McGrady were healthy, the Rockets would not fear any team in the league. Suire market. Alas, that year, I advised McGrady against taking painkillers, but he wouldn't listen. Yao Ming reminisced about the past, but soon found peace. Sharing a secret, Tracy McGrady might make a comeback in the Western Conference Finals. It had been a long time since they had played together. Sue asked in surprise, and Yao nodded, cautioning him not to harbor overly optimistic expectations, as it would be nearly impossible for McGrady to return to his pre-injury form. They exchanged laughter, and after spending a day at Sue Yi's villa, Yao took his leave, with Sue offering no objections. The curtain had risen on the Western Conference Finals, with media outlets predicting that the star-studded Lakers would sweep through to the finals with a score of 4-0 or 4-1. However, the Rockets, despite being a team diminished by McGrady's absence, fiercely battled the Lakers through 5 games, with the Lakers leading the series 3-2. The scores were as follows: 1. Lakers 92, Rockets 102. Lakers 111, Rockets 98-3. Lakers 94, Rockets 108-4. Lakers 99, Rockets 87-5. Lakers 118, Rockets 78 in the 6th game. McGrady finally made a 14-minute appearance off the bench, scoring 8 points from 3 of 7 attempts. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed over the Lakers once more with a score of 95-80, pushing the series to a decisive Game 7. Meanwhile, the Magic had already triumphed over the Cavaliers. This match felt like a prelude to the finals. Sui arrived at the Staples Center to watch, where McGrady started the game. At Yao Ming's invitation, Sui took a seat beside the Rockets bench, enjoying an exceptional viewing experience worth a fortune. "Hello, Sue." "Good morning, Sue." Sean Battier and Luis Scola greeted Sui politely. Recognizing him as Yao Ming's friend, Sui smiled and settled into his seat, observing the relaxed demeanor of the players. McGrady was enjoying a massage from the trainer, while Artest lay quietly on the bench, eyes closed, attempting to find his calm. After a brief respite, both teams took the court to find their rhythm. Amidst the roaring cheers of the Staples Center, the referee blew the whistle to commence the finals. In the previous games, due to McGrady's absence, Artest had stepped up to guard Kobe Bryant, and his tenacious defense had yielded surprising results. As the game unfolded, Sui watched intently as the 10 players took the court, with McGrady rejoining the starting lineup for a direct confrontation with Kobe Bryant. The Rockets lineup included Aaron Brooks, Tracy McGrady, Sean Battier, Luis Scola, and Yao Ming, while the Lakers featured Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Trevor Ariza, Pau Gasol, and Andrew Bynum. Sui's primary focus was on McGrady's performance and his duel with Kobe, as this would ultimately determine the game's outcome. The intensity of Game 7 escalated to unprecedented levels. In the first offensive play, Yao Ming received the ball low, only to be met aggressively by Bynum, with Gasol quickly providing help. Yao passed the ball to McGrady, with Kobe's defense closing in, executed a stunning pull-up jumper that gracefully arced through the air, bouncing off the back of the rim and swishing through the net. In a swift transition, Kobe sought the ball to challenge McGrady. After a couple of probing steps, Kobe accelerated, suddenly halting with a fadeaway, skillfully evading McGrady's block, and netting the basket. Sui joined the crowd in exuberant cheers as both stars began the game with fierce intensity, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. He admired McGrady's fluidity and knew well that Kobe would not hold back in such a critical match. Shifting focus to the paint, Yao Ming maneuvered around screen to face Gasol at the baseline. With a couple of powerful moves, he turned and executed a thunderous two-handed slam, followed by a celebratory high-five with McGrady. Sui smiled, for he had longed for the return of the dynamic duo, knowing that regardless of the outcome, this clash with the Black Mamba would be a spectacle to behold. The arena buzzed with palpable tension. As anticipated, Battier and McGrady teamed up to double-team Kobe. Kobe passed the ball to Fisher on the weak side, who sank a three-pointer, leveling the score at 5-5. In the second quarter, both teams began to ramp up their efforts. With McGrady on the bench, Artest entered the game. Sui noted a detail. Artest, even without the ball, collided with Kobe. This defensive powerhouse had once fractured Jordan's ribs and now glared fiercely at Bryant, who retaliated with a solid bump of his own. Sui felt as if he were witnessing more than just a basketball game. The atmosphere resembled a fierce battlefield. Yao Ming utilized Brooks' screen to penetrate the lane, preparing for a one-handed dunk when Gasol, known for his finesse, unexpectedly swatted him down with both hands. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, shooting percentages diminished, with every point becoming a hard-fought battle. As the second quarter concluded, the Lakers led 37-34 over the Rockets. The third quarter commenced, with McGrady returning to the court. Sui recalled Kobe mentioning that he understood McGrady's weaknesses. True to form, as McGrady stepped onto the court, Kobe immediately imposed his physicality, establishing a firm hold on McGrady's waist. McGrady attempted a jump shot, only to miss, while Ariza swiftly countered with a layup. Kobe's relentless defense stifled McGrady's initial momentum. With the primary offensive focus shifting to Yao Ming, he faced double teams from Bynum and Gasol on every attack. Sui observed the Rockets' vulnerability. They excelled at piling on points, but faltered when trailing, struggling to find their rhythm from beyond the arc. In this scenario, Yao was left to fend for himself against formidable odds, while the Lakers' triangle offense flowed effortlessly. Despite Yao's impressive 16-point effort in the third quarter, the Lakers pulled ahead with a score of 67-56. McGrady, hampered by injury, managed only 9 points by the end of the third. Returning to the bench, Yao sat in front of Sui, panting heavily, his jersey drenched in sweat. "Keep it up, big Yao," Sui encouraged, handing Yao a bottle of water. Yao had been tirelessly building his stamina, but now he had reached his limit. In the realm of competitive sports, strength speaks volumes, yet Sui remained neutral, hoping Yao would endure to engage in a classic showdown with the Mamba. "Let us give it our all," Yao shouted, wiping his face with a towel before re-entering the game. McGrady, having shot poorly in the third quarter, returned for the fourth and, with a three-pointer just beyond the arc, found the net against Kobe. As the Lakers attacked, Gasol backed down Yao on the right side of the key, spinning for a jump shot. Yao summoned all his strength to leap, delivering a resounding block that echoed throughout the Staples Center. Once during the Beijing Olympics, Pau Gasol's brother found himself in a similar position, shooting to lead Spain to a stunning comeback against China. This time, Yao Ming showed no mercy, with a rhythm established. Tracy McGrady's shots were unstoppable, even by the Mamba, as he made 2 consecutive three-pointers. In a brief span, the Rockets ignited a frenzy of offensive prowess, narrowing the score to a mere 2 points. A hush fell over Staples Center, just as it seemed the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Rockets. Before their interior players could establish position, the Mamba calmly shot from beyond the arc with a precise aim that found the net. Unfazed, Kobe returned to defense, as if the basket had been scored by another. Facing defense, McGrady signaled Yao Ming to forego the pick and roll, exploiting the league's quickest first step to gain half a step on the Mamba, soaring toward the rim for a thunderous dunk. Gasol and Odom leaped to intercept. Yet, as everyone landed, McGrady remained airborne, executing a beautifully arched layup around the rim. Alas, the ball struck the edge of the hoop and failed to drop. Sue slapped his thigh in disappointment for the missed opportunity. This was a shot that McGrady would have made effortlessly in the past, but in this critical moment, injuries had taken their toll. Transitioning to offense, the Rockets executed their defense with precision. As the shot clock neared its end, Kobe stepped just beyond the three-point line, forcing McGrady to shoot. In this improbable zone, the ball found its mark. With 3 minutes and 47 seconds left in the fierce battle, the Lakers held a 7-point advantage. Sue watched intently, captivated by the intensity of the back-and-forth action. It was the most exhilarating basketball match he had ever witnessed. Chapter 79. The final stand. Following a brief timeout, both teams returned to the court. The intensity of the 2009 playoffs far surpassed that of subsequent years. Sue clearly recalled Kobe sharing his strategy for defending against McGrady. As expected, in these final moments, Kobe revealed his killer instinct, tightly marking McGrady. Under the Lakers' ferocious defense, Brooks and Battier found their shooting touch frozen. As the only stable scoring option on the court, Yao Ming faced Gasol, but was quickly double-teamed by Bynum. Yao maneuvered between the two, executing a pivot and a hook shot that reduced the deficit to 7 points. The little flying warrior, Kobe, utilized the screen to penetrate the lane, launching a shot over Yao's block that further extended the lead to 9 points. Sue glanced at the clock. With only 3 minutes remaining, the Rockets were running out of time. The Lakers substituted Odom back into the game to help Bynum contain Yao Ming. After receiving the ball, Yao performed a graceful move into the lane, scoring again. With 2 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock and a 7-point gap, Yao had preserved the Rockets' last chance. To date, Yao had amassed 39 points, while the Rockets trailed 83-90. Throughout the game, Yao had faced the relentless pressure of 3 Lakers interior players, resulting in an exhausting toll on his stamina. Kobe, using Odom's screen, drove into the lane and faced Yao's defense with a difficult fadeaway shot, but it missed, and the ball ricocheted down for an immediate fast break by Brooks. With 2 minutes and 24 seconds left, the gap had narrowed to 5 points. The game intensified as the Lakers organized a triangular offense. McGrady clung to Kobe, denying him the ball. With a burst of speed, Kobe evaded McGrady, receiving a pass on the weak side. The iconic Mamba footwork quickened. In an instant, he leaped, twisting, extending, and creating space to release the shot over McGrady's defense. The basketball mercilessly swished through the net. Sue's gaze was fixed on Kobe, whose cold, resolute expression mirrored that of a one-on-one showdown. As time dwindled, Yao received the ball high up, deftly maneuvering past Gasol into the unguarded lane. Odom reached out with his long arms in an attempt to thwart him, but Yao leapt defiantly, slamming the ball into the hoop. 2 points were confirmed, with an additional free throw awarded, amidst the thunderous roars of Staples Center. A fatigued Yao fought to regain his strength. He could see his hands trembling from exertion. "Come on, big Yao," he silently cheered, even as he knew Yao's free throw shooting was reliable. Yao took aim and sank the free throw, marking a career high of 42 points on the grand stage of the Western Conference Finals, facing such relentless defense. Su struck the bench in excitement, applauding Yao's formidable willpower. With 1 minute and 57 seconds remaining, the Rockets trailed by 5. "Get that damn basketball," Kobe nearly screamed at his teammates. This time, the Mamba took control of the ball from the backcourt. Bynum and Odom positioned themselves for a double screen, effectively blocking McGrady. Kobe surged toward the basket to confront Yao Ming. With maximum velocity, the Mamba struck like a sharp bolt of black lightning, aiming straight for Yao. Exhausted, Yao felt a surge of adrenaline, momentarily forgetting his fatigue. Anticipating Kobe's imminent attack, Yao instinctively adjusted his defense, becoming a towering and agile moving fortress. At the moment Kobe's ankle twisted, Yao's pupils dilated. Experience told him this was the Mamba's signal to strike. With a leftward direction, Kobe aimed for a layup, and Yao swiftly moved to intercept. He had predicted the right direction. Yet, the Black Mamba collided with the moving fortress like a powerful bomb, their knees crashing together. An overwhelming pain surged through Yao, momentarily dulling his senses before he collapsed to the ground. The sudden turn of events silenced Staples Center, the crowd's cheers fading into hushed concern. Yao! He felt a sharp pang of worry. His greatest fear had materialized. The Mamba, clutching his knee, rubbed it briefly before rising. Adelman approached to assess the situation, while Yao was assisted off the court by team doctors. In the players' tunnel, medical staff member Jones conducted a preliminary examination on Yao, his expression grim. 2 other medical personnel rushed in from the court. "How is he?" Yao asked, anxiety evident on his face. The doctors exchanged glances, and then Jones replied, "We need to conduct a thorough examination before we can determine the specifics." "Who asked you that?" Yao's expression grew more frantic. "What's South happening on the court?" 53 seconds, down by 7, Jones sighed. "Help me out quickly, please. There's still time," Yao urged, pressing for immediate assistance. Jones and his assistant quickly provided Yao with basic treatment, allowing him to re-enter the game. He stood at the entrance of the players' tunnel, blocking Yao's path. "Yao, you can't go back. Your injury is irreversible." He fiercely confronted Yao Ming, fully aware of his current predicament. Continuing to exert himself could potentially jeopardize his career. Today he was determined to stop Yao Ming, even if it meant incurring his wrath or being despised for life. He did not mind being cast as the villain. "You don't understand. If I don't return now, I will never forgive myself. I cannot bear a lifetime of pain." Yao Ming's expression was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. It was impossible to obstruct someone who valued basketball more than life itself. Suddenly, the door to the players' tunnel burst open, plunging the Staples Center into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause. This was the Los Angeles fans' way of honoring their hero. In the final moments, Yao Ming never gave up, executing back-to-the-basket moves, hook shots, and high-position jumpers. Ultimately, the Rockets fell to the Lakers with a score of 95-100, ending their run in the Western Conference Finals. Yao Ming achieved a career high of 48 points, while Kobe scored 41. As the draft day approached, he was primarily concerned about Yao Ming's condition. Yao had always shown great care for him, and now he regretted not having stopped him that day, uncertain if his actions were justified. 3 days later, at the Toyota Center, arrived to witness an astonishing sight. According to his understanding, Yao Ming should have been resting in the medical room. Yet upon arrival, he found Yao practicing shooting in the gym, laughing and chatting with his agent, Bill Duffy. "Hey, what brings you here?" Yao exclaimed, visibly surprised. You're all right?" He gasped, equally astonished. "Just as I was about to mention, thanks to your warning, I brought more robust protective gear. Fortunately, Kobe didn't hit me squarely. Otherwise, it would have been quite serious." Yao chuckled heartily. "Thank goodness you're fine." He sighed in relief. "I finally grasped the meaning behind your words. After that collision, I thought everything was over, but thankfully, the checkup showed I was fine. It seems I really should focus on a more rational playing style from now on." Yao sheepishly scratched his head. "I've scheduled a therapy session with Thomas Carter. We'll head to Phoenix the day after tomorrow," Bill Duffy mentioned. "The Suns' doctor? Isn't their wait list?" "I recall it taking years for Dr. Carter to give an appointment to anyone outside the team. You have quite the connections." Yao was puzzled. "This is all thanks to your little brother," Bill Duffy laughed. "It's ironic. I haven't been able to assist with the draft. Yet he is helping me instead. I've truly wasted my years." Yao shook his head, and the three burst into laughter together. Chapter 80, Joint Tryout Training, and More Training. After a month of grueling training, Su's attributes had once again made a breakthrough. As the draft date approached, his physical condition had nearly reached its peak. The upcoming period would be filled with intense interactions with various teams. During a break, the system's soft blue screen materialized. Hostname, Su E. Current status, Little Cannon, Stamina Consumption 10, Special Posture Mastery 5, Current Ability Values, Level Shooting, 92, Passing, 87, Ball Handling, 88, Jumping, 75, Strength, 91, Speed, 88, Basketball IQ, 79, Defense, 92, Rebounding, 82, Click to view details, Overall Evaluation, Level 91. Su E clicked the toggle button in the options, and the system's data transformed. Ding! The quasi-level template has been refreshed. Current ability values, quasi-level shooting, 85, passing, 76, ball handling, 77, jumping, 52, strength, 83, speed, 77, basketball IQ, 79, defense, 86, rebounding, 82, click to view details, overall evaluation, level 83. Su E meticulously reviewed his attributes. His shooting and defense had reached elite levels, while other areas were well balanced. Although these attributes may not appear extraordinarily high, the strength lay in the absence of significant weaknesses, allowing him to rely on shooting and defense. Aside from his jumping ability resembling that of a matchbox, the remaining attributes were now at the level of a top-tier player. Overall, Su E felt quite satisfied with his recent performance. On the morning of May 5th, while engaged in his tire workout, Bill Duffy entered with a beaming smile. "Your recent performance has been impressive, Su. We can now embark on some exciting new endeavors," Bill Duffy exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, it's time to consider the draft." Su E nodded in agreement. "Look at these media evaluations of you. Almost all predict you will be selected in the lottery." Bill Duffy enthusiastically handed Su E a stack of newspapers. As Su E casually flipped through the papers, he noted the exaggerated descriptions of himself. Mr. 61 points, miracle maker. A three-spot player with virtually no weaknesses. Nodding along, Su E remarked, "These reports are quite objective. Additionally, we have received an invitation to the joint tryouts. I suggest you attend in Chicago on the 10th, Bill Duffy reminded him. "Just those tedious physical tests and answering scouts' foolish questions?" Su E replied. "The 55 games are quite significant as well. You are a top prospect for the lottery. There is no need to be nervous in front of the scouts and coaches." Bill Duffy reassured him. "Of course not. I'm more concerned that they might feel a bit tense," Su E replied confidently. "Excellent. That is the kind of confidence we need," Bill Duffy nodded approvingly. On May 10th, in Chicago, at the joint tryout venue, various draft websites had already begun predicting this year's selections. Most ranked Su E between 35 and 79, with one site boldly predicting him as the number 1 pick. The latest draft rankings placed Su E at 7th. Upon entering the joint tryout venue, Su E was greeted by a bustling crowd. Scouts and coaches were whispering and pointing at the players, creating an atmosphere he found quite uncomfortable, akin to being treated as mere commodities. Amidst this, a pair of large hands clapped on Su Yi's shoulder. "Hey Xiao Su, you arrived so early." Turning around, he was surprised to see Coach Zhang Li and Yu Jia, accompanied by 2 reporters. "What brings you here?" Su E asked, both surprised and delighted to see Coach Zhang. "Come with me, Xiao Su." Coach Zhang guided him to a small conference room. Yu Jia closed the door behind them. "Xiao Su, we've gathered some insights from authoritative scouts," Zhang Wei Ping stated directly. "Please, go ahead," Su E responded. "Let us not discuss the overwhelmingly positive evaluations, which are certainly the majority. Given the time constraints, we'll focus on the areas the scouts believe you should improve. As the competition at 55 approaches, it is imperative to focus on several key points." As articulated by Zhang Weiping. "Indeed, the insights we share are largely a consensus among scouts," Yu Jia added. "Sui remainit momentaridazit." Having perused only a couple of his scouting reports a few months prior, it is evident that interpersonal communication is a strong suit of the Eastern culture. As underscored by Coach Zhang, one must consider the offensive choices, particularly when the average capability of teammates is not robust. The so-called teamwork often amounts to a duet between you and Curry. Thus, your comprehension and execution of intricate tactics remain an enigma to the scouts at this juncture. Yu Jia concurred, emphasizing that unless one possesses exceptional physical attributes, it becomes exceedingly challenging to employ the current style of play. Therefore, it is vital to demonstrate that you can perform adeptly and judiciously. Suinodit in agreement. Coach Zhang continued, stating that among the teams currently interested in you, the Suns, Bulls, Warriors, and Knicks are quite favorable, whereas he would not recommend the Timberwolves. It is likely that the Warriors, Suns, and Knicks will secure top draft picks, and all their coaches will be present. Thus, once you complete your testing, do not remain idle, but engage with the coaches to glean valuable insights. Suinodit again. Attempting to absorb the rapid-fire information imparted by Coach Zhang, Yujia further added that the clubs hold a positive impression of you, primarily due to your remarkable performance. The projections may not be stellar, but this stems from your less distinguished historical record. As long as you perform consistently, you will be fine. Within 5 minutes, they inundated Sue E with a multitude of information. Relax, do not feel anxious. The most crucial aspect lies in the subsequent individual training with teams. Coach Zhang concluded, hastily departing with Yujia. Initially unperturbed, Sue E now felt a palpable sense of tension due to their words. Player number 3, Sue E, please enter. A resounding voice echoed from outside. I shall take my leave now, Sue E said as he stood up. The room was filled with representatives from various teams. Bulls head scout Ivanka Duquesne, Suns general manager Steve Kerr, Knicks head coach Mike D'Antoni, and Clippers owner Donald Sterling. Upon entering, "Su dispati numeris familiar faces." Hey, Steven, you're here too, he exclaimed upon seeing Curry engaged in conversation with D'Antoni. Long time no see, Sue. Curry replied with a playful grimace. You must be Sue. You look quite robust. Welcome to experience our team atmosphere in New York along with Steven and June. I assure you, you will fall in love with Manhattan's nightscape and the Knicks, D'Antoni said as he warmly clasped Sue E.'s solid arm, extending a genuine invitation. After sincerely accepting his invitation, Sue E. intended to explore other areas. After taking a few steps, he was approached by Bulls head coach Vinny Del Negro and seasoned scout Ivanka Duquesne. Hello, Sue. Welcome to Chicago. I've heard you've had a pleasant rapport with Rose. After the joint workout, we invite you to tour Chicago. What do you think of this idea? Del Negro Incubayed. Sounds like a good suggestion, Sue E. replied. The Bulls place significant emphasis on the development of high draft picks and possess invaluable experience. I assure you, you will receive ample playing time with the Bulls. Ivanka Duquesne added. Sue E. maintained a smile, graciously accepting their invitation before departing. Aside from Clippers owner Donald Sterling, who seemed solely focused on retaining Griffin and displayed little interest in Sue E., other teams extended their goodwill towards him. He politely declined the Timberwolves head coach Kevin McHale's invitation while familiarizing himself with the relevant details and conditions from each staff member who approached him. During the interview segment, the questions posed by the teams proved to be more simplistic than Sue E. had anticipated. If you were smoking marijuana and a shooting occurred next door, would you call 911 or grab a gun to investigate? I do not smoke marijuana. Do you like it? I enjoy basketball. What is 22 plus 69? 91. Sue E.'s responses were decisive, devoid of hesitation, prompting the interviewers to exchange approving glances. Good to see you again, Sue. Jeff Ayers, Danny Green, and Earl Clark approached him with disingenuous smiles. Have fun out there. Sue E. understood their underlying intent and offered a brief response. This scrimmage served as a platform for each player to showcase their talents. Sue E. had no intention of overshadowing them in front of the scouts. In a corner sat James Harden, who seemed out of place amidst the vibrant atmosphere, crouched with a book, covering his ears as if attempting to memorize something. Are you preparing for an exam? Sue E. inquired, patting Harden's shoulder with curiosity. No, Sue, the rules here differ from ours. I am making my final push, Harden replied, once again covering his ears. But there are only so many rules. After watching games for years, shouldn't this be common knowledge? Sue E. questioned, perplexed. What I pursue is mastery over every detail, Harden asserted earnestly. If you scrutinize this rule, you will notice a blind spot in the referee's vision. Only those who respect the rules will be respected by them. Sue E. recognized that his understanding of the rules was lacking, and he felt a sense of shame as he lowered his head. Under Harden's guidance, Sue E. acquired many insights he had previously overlooked. With the sharp whistle signaling the commencement of physical testing, the players gathered. The team staff retreated to the sidelines. Chapter 81. Physical Testing and Scrimmage. Sue E. lined up as instructed, preparing for the physical tests. Standing behind him were Blake Griffin and Stephen Curry. The three shared light-hearted banter, displaying no signs of anxiety. For these highly regarded rookies, the physical testing was merely a procedural formality. The initial assessments entailed static tests for height, weight, and wingspan. Typically, players may inflate their reported heights. For instance, Iverson and Nash's actual heights are below what they claim, while Durant exceeds his reported height. Consequently, some coaches may verify the measurements during testing. Soon, Sue received his scorecard. Barefoot height, 203. 675 centimeters. Height in shoes, 205. 636 centimeters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Wingspan, 217. 823 centimeters. Standing reach, 269 centimeters. Body fat percentage, 6.9. All the data Sue provided was meticulously accurate, without exaggeration. Griffin also participated in the static tests behind Sue. The coaches were astonished to find Griffin's height was indeed as reported. They had grown accustomed to taller players inflating their heights by 2 to 3 centimeters, and some even by 5 centimeters. However, when Griffin tested his wingspan, the coaches retracted their earlier optimism, as his height of 206 centimeters was accompanied by a wingspan of only 211 centimeters. For a professional athlete, such proportions resemble those of Tyrannosaurus rex. Observing the coach's transition from excitement to disappointment, young Curry stifled a laugh from the sidelines, only to be caught by Sue. Soon, Curry's test results were revealed, standing at 191 centimeters with a wingspan of 192 centimeters. Next came the dynamic tests. Vertical jumping was not Sue's forte, and the scouts and coaches were aware that he was not known for explosive leaping. He casually jumped once, scoring 718, 5 centimeters, placing him 37th among the 47 participants. His maximum jump after a sprint reached 876, 3 centimeters, ranking 25th. Griffin achieved a vertical jump of 81 centimeters, securing the second position, while Curry surprised everyone with a 75 centimeters jump, placing 20th. Sue, weighing 84 kilograms, performed 20 bench presses, ranking third among all players, astonishing scouts and coaches alike. The two players ahead of him, Luke Harangity, 23 reps, and Blake Griffin, 22 reps, were both centers, and many players in the center position lacked such strength. Additionally, Harden managed 17 reps, the highest among guards, while Curry completed 10. The 3-second shuttle run primarily tested agility. Sue clocked in at 10.47 seconds, ranking third, while Griffin followed at 10.95 seconds in 14th place, and both Curry and Harden hovered around 11 seconds, ranking 19th and 21st, respectively. In the 34 sprints, Sue recorded a time of 31.3 seconds, tying for 7th with Harden, while Curry casually jogged to a 30th place finish among all players. Sue's physical test results were commendable. His static tests outperformed Griffin's, and their dynamic tests were comparably matched. However, overall, the 2009 draft class was considered weak, and the testing results of the rookies were not particularly impressive. In haste, the 50 players concluded the testing phase. The dynamic and static test results largely aligned with previous information obtained. Next was the highlight of the combine, the scrimmage. Team managers and coaches gathered at the sidelines, clutching their draft reports on players of interest. This segment was their primary focus, as they aimed to observe firsthand whether the players exhibited the strengths and weaknesses noted in the scouting reports. Sue recalled the advice given by Coach Zhang to showcase his previously hidden strengths during this match. After dividing into positions, Sue found himself among teammates. Blue team, Lester Hudson, James Harden, Sue Tyler Hansbrough, Blake Griffin. Red team, Stephen Curry, DeRozan, Danny Green, Jeff Ayers, Hashim the Beat. This was a highly competitive matchup, with an average skill level far surpassing that of the finals. The teams were meticulously arranged based on each player's style of play to ensure a closely contested game. The red team's center, Hashim the Beat, standing at 221 centimeters, was dubbed the Giant the Beat, projected to be the second pick in the draft. Conversely, the blue team's point guard, Lester Hudson, measured 185 centimeters and was historically the only player to achieve 4 quadruple doubles. In this match, Sue emerged as a focal point, while another point of interest was the direct confrontation between Griffin and the Giant the Beat. As the Beat secured a rebound, Curry orchestrated the play. The Beat positioned himself in the paint, preparing to take on Griffin one-on-one. Known for his defensive prowess and shot blocking, the Beat's movements were notably slow. just as he attempted to dribble the ball. Sue-yi swooped in like a hungry tiger, stealing the ball. This opening steal gained the approval of the scouts. Transitioning to offense, Hudson controlled the ball, facing a double team from Curry and DeRozan, and passed it to Sue-yi. North Carolina's forward, Tyler Hansbrough, set a screen, effectively blocking his former teammate Danny Green. Sue-yi charged toward the paint, and, as the beat came to defend, he caught a glimpse of Griffin's position. At the perfect moment, he delivered a no-look pass, sending the ball behind the beat. Griffin caught it mid-air and executed a powerful windmill dunk. With a 2-meter center like the beat, Griffin could easily score. Sue-yi realized how effortless the game could be when supported by capable teammates. With the red team in possession, Curry's shot against Hudson missed. As the beat prepared to collect the rebound, Sue-yi leaped from behind, swiftly snatching the offensive board. In this high-intensity collegiate match, the beat's sluggish movement became evident. Hudson organized the play again, and Sue-yi positioned himself in the paint. The ball was subsequently passed to him, and facing Jeff Ayers' defense, Sue-yi executed a back-down followed by a step-back jumper, sinking the shot with minimal interference. Right from the start, Sue-yi showcased a well-rounded performance. 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 steal. The Beat's limited offensive repertoire was glaringly exposed as he struggled against the double team from Sue-yi and Griffin, repeatedly missing shots. Without Sue-yi's assistance, Curry struggled to find rhythm with his teammates. He attempted to demonstrate his playmaking skills, but his teammates failed to score. When he sought to showcase his shooting ability, the ball was often returned to him at the most challenging moments. After the opening, Curry missed 2 consecutive three-point attempts. The chemistry among the red team players appeared nearly non-existent. Sue-yi thrived as a facilitator. Upon receiving the ball, Hansbrough set a screen. Sue-yi penetrated the lane, and DeRozan and Green collapsed defensively, allowing him to dish the ball to Hudson for another three-pointer. What was expected to be a closely matched game turned into a showcase of ineffective teamwork for the red team, while the blue team, under Sue-yi's leadership, thrived with Hansbrough's mid-range shots, Hudson's three-pointers, and Griffin soaring above the rim. Not to mention, Sue-yi remained an unguardable force in one-on-one situations. The game opened with a staggering 15-2 run in favor of the blue team, with the only score for the red team coming from Curry's floater over Hudson. Naturally, the attention of spectators shifted to Sue-yi and Griffin, as the Beat, initially thought to be a formidable opponent, now seemed outclassed. Chapter 82. The coach's decision. Due to the blue team's overwhelming performance, the red team struggled to execute any semblance of effective teamwork, resulting in an awkward atmosphere among the spectators. After allowing the red team to score a couple of points, the blue team ultimately triumphed 21-8, providing both sides an opportunity to regroup. The referees overseeing the event reorganized the teams during the second quarter, swapping the interior combinations. Blue team: Lester Hudson, James Harden, Sue-yi, Jeff Ayers, Hashem the Beat. Red team: Stephen Curry, DeMar DeRozan, Danny Green, Tyler Hansbrough, Blake Griffin. The game resumes. After the Beat secures possession, Sue-yi continues to orchestrate the offense. Power forward Jeff Ayers steps out to set a screen, and Sue-yi executes a swift crossover, evading Danny Green. Sue-yi approaches the basket with a layup, and despite Griffin's outstretched arms attempting to block, his shorter reach proves inadequate, allowing Sue-yi to score effortlessly. Following their initial defeat, the red team awakens to the challenge. DeRozan swiftly spins past Ayers and makes a successful floater. Sue-yi continues to direct the offense, positioning Hudson and Harden, the dynamic duo, on the perimeter. Utilizing the Beat screen, Sue-yi faces Griffin and executes a quick pull-up jumper. Swish! The ball finds the net with confidence. And scouts and coaches in attendance can clearly see that the red team lacks a strategy to contain Sue-yi. At this level of defense, Sue-yi's presence is formidable. Boasting shooting ability, speed, and post-up skills, he creates mismatches against any defender. Yet, due to the example of Michael Beasley from last year, some scouts expressed doubts about Sue-yi's future, noting a 3.5 rating. As last year's second overall pick, Beasley relied on his robust physique to dominate at the small forward position, while also using speed to penetrate at power forward, seemingly unstoppable. However, his scoring ability eventually fell short of the small forward role, and his height was insufficient for power forward, magnifying his weaknesses, and he became an ambiguous prospect. Nevertheless, Sue-yi's performance in this game serves as a resounding rebuttal to such judgments, shattering the 3.5 label. Su-Yi possesses shooting and defensive prowess, capable of spacing the floor, which alone suffices for his standing. Moreover, he exhibits court vision and basketball IQ akin to a point guard, with the upper body skills fully adequate for the role. In this era, few players in the league can fulfill the demands of point guard. Warriors head coach, the eccentric Nelson, is elated, recognizing Su-Yi as the player he has been searching for. The game progresses. Su-Yi positions himself in the paint, engaging with Griffin. The moment the ball is passed to him, Su-Yi pivots with explosive force, and Griffin, a moment too slow, watches as Su-Yi executes a two-handed dunk. After this play, Clippers owner Donald Sterling, who previously lauded Griffin's potential, appears visibly embarrassed, having boasted to Coach Dunleavy about Griffin's superiority over all rookies. Dunleavy, observing the court, remarks, "Donald, I think we should consider other options." Despite his reservations, Sterling still believes Griffin is the ideal choice, stating, "Mike, if Su-Yi were around 7 feet tall, I would gladly extend an olive branch. Although I shouldn't harbor biases against Asian perimeter players, it's evident that Blake is a safe pick, and we desperately need a rim protector." Dunleavy asserts decisively, then lets Su-Yi play power forward. Sterling, known for his indecisiveness, feels compelled to remain silent in light of Dunleavy's conviction, opting to continue monitoring the situation. Both teams' rookies engage in a back-and-forth exchange. They skillfully avoid completely obstructing each other's shooting space, and under such minimal defensive intensity, Su-Yi's shooting prowess shines through, revealing his sharpshooting nature. Swish, swish, swish. Ivanka D'Angelo and Dina Grow watch with envy, as the Bulls are currently lacking a player like Su-Yi, capable of stretching the floor with three-point shooting. Their current lineup lacks a reliable shooter. Small forward Luol Deng struggles with ball handling, primarily relying on mid-range shots. Center Joakim Noah's role is predominantly defensive, lacking shooting ability and finishing effectiveness. At this moment, guard Derrick Rose has yet to develop his three-point shooting skills, averaging fewer than 1 attempt per game. For the Bulls, Su-Yi appears to be the perfect fit. However, Bulls head coach Dina Grow expresses his frustration, lamenting the absence of a lottery pick this year. With each basket and impressive assist from Su-Yi, Dina Grow feels a pang of regret. He hopes Su-Yi's performance falters, resulting in 20 turnovers, thus increasing the likelihood of other teams overlooking him and allowing him to fall into their draft position. Given his current performance, Su-Yi is garnering enthusiastic applause from the crowd, rather than wishing for Su-Yi to be overlooked by all lottery teams. It would be more prudent to hope that other teams' personnel suddenly succumb to illness on draft day. Following the combine, the Bulls have already reserved a hotel for Su-Yi's stay. In accordance with Dinagro's plan, Su-Yi participates in the Bulls tryout first, adhering to the principle of proximity. He begins with a non-contact, long-range shooting test, where he impressively hits 46 out of 50 attempts. Dina Grow is thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. The second test involves contested shooting, and even with the trainer applying defensive pressure, Su-Yi maintains a remarkable 70 effective shooting rate. Dina Grow enthusiastically applauds. Rose and Deng enter the court. "Good to see you, Su." Rose greets, presenting Su-Yi with a red jersey he wore during street ball. Su-Yi graciously thanks him. "Welcome to Chicago." Deng, the humble small forward, also offers his greeting. Per the team's arrangement, Deng is tasked with defending Su-Yi to evaluate his isolation scoring ability. The renowned British Jordan. "I have heard so much about you." Su-Yi responds warmly to Deng. Although Deng holds British nationality, he was born in South Sudan, creating a bond with Su-Yi. Interestingly, many surnames like Deng exist in South Sudan. During previous peacekeeping missions, China dispatched several medical teams to South Sudan, overcoming challenges such as inadequate equipment and harsh conditions to provide health care to the local Dinka people. The Chinese medical teams have saved nearly 20 Dinka individuals from the brink of death. The Dinka culture is somewhat devoid of tradition, leading many locals to adopt the surnames of the Chinese medical personnel as an expression of gratitude. For instance, names like Yang San and Li Si, and Deng is naturally among them. Luol Deng himself is an elegant individual. His father serves as South Sudan's Minister of Transport, while his mother hails from a prominent wealthy family. Thus, Deng embodies the notion that if he doesn't excel in basketball, he can return home to inherit a fortune. As Su-Yi initiates his offensive play, Deng, perceiving him as a novice, allows him some space. To his surprise, Su-Yi decisively drives past him, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. Deng responds by ramping up his defensive intensity, closing in on Su-Yi, aware that he possesses the defensive prowess to challenge him. However, two clean and decisive three-pointers were effortlessly made, igniting a surge of excitement within Dina Grow. On the third attempt, hindered by Luol Deng's defense, the shot clanked off the rim. Deng began to press against Su Yi offensively. Observing a rookie across from him, he brushed past Su Yi with ease and executed a poised step back, delivering his signature mid-range jumper. Yet, an outstretched arm lunged forth. To everyone's astonishment, Su Yi delivered a resounding block on Deng. Rose and Dina Grow were left speechless in sheer amazement. Confronted with Deng's intense defense, Su Yi exhibited newfound confidence today, sinking another long two-pointer followed by a three-pointer. Dina Grow, filled with excitement, called for a timeout, for they had gathered enough information. Further observation was unnecessary. Deng Yingxiao humbly approached Su Yi for a handshake. Embodying the quintessential role of a reliable second-in-command, playing with the demeanor of a third option, and possessing an amiable character, unfazed by Su Yi's previous emphatic rejection. Upon leaving Chicago, Su Yi returned to Los Angeles, awaiting formal tryout invitations for various teams. On May 19th, the much-anticipated draft order results were finally revealed. Su Yi glanced at the news broadcast, noting that the sequence of the draft picks differed somewhat from his memories of a past life due to the butterfly effect. The first pick in the 2009 draft was secured by the Los Angeles Clippers, followed by the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Golden State Warriors, the New York Knicks, and the Memphis Grizzlies. The sixth pick went to the Oklahoma City Thunder, the seventh to the Sacramento Kings, the eighth again to the Timberwolves, the ninth to the Toronto Raptors, the 10th to the Milwaukee Bucks, the 11th to the New Jersey Nets, the 12th to the Charlotte Bobcats, the 13th to the Indiana Pacers, and the 14th to the Phoenix Suns. Thus, the 2009 lottery picks were delineated. Following these were the Pistons, Bulls, 76ers, Timberwolves, Hawks, Jazz, Hornets, Trailblazers, Kings, Mavericks, Supersonics, Bulls, Grizzlies, Timberwolves, Lakers, and Cavaliers. Bill Duffy entered, holding a stack of invitations, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Su, we have much to do in June. These are teams that have expressed interest in you. You may choose a few to attend tryouts." Chapter 83. The Trade Storm, Part 2. In the Big Apple, upon arriving at Madison Square Garden, Su Yi encountered Curry at the entrance. "The Knicks welcome you. Splash Brothers from Charlotte. Please come in and take a seat." Coach D'Antoni greeted them warmly. D'Antoni was elated upon receiving the draft pick order, knowing that only the Clippers, Timberwolves, and Warriors stood before the Knicks. That day, he was acutely aware that Su Yi and Curry had declined the invitation from the Huskies, Timberwolves, and had not participated in their collective tryout the previous day. The Huskies were never one to pressure players. Despite their lack of favor in the draft market, rejection meant they would not pursue you further. Such was their pride. With only the Clippers and Warriors ahead of him, D'Antoni felt assured that, even in the worst-case scenario, either Su Yi, Griffin, or Curry would remain available for his team. Su Yi initially believed his visit to New York was for a tryout, but it turned out to be a welcoming ceremony. After a brief session of shooting drills, D'Antoni invited them to the conference room. Stephen Marbury and Zach Randolph were already seated, dressed in suits. Upon facing their potential future teammates, the two stood to warmly greet the newcomers. After a brief inquiry into their future plans, D'Antoni surprisingly opened up about his development strategy for rookies and the advantages of joining New York. Following an extensive pitch, he invited the two to explore Manhattan for 2 days. Curry gladly accepted, while Su Yi expressed his busyness, suggesting to reschedule for another time. At the Golden State Warriors, Su Yi arrived at the Oracle Arena, only to find that Curry was absent. Coach Nelson divided the incoming perimeter rookies into 2 teams for a full-court 3-on-3 scrimmage. The unique rules allowed only a brief offensive window of 15 seconds. Engaging in the game, Su Yi felt as though he was caught in a relentless sprint. Under such rules, defense was virtually non-existent. The players simply raced forward upon receiving the ball, aiming to shoot. The time allocated for defense was shorter than a fleeting moment. Run, run. If you aspire to play in the league, I want to see your ferocity, or don't bother playing. The exuberant Coach Nelson shouted from the sidelines. The Warriors' fast-paced style lived up to its reputation, and Su Yi thrived in this chaotic approach, while other rookies struggled. Unfamiliar with such a disordered style of play that starkly contrasted with their collegiate experiences. Coupled with his exceptional stamina, this testing format seemed tailor-made for Su Yi's showcase. In the frenetic pace, he racked up a flurry of shots and emphatic blocks, leaving his less skilled peers in utter disarray. Ultimately, Su Yi's team triumphed with an astonishing score of 30-4, with Su Yi contributing 24 points, including 6 out of 7 for beyond the arc. Caught up in the excitement, Su Yi forgot to grant the opposing team a semblance of dignity. After the frenzied game, other players lay sprawled on the ground, while Su Yi, though still standing, needed to regulate his breathing. Though the scores seemed modest, the demands of such gameplay were incredibly taxing. As legendary forward Garnett once noted in an interview from Su Yi's past life, "You can try this. Run from one corner of the court to the opposite corner. Catch the ball and shoot a three-pointer, repeating this 10 times, then feel how fatigued you truly are." In reality, very few athletes could maintain such intensity for a full 48 minutes while preserving a high shooting percentage. Observing Su Yi's performance, Coach Nelson approached him with excitement. Shaking his hand, "This is one of my most significant inventions. I call this system. It appears you have fully adapted to it." Exhausted from the rigorous drills, Su Yi gasped for breath, forcing a smile while internally musing, "I believe this tactic should be aptly named Run Like Hell. This is simply chaotic." Phoenix Suns. Coaches Kerr and Nash warmly welcomed him. After a brief tryout, given their mutual familiarity, Su Yi took his leave. Nash smiled, bidding farewell. "Follow your heart, Su. The doors of Phoenix will always remain open for you." Su Yi nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yoda." Boston Celtics. The team's key management personnel were conspicuously absent, leading Su Yi to feel as though he had merely made a cursory appearance. Su Yi graciously declined the invitation from the Houston Rockets, to which Yao Ming expressed complete understanding, assuring that he would personally attend the draft to support Su Yi. After visiting the Mavericks and the Supersonics, Su Yi returned to Los Angeles, with only 2 teams left in his plans, the Lakers. The Zen Master inquired whether Su Yi would be willing to play as a blue-collar worker, assisting Kobe in establishing the Purple and Gold dynasty, aiming to become the new Jordan and Pippen. Upon receiving a negative response, the Zen Master refrained from further persuasion, wishing, "Bless you, my child," extending the same sentiments to Su Yi and the Lakers. The following day, at the Staples Center, Su Yi participated in a psychological assessment with the Clippers. After completing the procedure, he and Griffin led their respective teams in a half-court offensive drill, resulting in a fiercely competitive match. Ultimately, Su Yi sealed the victory with 2 critical three-pointers, sending Griffin's team off with a smile. Scotland hoped to select Griffin, having nearly reached an agreement with the young talent. However, head coach Dunleavy firmly supported Su Yi, stating, "If you wish to miss out on a future dynasty, please disregard everything I have said today." Scotland found himself in a quandary, acutely aware of his own limitations compared to Dunleavy's expertise, yet harboring doubts about Su Yi's potential, fearing he might falter like Yi Jinlian. He was inclined to choose Griffin, whose explosive athleticism and muscular physique clearly marked him as a historically significant star. Yet, lacking a solid foundation for his decision, he remained silent, resolved to see how events unfolded at the draft. In June, significant news regarding the draft surfaced within the league. The Suns and Warriors reached an agreement to exchange Stoudemire for the Warriors' 3rd overall pick, targeting Stephen Curry. The Chicago Bulls offered a substantial package in hopes of trading for the Clippers' 1st overall pick, but Scotland decisively rejected the proposal. The Suns traded Shaquille O'Neal, who would join the Cavaliers for the upcoming season, teaming up with LeBron James to forge a Cleveland dynasty. Additionally, it appeared that the legendary Vince Carter was destined for the Orlando Magic. One revelation after another erupted, prompting onlookers to speculate whether these teams had lost their minds. As such fervor unfolded prior to what was anticipated to be a lackluster draft year. On June 14th, the highly anticipated final game of the finals concluded. Kobe Bryant led the Lakers to a 99-86 victory over the Magic, claiming the series 4-1, thus marking the end of the 2008-2009 season. Kobe scored 30 points, earning his first championship since Shaquille's departure. Meanwhile, Su Yi was engrossed in his private training facility, seeking to improve further with only 10 days left until the draft. Yet, Los Angeles seemed to enter a sleepless night, with everyone awaiting the hero's return. Amidst the fervor, Su Yi found it difficult to concentrate and decided to venture into the streets to witness the excitement. Murals adorned the city, depicting a grand image of Kobe alongside the Lakers' 15 championship trophies. As the Lakers players descended from the plane, the city erupted in euphoric frenzy. Pau Gasol, maintaining a serene smile, walked the streets after a game where he shot 6 for 9 and snagged 15 rebounds, but the only name echoing through the neighborhoods was Kobe's. This was precisely why Sue had declined Phil Jackson's offer. The City of Angels was magnificent, but it could only remember Kobe, even if one surpassed him. The legacy would remain with Kobe. The Lakers players returned to the arena as street celebrations continued. With only 10 days until the draft, Sue dismissed the raucous crowd and resolved to practice alone, hoping to elevate his skills one last time. Just as he departed, his phone vibrated with a message from Kobe Bryant, time-stamped at 10:15 p.m. Kobe, at 11:30 p.m., Staples Center, I await you. Sue celebrating together? Kobe, extra training. Sue why? Kobe, I need to dine with my teammates first. Surprised by the message, Sue although a training enthusiast, felt he could not match the atmosphere of training on a championship night. Since it was too noisy outside, he gladly accepted Kobe's invitation. Ding. Successful check-in at Staples Center. Training efficiency, 230. Championship night bonus, 200. The spacious arena indeed provided a tranquil environment, allowing Sue to momentarily forget the surrounding excitement. Faced with an opponent like Kobe, he was resolutely focused, determined to outplay the Mamba. They began with bench presses, followed by sprints, and then engaged in one-on-one games, without uttering a word throughout. Kobe, in peak form, triumphed in 3 consecutive rounds, 21-12, 21-17, 21-14. Despite this, Sue noticed his reward points accumulating rapidly. Kid, I await the day you dominate me on this court. That day will come. At 3 in the morning, Sue left Staples Center. The next morning, at his villa, his agent Bill Duffy knocked on his door, visibly excited. Congratulations, Sue. You might be this year's first overall pick. Sue rubbing his sleepy eyes, was bewildered. What do you mean? Duffy mysteriously replied. Word has it that the Clippers front office is reconsidering their draft strategy, and the prevailing opinion is that you surpass Griffin. Sue? Duffy proudly stated, you needn't flatter me. I merely facilitated their understanding of your strengths. When Yao Ming was selected first, I contributed in a small way as well. Oh, why are you speechless with emotion? Sue was not moved. Rather, he was internally exclaiming, not again, Los Angeles. Meanwhile, domestic media had already begun labeling him with sensational titles such as China's second overall pick, the next LeBron, and surpassing Yao Ming. All of this left Sue speechless, as the draft was still uncertain, and the thought of not being the first overall pick was indeed a source of embarrassment. Sue opened various draft websites, including Draft Express and Draft Simulation, where authoritative mock draft rankings unanimously placed him at the top pick, a position devoid of contention. In contrast, the predictions for the second pick, held by the Minnesota Timberwolves, varied widely among the media. This year, the Timberwolves found themselves in an unprecedentedly affluent position. Armed with 4 first-round picks, including 2 within the coveted top 10, they required reinforcement at both the center and point guard positions, with preferences leaning towards towering prospects like Tabit or Griffin, while some speculated that the Timberwolves should seize the opportunity to acquire Curry directly. As for the third pick, the Golden State Warriors, based on current insights, intended to allow Monta Ellis to play exclusively as a point guard, necessitating bolstering on the forward line. They were contemplating a trade with the Suns, with the possibility of obtaining Amare Stoudemire, should Curry fall to the third spot. Ultimately, the Warriors' draft strategy would revolve around considerations of Sue Curry, and Griffin. Meanwhile, Knicks head coach Mike D'Antoni declined interviews, expressing to reporters a need for solitude. The discourse among media regarding the top 3 picks was rife with speculation, while predictions for subsequent selections were largely grounded in conjecture. Sue found the analyses absurd, perceiving them as mere attempts to sensationalize the draft. Just as he contemplated turning off the television, a shocking announcement broke. The Chicago Bulls had traded their second player, Luol Deng, to acquire the Timberwolves' second pick. With an abundance of picks and a lack of enticing rookies this year, the Timberwolves gladly accepted, essentially profiting from the acquisition of Deng. Conversely, the Bulls' decision was deemed a gamble, with mainstream social media branding them as reckless. Reporter Harlan remarked that the Bulls might have succumbed to mad cow disease, emphasizing Deng's invaluable contributions as a stalwart defender and his unwavering commitment to the team's ethos. To exchange him for an unpredictable second pick, even if Blake Griffin reached Deng's level, would require considerable time for development. I cannot fathom the emotions of Deng's teammates at this moment. Deng, in an interview, expressed surprise at the news, asserting he had done nothing wrong. However, he was prepared, stating that his primary focus was simply to play basketball. He switched off the television, equally bewildered, having never witnessed such chaotic draft circumstances. Chapter 85, The Most Thrilling Draft, Part 4. On June 25, 2009, the draft commenced. Filled with exhilaration, had accompanied Bill Duffy to Madison Square Garden, the home of the New York Knicks, the previous evening. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar voice. "Hey, little Sue, you look quite dapper today." It was none other than Coach Zhang. Standing beside him was Yang Yi. "Hello, Coach Zhang. Hello, Teacher Yang," Sue politely greeted them. Dressed in a burgundy suit with a white shirt, he exuded a confident and elegant smile, embodying the essence of an international superstar. The surrounding reporters swiftly captured several high-definition photos from every angle. The Chinese sports channel was conducting comprehensive live coverage of the draft, with simultaneous online streaming. The question of whether Sue could become the second Chinese player to secure the top pick after Yao Ming sparked extensive discussion online. Indeed, Yao Ming made an appearance at the event. "Big Yao," Sue exclaimed upon spotting him and waved. "You finally made it. Today will be quite eventful. Make sure to rest well afterward. We should catch up sometime," Yao encouraged. "Isn't today just the draft?" Sue queried, puzzled, as he believed the draft merely entailed sitting in the arena, waiting to be selected, delivering an acceptance speech, and then heading home. However, Sue soon realized he had underestimated the day as proceedings. The moment he stepped into the main venue, a deluge of media surged forward. Inside the arena, Sue participated in various live television interviews, followed by group interviews, and ultimately, he was ushered into a makeshift room for exclusive interviews with major outlets, both domestic and international. Given Sue's prominence, no journalist was willing to miss out on the headline story, resulting in a crush of media that nearly filled the room to capacity. The questions posed by the media were largely repetitive. As a frontrunner for the top pick, are you feeling nervous or excited today? I don't view this day as particularly special. I share the same anticipation for the outcome as everyone else. The draft results will shape the trajectory of your career. Do you have a preferred team? I have no preference regarding which team selects me. As a professional player, my duty is to give my all on the court. Ultimately, I alone can determine the direction of my career. Throughout the myriad of interviews, Sue maintained his composure, exuding elegance and a consistent smile. Though he appeared to have said much, he had, in fact, revealed little. The media excelled at crafting pitfalls within these inquiries. Any deviation from neutrality could easily be spun into sensational headlines. For instance, the first question, if he admitted to feeling nervous, the media might label him as lacking mental fortitude, thereby questioning his ability to perform under pressure. Conversely, if he claimed to be entirely unfazed, the media could manipulate that into a narrative of arrogance, suggesting he viewed all teams as beneath him. The second question was even more direct. A desire to join a specific team could lead to a media frenzy should he end up elsewhere, with reporters ready to fabricate a dramatic tale of his draft journey. After navigating the relentless interviews, Sue could finally make his way to the main draft venue. As he progressed, a staff member approached to invite him to the green room. Contrary to the name, the green room was not an actual room, but rather a collection of tables cordoned off by barriers near the front of the venue, where prominent prospects awaited their turns. Upon entering, Sue discovered many journalists from China, clearly there to cover him. He took a seat in the front row, centrally located, with Stephen Curry to his right and Griffin behind him. "How are you feeling? Don't get too nervous. You'll have to speak soon," Big Yao inquired with concern. "I'm not too nervous, but it feels like something is missing from this draft compared to previous years," Sue mused, scratching his head. Before he could elaborate, a wave of boos erupted from the audience, directed at the podium where David Stern approached with a stack of documents. Upon hearing that unmistakable and resounding boo, Sue felt a surge of nervousness. This, indeed, was the correct ambience for a draft event. David Stern, faced with the familiar scene, had long since attained a state of calm, cheerfully delivering a speech that seemed as lengthy and tedious as the neighbor's grandmother's long stockings. "Ladies and gentlemen, on this special day, allow me to represent." No wonder Yao Ming reminded himself to remain composed. The more the audience yearned for the results, the slower Stern's pace became. The murmurs of discontent grew increasingly louder. Su Yi's emotions mirrored those of a student anxiously awaiting exam results, while Stern, the teacher, delayed revealing the answers. Like a monk reciting scriptures, Stern continued his drawn-out monologue. Had it not been for the media's keen attention, Su Yi would have joined the audience in their chorus of boos. Finally, the president's speech concluded, and a staff member ascended the stage to hand him the envelope. The discontented murmurs subsided, and the main event of the draft was about to commence. Su Yi's heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from his throat. His earlier bravado during the interview felt like mere pretense. Who could remain unperturbed in such a moment? Stern, with excruciating slowness, opened the envelope and began to announce the final results. With the first pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Clippers select Su Yi, a small forward from Davidson College. Yao Ming clasped Su Yi's arm with enthusiasm. Incredible. I told you, our Chinese compatriots can achieve greatness. Coach Zhang was overjoyed. The first pick is ours. Hooray, we finally have a perimeter star. In the broadcasting studio of the Chinese sports channel, the background transformed into a festive red. The online streaming platforms erupted with messages celebrating Su Yi's triumph. Su Yi's feelings about this outcome were undoubtedly complex. Firstly, he had indeed become the second Chinese player to achieve the #1 pick, an accomplishment that marked one of the proudest moments of his life. He had surpassed his dreams of entering the league, and his efforts had borne fruit. However, his knowledge of the Clippers organization was rather scant. "Congratulations, Su!" exclaimed Stephen Curry in the green room, one of the few, besides Yao Ming, who shared in Su Yi's joy. Griffin, standing behind with a somewhat awkward expression, managed a polite smile to congratulate Su Yi. Without further deliberation, Su Yi stepped onto the stage, where Stern presented him with the Clippers' deep blue cap. Su Yi warmly shook hands with Stern as the flashes from cameras flickered like stars, capturing iconic moments. He delivered an impromptu speech, articulating his words with clarity and coherence. Though he omitted the phrase about Los Angeles being his childhood dream, per Bill Duffy's request, Yao Ming undoubtedly was the happiest person in the audience. The draft proceeded, and the Chicago Bulls, through a trade involving Luol Deng, acquired the second overall pick from the Minnesota Timberwolves. With the second pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Chicago Bulls select Blake Griffin, a power forward from the University of Oklahoma. Griffin accepted the outcome with enthusiasm, waving to the audience as he donned the Bulls' red cap. Witnessing his two friends being selected, Curry clapped joyfully. Stern continued to announce the results. With the third pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors select Stephen Curry, a point guard from Davidson College. Just as it seemed Curry would land with the Knicks, he was unexpectedly scooped up. The next moment, Curry was stunned, while D'Antoni was left bewildered, with only Coach Kerr reveling in delight. Madison Square Garden, the home of the Knicks, resonated with loud boos directed at the Warriors for their audacious maneuver. "Well done, mate." Stoudemire would soon be sent to Golden State. Coach Kerr called the Warriors' war room to offer his congratulations. "Sorry, Mr. Steve Kerr. We've changed our minds. Curry will not be traded, and in fact, we never reached any agreement," replied the voice of a young stranger on the line. Coach Kerr, now more perplexed than Curry and D'Antoni, found himself in disbelief. In the final moments, Coach Nelson received a text from the front office advocating for Curry, a sentiment he wholeheartedly agreed with, solidifying his resolve to orchestrate this epic heist. D'Antoni and Kerr exchanged bewildered glances, helplessly watching as Curry ascended the stage, biting his lip as he delivered his acceptance speech. "I love you, Warriors." "Thank you, Coach Nelson." Chapter 86. The dust settles. "Hello, Windy City." Su Yi chuckled at the sight of Curry, who, after being thwarted by Coach Nelson, wore a pained expression. When Curry descended the stage, he noticed Su Yi chuckling and helplessly shrugged. Su Yi wasn't reveling in schadenfreude. He knew that in his past life, Curry would go on to forge a legendary narrative with the Warriors. However, the potential achievements if he had joined the Knicks remained an unanswered question. The general manager of the Suns, Steve Kerr, and Curry were both in a state of dismay on this day. Yet, as Kerr expressed in a past interview regarding Su Yi, had he successfully acquired Curry today, he would never have encountered him as a head coach with the Warriors. Nor would there have been the extraordinary Golden State dynasty. Fate is indeed peculiar. The things one desperately tries to hold on to sometimes lose their significance upon reflection. Conversely, those unforeseen twists of fate add vibrancy to life. Choices outweigh efforts, Yet at such crossroads of destiny, all an ordinary person can do is strive. The draft continued. With the fourth pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the New York Knicks select Jordan Hill from the University of Arizona. Jordan Hill was delighted as he took the stage to express his gratitude. Sui observed that, despite being in the Knicks' home arena, he received scant applause, with fans still vocally criticizing Coach Nelson and the Warriors. This left Mr. Hill in an awkward position, although he maintained his composure. Just as he began his remarks, the large screen displayed a trade announcement. The Los Angeles Clippers send Sue, 9 NBA draft first overall pick, to the Chicago Bulls in exchange for Blake Griffin, 9 NBA draft second overall pick, and some cash, undisclosed. The announcement ignited a frenzy at the draft venue, causing an uproar. Starting from Windy City, the Bulls chose him. This sudden twist disrupted Suyi's plans. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, clarity emerged. The Bulls had gone through significant lengths to acquire Sui, first trading Luol Deng, then persuading Sterling for a swap of draft positions, overcoming numerous obstacles. This remarkable maneuver, coupled with Suyi's selection as the number 1 pick, clearly indicated his anticipated role as a foundational player in the team's development. Rose and Noah are both exceptionally gentle individuals, making interactions with them quite effortless. As for Chicago, it stands as the third largest city in the United States. Aside from the somewhat simpler charm of the South Side, there is little to criticize about the city. The safety conditions in the downtown area of Chicago are remarkably favorable. Otherwise, the old rogues would not have left their golden careers in the Windy City. After some contemplation, Sui readily accepted this outcome. However, the audience was left in disbelief, questioning the absurdity of the two teams' actions. It was merely a straightforward swap between the first and second picks, lacking even the slightest hint of competition. There were no additional draft picks involved. It was a pure exchange, with the cash portion merely compensating for the salary disparity between the first and second selections. Basketball commentators across various media outlets expressed their astonishment at the remarkable maneuvering of both teams. Sterling, already indecisive, was further influenced by the carefully worded propositions from the Bulls over the phone. Dunleavy had already voiced all he could, and there was no persuading him at this point. Ultimately, Sterling made the decision to consent to the swap. In that moment, Dunleavy felt a profound sense of loss, realizing that a dynasty had slipped through his fingers. One could only admire Dunleavy's foresight. Years later, the Clippers' disastrous decisions will be cited by various teams as cautionary tales, coining the infamous term Sterling swap to refer to those seemingly gratuitous actions on draft night. General managers acknowledge the necessity of continual learning, staying current, and arming themselves with knowledge to avoid becoming the next Sterling. Following the announcement of the trade results, Sui and Griffin joyously exchanged caps, proceeding together to the interview area for a press conference. The draft continued, and with the 5th pick in the first round of the 2009 draft, the Memphis Grizzlies selected Hasheem Thabeet, a center from the University of Connecticut. This outcome was anticipated, as it was well known that the Grizzlies sought to strengthen their center position. Recent trade rumors surrounding Serbian center Darko Milicic corroborated this assertion, with no standout interior players available and Griffin having been taken. The Grizzlies had no choice but to select the towering Thabeet. Another envelope was delivered. David Stern adjusted his glasses, opened the envelope, and read aloud. With a 6th pick in the 2009 draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select James Harden from Arizona State University. Harden's long-awaited moment had arrived, and he beamed with joy as he stepped onto the stage to shake hands with David Stern. The Thunder's backcourt and center positions were in dire need of reinforcement, and with Curry and Thabeet already chosen, they were left to decide between the Spanish prodigy Ricky Rubio and Harden. Rubio had dazzled at the Olympics, showcasing immense potential, but contractual buyout disputes loomed. Ultimately, the Thunder opted for Harden, who better suited their team dynamics. The old Thunder's keen eye for talent was evident. 2 years prior, they had selected Durant with the 2nd overall pick. Last year, they secured Westbrook at 4th, and now they had chosen Harden at 6th, inadvertently forming the trio known as the Thunder 3. The 7th pick belonged to the Sacramento Kings, who selected Tyreke Evans, a 6 feet 6 inches guard from the University of Memphis. The Minnesota Timberwolves, with the 8th pick, decisively chose the young Spanish sensation Rubio, who flashed a brilliant smile under the bright lights. The subsequent draft results aligned closely with Suyi's recollections. The Toronto Raptors selected guard DeMar DeRozan with the 9th pick. while the Milwaukee Bucks chose guard Brandon Jennings at 10th. He was particularly impressed by Jennings, who had achieved an astounding 55-point game during his rookie season in his previous life. The 11th pick went to the New Jersey Nets, selecting Terrence Williams. The Charlotte Bobcats followed suit, choosing Gerald Henderson at 12th. The Indiana Pacers selected Tyler Hansbrough at 13th, and the Phoenix Suns rounded out the first round by taking Earl Clark at 14th. The first round of the draft concluded smoothly, with David Stern bowing and exiting the stage. As the second round commenced, teams remained fiercely competitive, yet no significant upheaval transpired. After finishing his interview, Sui departed the media area, where Rose and Noah awaited him at the entrance. Chapter 87. Annual Goal. Take on LeBron. Once the interviews concluded, Sui entered the Bulls' war room, greeted by a thunderous applause, whistles, and cheers. The Bulls staff had eagerly anticipated his arrival, as their lengthy plans and the gamble of trading Luol Deng finally bore fruit. Rose stepped forward, extending his hand. Finally, we meet, Sue. Welcome to Chicago, where the local hospitality awaits you. Sue joyfully shook Rose's hand and patted his back. The towering Noah approached next. Welcome to Chicago, Sue. We are teammates now. Sue similet lightly. Here's to a successful new season ahead. Welcome aboard, buddy. I can already envision a new Bulls dynasty rising. The head coach, Del Negro, was undoubtedly the most delighted, having orchestrated the entire draft and instantly recognizing Sue as the player the Bulls sought. Bulls management and the scouting director approached Sue one by one to extend their congratulations. The atmosphere was festive and jubilant, as if the Bulls were on the verge of securing a championship. Simultaneously, the media in Huagua extensively covered Suyi's draft, with the nation aware that a new first overall pick had emerged, particularly one from the perimeter. CCTV had already scheduled broadcasts for the upcoming season, planning to air 52 games featuring Suyi's Bulls. Under Del Negro's guidance, Sue selected his jersey number, opting for the number 6 to represent the Bulls. Thus, his journey through the draft came to a close, allowing him to finally relax and enjoy his vacation. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Sue was utterly drained. Collapsing into bed, in a state of complete relaxation, he slept until he naturally awakened. When he opened his eyes, the clock displayed 1:30 p.m., highlighting the immense pressure from his training. As he contemplated life in bed, his phone screen flickered with a new message. Sender, bildu fisu. I've secured a lovely, standalone villa for you near Lincoln Park in Chicago. The landlord is an ardent basketball fan and has only charged $40 of the rent. You might consider spending your vacation in Chicago. Bill remained as reliable as ever, taking care of nearly everything for Sue. Sue arrived in Chicago to inspect his new residence, situated near Lincoln Park and facing Lake Michigan, exuding a resort-like ambience. The city boasted a plethora of entertainment options, including nightclubs, comedy theaters, and culturally distinctive museums. However, after a few days of exploration, Sue found the experience somewhat lackluster. After traversing mountains and rivers, he concluded that playing basketball was the most exhilarating pursuit. With the new season approaching and formidable opponents like Kobe awaiting, Sue was eager to embrace the life of a professional basketball player. Coach, I have decided to forego my vacation and embark on my journey in professional basketball from this moment. Upon receiving Sue's message, head coach Dinegro was overwhelmed with excitement. What a disciplined young man. Dinegro promptly replied, the doors of the United Center are always open to you. As this year's first overall pick acquired at great cost, Sue was a prized asset for Dinegro. If Sue ascended to superstardom, it would validate Dinegro's astute decision-making. Conversely, should Sue falter, it would reflect poorly on him and highlight the folly of trading Luol Deng for a draft position. Consequently, Dinegro had meticulously crafted a comprehensive training regimen aimed at cultivating a new era of excellence. When Sue arrived at the United Center, Dinegro eagerly awaited him at the entrance. Come with me, Sue. He led Sue to a small conference room, where staff poured them both a glass of water before departing. Within the confines of the room, only Sue and coach Dinegro remained. Dinegro began, I wish to discuss the current state of the team and the efforts you will need to exert in the upcoming season. Sue nodded attentively, signaling his readiness to listen. Dinegro continued, let us first address the defensive aspect. Our Bulls are renowned for their defensive prowess. In the new season, I will assign you to the starting lineup. but your primary responsibility will be to tightly guard the opposing small forward. Su E responded, I will strive to excel in that role. Dinagro paused, then elaborated, our roster is young and brimming with potential. This year, our goal is to reach the Eastern Conference Finals. As you know, the competition in the East is not as fierce as in the West, and our core adversaries are limited. Your paramount task on the defensive end is, Su-E focused intently. What is it? Dinagro declared. Your foremost objective is to contain LeBron James. Su-E hesitated, refraining from making any promises he might struggle to fulfill. Dinagro recognized the challenge this posed for Su-E and added, this is our highest expectation for you on defense. It is also our baseline requirement. To advance further in the East, we must inevitably confront the Cavaliers head-on. Our players will support you with help defense and double teaming, but however we strategize, limiting LeBron is essential if we wish to progress. So you comprehended Dinagro's sentiments. With Shaquille O'Neal joining the Cavaliers, they have become an even more formidable force. If Su-E were to be outmatched by LeBron at the small forward position, facing the Cavaliers would be virtually impossible. So what should I do? Su-E inweited. Dinagro explained, LeBron James is on an entirely different level than your college opponents. When he collides with you, it's akin to a truck crashing into you. Therefore, I require you to enhance your core strength. Su-E nodded, understanding the wisdom in Dinagro's words. The strength levels of professional players were significantly superior to those of collegiate athletes, a reality he had already encountered during his training sessions with Kobe. Despite being a shooting guard had overpowered him, LeBron possessed an array of skills and could orchestrate plays seamlessly, capable of delivering pinpoint passes even under pressure from three defenders. Relying solely on strength would not suffice to contain LeBron, yet lacking strength would certainly render him ineffective. Subsequently, Dinagro presented Su-E with a strength enhancement training plan he had devised. Chapter 88, Talent Unleashed. Epic. Su-E diligently recalled his memories from his previous life. In that season, the Bulls secured the 8th seed in the playoffs and ultimately faced the Cavaliers, who were at the peak of their prowess. In that playoff series, LeBron averaged 33 points per game, leading to a 1-4 defeat for the Bulls. Thus, Dinagro's concerns were not unwarranted in the East. Aiming for the conference finals necessitated overcoming the obstacle posed by LeBron. The disparity in competitive caliber was stark, and to establish oneself in the league, one needed sufficient core strength. Thus, not only against LeBron, but also against other opponents, strength was a critical attribute. Su-E contemplated prioritizing his recently acquired training points towards defense and strength. After a brief silence, Dinagro introduced Su-E to the team's current dynamics, beginning with recent personnel changes. Last season, the offensive centerpiece was Ben Gordon, while the other two members of the original trio were Luol Deng and the now-benched Kirk Hinrich. Midway through the season, the Bulls orchestrated a significant trade, sending away Drew Gooden and Nocioni in exchange for Sammons and Brad Miller, which solidified second-year player Joakim Noah's position in the starting lineup. With Ben Gordon recently deciding to leave for Detroit, the Bulls were in the midst of a rebuilding phase. Dinagro pulled out a tactical board to illustrate his points. Derek's talent lies in his ability to orchestrate plays. If you can contribute effectively in finishing, I'm willing to grant you ample freedom to shoot. As the first overall pick at the small forward position, I believe you have the capability to meet my expectations. Su-E nodded affirmatively. I will endeavor to excel in these areas. However, Su-E was acutely aware that despite Dinagro's words, they did not stem from an unwavering faith in him. Reflecting on his past life, he recognized that Dinagro was not particularly adept at utilizing a core point guard in his strategies. Thus, even in the version of the Bulls from his previous life, Dinagro failed to design a system centered around Derrick Rose. In this team environment, Rose diligently fulfilled the role of a traditional point guard, often advancing the ball and cautiously distributing it to his teammates, observing their movements and awaiting opportunities. While many remembered his signature explosive drives and acrobatic layups, those instances constituted only a fraction of his overall game. The breathtaking dunks that left lasting impressions on fans occurred merely 19 times throughout the season, leading to a misconception that he had executed them far more frequently. In Su-Ye's previous life, Rose's usage rate during his first 2 seasons was a mere 22.6. Even during his injury-plagued period in Cleveland, where he played only 16 games, his usage rate climbed to 25.6. For comparison, Harden's was 40. 6 and Westbrook's 41-6. Regardless, Rose remained committed to his duties. As the scouting reports noted, he was mature beyond his years, rarely emotional, and possessed a calm demeanor, complying with all of Dinagro's tactical directives. Although he has not yet reached the masterful organizational prowess of players like Kidd, Paul, and Nash, Rose has consistently endeavored to orchestrate the team's offensive plays. Dinagro interjected, interrupting Su Yi's train of thought. I hope to witness your stable three-point shooting, and you must assume a degree of ball-handling responsibility within the team. In a scenario where Su Yi was absent from the Bulls, two primary issues arose. Firstly, the current roster lacked a reliable ball handler. Luol Deng's ability to handle the ball has proven inadequate, and the shooting guard Henrich's skill set does not lend itself to a dual ball handler system, thus placing the burden of ball control squarely on Rose's shoulders. In fact, under Calipari's dynamic system, Rose has taken on the roles of offensive initiator, organizational core, and perimeter defensive stalwart. This is the true essence of the Rose persona. Secondly, the Bulls' three-point shooting has been alarmingly insufficient. Rose averages merely 0.8 three-point attempts per game. Small forward Luol Deng attempts only 1.2, while shooting guard Henrich averages 1.4. The center Noah has yet to develop a reliable mid-range shot. Without shooters, space becomes constrained, forcing everyone to stretch the floor to create opportunities for Rose to penetrate and facilitate. Now, Su Yi, a shooter relying on the three-point shot, possesses a degree of ball-handling ability and is not lacking defensively, along with greater potential. Dinagro believes Su Yi's style of play is compatible with Rose's, which is why he is willing to take the gamble of trading Deng, painstakingly selecting Su Yi and devising a new tactical system. Dinagro smiled and remarked, "You needn't feel overly pressured. Trust in your abilities and prepare for the upcoming Summer League." After receiving the tactical manual and introductions to his teammates from Dinagro, Su Yi exited the conference room. Through brief discussions, he grasped his responsibilities: defense, three-point shooting, and a portion of ball-handling duties, essentially transforming into an enhanced version of small forward. With Deng traded, he became the unequivocal core at the three spot for the Bulls. In a league teeming with talent, few teams would grant a starting position at small forward without merit. Thus, the pressure cannot be understated. Yet, as a number 1 draft pick, Su Yi felt compelled to excel even further. Without dwelling too long on the matter, he resolved to train diligently, focusing initially on strengthening his physicality and defense. Su Yi picked up a basketball from the sidelines and stepped onto the court to practice. Following the draft, he noticed his attributes had turned gray, and the subsequent information had vanished. Uncertain of the significance of continuing his training, he nonetheless took the basketball into the arena. The moment he stepped onto the court, a line of small text appeared before his eyes. System upgrading 11030100. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Through the draft, the sign-in system 20 has been loaded. Current system level, pre-professional. New feature, badge wall unlocked. New feature, bond system unlocked. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, another line of text appeared. Current bond value, 233369. Su Yi paused momentarily. What is a bond? Moreover, it seemed he had accrued quite a significant amount. Before he could ponder further, a dazzling flash of light nearly blinded him. Suddenly, a beam of bright light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found a shimmering golden canister before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for officially signing with the Chicago Bulls. Congratulations, host, for receiving the initial reward. Epic skill card. Would you like to spend 200,000 bond points to draw? Su Yi was utterly perplexed. What on earth is this bond value? The system offered no response, and after a brief pause, a cold voice echoed. Please confirm whether you wish to draw. Failure to confirm will be considered an automatic forfeiture, and the card will vanish in 5 seconds. 5, 4. Su Yi took a deep breath. The appearance of this lucky draw seemed quite impressive. Not the sort of flashy effect one would expect from a mere trinket, but rather akin to something befitting a protagonist. Though the origin of this bond value was shrouded in mystery, it was, nonetheless, a gift. He was uncertain of what reward awaited him in this draw, relying solely on fortune. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Ding! Recharge successful. Epic skill card is now activating. The golden canister began to shake, gradually developing fissures. The shaking intensified, and the vessel erupted. Su Yi silently prayed. Defensive talent, strength talent, three-point talent. Please do not grant me another useless mid-range talent. The moment the golden light dissipated, Su Yi could scarcely believe his eyes. Ding. United Center venue, sign-in, successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Jordan Epic Mid-Range Shooting Talent Card. Current status, not wearable, requires completion of relevant achievement tasks. Su Yi retracted his previous remarks, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This is phenomenal. Chapter 89. Sign-in System 20. Su Yi examined the gleaming card, which could be considered a top-tier divine skill. Once mastered, he could thrive on a single skill alone. Regrettably, he did not yet meet the requirements for wearing it. After careful observation, he noted there were no specified conditions for wearing it. He surmised that his physical prowess likely fell short. After scrutinizing it for a while, he still could not discern any further insights. Su Yi decided to place the card in the cabinet of his virtual space. The moment the golden card made contact with his hand, vibrant waves of color rippled across its surface. Before him appeared a translucent light screen in pale blue, displaying lines of text that refreshed. Jordan Mid-Range Card. Status: wearable conditions not unlocked. Quality: epic. Drop probability: extremely rare. Attributes: acquires the mid-range shooting skill set of Bulls legend Michael Jordan. Stability in the air: 70. Shooting interference impact: 80. Touch: 30. Gains deadly rhythm effect. Enters red hot state in critical moments of the game. Effect description: deadly rhythm. Continuous successful shots enhance touch, stacking an additional 5 each time. When touch reaches 100, shooting accuracy increases by 20. Initial touch is normally 50, not including the additional 30 from equipment. Based on the host's performance that day, initial touch may fluctuate slightly. Red hot increases shooting percentage by 15, rendering the effects of fatigue, psychological factors, and external influences on shooting touch negligible. Su Yi continued to delve into the detailed descriptions of the effects, realizing what it meant to be exceptionally cool and impressive. The impact of shooting interference was straightforward. As the name suggests, this shooting style is less susceptible to disruption. Aerial stability refers to the ability to execute various maneuvers in the air while maintaining a consistent shooting accuracy. This is precisely why the legendary Jordan can perform drifting shots, folding his body several times before releasing the ball, yet still achieve remarkable accuracy. However, Su Yi pondered a pertinent question. To equip such a skill card, the requirements for jumping ability, core strength, and shooting prowess would undoubtedly be substantial. Yet, once this card could be equipped, his mid-range shooting alone would suffice to dominate the league. Nevertheless, how could he don this card? Su Yi found himself in a quandary. During his contemplation, a crisp voice from the system echoed, announcing, "Ding, contract task has been issued. Upon completion, the conditions for equipping the card will be unlocked." As the voice faded, Su Yi found himself transported into his virtual space. This virtual realm, initially around 10 square meters, was suddenly illuminated as the surrounding dark mist dissipated. Looking around, he noticed that his virtual space had transformed into a spacious and bright area, akin to the size of the living room in his villa. A strange buzzing sound emerged from behind him. Turning around, Su Yi discovered a table adorned with a purely mechanical printer and 3 stacked pieces of parchment. The printer was equipped with 2 mechanical arms. One held a quill, while the other was responsible for transporting the parchment. Methodically, it went about its task. Just as Su Yi was intrigued by this peculiar contraption, the mechanical arms halted, presenting him with 2 pieces of parchment. Each parchment detailed a contract task. Upon completing them, he could unlock the usage of this epic level card. Truly, the unlocking method for an epic card was impressive. Su Yi nodded and began to read the contents of the parchment. Read contract task. The foundation is key. Strengthen your basic attributes to meet the minimum requirements for the Jordan mid-range card. Core strength, 8390. Waist strength, 2090. Shooting ability, 8590. Green contract task, adaptive training. Modify your shooting posture and acquire 200,000 mid-range training points during practice. The amount of training points earned will increase with the intensity of practice in games. Will the host sign the red contract task? Yes, no. Will the host spend 20,000 bond points to sign the green contract task? This no. Yes. Yes. Click. Click. The mechanical arms produced a seal, stamping it on both pieces of parchment. Gradually, the parchments became transparent until they vanished. Ding! Congratulations. The host has signed the red contract task. Ding! Congratulations. The host has signed the green contract task. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained the Jordan shooting motion package. After signing the contracts, Sui glanced at the merchandise cabinet in his virtual space, where a new item had appeared. Beginner Strength Breaking Potion. Break the strength limit to 90. Price, 30,000 bond points. Sui finally understood why all his attributes had turned gray. It was due to the system upgrade that had locked his limits. In this level 20 system, it only provided breakthroughs for limits and enhancements for training efficiency. Tangible attribute enhancements required him to break through the limits and then diligently practice. Observing his meager 369 bond points, Sui decided to take a gamble. Ding! The host's strength limit has been raised to 90. Strength level, 8,390, below average level, rapid improvement. Experience points, 30. Experience points can be gained through daily training. Upon reaching 100, promotion to level 84. Union Center Arena Sign-In Reward. Strength Training Efficiency 20. Jump Training Efficiency 20. One-on-one Training Efficiency 50. While his other attributes remained gray, the strength attribute finally brightened. Having not trained for a long time, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. He had regained the motivation to train. Sui promptly made his way to the training center, where, under the guidance of the team's trainer, he engaged in various core strength training exercises. Immersed in the fervor of training, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. Checking his experience bar, he saw 3032. It moved. It finally moved, although it was only a slight increase. It was enough to bring Sui joy for the entire day. His urgent task was to enhance his strength to at least 90, so he would not be at a disadvantage against formidable players like LeBron James. After a brief respite, Sui continued his training. The trainer remarked on the boy's relentless fervor. Following a tiring day of training, he finally returned to his villa in Lincoln Park. Sui remained curious about one thing. What exactly were bond points? He felt they were akin to currency within the level 20 system. Without them, progress would be nearly impossible. Many simple tools to enhance training speed required bond points for purchase. Why had he started with such a significant amount of bond points upon unlocking the sign-in system, specifically 369? Sui pondered deeply, yet could not find an answer. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, the system's prompt arrived, albeit belatedly. Bond points, acquired through bond tasks with stars. Bond tasks are randomly triggered, and each star has unique bond tasks. Current bond tasks acquired are as follows: repairing the Great Wall, assist Yao Ming in returning to a healthy training regimen, automatically earning bond points from his daily recovery. Points earned, 82,569. Challenge the Mamba, engage in an exhilarating one-on-one match with Kobe. Points earned, 53,525. Star Catcher, successfully limit the superstar LeBron James during a game. Points earned, 0. The Adventures of Little Durant. Complete one of two options. Help Durant win over Scarlett Johansson for the full bond point reward. Or, take Durant's place and win over Scarlett Johansson for half the bond point reward. Ding. Repairing the Great Wall. Task progress. Congratulations. The host has earned 200 bond points. Sui was overjoyed, as this indicated that Yao's rehabilitation training in Phoenix was yielding positive results. At this pace, he could secure a daily influx of bond points through Yao Ming's tasks. Chapter 90, Departure. Summer League. Sui could not yet equip this divine card, so he solemnly placed it on the shelf for the time being. His immediate focus must be on leveling up. For one day, with this divine card, he would traverse the league with unparalleled prowess. Ding! The merchandise cabinet has been updated. The moment Sui placed the epic card into the cabinet, the system's crisp voice resonated. Looking towards the cabinet, he noted several unprecedented items had appeared. Strength Breaking Card, level 95. Break the strength limit from level 90 to level 95. Price, 1,000,000 bond points. Stamina Recovery Potion, training, for daily training use only. Restores 20 stamina. Price, 240 bond points. Potential Burst Elixir, temporarily breaks through physical limits, enhancing strength by 50, improving stamina training effectiveness, and enhancing shooting training effectiveness by 20. Priced at 300 affinity points. Focus Elixir, increases training concentration, enhancing shooting training effectiveness by 50 and strength and stamina training effectiveness by 20, priced at 300 affinity points. Macho Potion boosts core training effectiveness by 50, allowing the host to become ferocious during training, priced at 500 affinity points. He realized a fact. These potions only appeared after he had signed a contract. This means he currently cannot enjoy the divine effects of this card. Yet the two contract tasks are inherently designed to enhance strength. However, he quickly took notice of the green contract's content in the Jordan shooting technique package. Adaptive training, altering his shooting posture and gaining 200 mid-range training points, which increase with the intensity of training and competition. The mid-range training points piqued Su Yi's interest. Without further contemplation, the system's crisp voice resonated. Detected that the host possesses the Jordan shooting technique package. Would you like to equip it immediately? Equip it now. There was no hesitation. As the words left his lips, Su Yi discovered that old micro-movies began to resurface in his mind, with many of his previous shooting memories deleted and new movements being uploaded. Ding! Jordan shooting technique package equipped. Mid-range training points. 0. Proficiency. Novice. Current effects. Air stability 5. Feel 5. To advance to the next level, 1,000 mid-range training points are required. With effects, air stability 5, probability of interference 5. Regardless of anything, this is the legendary skill set of the great Jordan, and Su Yi was eager to try it. In an instant, he grasped the basketball with one hand. Taking a step forward, with a nimble half-turn, he landed gracefully before executing a stylish lean back, drifting and flicking his wrist. Damn, why did he unconsciously stick out his tongue? Su Yi's graceful physique floated in the air, reminiscent of that man. It is said that Kobe's shooting is as beautiful as a painting, and now Su Yi embodies that very artwork. Upon landing, he revealed a confident smile, arms wide open, closing his eyes to savor the joy of mastering a new skill. The basketball floated elegantly, tracing a gentle arc through the air. Then, clang. The sound of iron hitting backboard echoed. Su Yi scratched his head, noting the attribute of Feel 5. This shooting posture should avoid interference for blocks. But since he had just uploaded the skill package, he had yet to fully adapt, resulting in a lower shooting percentage than before. In truth, many basketball stars have altered their shooting forms. Both Kobe and Curry continuously adjust their postures according to their physical states. And a decline in feel during this adaptation process is inevitable. However, the immediate priority is to advance to the next stage, which will eliminate the decrease in shooting percentage. The 1,000 mid-range training points will increase with heightened training intensity. Let's get to it. Su Yi picked up the basketball and continued to familiarize himself with his new shooting motion. One must admit, his large hands were naturally suited for this skill package. While he may not reach the elegance of Jordan, adapting was not overly difficult. Swish, swish, clang. With his last resources, Su Yi purchased a bottle of Focus Elixir, seizing every moment to train. After a night of mid-range training, Su Yi garnered 6 mid-range training points. It seems collecting the 1,000 training points will take a considerable amount of time, and reaching the maximum level requires a staggering 200 training points. However, according to the system, his current training intensity is too weak, and higher intensity competitions should yield better results. Upon returning to the Lincoln Park Villa, and after freshening up, Su Yi intended to rest properly before resuming shooting and strength training the next day, when his Nokia 97 phone screen flickered with an unread message. Sender, Coach Dinegro. The Summer League is about to commence. Enjoy the wild adventures in Las Vegas. The following morning, as Su Yi arrived at the team, he found a line of teammates waiting by the bus. As he approached, the eagerly awaiting teammates surrounded him, expressing their warm enthusiasm, urging him to board the bus first. Center James Augustine. Hello, hello. A pleasure to meet you. Shooting guard DeMarcus Nelson. Mr. Number 1, we've been waiting for you. I know some interesting spots in Las Vegas. Point guard Anthony Roberson. I'm thrilled that you're joining us for the Summer League. I promise to deliver the ball right into your hands. Everyone is looking forward to your performance. Su Yi smiled politely, responding to them, though internally he was quite astonished by their warmth upon their first meeting. The teammates were also surprised. This year's top draft pick exhibited no arrogance whatsoever. It is worth noting that the Summer League participants are mainly fringe players, aiming to secure their positions. In contrast, the top draft pick is someone highly regarded by coaches and management, Displeasing him could jeopardize the players' jobs. Thus, it is a common, unspoken rule in the league for high draft picks to dominate other players. However, Sue had no time for such frivolous matters. His core objective was to surpass James. Focusing on enhancing his strength, core, and shooting skills was paramount. The players had never encountered a top draft pick before, only having seen Su's cold face in the media, leading them to believe he was a formidable individual. Surprisingly, upon meeting Sue as a teammate, they found him to be quite affable, leaving them pleasantly astonished. Head coach Negro and Sue took their seats in the front row of the bus, while others settled in behind. Negro stated, "Do not concern yourself with the results or statistics of the summer league. Focus on adjusting your own state." Sue nodded, replying, "Understood, I intend to try some new moves." Negro added, "Feel free to explore your playing style." Negro handed out the schedule. The first game, Bulls versus Warriors. The opposing starting point guard, Stephen Curry. Sue thought, "Suddenly, I'm not so inclined to explore freely." Chapter 91, The Clash of Sue and Curry. The Bulls finally arrived at the heart of Las Vegas, where the team was accommodated in a resort hotel. The hotel entrance featured a model of the Eiffel Tower. Stepping outside, one could see the Paris Opera House and the Eiffel Tower restaurant, making Sue momentarily believe he had arrived in France. Surrounding him were a myriad of vibrant venues and entertainment facilities. The pressure of the summer league was minimal, primarily focused on training, rather than merely competing. Sue felt that Negro was more like a guide, leading everyone on a vacation. On game day, at the Thomas Mack Center, Sue was the first to enter the arena, practicing his newly unlocked mid-range shooting technique. Swish, swish, clang. "Wow, that is awesome, Sue." A familiar voice resonated from behind. It was Stephen. Sue turned around immediately, and indeed, it was Stephen Curry. The two friends were reunited, and it felt so warm. Sue sized up Curry. Still adorably goofy, as ever. "Your shooting form is incredible, Sue. Is this the result of your hard work over the summer?" Curry remarked with envy. "Coolness is secondary. It's the essence of shooting that truly matters," Sue humbly replied. "However, you seem to have improved your shooting consistency as well." Curry playfully shrugged. "You little rascal, you've developed quite the sass. In light of our past camaraderie, let's only win against the Warriors by 20 points today." Sue dismissed Curry's playful antics. "Times have changed, Sue. My shooting form has also evolved," Curry declared proudly. "Oh." Curry grabbed a basketball from the shooting machine. Swish, swish, clang. Sue noticed that Curry's shooting speed had indeed improved since his college days. Now, as a professional player, lacking height and vertical leap, he had to rely on his shooting speed. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible, and no one is faster than Stephen Curry. Sue smiled in anticipation of the impending showdown. Soon, both teams gathered on the court, and spectators gradually filled the stands. Sue surveyed the surroundings. Although this was a game of little significance, a considerable crowd had turned out, indicating a healthy basketball market in Las Vegas. The referee entered the court, and Sue shook hands with the opposing players, giving Curry a playful pat on the head. The public address system began announcing the names of the players present. Bulls, DeMarcus Nelson, Anthony Roberson, Sue Taj Gibson, James Augustine. Warriors, Stephen Curry, Anthony Morrow, Joe Ingles, Anthony Randolph. Jamal Sampson. Sue noted that both lineups were quite impressive, featuring 3 players named Anthony and 1 named James. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the official start of the match. The Bulls center, Augustine, leaped for the basketball and wisely passed it to the star rookie, Sue recognizing him as the focal point of the game. Holding the ball on the perimeter, Sue faced pressure from the opposing small forward, Joe Ingles, a 2.3-meter-tall Australian known for his tenacity and ability to defend multiple positions. In essence, he was a prototype of a 3-and-D player. It was evident that the defenders in the summer league were a notch above those in college. Sue signaled his teammates to spread out and lowered his center of gravity. As Ingles approached to apply pressure, Sue utilized his strength to engage in physical confrontation. With a subtle shift in space, he executed a mesmerizing spin move, leaning back to take a shot. Clang! The shot missed, despite the technical execution being flawless. It was merely a matter of inches. Sue gestured for his teammates to hustle back on defense. Curry, with the ball on the perimeter, dared to shoot a quick release before Bulls guard DeMarcus Nelson could close in. Clang! Both Davidson and the Splash brothers missed their shots early on. It was evident that the tension was palpable, and as soon as the shot left his hands, Su-Yi knew it was off target. He swiftly dove to secure the rebound and handed the ball to his shooting guard, Anthony Roberson. Defense. Defense. Just as Su-Yi was about to initiate an offensive play, a booming voice akin to that of Ma Jingtao echoed from the sidelines. Turning around, he realized it was the fervent old Nelson. After the motivational shout, the Warriors players seemed invigorated. Unglis Klang, Daitli Tosui. Though a small forward, he was tasked with doing the dirty work on the court, excelling in defense and determined to stifle the rookie to secure his contract. This ignited Su-Yi's competitive spirit, reminiscent of his one-on-one battles with Kobe. Taj Gibson, the Bulls' power forward and another rookie this year, noticed Su-Yi entangled with Ingles and wisely moved to set a screen. It was undeniable that these role players were performing admirably. As Su-Yi circled to receive the basketball, he effectively blocked Ingles behind him, with no defender in sight. He caught the ball with one hand, floated in the air, and executed a stylish lean-back shot. Swish! The basketball gracefully swished through the net. Ding! Su-Yi had just scored his first three-pointer of the day. His teammates rushed over to celebrate with high fives. Feeling elated after finding his rhythm, Su-Yi couldn't help but think that the reward of just 1 point for that three-pointer was rather stingy. For Summer League game, earning merely 1 point for a successful three-pointer made it seem like an eternity to accumulate 200 skill points. Su-Yi was momentarily speechless, but had no time to dwell on it as he needed to retreat on defense. Once again, Curry unleashed a quick shot from the perimeter. Clang! It was a missed opportunity. Su-Yi anticipated the trajectory of the ball and secured another rebound. With Ingles once again hovering like a pesky shadow, Su-Yi opted not to expend unnecessary energy. Point guard DeMarcus Nelson came to receive the ball, which was passed with precision. Suddenly, Su-Yi pondered whether the mid-range shot training points might yield better results. Given that it was the Summer League, there were no stringent tactical regulations preventing him from shooting mid-range shots instead of solely relying on three-pointers. Positioning himself at the left baseline, he effectively pinned Ingles behind him, and Nelson astutely passed the ball to him. After a couple of feints, Su-Yi executed a back-to-the-basket move. Despite Ingles being a formidable presence, he struggled to withstand Su-Yi's powerful charge. In a moment when Ingles lost his balance, Su-Yi spun elegantly, leaping into the air to release a picture-perfect jump shot. The clean and crisp form was reminiscent of a professional fisherman casting his line. Bang! The basketball found its mark, leaving Ingles helpless against such an unanswerable mid-range shot. Ding! Su-Yi had accrued 3 training points, doubling his previous reward. He nodded in satisfaction, noting that different shot selections yielded varying returns. However, he wondered if the system offered other avenues for exploitation, deciding to focus on defense for the time being. The Warriors prepared to mount another offensive assault. Prior to the game, Denegro had briefed Su-Yi on Ingles' capabilities, emphasizing his exceptional three-point shooting. Su-Yi remained glued to Ingles, who struggled to find an opening. As the ball was passed to the perimeter by the Warriors, Curry attempted another three-pointer following 2 unsuccessful shots. Unfortunately, he missed again, much to the relief of the Bulls' power forward, Taj Gibson, who secured the rebound. The newly joined Curry appeared to be out of rhythm, sheepishly scratching his head and offering an awkward smile. His teammates could only watch in silence, jaws agape, torn between frustration and admiration for their highly touted rookie. Handpicked by the venerable Nelson as a future star, the Bulls continued to orchestrate their offense, while the Warriors maintained a tight man-to-man defense. Su-Yi sought opportunities for off-ball movement. In a fleeting moment of evasion from Ingles, DeMarcus Nelson swiftly delivered the ball to him. Su-Yi caught it with one hand, faked a shoulder move, prompting Ingles to attempt to steal. Lowering his center of gravity, Su-Yi deftly slipped past Ingles with ease. With the basketball in hand, he prepared for a layup, but the imposing center, Jamal Sampson, rushed to contest, extending his large hand to intercept. At the precise moment when Sampson's hand was about to make contact with the ball, Su-Yi executed a graceful mid-air maneuver, switching hands and employing a delicate touch to evade the cumbersome defender. The ball kissed the backboard before gently falling through the hoop. Observing the artistic layup, Denegro nodded approvingly. Uploading Su-Yi se finesse. Calmly retreating on defense, Su-Yi had developed enough aerial agility to perform simple evasions, showcasing commendable stability. Ding! A crisp notification echoed as he received 5 training points for his shooting. He felt a mix of surprise and confusion. How was his training point calculated? His initial three-pointer had yielded only 1 point, followed by a mid-range shot that earned him 3 points, yet this layup had granted him 5. The Warriors pressed on with their offense, while diligently returned to defense. Curry, struggling with his shooting touch today, focused on orchestrating plays, seemingly resigned to his current predicament. The Warriors excelled in perimeter plays, and as Curry penetrated the paint, he was momentarily obstructed by the opposing power forward. A step late, he watched Ingles launch a three-pointer from beyond the arc, recognizing Ingles as a formidable shooter with a soft touch. He instinctively lunged to contest the shot, but misjudged the trajectory. Swish! Ingles' three-pointer found its mark, leaving exasperated, realizing too late that Ingles was left-handed. The game continued, with assuming the role of a facilitating forward. Following Dinegro's pre-game strategy, his teammates diligently executed their movements. With 4 teammates spreading the floor, isolated against Ingles. As the Warriors prepared to collapse their defense, skillfully passed the ball to the open shooting guard, Anthony Roberson. Having never played with before, Roberson was caught off guard by the unexpected pass. With an unguarded three-pointer in front of him, he shot, clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim, leaving Roberson to regret the opportunity. The ball bounced towards the front of the rim, and Jamal Sampson leapt to secure the rebound. However, charged in from the perimeter like a comet, seizing the ball mid-air with one hand. In a display of sheer power, he emphatically dunked the ball over Sampson, igniting fervor in the stands. Dinegro, witnessing the display of dominance, felt a surge of excitement, while neutral spectators in Las Vegas began to rally behind the Bulls. Intended to unleash a triumphant roar to boost team morale, but the system's voice interrupted once more. Ding! 10 training points for the dunk. Though exhilarated by the score, was momentarily disoriented. What was happening? The dunk had awarded him 10 points? In subsequent offensive plays, he discerned a pattern. The closer the shot, the greater the reward in training points. It became clear that the system favored dunks over layups and mid-range shots. Despite being a perimeter player, the system encouraged to adopt a more aggressive approach. Yet, he grappled with the internal conflict of playing to win while also exploring the system's peculiarities. As the Warriors executed a fast break, taking advantage of the Bulls' momentary lapse, Curry accelerated like a small motorcycle. Curry delivered a precise bounce pass to Ingles, who prepared a layup. As the ball left his hands, intervened, delivering a resounding block that thwarted the shot. Curry, recognizing Ye's defensive prowess, could only express his frustration. Just as he was about to initiate a transition play, he was surprised by another system notification. Ding. Blocking an opponent's shot. Double points awarded. 10 training points. This revelation meant that a successful block could yield substantial training points, especially if it thwarted a dunk, potentially granting him 20 points, equivalent to 10 mid-range shots or 23 pointers. Thus, the system promoted an aggressive style of play. If one could dunk, they should not lay up. If one could lay up, they should not shoot. And if one could block, they should do so with fervor. However, the essence of competition remained rooted in winning through rational play. Yet, on this stage, there was room for a more carefree approach. With Ingles still in a slump, eagerly anticipated his next chance to score or shoot. The Bulls continued their offensive efforts. And discovered an astonishing phenomenon. When he assisted teammates who scored or dunked, he reaped the same rewards. Thus, even as a stretch forward focused on shooting, he could gain points from alley-oops to teammates. This revelation was exhilarating. Persistently sought new strategies to exploit the system, while Curry seemed to harbor lingering frustrations from the Big Apple. As the first half concluded, Curry astonishingly recorded a dismal 1 for 7 shooting performance. In contrast, had already amassed 17 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, tirelessly devising innovative strategies to accumulate experience. To Curry, it seemed as though was employing various methods to flamboyantly outshine him, a rather unfriendly gesture. Had it not been for their long-standing friendship, he would have been tempted to deliver a playful punch to Ye's chest. Chapter 93. The surge in training points as the first half came to a close. The Bulls led the Warriors 50-41. Returning to the bench, received a towel tossed by the staff. Well done, It appears you've adapted to the rhythm of the game. Come take a breather, exclaimed Dinegro, visibly pleased. I actually feel there's no need to rest, replied. relishing the opportunity to boost his shooting stats. A night of training might yield a mere 10 training points, while this fierce dunk could potentially grant him 20 points instantly. Dina Grow regarded Sue E with respect, feeling a sense of awe at the caliber of this number 1 pick. What a remarkable professional attitude. A player of such stature must be nurtured and utilized for the next 2 decades. Take a good rest, Sue. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we must always prioritize avoiding injuries. Dina Grow patted Sue Yi's shoulder. Sue Yi felt speechless, yet he had no way to assure his coach that he was immune to injury. The game resumed. Run, run, tire them out, roared the enthusiastic scientist, Coach Nelson, rallying the players. Both teams accelerated their pace, but due to the lack of cohesion among the peripheral players, Sue Yi observed an increase in their errors. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Bulls led 60-55. The Warriors' counterattack was fierce, and under the pressure of their aggressive tactics, the Bulls began to falter. Observing these unfortunate performances, Dina Grow could only look skyward in despair. Finally, an opportunity for a dead ball arose. He patted Sue Yi's shoulder and signaled the referee for a substitution. Sue Yi adjusted his shorts and began to warm up at the sidelines. With a sharp whistle, Sue Yi re-entered the court. The moment the number 1 pick returned, the previously withdrawn players beamed with excitement, knowing that with Sue Yi back, they could simply act as supportive cheerleaders. As the Bulls' point guard, Nelson received the ball in the backcourt. He immediately passed it to Sue Yi. Power forward Taj Gibson quickly stepped up to set a screen, while the other players spread out. Dina Grow's strategy was succinctly summed up in 5 words. Play through Sue Yi. Having waited on the sidelines, Sue Yi was bursting with energy. A simple screen play left Joe Ingles completely blocked. Sue Yi leaned in and accelerated, driving towards the basket with a steady dribble. Jamal Sampson attempted to close in, but with a drop in his center of gravity and a burst of speed, Sue Yi bypassed him and charged toward the hoop. With one hand grasping the ball, he leaped into the air, under the gaze of the audience and Dina Grow. The homegrown fighter soared majestically. His muscular right arm swung around, forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. The rim creaked under the impact, leaving young Curry in stunned silence at the violent display. This stunning dunk, executed with an air of indifference, caused Dina Grow to clap his hands raw in applause. Ding! Shooting training points, 10. Sue Yi dismissed the external factors as trivial. His thoughts were solely focused on one goal, accumulating experience. At the sound of the system's crisp notification, Sue Yi smiled and began to retreat on defense. The Warriors, eager to accelerate their offensive tempo, saw Curry respond with a three-pointer. However, Sue Yi relished this faster pace, as it meant more opportunities for experience. The Bulls transitioned to offense. To Sue Yi's surprise, he had become a player with an innate system during the Summer League. Upon receiving the ball, all the other players instinctively moved to set screens or cleared space. The entire team's strategy revolved around him. With an abundance of energy, Sue Yi faced double teams from the Warriors. A quick step back brought him beyond the three-point line, and he executed his signature, mesmerizing fadeaway shot. Ingles leaped to contest, but as Sue Yi flicked his wrist, the ball, almost as if guided by fate, found its way to the basket. Center Augustine caught the swift pass, leaped, and delivered a two-handed dunk. After the assist, Augustine joyfully high-fived Sue Yi, who had opted to pass the ball to a more advantageous position. Sue Yi was delighted to share the moment. Earlier, shooting a three-pointer would only yield 1 training point, while assisting a dunk garnered 10. Sue Yi knew which choice was more beneficial. The tempo of the game continued to escalate, and Curry finally found his rhythm, orchestrating plays with newfound finesse. Sue Yi, on the court, resembled a point forward, directing his teammates' positioning while handling the ball himself. After receiving a high screen from Augustine, Sue Yi spotted Anthony Roberson cutting to the basket, anticipating perfectly and delivering a pass as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. Roberson easily laid the ball in, earning Sue Yi another 5 training points. In the subsequent offensive possessions, Sue Yi seized good opportunities to score, while in less favorable situations, he chose to trust his teammates. In just a few minutes, 4 players on the court had benefited from Sue Yi's assists. They were all astonished to discover how approachable this number 1 pick was. What an embodiment of international sportsmanship. The score fluctuated upward. As Jamal Sampson attempted a hook shot, the astute Sue Yi leapt in for a massive block. The Bulls maintained possession, and after a sudden stop and a behind-the-back dribble, Sue Yi left Ingles sprawling on the floor. Faced with an unguarded three-point line and the watchful eyes of coach Dinagro, Sue could only shed a tear as he sunk the three-pointer, earning 1 training point. As the game concluded, the Bulls triumphed with a final score of 107-89 over the Warriors. In their first encounter, Curry scored a mere 9 points, shooting 3 for 11. Clearly still adjusting to his new team. Sue, however, dazzled with a remarkable 31 points, including 2 three-pointers, 5 mid-range shots, 2 layups for dunks, and 12 assists. The rewards summary interface refreshed. Sue accumulated a total of 149 training points from this game. He felt the intensity of the competition was not particularly high, and if he continued at this pace, upgrading his shooting package was merely a matter of time. Coach Dinagro and 4 teammates approached eagerly. Dinagro exclaimed, "Sue, your performance today was nothing short of extraordinary, far exceeding my expectations. I believe our team's prospects this year have become significantly more optimistic." Center Augustine firmly grasped Sue's hand, saying, "Sue, your selflessness today was remarkable. Playing alongside you is truly a pleasure." Taj Gibson added excitedly, "It was almost as if you single-handedly dismantled the Warriors. Every pass you delivered was impeccably timed." Chapter 94. A frantic summer. The news of Sue's triumph in the Summer League reached the homeland, instantly dominating the headlines. The Sports Update replayed Sue's top 5 plays from the day. The 5th highlight showcased Sue's acrobatic maneuvers, navigating through tight spaces and racing against time, delivering a buzzer beater that epitomized resilience. The 4th highlight featured Nelson's missed shot, only for the indomitable Sue to swoop in and execute a thunderous follow-up dunk. The first highlight, reminiscent of a legendary Warrior's prowess, illustrated Sue's unwavering defense of the Bulls' rim, akin to a lavish feast of skill and determination. This montage was enough to ignite the audience's passion, with many lamenting that missing the live broadcast felt like losing a fortune. The Huagua Sports Channel was inundated with requests to extend the coverage of the Bulls' Summer League games. In response to the overwhelming demand, the channel adjusted its programming to broadcast the Bulls' upcoming match in Las Vegas nationally, with Zhang and Sue serving as commentators. The Bulls had 5 games scheduled in the Summer League. After facing the Warriors, their remaining opponents included the Bucks, Thunder, Knicks, and Timberwolves. Following Sue's stellar performance, the 5 players on the court had all contributed significantly, leaving Dinagro quite satisfied with the initial training session. The atmosphere within the team was exceptionally positive, and Sue had undoubtedly emerged as the natural leader among this Summer League squad. The next day, as they prepared to face the Bucks, the Bulls players boarded a bus early for practice at the venue. Dinagro took Sue aside outside the gym to discuss tactics. Sue quickly grasped Dinagro's intent. He was encouraged to shoot boldly whenever he found space, with teammates always ready to feed him the ball without any reservations. Upon returning to the gym, teammates Nelson, Anthony Roberson, Taj Gibson, and Augustine gathered around Sue. "Hey Sue, good morning." They expressed their excitement about their performance the previous day. Dinagro praised each one of you. "I'm here to relay that," Sue declared. "Our team is incredible, and today we'll try something different. It could turn out even more splendid." He clapped his hands in enthusiasm. "That sounds amazing," came the chorus of responses. The core players felt elated upon hearing the news, as it signified their efforts in the Summer League had earned Dinagro's approval. Sue produced a tactical board to convey Dinagro's strategies and offered advice tailored to each player. "Taj, your defensive attitude is commendable, but be mindful of your positioning when attempting to strip the ball. Anthony, when setting screens, you should shoot with more conviction." The players nodded in agreement, eager to heed his counsel. "I'll be careful, Sue," one remarked. "Me too. I'll strive to improve," another added. Sue's suggestions addressed their earnest desire for growth, devoid of any pretense or sentimental rhetoric. For these marginal players, their foremost concern was retaining their positions, proving their worth through playing time, and securing favorable contracts. The team's success and championship aspirations were matters for superstars. For these players, such concerns were secondary. Sue understood their mindset and spoke with sincerity, avoiding any lofty ideals. Dinagro had little patience for their struggles and wouldn't offer guidance on their performance. Poor play would simply lead to being benched, and further underperformance would result in replacements. Sue, maintaining a close rapport with the head coach, was privy to first-hand information, allowing him to provide valuable insights. Taj Gibson and Augustine nodded attentively. absorbing Su Yi's words as if they were scripture. Other players joined in, expressing their admiration for Su Yi as their de facto leader, observing their earnest gazes. Su Yi smiled subtly, acknowledging the natural leadership qualities he possessed. Before the game commenced, Su Yi engaged in individual shooting practice with his teammates. The sound of the ball echoed as he executed a beautifully arched shot, drawing applause from his teammates. These role players were eager to support Su Yi, their training attitudes remarkably enthusiastic. Within a few hours, Su Yi had amassed another 10 training points. As the time for the game approached, the Bucks players entered the arena, and the audience gradually settled into their seats. With the sharp sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Bulls lineup: DeMarcus Nelson, Anthony Roberson, Su Yi, Taj Gibson, James Augustine. Bucks lineup: Brandon Jennings, Judy Mix, Joe Alexander, Biyombo, Amir Johnson. Simultaneously, this highly anticipated clash was broadcasted live on the Huawei Sports Channel. Welcome, viewers, to the Summer League matchup between the Bulls and the Bucks, Su Yi's colleague announced. The spotlight today shines on Su Yi and his duel with Bucks rookie Jennings. Zhang's captivating voice resonated. Augustine leaped to secure the ball and immediately passed it to Su Yi. Dribbling beyond the arc, Su Yi orchestrated the play. Gibson and Augustine positioned themselves high for screens. Inspired by his teammates' enthusiasm, Su Yi, disregarding system gains, decisively launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc swish. 3-0. Su Yi had put the Bulls ahead. Under Su Yi's guidance, the Bulls players swiftly transitioned to defense. The player matched up against Su Yi, Joe Alexander, was a key player for the Bucks. A biracial talent standing at 2.03 meters. He possessed the capability to play both forward positions, but often faltered due to his shooting range and explosiveness. Known for his flair, he frequently attempted ostentatious dunks to humiliate opponents, often at the cost of injuring himself. Jennings orchestrated the offense from the perimeter. As the ball was passed to Alexander, he attempted to post up against Su Yi, only to find Su Yi steadfast and unmoving. Suddenly, Alexander unleashed his imagination, executing a spin move and elegantly maneuvering beneath the basket. He wound up for a grand windmill dunk. With a resounding thud, Su Yi swiftly brought him crashing down, both player and ball hitting the floor. This was the consequence of theatrics, and unexpectedly, it became a learning moment for Su Yi. Ding! He successfully thwarted the opponent's dunk. Skill points awarded, 20. The audience in front of their screens erupted with fervor. With a ferocious block, Su Yi asserted his dominance over the Bucks. Chapter 95. I hear you're called King James? The rookie was already the center of attention in the Summer League, and after his impressive performance in the previous game, the entire arena in Las Vegas had turned into a haven for Su Yi's fans. This ironclad block further ignited the home crowd's enthusiasm. Bulls guard Nelson dribbled, and Jennings pressed in closely. Su Yi immediately moved to support, seizing possession and directing his teammates' movements. The Bucks duo, Jude Mix and Alexander, quickly converged to double-team him. The Bulls' two interior players set high screens as Nelson cut from the baseline to the weak side. The basketball flowed seamlessly, and the Bulls executed their strategy with precision. As Su Yi circled around the screen to receive the ball, he caught a glimpse of Anthony Roberson cutting towards the basket. Without hesitation, he delivered a perfectly timed pass. Roberson finished with a layup off the backboard, scoring effortlessly. Su Yi praised. In the Summer League, we remember, players showcase their individual skills, each playing for themselves. But the Bulls clearly function as a cohesive unit. The top player in the national server, Coach Zhang, chuckled. That's because our little Su possesses remarkable leadership skills. His ability to command on the court is akin to that of a head coach, a trait typically found in superstars. The initial exchanges of offense and defense drew a chorus of whistles from the crowd. Su Yi silently assessed his haul, a slight smile crossing his lips. Excellent. Another 5 training points, equivalent to an additional 2 hours of practice. The Bucks initiated their offense. Rookie Jennings took charge with the ball. Su Yi knew that after being drafted 10th this year, Jennings' performance would only ascend, with the media heralding him as a genius point guard, the left-handed Iverson, the true King James. Following his single-game tally of 55 points, the media had mercilessly mocked other higher-drafted rookies to highlight their folly. Thus, today's direct confrontation with Jennings in the Summer League was of paramount importance. Utilizing his teammate screens, Jennings launched a high-arching three-pointer, scoring effortlessly. Suire market. You can tell Jennings is brimming with confidence. His shooting touch has been exceptional lately. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from Su, this draft class is overflowing with talent, much of which the media has overlooked. Su's competitive spirit ignited. He cut to the three-point line, and Nelson swiftly passed him the ball. Before Alexander could arrive, Su launched a beautifully executed three-pointer, effortlessly returning the favor to Jennings. His shooting form created an almost perfect arc. The two high-ranking draft picks began an exhilarating exchange from the outset, and the atmosphere surged with excitement. The sound of cheering sticks resonating throughout the arena. Su's bold response to Jennings was met with admiration. Wow, that was truly impressive. How will he respond? Coach Zhang remarked, "This is what youthful competition should look like. No one backs down." The intensity of the Summer League was a tier below that of the regular season, where Jennings' rapid ball-handling skills shone brightly. After shaking off defenders, he faced Nelson and executed a high floater that found its mark. The Bulls advanced their offense, with Su positioning himself in the paint. Alexander fiercely engaged Su in a tussle. This direct confrontation was precisely what the audience craved, and the roar of the crowd built to a crescendo. His teammates cleverly tossed the ball into Su, who caught it one-handed, back to Alexander. After a couple of feints, Alexander's balance faltered. Following that, with a graceful, balletic move, Su half-turned towards the basket and leapt high. As Alexander attempted to block, Su adjusted his position mid-air, leaning back to release the ball. It swished through the net effortlessly. Coach Zhang exclaimed, "What a clean move." The moment he released it, you could tell it was going in. His touch is undeniably stable. Not to be outdone, Jennings executed a behind-the-back dribble to elude Nelson, and facing Roberson beneath the basket, he skillfully maneuvered to avoid the block, depositing the ball into the hoop. Following the coach's directives, Alexander continued to grapple with Su. Su circled to the free-throw line, caught the ball, and unleashed a fierce jumper. Alexander could only watch as the ball sailed smoothly through the hoop, unable to interfere. Jennings focused more on playmaking as the Bucks began to score through their interior players' finishing abilities. Su, facing Alexander, held the advantage in both agility and strength. His mesmerizing fadeaway and jumper left Alexander in a state of disbelief. The two engaged in a passionate exchange throughout the first half. Jennings drained another three-pointer. Su, positioned beyond the arc, executed a pump fake to draw Alexander off balance before reclaiming the ball and charging towards the basket. Like a stallion, he barreled into the paint. Seemingly unstoppable. Standing at 6'6", Amir Johnson attempted to establish his position to draw an offensive foul. Their bodies collided as Johnson braced himself. Before Johnson could stabilize his stance, Su's long arms soared over his head. The crowd, alongside viewers at home, bore witness to a thunderous dunk that split the air with a resounding crack. Su and Coach Zhang were left in awe, simultaneously exclaiming in shock. If not for the broadcast regulations against profanity, they would have been inclined to shout in disbelief. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the referee pointed toward the free-throw line. Johnson, still in motion, had obstructed Su's path, resulting in a blocking foul and an additional free throw. The shot was made with ease. The fiery exchange continued unabated. Su began to channel his efforts into playmaking, aware that assisting teammates in scoring would also yield training points, making more rational choices in the process. As the fourth quarter approached its final 2:06, the Bulls led 95-87. Jennings, a volatile player, dazzled with an impressive series of moves, weaving past Nelson in preparation for a layup. Just as he soared into the air, the ball leaving his hands, a flash of yellow appeared before him. One day, people would recall the dread instilled by this yellow beast in the paint. Su leapt high, executing a violent yet graceful volleyball spike dunk. The guardian of the paint had returned. Su smiled faintly, the dream of basketball. Coach Zhang praised him repeatedly. In crucial moments, little Su always steps up. He will invariably be in the right position at the right time. This is what we refer to as a defensive instinct. Through his actions, has demonstrated to everyone who the strongest rookie of this year truly is. With the conclusion of the match, the Bulls triumphed over the Bucks with a score of 99-87. Su amassed an impressive tally of 37 points, 12 assists, and 7 rebounds, outperforming Jennings, who recorded 17 points, 7 assists, and 2 rebounds. However, What Suey did not realize at that moment was his burgeoning popularity in Chicago. The Bulls' home games have consistently been among the most fervent in the United States, and despite the team not having secured a championship title in 10 consecutive years, tickets to their games remain incredibly difficult to obtain. In many ways, basketball is the very essence and emblem of this city. The people of Chicago eagerly anticipate the resurgence of the Bulls dynasty. In truth, the fervor that resides deep within has never waned. The city's memory awaits the arrival of a hero to awaken it. During the Summer League, images of Suyi's ironclad mid-range shots were featured in the Chicago Tribune. The exquisite lean back, the unyielding jumper, the resolute gaze, and the relentless pursuit of victory. In that frozen moment, the citizens of Chicago sensed the arrival of a new deity in their midst. Chapter 96. Strength Training. The Jordan Shooting Motion Package has been equipped. Mid-range training points, 302. Proficiency, Novice. Current effects, Aerial Stability 5, Shooting Touch 5. Next level, Advanced Mastery, required mid-range training points, 1000. Effects, Aerial Stability 5, Interference Probability 5. Upon seeing that his mid-range training points had reached 302, Sue smiled slightly. At the current pace, with a couple more reasonable performances, he anticipated unlocking the shooting package to Advanced Mastery soon. Eager to improve and eliminate his current shooting touch of 5, which occasionally forced him into a clumsy mode during games, he found it somewhat embarrassing. Dina Grow had rented a private training facility in Las Vegas, and Sue promptly headed there for extra practice shortly after the game concluded. The private trainer, Mike Lancaster, had also traveled with the team to Las Vegas and devised a personalized strength training regimen for Sue. Due to Sue's consistently outstanding training results, Lancaster began to experiment with more rigorous training methods. A detailed plan was presented to Sue. Based on your physical characteristics, I have conducted the most scientific assessment. This is tailored just for you. A weight gain and fat loss plan? Sue examined the document, scratching his head. To help you adapt to the increased intensity of competition upon entering the league, you need to start gaining weight now, Lancaster stated with conviction. Sue glanced at his weight gain plan, which targeted an increase of 7-8 kilograms before the official season commenced. Each meal was meticulously planned, along with daily exercise regimens based on scientific references. Reflecting on his recent progress, he noted that he had already gained 1.5 kilograms after the last game, increasing his weight from 99.5 kilogramów to 101 kilogramów. If he were to gain an additional 7-8 kilograms, he would be approaching 110 kilograms. Undoubtedly, reaching this weight would transform him into a power forward. Sue